Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was betrayed by the girls and awakened the darkest curse of dragon movie. Before we start, please go support Malblack010 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. What would happen if after the fight with the dragon Trihexa your girls leave you? That's what happens to our young Issei. To embark on a journey and discover his true power as a warrior and protector of the land. Chapter 1, the beginning of a new path. After the defeat of the Triexa, years had passed and a year since the Azazel Games happened, where I came out as the winner, but I still remember everything I had to go through to obtain victory. I lost my parents, after they had accepted me for being half dragon and demon. I lost Rias and the other girls, when I saved them. I never had any other intention than to obtain their love, even though I was a pervert at that time. I never looked for anything else, but they never managed to understand me when I helped them and saved them, but it seems that they always saw me that way. I still remember that day. The day it all started was days before my pieces were delivered to me. Human world, Hyodo residence, years earlier. There was a brown-haired boy in his room, changing, to go to the training room. I think I'll practice a little with Ascalon, said a brown-haired man. Why do you want to train with that sword? Said a drake with annoyance. I'll just do it, so it doesn't depend on your power alone, the brown-haired boy mentioned with great determination. I think you're a little motivated. No, partner, you must train, but I doubt that the sword is your thing, mentioned Dryag with annoyance. You know something, friend, the brown-haired boy mentioned, watching us all the way to the training room. What is it, mate? Said Dryag, but he already knew where his partner was going. I haven't seen any of the girls, it's very strange, they're usually always in the living room, said the brown-haired man with doubt. The dragon did not answer his companion, so as not to upset him. After spending hours, the brown-haired boy left the training room to go take a bath. After a while Issei decided to go to the living room to see if any of the girls were there, but there was no one. At that moment a red magic circle appeared, in which a small hologram had appeared where the mouse Surziches could be seen. Hello Issei, the red-haired man mentioned with a slight smile. Hello Surziches, Sama greeted the brown-haired boy, faking a smile. Issei-kun, I need you to come to the underworld. You can come with my sister. I have some news to tell you, the red-haired man mentioned seriously, but it was clear that he was hiding something. Of course, I'll let the president know, the brown-haired man mentioned with a feeling of concern in his chest. Thanks, see you in hours, Issei-kun, Surziches mentioned. After the red-haired man's hologram disappeared, the brown-haired man went out to find his beloved so he could talk to her and mention his brother's message. But what he wanted was to be able to see her, so he could be with her, unaware that what he would see wouldn't be pretty. Issei had arrived at the park where he had died the first time, where he had died at the hands of Rainer. When he passed through that park, he felt a feeling of sadness every time he passed by, but what he had never thought was that he would arrive for no reason, without thinking that he would see a scene that would kill him and destroy his heart. It can't be, buddy, we have to get out of here, mentioned the dragon with the glove. Why? If everything I did for them wasn't enough, mentioned the brown-haired man who only saw how his eyes were covered with his hair. Since this I had seen how one of her girls, specifically Asia, was with a boy, older than the same brown-haired boy. After seeing that scene she decides to leave that place, to go in search of one of the girls to see the same scene. After seeing Asia, I saw Irina with a boy just as older than the brown-haired boy. It was clear that they were university students. She was leaving an ice cream shop, hugging the boy on her arm. Then he saw Ravel and Xenovia leaving a carriage, not knowing that a brown-haired boy was watching them, and also saw how they were with boys. One was the same age as Issei, and the other boy was older than him. He saw how she kissed those boys. He also saw a white-haired girl coming out of a fast food restaurant. It was Kaneko, seeing that she was leaving with a boy with glasses, the same age as the brown-haired boy. After he retired, to return home, he saw how a trio of people crossed his path, so he could see Rias and Akeno with an older man, about years old, when he saw that he killed him. Comrade, let's leave, please, Drake mentioned worriedly. Why? What I did wasn't enough, I only have Rossweisse left, the boy said hopefully. Buddy, this is not the time to think about that, the dragon mentioned it, thinking that the Valkyrie would also be doing the same as the rest of Ria's entourage. And it wasn't bad, the red dragon, since when he arrived at the house he saw how the Valkyrie was saying goodbye to a man of about years of age. That was the last thing he needed, for the brown-haired man. Buddy, we have to go somewhere else, if you continue like this. He could not finish the sentence when he saw how his bearer vomited blood of a very intense dark red color, and his chest shone. Seeing that shine, you could see how a tattoo in the form of roots emerged from the heart and expanded in the chest, almost covering the entire chest. It can't be, what is this? The brown-haired man mentioned with fear and a feeling of brown-haired. It's the fall of the dragon, partner Drake mentioned with a faint voice. What is the fall of the dragon? The brown-haired boy commented in a weak voice. It's when a dragon's partner cheats on him, the dragon's body begins to change, changing the energy into poison, said Drake worriedly. Poison? I can't believe it, this is happening to me now when I thought I was happy, Issei mentioned with a sadness that was impossible to describe. How much time do I have left, Drake, before I die? Issei commented. When it's a couple, it's about half a year, but you had several girls, so it would be about 2 weeks, the dragon commented with a sad sigh. I never imagined that this would happen, what I've fought for, now it will be what kills me, this must be a bucking lie. The brown-haired man shed a few tears. It would be better to go to the underworld alone. What are you doing now? If Xerxes asks you, the red dragon mentioned. Nothing for the moment, I'll just mention that they weren't in the house so you don't worry, Issei mentioned. In the underworld, in Mao Xerxes' office. A red magic circle had appeared. Hello, how have you been? The red-haired man mentioned with a slight smile. Hello Xerxes-sama, I'm fine, the brown-haired boy said, faking a smile. I'm glad, and Rias. Issei, the red-haired man commented, surprised. He wasn't home, I was waiting to see if he would arrive, but he didn't, Issei responded. It's okay, although you might surprise her with this, Xerxes smiled at her. What does Xerxes-sama mean? The brown-haired man replied, surprised by such words. Hyodo Issei, the council of the underworld has decided, through your achievements, they have made the decision to give you the rank of supreme class demon, so you will be given your own pieces, so you can form your own entourage. After hearing those words, the brunette began to shed tears. Seeing this, the Redite thought he was crying with happiness for the news, without knowing that in the brunette's mind, he was thinking that this would have been something great, so that his beloved could see him and see that he was getting better for her, but because it had happened a few hours ago, he could only answer that it didn't matter anymore. It no longer mattered that he was a high-class demon. Thank you, only those words came out of the chestnut without any emotion. Issei-kun, you're not happy, Xerxes mentioned. Of course, Issei mentioned. So I need you to give me some of your energy and put it in this box, so that your pieces can be created with it, Xerxes said with a smile. Okay, at that moment Issei began to form a red sphere with purple and green tones, for the Mao it was something very strange, since he had never seen something like that. It was something unique, the red-haired man mentioned in his mind. Since in the sphere you could see that the red energy was like the red emperor dragon, and the purple, the combination of Opphis and the great red, but the green did not know what it was, which left Xerxes with doubt. In 3 days we will give you deliveries of your pieces, so think about how you will tell Rias, the Mao mentioned. Yes, although I won't tell him yet, I'll tell him when I have my pieces, replied the brown-haired man. Okay, so I won't say any of this so it won't be a surprise. Human world, Hyodo residence. After delivering the energy and speaking with Xerxes, Issei stayed home for the day's challenge, and the next day, since he still felt very bad from the curse of the dragon's fall, it was also noticeable that the marks on his chest increased more, the pains, and the times he vomited blood were more frequent. Partner, you're doing really bad, Drake commented with a worried tone. I know, but I don't know what to do, the brown-haired man replied weakly. There is one thing you can do, but it will be very painful, you will wish to be killed. Drake mentioned with seriousness in his words. What is it? Why are you barely mentioning me, Drake? Issei commented with annoyance. It is a ritual which is very painful, since you will see the good and bad memories that you lived with the girls, and during that time you will feel how they bury knives all over your body. It is a ritual that no dragon has wanted to do out of pride. Mentioned Drake with a sad voice. I want to do it, I don't want to continue with this pain, mentioned the brown-haired man. But when you do, there will be no turning back, mate, you will lose all feelings for them, and you will never be able to get them back, replied Drake. It doesn't matter, I don't deserve to die like this, the brown-haired man replied with a smile. Okay buddy, we're on this, just draw a circle with the image of the dragon, I'll send you a mental image, so you can see what it should look like, Drake mentioned. At that moment, Issei began to form the circle to begin the ritual. But at that moment, a voluptuous girl with black hair, dressed in a sensual black kimono, had arrived at the entrance of the residence. She was Kuroka. How strange, there is no one, I can't feel the energy of any of the girls, Naya, but the black Nekomata had felt something at that moment. What is that feeling? It's like I feel death right now. Kuroka spoke with excitement, feeling that it came from a boy she knew and cared about. He ran out to see what was happening. When he entered the chestnut's room, he saw energy coming out from one side of the room. Seeing Issei approaching the sphere, the Nekomata launched itself at him, as it felt in the sphere of energy that was forming, how it contained negative and positive energy, but more negative energy. What are you doing, Naya? Kuroka mentioned excitedly, and why do I feel death near you? At that moment the energy that was in the room began to disappear. It's that the girls who loved me have betrayed me, the brown-haired boy commented, and began to tell how he had seen them with other boys, and how they kissed, and the fall of the dragon and the ritual he was going to perform at that moment. I can't believe they and my sister did that, Naya, the Nekomata commented angrily. Don't worry, I'll solve it right now, replied the brown-haired boy, approaching the circle he created to give it a little energy to recreate the sphere from a moment ago. Wait, if you do that alone you'll forget the feelings you have for them? Naya Kuroka asked with concern. Yes, although Drake told me that by losing those feelings, I will probably close my heart for years, the brown one mentioned. No. I can allow that, Naya shouted the Nekomata, then hugged him. What? Why do you say that, Kuroka? Why do you say that, the brown-haired boy mentioned, surprised. I love you, you helped me get closer to my sister and be able to accept myself, Naya. I can't let you close your feelings. I want to be in your heart, Naya. After saying that, Kuroka began to kiss Issei as if there was no tomorrow. They were like that for a few minutes until a voice of a certain dragon interrupted them. Mate, I'm happy for you, Drake mentioned happily. Yes, if you do the ritual, your heart will not be closed since I can sense that you have feelings for the Nekomata. What do you mean? Issei asked. It's very simple, my friend, by losing your love for the Gremory girls, you would have closed your heart a long time ago, but now there is someone who is by your side, that feeling will not leave you, Drake responded happily. I don't understand, Drake, Issei said in his mind. Drake, upon hearing that, felt a drop of blood appear on his forehead, since his partner did not understand what he was explaining to him. It's very simple, we'll just remove the feelings towards the girls who betrayed you with the ritual, and only the feelings you have for the Nekomata will remain, Drake replied. I understand, then let's begin, friend, the brown-haired boy commented happily upon hearing those words. He began to approach the circle, but before that Issei gave Kuroka a kiss that made her blush and began to explain what Drake had told him. When that was over, the Nekomata was happy but at the same time worried because the brown-haired boy had already explained the ritual to him and that he was going to suffer. At that moment, Issei began to expel a little of his power to begin the ritual. When Issei saw the energy sphere, he touched it, covering his entire body in a dark color. The moment he touched the sphere, he saw how around the circle that had been created, about human figures of different colors began to materialize. Seeing this, Kuroka was surprised, since she could recognize who those figures were. It was none other than the Gremory girls. As a representation of their color, Rias' figure was red, Asia's was yellow, Akeno's was dark blue with black tones, Irina's was orange, Xenovia's was dark green, her sister Kaneko's was gray, and Rossweisse's was silver, and there was one more black one, it was Kuroka herself. At that moment Drake's voice was heard, which scared Kuroka. It's better if you leave the room, since at that moment Drake couldn't even finish speaking as the brunette's screams began to be heard. Issei. The Nekomata shouted, trying to get closer. Don't do it, this is necessary, it's going to be like this for hours, answered Drake. My partner decided to do it so that he doesn't suffer anymore, he will need you when he's done, Drake commented. Why the figures? The Nekomata asked doubtfully. It's very simple, it's the representation of the girls that my partner loves, but if you look closely, the girls are surrounded by a small black aura, except for one. After those words, Kuroka began to observe that they all had that aura, except for hers, since the aura that came out was white, that impressed the Nekomata a lot. Why does my figure have a white aura? Kuroka asked. The black aura will be the feelings that will leave my partner's heart, and the white aura will be the ones that will remain in his heart. Drake replied. Hearing that, Kuroka blushed, since the brown-haired boy had feelings for her. So hours passed, where the first hours, Issei spent screaming and the last hour he didn't anymore, while the figures that represented the girls began to lose color and began to disappear. After the figures and the energy surrounding the brown-haired boy disappeared, Kuroka saw a body lying in front of her, so that instantly, for her to approach and see that her beloved was unconscious with several wounds all over his body, as if several knives were tearing off his skin like an animal. Seeing him, the Nekomata began to shed tears, seeing him in that state. Issei, Kuroka said between sobs. After a few minutes, Kuroka undressed so that she could begin healing the brown-haired boy's body with senjutsu. Kuroka stayed like that all night until the chestnut's wounds disappeared. The next day in the Hyodo residence hall. A blue circle was seen from where the Mau Serapho came out. Issei-kun. Seeing that there was no one there, he was surprised because it was late, since at that time it was in the morning and it was Saturday. Because there is no one there, maybe they went out. I came to visit Issei-kun, said the little Mau with discouragement. At the moment he was about to retreat, he felt a small, weak power and a large one. After discovering who one of the presences was, he became worried, since he knew that the small one was Issei's. After feeling that the brown-haired boy's power was small, she shot out in search of the boy. After a few seconds, the little Mau arrived at the brown-haired boy's room. When she opened the door, she was in for a surprise, as she found Issei with a woman with a voluptuous body. But what's going on here? The Mau mentioned, raising her voice. At that moment Kuroka woke up to be able to see her boy and see that he was feeling better and then direct her gaze to the voice that woke him up. Naya, that was the only words the Nekomata could manage, and then she covered her naked body. Why were you naked and in Issei's bed? The Mayu said angrily, shedding a few tears. Seeing that, the Nekomata only said a few simple words. I was healing Issei-kun, the Nekomata replied, since she knew who the woman in front of her was. Healing? What do you mean? Saying those words, the Mayu directed her gaze, grabbed the brown-haired boy, and observed that the boy's skin was destroyed and with several cuts, which could barely be seen, that were being sawed. What happened to him? The Mayu asked. I wouldn't be the one to tell you what happened, Naya, the Nekomata responded, lowering her gaze. Seeing the girl's expression, he decided to sit on a corner of the bed and wait for the boy to open his eyes and, in his own words, explain why he was in that state. So about hours passed, when at that moment, you could see that the boy slowly opened his eyes. The Nekomata, seeing that the brown-haired boy was waking up, threw herself at him to hug him. You finally wake up, Kuroka mentioned, with tears in her eyes. Issei, how are you feeling? Seraphiel asked, asking him to explain how he got into that condition. Hey, Serach-an, what are you doing here? Asked the brown-haired boy as he stood up. I just came to give you this. At that moment the Mayu took a red box out of a small magic circle. These are evil pieces, opening the little red box, the little Mayu. The moment they opened the box of the game pieces, the Nekomata and the brown-haired boy were surprised. It could be seen that they had an intense red color, surpassing that of a red-haired girl, surrounded by a purple aura, but what was much more strange was that small green sphere that was in the core of each of the pieces. Kuroka was the only one who could realize that the pieces emanated an energy, but a powerful one. Thank you, Serach-an, the brown-haired boy mentioned with a fake smile. Issei-kun, would you tell me what happened to you, because you have those wounds, mentioned the Mayu, with much intrigue and concern. Since she saw the brown-haired boy as a younger brother, that feeling changed after what happened with the Trihexa. She had already begun to feel feelings of love, which she had confirmed after speaking with Grefia, who, despite her seriousness, she was able to get him to confess that he had feelings for Issei. Serach-ban, what happened? At that moment, the brown-haired boy told him about the girl's betrayal, how that caused the dragon to fall, and that he had to do the ritual so that it wouldn't die. After hearing those words, the Mayu showed an anger that she had never shown before. For a girl who always liked to smile and see the bright side, she could only show anger and rage, and more so because it was the boy she loved who suffered. No, I can't believe that the Mayu gets up and goes to the door. Where are you going, Serach-an? The brown-haired boy asked, while trying to get up. What do you think they're doing? I'm going to go talk to Serzich's. Rias thinks what he's doing is right. I'm going to talk to him so he can get his attention. Every word the Mayu said angrily was something that worried the brown-haired boy. Nuo. Please, I don't want to make any more fuss, it's better if no one knows. But, are you going to keep watching them go out with other guys? The Mayu asked sadly and angrily. Of course not, I'm going to leave, I'm going somewhere else, I need to know what I'm going to do from now on. The brunette said, looking at the ceiling seriously. What do you mean? The Nekomata asked in surprise. In weeks I will start my last year at Kuo High School, but I have decided to go study in another country, since. I don't want you to go, screamed the Nekomata with tears in her eyes. If you're leaving, let me accompany you. The moment the Nekomata interrupted the brown-haired boy, he knew in his mind where this explanation was going. I can't, Kuroka. It's something I need to do to be able to get there. Besides, I'll only be gone for a year. The boy mentions this to reassure Kuroka. But Issei-kun, you can't leave. You're still part of the demon faction, and I don't think they'll let you go. The little Mayu mentioned, thinking that with those words she could make him stay. If you think I'm not going to talk to Serzich's, you're wrong, I'll do it today, so I can go faster, and besides I'm not a demon anymore. At that moment Kuroka showed her a small plastic box, where you could see the pawn pieces. Now I understand your aura, I never imagined that you would stop being a demon. The little Mayu hid her gaze with her hair. Will you no longer use your pieces? The Nekomata asked, tears streaming down her face. Of course, but for now, I'll save the pieces until I return from my trip. The two girls could no longer say anything, the boy sounded so sure of what he was saying, they could only nod. I want you to call Serzich's-sama, I need to talk to him, he deserves an explanation, before I leave. Only about minutes passed when a red magic circle appeared. Inside it stood a tall man with red hair and a silver-haired woman dressed as a maid. It was Serzich's and Grefia. What happened to you, Issei-kun, looking at the boy as he was in his bed bandaged and with tears all over his body. I need to tell you something, Serzich's-sama, it is about my relationship with the Gremory heiress's entourage. The brown-haired man spoke seriously, hearing those words, and the tone he spoke left him with a negative feeling. The boy immediately began to tell her everything that had happened since the day he found out Ria's entourage was cheating on him, the dragon's fall, and the ritual he performed. But he didn't mention that he no longer felt anything for his sister or the other girls. After hearing what happened, he just asked one question and sighed. "Where are you going, Issei-kun?" "I can't answer you, I can only say that I will leave this morning, and I will return in a year. After that period of time I will take my duties as a high-class demon," replied the brown-haired man as he got up from his bed. "And do you want me to say something to Rias when she finds out you're gone?" asked the red-haired Mao. "The truth is, you can tell him everything, there's no point in hiding it, just don't tell him when I'm coming back, that would be the best thing to do," the brown-haired man mentioned. "I think I can't do anything, Issei-kun, I can only wish you luck," mentioned the red-haired man with seriousness on his face. "I hope we don't have any problems with what happened between the Gremory clan and mine," the brunette replied seriously. "Of course not, Issei-kun, with that, what will your clan be called?" asked the Mao, who knowing that the boy was a high-class demon, did not know what his name would be. "I don't have anything planned, I'll also take this time to think about it," said the brown-haired boy still looking at the ceiling. After the talk with the Mao Surzages, and he left, the boy decided to start packing and search the internet to be able to buy a ticket and be able to leave the next day, since he would have no problem with the visas and all the paperwork, since Surzages himself had helped him with that kind of things for the demons was very easy to do. The brunette continued in his own world, on his journey, unaware that Serafal and Kuroka were looking at him with sadness since they knew he would be gone for a year. It was at that moment that the brunette noticed what was happening to the girls, alone, unable to say anything. The next day, Hyodo residence. It was in the morning, the brown-haired boy hadn't slept, he spent the whole night finishing packing his suitcases, and at the moment he was about to leave, the girls woke up since they were in the brown-haired boy's room. "Issei-kun, take care and come back soon," Kuroka mentioned sobbing. "You have to come back, I'll be waiting for you," Issei-kun said Serafal approaching the boy. As they were close to him, the Mao surrounded the brunette's neck to give him a kiss that after a few seconds turned into a passionate kiss. It could only end when both were already out of breath. "You have to come back, for my Issei," the Mao mentioned when she separated from the boy with a blush on both of them. "Naya, I also want a goodbye kiss from Issei." When separating from the kiss, the Nekomata only said in her ear in a seductive tone. "Come back soon, I still need you to give me a child of yours, I'll be waiting for you, Naya." Having already collected his bags and taken a taxi, he went directly to Kuo Airport. "I haven't heard the girls. Do they not even sleep here anymore?" asked Serafal. "If they are, I just put a barrier so they wouldn't hear, Naya, they just arrived and went to their room, Naya, but I could feel a slight scent in them now that I removed the barrier, Naya," Kuroka mentioned. "It won't be that they already did it." At the moment Serafal was going to finish what she was going to say, but Nakamata interrupted her. "No, it's just the elevated scent of those boys, it's the scent they leave behind when they hug and kiss." "Hey. It's my imagination or Rossweisse, no tie, it doesn't matter anymore, I think it will be better. I hope you don't regret what you did." Chapter 2. It had been 2 weeks since Issei left Kuo, and none of the girls had noticed the brunette's absence. It was already the first day of school. And in the dining hall of the former Hyodo residence. "Girls, where is Issei? I haven't seen him," asked a red-haired girl, arriving at the room with a uniform and emblem of Kuo University. "I haven't seen him either, Madam President," said a girl with long dark hair, sitting in one of the living room chairs. "Actually, President, I don't feel Issei-senpai's scent at all. It seems as if he hasn't been here in a while," replied a small Oli with short white hair. "We actually haven't seen it," everyone else had responded, except for a silver-haired girl who was looking at the ground. "Are you okay, Ross-chan?" asked a brunette with pigtails. Yeah, I was just thinking about something that happened a few weeks ago, but it's nothing." The Valkyrie responded, putting a fake smile on her face. All the girls were surprised by the Valkyrie, but they decided to leave it at that and not ask to continue talking about the brown-haired boy. "Maybe Issei-kun left for school early," a blue-haired girl with a green streak mentioned. All the girls just came to the conclusion that the boy had left early, except girls were Kaneko and Rossweisse, but they decided not to talk. At the entrance of Kuo Academy. "Girls, when you see Issei-kun, mention him, I want to talk to him," Rias mentioned. Instantly everyone nodded except the Valkyrie and Queen Gremory. When everyone nodded, the red-haired girl and her queen spoke. "Seriously, Rias, are we going to tell Issei that we have a relationship with Ken-sensei?" The queen and best friend of the red-haired girl responded. "Yeah, I'd rather he know it from us than from someone else, besides I just want to do it to have a deeper relationship with Issei, I still don't see the problem." The red-haired girl said very seriously at those words. "You're right, President, for now we have to go to classes to see our Ken-sensei," mentioned Queen Gremory with a lascivious face. At Kuo High School's break. The girls were looking for the chestnut tree since they had been separated, being in different classes. "Girls, did you find it?" asked a blonde with two pigtails in a spiral shape. "No, Ravel, I've been looking for him," replied the blue-haired Xenovia. "Girls? Girls?" Irina was heard agitated and worried. "What's wrong, Irina? Why are you so upset?" Ravel asked, with a look of anguish. "We have to go with President Rias," the reincarnated angel mentioned, with a sad tone. "Why, Irina?" Xenovia asked worriedly, while looking at her friend. "We have to go, it's about Issei-kun." At that moment all the girls decided to go quickly to the occultism club to find out the news about Issei. In an almost new continent, more specifically in America. In a high school classroom, there was a chestnut tree finishing his first day of classes. "I wonder if I can train around here," checking Google Maps to see if there was a place nearby where there was no one to train. "There are some mountains here, about hours from my house, it will be a good place to train, so no one will notice." Issei began to think while he took his cell phone to follow the path and get to the mountains. After our truck ride and a long walk, Issei arrived at the windy mountains. "Wow, it's a very lonely place, it's perfect for me to train, so I won't cause any problems," Issei said, to continue putting a magic circle to teleport and not have to go by transport to the mountains. "Partner, we should train a little, we need to get used to the new terrain," Drake mentioned, excited to see his partner with a better appearance. "Alright, secret gear. Balasebrikik. Well, let's begin." At that moment, the brunette trained until nightfall, just to avoid thinking about why he had to come to that place. But what he didn't realize was that there was a human figure watching him closely. Next day at Hyodo apartment. 6 a.m. "I have to take a bath," the brunette said with a yawn, his eyes half closed. "Aha, you're still sleepy, buddy, and it's only your second day," Drake commented, mockingly. "That was a way to de-stress." "It's been a while since I last trained," the brunette replied, still sleepy. "Alright, buddy, let's go again." "It was a very peaceful place to train," the dragon commented, still mockingly, due to how tired he was last night. Well, the brown-haired boy gathered his things to head off to school. "I'll get even for this drag." The brown-haired boy mentioned it, with a dark look and only being able to see one eye. After the small fight between the brunette and Drake, the brunette arrived at his homeroom, about minutes before his first class. As he was about to sit down, he saw a girl with long purple hair, whose face he couldn't see. She was just there, asleep, looking like she was kissing the table that held the chair. He just passed by her side to take a seat, and so another day of classes passed. When the brunette was about to leave, the purple-haired girl raised her gaze to watch a brown-haired boy leave the classroom. As the brown-haired boy headed towards the school exit, he could see that there was a purple-haired girl behind him, with brown eyes, with great beauty and proportions that any woman would envy, dressed in dark blue tight jeans, showing off her developed hips, accompanied by a black blouse that highlighted her chest, which could compete with a cadre or serif, which he knew very well, but her forehead was red, as if she had rested it on something hard. At that moment he remembered his classmate, who was asleep at her desk during all the classes. He just watched as the girl walked past him, so that as she passed by, she would turn to look at him and give him money. "What do you want? Do you want something from me?" the purple-haired girl asked with an angry frown, her forehead still red. "No, it's just that," when the boy was about to speak, to clarify the situation, the purple-haired girl said with a murderous glare. "I don't want you to come near me." After those words, the purple-haired girl turned around to continue her way to the exit. Leaving the brown-haired boy puzzled by the situation he experienced with his classmate, without saying a word. "Partner, you're already attracting another female, ha 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 ha," the dragon commented mockingly, only to annoy the brown-haired boy and try to forget what had happened a moment ago, to continue on his way to the exit and go train in the mountains. So the day went by, only for that day to end with training, but apparently there was someone who seemed to be watching them, as had happened the first time. The next day, at America's high school, a chestnut-haired boy was running to get to his first class. "I'm going to be late," the brown-haired man shouted, running like crazy. "Buddy, you still don't understand that you're not in Kuo, in this part of the world public transportation doesn't arrive on time," the red dragon mentioned, taking out an I'm-style drop. "I think it would be better if you didn't remind me," the brunette replied, his eyes closed and in an annoyed tone. "If I don't remind you, who will?" "Ha ha ha," the dragon mocked. "Better shut up, asshole," said the brown-haired man. You're going on your third week and you already speak like the people of this country," Drake responded, playing, since it was clear that his friend no longer cared about the Gremory issue. In the classroom, a teacher had arrived, only to leave his things on the table and immediately go to close the door. "Guys, today we will continue with the topic of Hooke's Law." The moment the teacher prostrated himself in the middle of the class, a chestnut tree opened the door. "Excuse me, Professor, may I come in?" the brown-haired man said, agitated. No, you can come in Issei, you must remember the class rules very well, which were set on the first day. The teacher responded with some annoyance. At school the teacher already had a reputation for arriving on time and not letting anyone in after he arrived. Issei, please leave, next class, see you and arrive early. The teacher said as he approached and closed the door in the brunette's face. Ah, I came running for nothing. The boy thought as he headed to the schoolyard where he leaned against a tree. Dude, what a miserable teacher you have. The dragon with the gauntlet told him, with a hint of mockery in his words. I don't want to think about that anymore or I'll be upset all day. At that moment, the brunette decided to rest in the shade of a tree. A purple hair and the way she treated him the day before came back to his mind, just to mention, I hope I don't have to deal with that girl from yesterday, even though I don't think so, said the brunette. Are you saying that because she's in your classes? Drake replied. Yes, I just hope that. You, why didn't you come into the class? A girl asked in an authoritarian tone, which made him shudder, remembering a classmate from his old school who practiced kendo. At that moment the boy began to open his eyes, only to see the same girl from the day before. I arrived late and they wouldn't let me in. The brunette responded with some fear to the purple-haired girl. Why do you look so terrified? The purple-haired girl asked. But when she saw that the boy didn't answer, only she sighed, wanting to see him. What's your name? I don't know your name yet, and well at that moment, he was interrupted. Karen, my name is Karen Iero, I can't believe you don't know my name. The girl said, puffing out her cheeks. Karen, I'm sorry about yesterday, if I bothered you with something. Said the brunette with a slight smile. No, don't worry. But I can ask you something, Karen asked with seriousness in her words, as she sat down next to the brunette. Sure, what's your question? The brunette said calmly, not thinking that the question was going to make him lose control. What are you really? Karen said, sending him a serious look, waiting for an answer. What do you mean? The brown-haired boy responded with surprise and fear. I can feel that you're not human, but you give off a very weak human-like energy. I can also feel a very peculiar, stronger energy, the girl said, her posture unchanged, her words firm. Issei didn't know what to say to the purple-haired girl's words. I'm a dragon. The boy answered, just to observe Karen, but the girl did not seem surprised by the answer, so that after a few seconds she answered with a simple question. Why are you here? Only the brunette frowned, as he remembered the reason that led him to make the decision to go study in another country. I don't want to talk about that. The brunette responded angrily. It seemed that the boy no longer felt love for the girls from his past, but he still had a little resentment for how they deceived him. Karen saw the boy's look to get an idea that what happened to him was not good, so she made the decision to be in this place. How about we go into the classroom? The next class is about to start and I want to sleep in my seat. The girl said, trying to finish her conversation with the brunette, since she could still see that the boy was uncomfortable with the question she asked him a moment ago. Thus passed a day where the brown-haired boy still had a doubt about how his classmate knew that he was not human. He thought it was something related to the supernatural, but he could not feel any type of energy coming out of her, so it intrigued him more to be able to find an answer to what had happened. After the weeks passed, Karen and Issei became very close. Soon another girl joined, with black hair, with a beautiful body that reminded one of a former nun. That girl is called Mio Akiyama, who soon became one of the best people that the brown-haired boy wanted to protect, to the point that everyone in his class thought they were boyfriends, for which the brown-haired boy felt uncomfortable, because of those rumors that mentioned him, but for the girl they did not affect her. Apparently she liked the rumors where she was the cause along with the boy, who secretly liked her. To just think about how to talk to him and be able to tell him that she liked him. The three of them were very close, like a family, which was something the brown-haired boy liked. Without forgetting that during that time, he felt the energy of two beings, which he was able to recognize since he had faced them many times. It was none other than Valerie Lucifer, his rival, who apparently was searching for him, but always avoided letting him find him. And the other presence that he has sensed, he has never known who it is, but has always been there to try to attack him. Current moment. Issei spoke, leaning against a tree. What's up, buddy? The dragon with the glove responded. It's been almost 3 months since we left and a lot has happened. That's true, my friend. I never imagined the bearer of Albion was looking for you. And then there's the presence we've felt for a while, but it's always when we're training. Drake responded, greatly surprised by the events that had occurred in recent moments. It's true, but I'm still surprised by the bond I had with Karen and with Mio very quickly. They have become very important to me. They are great people that I appreciate very much and will protect no matter what it costs me. Mentioned the brunette with a big smile. Friend, why don't you tell her your past? They've noticed that it makes you sad when you remember it. Drake asked. No, I know, although I think you're right, she told me about her past. Although I didn't expect everything she's had to go through, the boy said, while looking at the sky. I'd better go to training, since it's Saturday. In the mountains outside the city. With the breeze of the wind and the sun shining all over the place, a chestnut tree was seen training with a shining sword. Comrade, if you're bad with a sword, the dragon said, disappointed. Shut up. The brown-haired boy responded agitated, wanting to improve with Ascalon. At that moment you could feel again the energy that always appeared when he trained, but now they saw him, a man of almost years old, but you could see how well he was. The brown-haired man was wearing a white shirt with black pants, showing a smile on his face, where you could see a scar accompanied by a cigarette. Well, boy, you're terrible with a sword, said the brown-haired man, closing his eyes to put on a mocking smile. What do you know? The brown-haired man responded angrily, putting himself in a fighting stance, since the man gave off an energy that he himself could have imagined was greater than the Triexa. Calm down, I'm not here to fight, I'm here to talk to you. About what? Issei replied. About what you are, but I think it would be better to introduce myself. My name is Rias, said the man, offering him a cigarette and giving him a smile. 1 year later. At the former Hyodo residence. The whole year had already passed since Issei left the city of Kuo, where now in the bathroom you could only see the steam flooding the room, and the sound of the water accompanied the humid room where a group of girls were, with a very dull look, as if the problems they had not ended. Girls, how are you doing at the university? Asked a white-haired girl to a trio of women, a girl with brown hair, another with blue hair and a green streak and a blonde, all of whom had overdeveloped bodies, especially their breasts. That group was nothing more than the trio from the church, who with difficulty, barely put on a smile, but could not hide their sadness. I'm doing well, Kaneko-chan, we have to prepare ourselves to be able to help Aunt Sama and her family. Asia said, with a fake smile. I've been doing well, international relations is the degree I always wanted to study, a brunette responded. Girls. A blue-haired girl spoke, who was none other than Xenovia. At that moment the other girls turned to look at the blue-haired girl, to know what she was going to ask. Do you know what career he was going to study? Everyone, upon hearing those words, lowered their heads, still remembering brown hair. Once Rias-san mentioned that Issei would be the director of the Gremory company, that means he was going to study business administration and finance. At that moment, everyone bowed their heads after remembering it. There was a moment of silence, which was interrupted by the reincarnated angel. How could we have done that? The brunette said, shedding a few tears. I feel bad too, remembering everything that happened, the blonde responded, sobbing. I think we'd better get ready, tomorrow is our first day of school. Said the blue-haired girl, getting out of the bathtub to go directly to the bathroom exit. So that all the other girls immediately followed her and started getting dressed. In the living room of the Hyodo residence, a song from the home theater was playing, a song that annoyed the girls in the residence. I don't like this foreign group, I don't know how they can be successful, I don't like their songs, and even less this damn song. All the girls thought the same as the blue-haired girl, for some reason, they didn't like the songs of the fashionable foreign group. Turn off the theater at home, you know I don't like listening, that damn group. Rias said, coming down the stairs, with anger on her face. It could be seen that she had been very careless, beastly loose grey clothes could be seen in her gaze that she couldn't sleep. Hi, Rias Bucho. All the girls spoke and then went to turn off the device. I don't want them to use that damn device again. Understood? Shouted the red-haired girl, heading back to the stairs and returning to that room that was hers, but not only hers, the one that at some point in her life she had shared with her beloved Issei. Issei, I'm sorry, I didn't want it to be like this, how sorry I am for not being here, that you're not with me. Rias just hugged a portrait where she was seen with a boy, the boy could see the happiness he had in the photo, as if he was detaching it. At that moment, light knocks were heard at the door. Rias, it's late. We have to buy food for the week. Said a black-haired woman, it was none other than Akeno, who saw her king and best friend, dressed in the loose clothes, which belonged to her Issei. The few clothes he left, Rias used them as if they were the most precious thing in the world, as if it weren't for her, she wouldn't be alive at this moment. I don't want to go out, Akeno, please leave the room and don't disturb me. At that moment the queen closed the door, to go to the entrance door. Issei, where are you? Please, I'm so sorry, I want you back. The half-demon said, only her face covered by her hair could be seen, and how she walked aimlessly to nowhere. While in America. In an apartment bedroom, a couple could be seen asleep in their bed, while the babbling of a baby could be heard in its crib next to the couple's bed, so that the couple would wake up to the small noises made by the baby. Have you already arranged everything for the trip? Asked a naked girl with a tattoo of a dragon on her back and another tattoo that were lines, which were on the girl's shoulder, who stretched and then put on a shirt that was too big for her, but in the eyes of a man it was something extremely attractive that any man would love to see. Yes, Karen, we're leaving this afternoon and arriving back in Kuo at AM. The boy replied as he put on his underwear, which was lying on the floor. When the girl turned around, she would only stare at the boy lustfully. Issei, how about we have a little more fun? The girl said, then pounced on the boy and planted a kiss so passionately on him that they could only separate due to lack of air. Yes, I just hope our son doesn't get up, besides in a little while those three are going to come pick us up to take us to the airport. Replied the brunette to give her another passionate kiss and start taking off the shirt that belonged to him and be able to observe the great body that compete with the most beautiful angel in the world or surpass. Chapter 3. First day of school, Hyudo residence. But barely the first rays of the morning sun, a group of girls were in the living room who were immersed in their thoughts. Only in those thoughts were the events that happened in that year, something that on the faces of the girls looked very dejected. Only the hands of the clock could be heard, so that moment of silence was interrupted by the sound of the clock striking a clock, so that at that moment all the girls came out of their thoughts that tormented them and began to leave and set off on their way to college. Underworld. In the office of a Mayu with pigtails and a fan of magical girls, it was seen that she was fed up with the situation that tormented her, as if the problem she had could not be solved, since she received several messages and gifts from the demon clown, in which he only said that he wanted to see her and that they should give each other a chance. I don't want to know anything about him anymore. Those were the thoughts of the little Mayu, so that the gift she received would be destroyed with a magic circle. You could only hear how the girl got irritated and cursed to herself when she remembered that moment from her past. I never should have accepted, I just want Issei come back, I want to be with him. At that moment, a man with green hair and a bearing that would impress any being to see him came out of a green magic circle. That person was Ajuka Beelzebub, the creator of evil pieces. To the Mayu's surprise, he looked around the office and saw the damage his fellow Mayu had done. He then gave her a serious look as she sat at her desk. It was obvious how irritated the girl was. Even so, the green-haired Mayu sighed, looked at her again, and asked a question. Why the commotion? That simple question made the girl come out of her thoughts and look at the green-haired man, just close her eyes and answer. As clown. I thought they were already over, since months ago. It's true, but he doesn't leave me alone. I've already told him that I don't love him, but who I love is Issei. How can you say those words without holding your tongue? What do you mean? The Mayu said, referring to the question and the tone in which her partner had said it. Only the Mayu grew angrier at the girl's question, only to close his eyes and try to calm down. He then changed the question he'd asked a few moments ago. What will happen when Issei-kun returns? The Mayu asks, to know the answer his partner would give him. The Mayu remained static at the words expressed by her partner. Can you imagine when he finds out what you and the Nekomata did? I just left the Mayu silent at the question, I didn't know what to answer, only to start babbling. I know that he. I don't want you to tell me that you think he loves you, that he can't hate you, because you would be doing the same thing as the Gremorys, of course without forgetting the other who told him they loved him. Did they really want to say kun? The Mayu Ajuka mentioned, with a reproachful look towards the little Mayu, so that the girl wouldn't know what to say. I love Ai-chan, and the Mayu answered with difficulty. Now. How is it possible that you say that when you had a love with Clown, only Month had passed that Issei left and you forgot him, so you would have been with him. And then Kuroka, Penemu, Gabriel and Opus. They only played with the boy, they only tell him that they love him, but in truth they were only false words. Every word he said was a dagger that hit the Mayu's heart. The Mayu could only hide her gaze, she shed tears because of the words and at certain points truths that the green-haired man mentioned. That relationship was a mistake, You only justify yourself in the same way that Rias Gremory and her entourage did, but don't forget something. He said while making a magic circle to leave the place. Every action is paid for, and even more so if it is shared with several people. At that moment, before crossing the circle, he throws some documents on her desk. It's for you to sign, it's an authorization for the delivery of land, for a supreme class demon. At that moment the Mayu enters the magic circle and disappears, leaving the girl devastated by the words her fellow Mayu had addressed to her. Bullied University. Murmurs could be heard in the hallways of each faculty, where several students were talking. Have you heard? That? There are going to be new students arriving in the architecture program. Oh really? Yes, and what they've said is that they're famous abroad. Wow, I think the faculty of architecture will be very lively this year. I would like to know who they are and why they are famous. Wow, there's a lot of commotion, isn't there, Rias? Akeno asked with a slight smile, hearing how excited the school was with such rumors. I don't care who they are, I just want to go home. Rias said it, it was clear from her appearance that she no longer dressed up like before, you could see her red hair disheveled, as if she no longer took that care of it, her uniform was noticeably wrinkled, something that was very different from what she was before, a girl of a stature and care for her appearance that made her a woman envied and admired by all the people who knew her. Akeno, let's go to the living room, I want to sit down and sleep. The red-haired girl with dark circles mentioned. Yes, Rias. At that moment, as he approached the classroom, a song could be heard from the same group the Gremory girls hated. Show me your hands. That damn shitty music group again, I'm fed up with it. The moment she said those words, Rias entered, slamming the door to her classroom and heading to the group of girls enjoying the melody, who appreciated the song. Damn, this group has me fed up, I don't want to listen to it. Rias grabbed her classmate's cell phone and threw it to the ground to continue stomping on the cell phone. All the students and the teacher who was entering the classroom saw the scene that the red-haired girl had made. Miss Gremory. Leave the classroom and go to the office, now. The teacher had spoken, with authority in his words. Only the redeed came out, so all her classmates started talking about her, that she was crazy, that she was weird, that they didn't know what she was doing here. All those criticisms, which were made towards her king and friend, hurt her, since she knew that since they discovered that Rias and I had a relationship with Ken-sensei, our classmates began to talk to us behind our backs and make fun of us and criticize us. Then it reached the director's ears, we were about to be expelled from the faculty, and then what happened to Issei-kun? That mentally hurt Rias. I know that Issei-kun will return, and we will be able to resolve this, I don't care how, but I know that we will return with him. She thought half fallen, in order to be able to endure the situation. At the Faculty of International Trade. Only the end of the first class was heard, so that at the moment the teacher left, the young people in the group began to talk and take their things to continue to their next classroom. But for a reincarnated angel, she felt alone, distanced from the groups that had gathered in her classroom. All she could see was that she was immersed in those thoughts about a brunette. At that moment, the girl was pulled from her thoughts by a blonde ex-nun. It was Asia. Irina-san, are you okay? Only for the young brunette to react at that moment and turn to look at her. It's nothing, Asia-chan, I'm just thinking about what happened in these last few months. The reincarnated angel mentioned it, with slight sadness. That left the former nun in doubt, since apparently she still couldn't forget what she experienced. Because of that boy, she only hoped that one day she could recover that joy that she always expressed. Irina-san, are you thinking about him? That simple question sent the brunette wild, causing her to lower her gaze and simply nod, as if she wanted to change everything that had happened. It only left the blonde sad, as she too wanted to change things so they would end differently. They just continued on their way in low spirits, only to hear a commotion on their way to their student class, so they came closer and listened to a group of men talking. It's her, a boy said happily. Yes, she is the faculty idol, another would reply with a big smile and emotion in his words. Look, she's coming this way, I want to talk to her. The boy said with nervousness in his words, seeing the idol of the faculty. At that moment, hearing those words left the Gremory girls in doubt, since they knew that in each faculty there was an idol, but for the first time they were going to know who it was. At that moment, while they were in their thoughts, they saw a girl of in height pass by, wearing the standard school uniform, wearing a pearl necklace and a pair of gladiator shoes with a pink accessory. Her hair is a much lighter pink, and her eyes are pink. She was Xia Zitong. Being a girl belonging to the Xia family, which was one of the richest and most powerful families in all of Japan. Despite belonging to a family, Zitong was humble and simple, and was loved by everyone for her kindness, although she was generally very shy when socializing with people. Look, Irina-san. Yes, it's Xia Zitong, she's one of the idols of the entire university, the brunette said. I still remember that rumors had come out that Akeno-san and Rias Onisama were considered the new idols of the university. It's true, Asia-chan. At that moment the pink-haired girl passed by the Gremory girls, just to see them and give them a small smile, which she reciprocated with another smile, and she continued on her way. She is indeed a beautiful woman, Irina mentioned calmly, so that she could continue on her way to her next room. At the Cow Academy, teacher's lounge. The black-haired man with a lock of hair is found. It was without a doubt the former leader of the fallen angels Azazel, who was at his desk reviewing some documents, which at first glance for humans, seemed to be from school, but in reality they were documents from the underworld. Oh. It seems that he is going to return, I wonder what he will do when he returns. This is going to get interesting, Azazel thought while putting on a smile and looking out of a window so he could observe the sky. I think the quiet and boring days will be over soon, now it will be fun. How much did you do during a year? At that moment, he was pulled from his thoughts by a silver-haired teacher. Azazel-sensei, aren't you going to teach classes? Asked a woman with silver hair, which was adorned with small white ribbons, dressed in a dark gray suit. It was the Valkyrie Rossweisse. Hey. Of course, I was just reading something. The former leader of Gregory replied. What were you reading? The albino asked curiously, given the fallen man's way of expressing himself. Let's just say that finally, I won't be bored anymore. Those words left the Valkyrie puzzled, leaving her with doubts about the fallen man's words. By the way, I just spoke with Ajuka and he reminded me of the party that will be held in 2 months to celebrate the peace that was reached among the 3 factions, so you can remind your king. As Issei mentioned before leaving to go to his classes. I just left Alvina puzzled. Guo airport. In the morning, they were waiting for a group of people who were talking to each other. I'm already bored, said a blonde-haired boy who looked like a beast in tight black pants. Pomada, if you didn't want to come back yet, it's better to get it all over with. So you don't have anything tying you down here anymore. A brown-haired man mentioned it, taking out a box of cigars, about to take one and start smoking. You're right, I just hope we don't have problems, Love replied, a black-haired woman who had her hair loose, which reached her waist, dressed in a denim jacket and tight pants that highlighted her great figure, who was hugging the blonde's arm and putting it between her breasts. Calm down, we'll only be here for a year and a half, replied a brunette who was approaching, walking next to a purple-haired man who was still holding a baby in his arms. I understand, but Issei. Saji, I understand your reasons for not wanting to come, but it's better to end this, it's the best for you, Afiontalo, said the brown-haired man seriously. Okay, Issei, Saji responded, while hiding his gaze with his bangs, so that the black-haired girl could hug him tighter. Don't worry, love, I'm going to be with you, I'm not going to let them hurt you again. The black-haired girl responded to kiss the blonde, who was interrupted by the older brunette. Well, calm those impulses, better show your affection when you get to the hotel reservation, Dries mentions. I'm sorry, I'm here, the blonde tried to explain, but it only made everyone start laughing and the black-haired girl get embarrassed by the awkward situation. Calm down, you're making Misaki blush. The purple-haired girl spoke. Perrine. You are the only one who understands me, that only caused everyone to get a drop on their head while they watched the scene of both girls. We'd better go, we're putting on a show, Dries said, with a slight smile. Just as they were leaving to take a taxi, the brunette's cell phone rang. When he saw who was calling, he smiled and everyone started looking at him. How have you been? Issei asked, with a smile and with a slight touch of arrogance. Haha, that's how you treat your friend's cell phone. Don't tell me you're going to become a girl, Issei. Okay, I just wanted to know if you arrived yet, cell phone. Of course, in fact you called me when we were going to take a taxi. Issei. Okay. Then I'll go visit you in a couple of hours. Cell phone. Sounds good to me, so Kieran and I can give you the invitation, Issei. That sounds perfect, then I'm off, cell phone. Sure, see you in a bit. Issei puts away his cell phone. Don't tell me he called you. Karen said, a little annoyed to know who it was. Yes, just that. I can't believe you and him became friends, Saji mentioned it with some doubt. I think fate has unexpected things in store for us, Issei said, while putting on a smile. Just imagine when they see how you've changed everything and know what you're doing now, Dries said, continuing to smoke his cigarette. Everyone smiled when they heard those words, especially the purple-haired girl, seeing her baby. You're the product of our love, while looking at the baby, then seeing Issei and blushing. Chapter 4. At Kuo University, outside the principal's office, a red-haired girl was leaving and walking out of the building to go to her next class. Why did this have to happen? I didn't want this to happen, Issei, where are you? The red-haired girl thought about it while walking reluctantly towards her classroom. Please come back, I want you back, I need you, the girl said. Wow, dear Rias, are you getting into trouble again? These words only made the red-haired girl shake her head, causing her expression to turn into one of hatred and anger. What do you need from me, Shiso-sensei? The red-haired girl said, changing her expression from thoughtful to an annoyed one. Come on, dear Rias, why are you giving me that face? Don't you see that expression makes your face look ugly? The teacher said, as he approached the red-haired girl. The last time we saw each other, I told him never to come near me again. Those were the words the red-haired girl said before turning around and continuing on her way. Oh come on, my dear Rias, it makes me sad to see how you talk to me if you and I have a past together, which I treasure very much. The teacher mentioned it while cleaning his glasses and forming a slight smile on his face. That past you mentioned was just a mistake I never should have made. Oh. Come on, my dear Rias, don't tell me you're still depressed because of that boy, he was just an unimportant boy, get over it, the teacher mentioned it mockingly, letting out a laugh that would scare anyone, Chaz. The sound of a slap was heard throughout the place. Shut up. You are not someone who has the right to mention my Issei. The teacher could only be seen caressing his cheek in annoyance at the girl's action. How dare you damn stupid bitch. If you rejoice so much about the love you mention, you wouldn't have walked out with me. You're no one to tell me anything. I'm going to repeat the last thing I told you when we last saw each other months ago. You will never be better than my Issei, and you're just a poor traumatized man with a woman who rejected him. Swap. The sound of a slap invaded the place again, but this time, the red-haired girl was on the floor with tears in her eyes while she caressed her cheek, caused by the pain. Don't compare me to that idiot. I will always be better than any man you've ever met, stupid. The teacher shouted furiously, approaching the red-haired girl. At that moment, the teacher approached the girl to slap her again, but at that moment he felt someone stop his arm, trying to force it to bend. Hi. Let me go. The teacher shouted desperately, but he was brought to his knees. As a teacher, you dare to touch a student. This deserves a punishment, a girl's voice was heard. At that moment, the teacher and the red-haired girl turned to see who it was, but their biggest surprise was seeing a girl with long dark blue hair and a ponytail, dressed in blue shorts, a blue sweater, and white sneakers. That girl was none other than Tang Xuan. What are you trying to do, Professor Shiso-sensei? Well, the professor's wrist was bent, trying a cry of pain. What are you, Haya? Professor, I hope that it doesn't happen again, or I'll have to report it. Mentioned the blue-haired girl, while she gave more force to the key she had holding the teacher's arm. At that moment, Xuan lets go of the professor's arm, causing him to fall to the ground. The professor, in pain, only stifled his screams, then stood up and walked away while clutching his shoulder. Hotel de Kuo. The large room was seen, only the breeze coming from the small terrace that the room had could be felt, which was adorned by some black lace curtains, which accompanied the room, in which a small bench could be seen, where a couple was, while a purple-haired woman carried a baby in her arms. Issei. What's wrong, Karen? Asked the brunette while hugging the purple-haired girl by the waist. I'm worried, she replied, while looking at the little one. Worried? For what reason? Asked the brunette while his expression changed to a serious one. It's because of them, I don't who. Karen responded haltingly, but she was interrupted by the boy. Karen, you don't have to worry, you're the only one who decides. I know. But. You don't have to worry, you and I are united by him. He said while separating one of his arms that was hugging the purple-haired girl and going to caress the baby's head while he was asleep. And for other reasons. A slight blush could be seen, caused by the words and the brunette's caress on her stomach. It was interrupted by the knocking in the room. I think I'm here, he said as he got up from the bench to enter the room and head to the hall and continue to open it. I knew you were going to arrive quickly, he spoke to the brown-haired boy when he saw the person who was on the other side of the door. Ahaha. You know how I am, but I think in certain situations it is a good idea to say hello. No way, the brown-haired boy replied while putting on a slight smile. I never imagined that you and I would be friends at this time. Neither do I, but I think that's how life is, you never know what will happen over time, said the brown-haired boy. Underworld, Mayu office. The Mayu Ajuka was in his office, sitting in his chair, immersed in his thoughts, which were about a chestnut tree. I wonder what you're going to do now that you know everything, the Mayu thought as he closed his eyes and put on a smile. I think Azazel is right, this will be fun, I shouldn't think like this, but hahaha I can't help it. To be brought out of his thoughts by a call from a magic circle. What's going on? Asked the Mayu. You sound happy, Ajuka, said the man. I just remembered something, Ajuka replied. Let me guess. It's Issei, said the man. You were always so assertive, Azazel replied the man, who called through the magic circle. Hahaha. I'm just waiting for them to see him, by the way, would you invite him to the party? The fallen one asked with a smile. Of course, I gave it to him, so he can give it to you when he sees you, the Mayu replied while closing his eyes and putting on a small smile. I see, although I can't believe that those two became friends, without forgetting the Vitra bear. Mentioned the fallen one while speaking seriously. You're right, I still can't believe it, but I also can't believe the pawn thing. Or not. Ex-pawn. Said the Mayu. Well, I think I'm leaving, I just wanted to know about the invitation, see you later, Ajuka. Azazel said of course, we'll call each other later, so that when the call ended the magic circle would close. How university? There was a red-haired girl getting up with the help of the blue-haired girl, while she showed her an angry look, since she knew who the red-haired girl was. So you are one of the girls who was with this teacher, said the blue-haired girl, without changing her serious expression, on the contrary she looked annoyed. You're going to make fun of it too, Rias responded angrily, with eyes that wanted to cry. No, since you decided to do it yourself, but even though we barely know each other, I would like to know what led you to go out with a teacher, and, to top it all off, the most traumatized one. Xuan asked, while closing her eyes and crossing her arms, only so that they would highlight her chest. Why should I tell you? The red-haired girl responded, her anger growing more intense. Okay, it's not necessary, but I could have helped you with the people talking about you. That caused the red-haired girl to be surprised by those words. Why do you want to help me? He said, looking at the girl, who just turned her back on him. Because if there's one thing that angers me, it's when they ridicule women, but you don't want me to know, and I can understand that. After finishing speaking, Xuan continues walking to leave the red-haired girl alone, who only saw how he walked away to say a few simple words. I see, so she was one of the school idols, the red-haired girl said it. Hotel de Kuo. The room was in disarray, as if a war had just happened. Clothes were everywhere, suitcases strewn about, and a trail of clothes ended with underwear. Only one naked couple was visible, while the girl was on the blonde man's chest. "Saji, I have something to tell you," the black-haired girl said, while turning to the boy. "What's wrong, Misaki?" the blonde asked as he adjusted himself to see the black-haired girl's gaze. It's that the girl couldn't speak, you could tell how nervous she was. "Boy, haven't you noticed," said a purple dragon, who spoke mentally with his carrier. "What are you talking about, Vitra?" asked Saji, since he didn't know what the Dragon King was referring to. You still have a lot to learn about the dragon race," mentioned the Dragon King with disappointment, holding his carrier. "Explain yourself," said Saji, with a worried expression since he believed that something serious was happening with the girl. But the dragon did not answer him, as he preferred to stay asleep so as not to answer him. Saji. The black-haired girl shouted, since from one moment to the next the boy no longer paid attention to her. "What? Misaki, what happened?" asked the blonde, a little exasperated. "I think I would be the one to ask you that," said the black-haired girl, with some tears. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to worry you, but tell me what's going on," said Saji, to get into a sitting position on the bed, so that at that moment, the girl would do the same and cover herself with the bed sheets and lower her head. "Saji, I am. You're that. I'm pregnant, I'm expecting your child." Those words left the blonde in shock. Saji Iki. Gritaba Misuki. Guo Hotel in another room. "I knew you were going to get here fast," he spoke to the brown-haired boy when he saw the person on the other side of the door. "Haha. You know how I am, but I think in certain situations it is a good idea to say hello." "No way," the brown-haired boy replied while putting on a slight smile. "I never imagined that you and I would be friends at this time." "Neither do I, but I think that's how life is, you never know what will happen over time," said the brown-haired boy. "Come on, Issei, don't tell me you still have resentment for what happened years ago." "Haha, of course not, at that time we were both very immature, but that's it, Riser." Both boys just looked at each other to start laughing, so that at that moment the purple-haired girl entered the conversation. "Whenever you two get together, you always talk about stupid things," Karen said while closing her eyes, a little irritated since she knew all the stupid things you two do when you get together. "Haha, calm down," Karen said. "After all, he and I already have a history." It only caused Karen to have a small vein appear, which hit them, leaving some bumps on both young people. "Issei, you have a very aggressive woman," said the phoenix while rubbing his head. "I know, although." "What did you two say?" shouted the purple-haired girl from the room, coming out with the baby in her arms. "Nothing." Both boys said while they felt a small chill on their backs. "I hope so," so she would go to the kitchen to prepare a bottle for the baby. "Better tell me what you wanted to talk about," asked the brunette as they headed to a sofa. "Take this." He took a red envelope out of his red jacket. "What is this?" the brown-haired boy asked when he saw the envelope that had his old name on it. "It's an invitation to my wedding, it will take place a week after the faction party." "I see, I'm going to compose a song for you and your wife," said Issei, while giving a smile to the phoenix. "Yes, although that's not all," that left the brown-haired boy with doubt. "What do you mean?" Issei asked. Take at that moment Rias took out of a magic circle a scroll that had some black, white and red ribbons. "What the hell is this?" the brunette said, proceeding to remove the ribbon and read the contents. "Join us for the celebration of the anniversary of the peace between the three factions. October 4th at p.m. in Grigory's hall. We would be honored to have you here." "What the buck?" Issei said after reading the scroll. "They gave it to me," said the Phoenix after putting on a smile. "I see, they want me to introduce myself to everyone." "Ha," sighed the brown-haired boy because he already knew what was coming when they saw him. "You should stay calm, because that will bring you closer to ending this." "I know, but okay, you're right." He was interrupted by a woman who was coming out of the kitchen with a baby who had his bottle. "It's a good opportunity for them to meet me and our son," Karen said with a smile as she went to sit next to the brunette. "Okay, I'll do it," Issei said to kiss Karen on the lips so that they were interrupted by the phoenix. "Hey, I'm here," he said, to make the couple blush more, even more, the girl. "By the way, Issei, how's your harem going?" Those words made the young man a little annoyed. "I wouldn't like to do it, but..." "I know that now you don't do it because you want to, but out of obligation, more than anything because you're from that clan," said Razors to see the boy. "I just want to have a quiet life," Issei mentioned. "Issei, don't worry, I'm going to help you choose the girls," Karen mentioned, looking at him and smiling. "Thanks Karen, I love you," to kiss again. "Hey, I'm still here," Razor said, a little annoyed as they ignored him for the second time. "Sorry, by the way, before I forget," here Razor, taking out of a portal resembling a black hole, leaving the boy surprised, some badges that said VIP. You told me that you and your fiancé wanted to go to the concert, Issei said as he gave her the badges. Thank you, I think it's time for me to leave, so at that moment he said goodbye and left the department. At Cow School. There was an albino girl at her desk, her head on the table. She was Rossweisse, wearing headphones, listening to a song by the new band that the other girls hated, except for her. As if she knew something. Issei, I'm going to tell you the truth, what really happened, the Valkyrie thought. To get more into the song. Chapter 5. Kuo University. There was a group of 4 young people at the main entrance who were in pairs holding hands, and despite the stares of the other people as they entered, some asked to recognize these young people. Have you seen those? Yes, it seems they are foreigners. Foreigners? Weren't there rumors that a group of young people would arrive at the school? It's true, it could be them. But another little group. Wow, those women are so beautiful. I envy them. I wish I was them to have a boyfriend like one of those boys. Hey, those look familiar to me. You're right, but I don't know where from. Wait a minute, it can't be. Kiaya. Everyone who was walking or talking about the group of that was at school changed their gaze to look at the girl who screamed. The Ithar they are. Kuo College of International Business. Hello, let me introduce myself, my name is Miss Yuki Shaoli, a black-haired girl introduced herself. While she was observed by girls, they were part of the famous trio of the church, Asia Argento and Irina Shido, who looked at the young girl in great detail, since just seeing her any man would go crazy, but there was another girl, who observed the new student, who just seeing her, could feel an aura that she knew, but did not know where it came from. This girl was none other than Ruruko Namura. That girl is very beautiful. It's true, I'm going to conquer her. It sounds familiar, but where from? What are you taking about? It can't be, that girl is Misu, from Kuo Counting School. Hello, nice to meet you, my name is Genshiro Saji. The blonde introduced himself to realize that he was in the room with women. One of them was Xenovia Korta, Tsubasa Yura and Momo. The latter caused displeasure in the boy when he saw her, but for her, it was a joy to see him and be able to fix his situation, along with her other friend. Saji, you're back, the white-haired girl thought, while she shed a few tears. He only saw the white-haired girl to put a grimace of disgust, which was only seen by the blue-haired girl of the Citri clan Tsubasa Yuri, while Xenovia was only surprised by the arrival of the blonde, since everyone who knew him knew of his disappearance, even the reason he gave for the boy to make the decision to leave. The only question that came to their minds was, where were you, Saji love? Kuo Faculty of International Relations. It's a great pleasure to meet you all. My name is Karen Iori. She was observed by women, half of them fell down and just looked at the girl with some anger, without knowing why. The other girl was a black-haired girl with glasses, a great body was Tsubaki Shinra, and the last one was the Ice Queen, Sona Citri, who looked at the purple-haired girl with some anger, while the red-haired girl just looked out the window with her thoughts still brown. But all that changed when all the students in her group started making a fuss about the new student, since they had recognized who she was. You are I, from the group The King of Music, you are the bassist. Hey. He couldn't utter a word in response to his companion's comment. You were, I can't believe it, all the men and women who knew the group. This only caused annoyance to the Gremory heiress and her queen. For the Citri heiress and her queen, they were only surprised even though they did not know who the members were, but they did know the name of the group. Kuo College of Architecture. Hello, let me introduce myself, my name is Issei. I studied the first years at Cow School, and my last year I studied abroad. 3 people from his class saw the brown-haired boy, which in an almost impossible whisper, but not for the boy, Hyodo Issei, who looked for the people who knew him to give themselves a big surprise, since one of them was a great friend and companion. Hyodo, I missed you, a brown-haired girl shouted as she rushed to hug the boy. Hi, how have you been? The brunette only reciprocated the hug so that everyone in the class could see them and be surprised by the scene that was happening in front of them. I missed you so much, the brunette said as she buried her face in the boy's chest, which only made the brunette smile and continue the hug. Calm down, Kiryu, the boy replied as he directed one of his hands to the girl's head and caressed her. At the same moment he began to caress her, he saw tears coming out of her eyes. Kuo Faculty of International Relations. The first class had ended and the students were leaving. For our purple-haired girl, she was questioned by several classmates, although she only lasted minutes of class because everyone wanted to talk to her, to ask her out. Parent-san, please, do you want to go on a date with me? Said a boy who was none other than Kodo Hinashi, who was the most attractive boy in the class, who all the prettiest girls in the class had already had a date except for the heiresses and their queens. Since with Sona and her queen it was because he knew that he would never be able to with them, and as for the red-haired girl and her friend, since what happened with the sensei, he didn't want to, apparently in his eyes they were bitches. At that Karen refused, so the guy got upset by the girl's denial. She realized and just said, I won't do it for reasons. 1. I'm already a few months away from getting married and I'm not going to ruin it just for a moment that I could occupy with her fiancé, and 2. I have a son with my fiancé and I don't intend to ruin it for something so silly. At married. A child. They all said in unison. They were surprised by the girl's words, but even more so was the boy who wanted to ask her out, and all he had on his mind was anger at the rejection. Yes, the purple-haired girl responded, with a big blush, but firm in her words, which made a great impression even on the heiresses and their respective queens, who felt as if a knife had pierced their chest. But, you're still very young, but who is it? One of the girls spoke, well, coming out of her surprise, so that everyone would listen carefully, so that the same demons, out of sentiment, would also pay attention. He's a member of the group. Everyone who knew the group knew who she was referring to, which made several women feel envious, but also respectful, because she remained faithful to her fiancé, while the men felt sadness, since they knew they weren't going to have a chance with a new student and future idol of the school. Guo Counting School. The day had ended and the blonde-haired boy was heading towards the Faculty of International Trade with great joy, but he was intercepted by a white-haired girl with a body that several women would envy. She had wide hips and a rather large chest like that of a reincarnated angel, who he knew from his best friend, who could be seen in the university uniform. He realized that in the months that he did not see her, she had developed. But he only looked at her eyes to see some tears coming out of her eyes. Saji. You're back, she said it between halts while she approached to pounce, but she was stopped by the same blonde-haired man who only looked at her to say a few words. Goodbye, Momo. The Vritrabera continued on his way to be able to meet his girlfriend, leaving the white-haired girl devastated, who could only stay in the same place and crouch down so that she would continue crying. The whole scene was seen by the 2 blue-haired girls in her class who were enraged by the blonde's action. Momo. The blue-haired girl said in unison, only looking at the boy with anger for the way he left their friend. But in the white-haired girl's mind, the Citri, came the memory of months ago. Because were the words she repeated while being hugged by the girls. But both girls only had questions running through their minds. Where was he all this time? And what was he doing? That's all the blue-haired girls were thinking. Guo College of Architecture. He was finishing his last class and a chestnut was approaching the young chestnut. Iodo, shall we go home together? There's someone else who wants to talk to Taigo, Kiryu said with a slight smile while adjusting his glasses. I'm sorry, it's just that at that moment he was interrupted by a voice that just by hearing it he felt true fear, taking him back to his time at the academy. Iodo, why are you refusing? It was a girl's voice, which made the brown-haired boy bristle. That voice is from, the brown-haired boy thought while he turned around to look at 2 girls, a brown-haired girl with 2 pigtails, a thin waist, which accompanied her with wide hips, and a large front that if he had to guess the size would be centimeters, and another girl with short pink hair. She also had a thin waist, large hips, but not as much as the brown-haired girl, and a bust that would be around centimeters. Just seeing them made him remember his past. Murayama, what are you doing here? The brown-haired boy said, nervous and unable to speak fluently. Is this how you greet your former classmate? The brunette responded, raising her voice in an angry tone, giving off a purple aura, which caused fear in the brunette. Sorry Murayama, and I didn't mean to, the brown-haired boy responded, placing himself behind Kiryu, who only lowered her head to hide her smile. And to top it all off, you're rude, Thebes is like a pervert, and you come back like a man with no manners, Murayama said as he took flight with his backpack to give him a good hit. Murayama-san, waiter action was stopped by her companion. Caddis-chan, the chestnut trio responded in amazement. Wine with other customs, you must understand, Caddis mentioned, in order to reassure her friend. Millimeters, okay, I'll let it go, but I hope we can talk, since we're going to be in the same group, the brunette with pigtails said, giving the brunette a look of disgust and pouting, which only made a drop of blood fall on the back of the boy's neck. Ayaju, why can't you join us? And why did you change your last name? The pink-haired girl said now, trying to ease the tension that had been brewing for a few moments so that both girls would pay attention to the question their friend asked. I have to pick up my girlfriend, and with my last name, I had a problem. I wouldn't like to talk about it. The trio of girls was surprised by the answer, but without realizing it, they felt like their hearts were crushed with the answer to the boy's girlfriend, but they didn't understand the reason, and with the second question, they could only understand that it had to be something serious for him to change his last name. Since when do you have a girlfriend, Hyaju? The 3 asked, hoping that what he said was a joke. Apparently, they had feelings for the boy and hadn't realized it, or still hadn't realized it. I've loved her for about 6 months. They just listened while showing a fake smile. Girls, I'm sorry, I have to go. She's waiting for me, they nodded with a pain in their hearts. Thus ended the first day where both couples Issei and Karen met at the entrance of the Kuo Faculty of International Relations, where it was seen by all the students of the faculty, except for both heiresses and their queens, of which there were girls who already knew the boyfriend of the purple-haired girl since they knew of the group, and others cursed that they did not have a chance. Thus passed the course of a month, where the young people had a semi-quiet school life. None of the Gremory girls realized that their Issei, as they said, had been back for a long time, and that none of them had seen him, and as for the former pawn Citri, everyone already knew of his return, but he always evaded them when they saw them. Miss Yuki became friends with most of the class, except for the girls from the Gremory and Citri clans, Asia and Irina and Haruko, but mainly with the pawn from the Citri clan, although there were times of hostility from the trio at times, since Haruko began to feel an aura in her that became familiar, she also realized that she is not completely human. As for Saji, he had quite a few problems, since Momo didn't leave any opportunity to start a conversation, but the blonde always rejected her. There was an occasion when the blue-haired girls confronted him to complain for the treatment towards their friend, but he always told them not to interfere, but Xenovia was left in shock by reminding her of what happened with the brown-haired boy, making her remember the boy she loved and had lost because of her stupidity. And there was another occasion in which her ex-king wanted to recruit him again, but he refused on several occasions, and then. As for Karen, she had no problems, despite living with the heiresses and their respective queens, but with the Gremory girls, she already knew who they were before entering the university, but since she introduced herself, she always boasted about her commitment to the member and partner of the band, but which caused them annoyance, and they did not know why, since there was so much hatred towards the band that they did not realize that their master was so close to them. When the brown-haired boy went for her, he always appeared when the girls were not there. But Issei, it was easier. He was able to apologize to Murayama and Caddis for his behavior when he was in school. He became friends with the girls, but with Kiryu, as she knew about the supernatural, she was the first to know the reason for his departure from Kao a year ago, and everything he experienced in his other school, and his relationship with Karen and the great pain he had, and the reason for the change of his last name, which for the girl affected her a lot. For everything her partner lived, although she also felt sadness for what happened with the mention of Karen. His entire group knew that he was one of the members of the band The Kings of Music, for which it caused a great scandal in the faculty. Kuo College of Architecture rooftop. There was a chestnut tree climbing the stairs to rest on the roof because several women were always looking for him to go out with, but he always rejected them. I'm fed up, how I wish they would just leave me alone for one day, the brown-haired man said as he opened the door to go up to the roof. I think I'll stay here. At that moment he saw something that left him strange and confused. I can't believe it, why is there a small cake on the roof? As he looked at the cake, since he didn't understand the reason for this. I wonder if since she must be one of the girls who harasses me, the brown-haired boy thought, while raising an eyebrow. Hey buddy, don't you think that decimation is weird? Drake mentioned. What thing? Is it about the cake? I also have doubts about why they didn't give it to me personally, Issei said, while lifting the cake with his hands, while he reached a part of the roof to sit down. I don't think it's okay, eat it. The dragon mentioned it, since he felt something strange about the cake. Calm down, I don't think anything's wrong. At that moment the brown-haired boy began to eat the cake, with great joy, but what he didn't think was that this would cause more problems for him in the future. At that moment, relevant school news could be heard on the megaphones of all the faculties. Comrades, it's in the morning and today's news is. The university's new basketball club, led by Thang Shua, the captain of the gymnasium, has opened. Also, remember that first-year students from each faculty must enter a sports area, so they are encouraged to enter as soon as possible. This is today's news, and as you know, every time we report, we say goodbye with a song. This time, it will be with one from a famous new foreign group. I hope you like it. All the students loved the song when they heard it, all except for a group of girls, who were watched by 3 people who only had a satisfied smile. They had to play a song from that damn group, Rias thought. Because that group, of all of them, because that group, Akenos thought. DKS, damn shitty group, Xenovia thought. I don't want to listen to that horrible group, thoughts of Asia and Irina. I never imagined they would play that song, Saji thought while putting on a smile and watching Xenovia, since he could see the grimace of annoyance she made when she heard the song. Haha wow, so what they said was true, none of those girls like any of our songs, he said it in his thoughts, while he calmly looked at Irina and Asia, who showed a look of sadness and anger. Poor if they surpass who composed the song for, while smiling. But Karen, I don't pay much attention to Rias and Akeno, since in her thoughts she had her brown-haired boy and the beautiful moments she had with him, since she knew the meaning of the song. I didn't expect them to play the song I wrote for him, the boy thought as he continued eating the cake. It's a beautiful song, mate, remember when you sang it to her? Drake mentioned while observing his partner with a cake mustache and putting on a look, remembering that occasion. Grigori. There was a group of young people who were chatting among themselves while waiting for Cadre Azazel. Ani-sama, said a young blonde woman who had a striking sky blue beak who was sitting on one of the sofas in the place. What's wrong, LaFay? Replied the blonde who had a sword in his hands which was leaning against the wall while he had his arms crossed. When will Vali-sama return? The little witch asked while giving her brother a serious look. Soon, we just have to wait, besides Azazel-sama wants to talk to us, the blonde responded without changing his posture but giving his sister a tender look while looking at her. It was seen in the instant as a young woman with silver hair appeared from a magic circle. She had hair that reached almost to her back. She was dressed in a black skirt that reached to her knees with a white strapless blouse and a jacket with dungarees of the same color. She was the current Hakuryuku, Valerie Vali Lucifer. Come on Vali, you already dress according to your gender, Arbor mentioned it, mockingly seeing the young woman. Shut up Arthur, I don't want any comments, replied the young descendant of Lucifer. But, Vali-sama, you look very beautiful, said the little blonde, while her eyes were filled with stars, while the young platinum-haired girl turned red at the words that both brothers said. I think the same, my partner is practicing to be a good wife. That caused the young woman to blush more, only causing the older brother to start laughing. Shut up Albion, no, he was interrupted by the little mage, she only said a few small words. Vali-sama, I support your way of preparing yourself to be a good wife. I am also preparing to make a good wife for Issei-sama. The little girl said it, causing the platinum hair to drop a drop on her neck. It made Albion start to laugh, and the young swordsman, and anger just because his little sister mentioned the word wife. By the way Vali, how did your search for Hyaju go? The blonde asked, waiting for the girl's answer, but the descendant of Lucifer covered her gaze with her bangs, only to say a few I haven't been able to find him. The mage just looked down to listen to some small sobs that the blonde was letting out. If it weren't for those damn bitches, he would still be here with a change of expression. Both girls were annoyed when they remembered the women who caused the brunette to disappear. The albino still remembered how little by little she began to fall under the charms of the chestnut, coming to mind the fight she had with him when the factions came to peace, how he showed to have the courage to defend those he loves, without forgetting the day he faced against the Triexa. The young chestnut protected her from an attack of his black flames, which in just a second she saw her whole life, her childhood, the abuse of her father, also when Azazel helped her when she was alone. The day she met the man who had said he was her rival and now wanted as a partner. On the European continent. You could see a forest that was surrounded by a large number of trees, where in the middle of some you could see how the place was deformed, as if it were the movement of water, so that a circle began to form that had a black background, rays began to come out of it, which were similar to a black hole. You began to see how 3 people were coming out of the same portal. I never imagined returning to Earth subject. You're right, but now is not the time to be a tourist subject. You're right, we must find him subject. I never thought we'd have to ask the Earth warriors for help subject. You know very well the reason for this, if we don't do it, we will be condemned, besides the Earth is the next to be attacked subject. Also, it's a good opportunity for us and the Earthlings to leave the war and the fights behind and start over subject. Just as they were about to continue on their way, another portal appeared, but this time the rays coming out of it were gray. There's no way they followed us, the 3 men said, getting into a fighting stance. Ahahaha, thank you for showing me the way to the land, my lord will be grateful, said the man who came out of the portal, accompanied by a small army. It can't be. The people said as they got into a battle pose. Chapter 6. In the forest of Europe. It could be seen that in the place where there had been a beautiful and arid place, there were charred plants as if a blaze of fire had passed. Now there were 3 people in the middle, with several blows, some had a broken nose and another a broken arm, they were unconscious. The gray sky was visible, but it was getting darker and darker, with lightning striking in front of the 3 people, while it being materialized. Our University Faculty of International Relations. In the arid grass of a garden, lying next to a tree, were 2 women with beautiful bodies, one of them with long purple hair adorned with a lock of hair on both sides of her ears, which was adorned with a white ribbon, and her companion with black hair, with her hair loose, while they felt the wave of the wind, and while they talked about a certain subject about the blonde and his ex-partners. Miss Yuki, don't they know about your relationship with Saji yet? Only the black-haired girl smiled at her friend's question. The truth is no, Saji told me that both girls have been looking for him, they even offered him to be the Citri flat laborer again. The black-haired girl said those last words with hatred and disgust at the same time. Karen, have you figured out why both heiresses and their queens are still in the same semester as you? Fu. The truth is that it was for the same reason that my dear Issei left Kuo, the purple-haired girl answered with a smile, leaving her friend in doubt. What do you mean? I know the reason why Issei left, but how did it affect all of them? The purple-haired girl only let out a slight laugh, leaving Miss Yuki with more doubts. It's very simple and I'll tell you in a few simple words, bitches and sorry, but you know it's the best of all. I think I can already imagine what it is, it has something to do with us, and his anger with the group. The black-haired woman mentioned it with a mocking tone. Yes, although it won't be long before they find out about the four of us, she said this last thing remembering the two people she loves with all her heart while she caressed her belly with her hand, only keeping a thought of happiness in her mind. Now with you, we'll be more of a family. While Miss Yuki had the same thought as Karen. Faculty of International Relations. Elsewhere, more specifically in the faculty cafeteria, there was a group of women who were chatting, although a red-haired woman was barely paying attention to the conversation. "Tsubaki-san, haven't you had any success with Saji-kun yet?" asked a black-haired girl with long hair and rather large breasts while taking a sip of the drink. "No, Akeno-san, he hides from us," referring to his king and her. "The only one who has been able to see is Momo-san, and every time she tries to talk to him, he only inhabits her. It is as if he takes us, as if he had never known us," responded the Queen of Sona while adjusting her glasses, but you could see a downcast look on the girl. "You know something, Akeno-san, I regret not having stopped Momo-san and Raruko-san, so Saji-kun would still be in the clan, but we can't change the past, and now that he's back, we can't fix the bond we had. Tsubaki, he will come back, he is hurt, and when he comes back I will have to forbid Momo and Raruko from getting close to him, and I will make them apologize, it is the least they should do. I also have to do it for not having done anything, he was my pawn, and I just let it happen." This made the Citriaris put on a sad look. Author's note. Sona isn't in love with Saji, she just feels bad for not having stopped what happened to him and the other two members of the clan. "Sona-sama, you shouldn't blame yourself," said the young queen of Sona. "Let's change the subject." Only the two Citri girls nodded to ask about the topic that the Gremories would have least liked, but it was important to the Citri. "Rias, have you heard from Haidu-kun?" That question provoked a hard look from the disheveled red-haired girl, causing a little fear in her childhood friend and the concern of both queens, thinking the worst, since whenever the subject of the brown-haired boy was brought up, he always took on a hostile character. "No, I haven't heard from him," Rias replied, hiding her gaze with her unruly hair. Guo City. The year-old man could be seen leaving a sales office. He approached a car, it was an Alfa Romeo 4C. He sat down, reviewed some documents he had left the sales office with, grabbed his cell phone, and proceeded to find a number and call. "Well, Issei son. Well, hello, what's up? Just calling to let you know that the purchase of your new apartments is already in place." "Seriously? That's great, but. By the way, there's a little gift they brought you from your America." "Gift? What gift?" asked a brown-haired boy while trying to think what it was. "I'll just tell you that it's chrome-plated black, with the image of green flames around it," Dries responded while looking at the documents. "The girl." The brunette responded with a tone of happiness that could be heard through the cell phone, causing the older brunette to almost drop the cell phone. "Calm down, and yes, it's the girl, she's just not here with me." "So where is it?" Issei asked, in amazement and not very worried. "I sent it with you, it should arrive in about minutes, it will be at the entrance of the faculty." "I can't believe it. So my little girl is going to be with me." The boy mentioned it with excitement. "Then I'll hang up, I have to get ready to be with her." "Hey, calm down, she's not a woman. By the way, I forgot to tell you something." "What is it?" "We were invited to participate in the Canaveral concert. But I thought we had no chance to get in anymore." "That's true, but one of the groups cancelled because two of its members were in a car accident and are now recovering in the hospital." "Okay, but why are you telling me this by cell phone and not when we see each other in the afternoon?" "I'll be honest with you, I just spoke to a friend and he apparently has something to show me. The beings I told you about some time ago returned, but we don't know the reason for this and in hours is my flight, so I'm going to get to the hotel to take my luggage. I'll leave the documents and the keys so you can go see the apartments you bought, and in days I'll see you in Spain for the concert." "Okay, don't worry, we'll take care of this, so have luck on your trip and hope it's nothing serious," Issei responded seriously, considering the reason that led the older brunette to leave. "And please start making some progress with your harem, I need you to start making progress." Just those words left the brunette with a feeling of annoyance, so the older brunette hung up at that moment. Underworld. In a forest on the outskirts of the place, two black-haired women could be seen arriving on the branches of a tree. "Kuroka, don't feel bad anymore," said a black-haired loli who could barely express her emotions. "How am I going to contain myself, Office Naya, if you hadn't stopped me on that occasion?" "Naya, the Nekomata said between sobs, while covering her face with her hands. "Ada, I also made a mistake, and if I hadn't realized, I would have made a bigger mistake," mentioned the little loli while looking at the sky. I don't want to say to find out," Naya said the cat while trying to control her crying. You more than anyone should know that it is better to wait for the instincts of the bearer of drag, they will alert him, responded the dragon goddess. But. You shouldn't worry, nothing happened more than a few kisses and caresses the little goddess had said, while now looking at Kuroka. But I still have his essence Naya, I don't want him to smell that damn smell when he comes back. Naya, after what was said, the goddess of infinity, was left thinking about what was said. I know that, since I am also in the same situation, he said. Office, let's walk to the human world. Naya, I think I'll go visit Azazel to see if he knows anything about Issei. Naya. So that office only nodded her head so that she herself opened a small portal where they both entered. After a few seconds they appear near a plaza, which was near Kuo's school. While they walked through each of the stores they passed in order to reach their destination, but as they walked, they could see several tables, and in one there were women, which surprised Kuroka, since she never thought she would see them together in the same place, the most important women of the factions, if it weren't in a meeting, but now they were in front of her, who were immersed in their thoughts. Isaka-sama, Penemu-sama, Gabriel-sama, Leviathan-sama, good afternoon Naya, it's rare to see the of you together, especially in the human world, Kuroka said, while trying to put on a smile, but the girls could barely nod at the Nakamata's greeting. What brings you here, Kuroka-san? Seraph Gabriel was asking, while the other girls barely looked at the Nakamata. I'm just going to talk to Azazel. That caused doubts among the girls, but more to a fall that was getting an idea of the visit to her fallen companion. It's about Issei. No, this made all the women even more surprised, including Kuroka and Office. Issei's back. Mentioned the other girls, who were upset to think that he had already arrived, to whom he said was his beloved, only to have a refusal from the Nakamata to continue to explain why they had come. I see, I think we're all in the same boat. Asaka spoke, while everyone put on a forced smile. Do you think Issei? At the moment the fall spoke, the plaza played a song that made an impression on the girls, which in a quick instant changed to one of annoyance. Even Gabriel herself showed anger when the song began. I don't understand why every time I hear a song from the group, I feel displeasure, annoyance and sadness. Gabriel spoke, while all of them understood what he was saying, even the dragon goddess herself, since she felt the same as the girls, despite the fact that she has listened to songs from the group few times, and every time she does she feels the same. Do you know who the members of the group are? Seraphil asked, while the others also wondered who they were and why the songs affected them so much. Entranced to the Faculty of Architecture. A brunette was seen signing some delivery papers, and then a Honda Shadow VT750 motorcycle was unloaded from a delivery truck, while the brunette felt as if the motorcycle were his newborn son. Baby, I missed you. I can't believe you're still as beautiful as ever, the brown-haired boy spoke, while the dragon just watched this with a drop coming out of his head. Comrade, calm down, you're making me feel sorry, Drake said, so that his partner would stop the scene. But what they didn't realize was that a blonde-haired woman, dressed in a suit, was arriving and listening to the band's music while she arrived at her destination. At the end of the song, the girl stopped when she saw a person she had been waiting for to arrive someday, who approached with tears coming out of his eyes. Comrade. Behind you. Drake said it through his mind while Issei turned to see, and instantly his eyes opened in surprise, but his gaze changed to one of anger. Rossweisse, what are you doing here? The brown-haired boy spoke, while the Valkyrie rushed to hug him, but in that instant, the brown-haired boy grabbed her arms to stop the hug. I'm going to repeat it again, Rossweisse, what are you doing here? The Alvina, upon hearing the boy's cold and serious words, stopped and was surprised, with a feeling of sadness. I saw you when I came to see Rias-san, but. If that's the case, go ahead and follow your path. The only thing I'm going to tell you is not to say anything to the girls. He said the last thing as a threat. Wait, Issei, let's talk please, I want. Nothing, Rossweisse, you and I have nothing to talk about, I no longer have anything to do with you and the others, he spoke, without changing his seriousness and coldness towards the Alvina. At that moment, a woman was coming to stop the scene, since she saw her lover angry and knew that in that outburst of anger, he might do something stupid. Issei, let's go. Those words brought the boy out of his anger, to turn around and see that it was his girl who hugged his back and looked at him so that they would leave and he wouldn't do something stupid. Upon hearing his fiancée's request, he got on the motorcycle to continue leaving, but at the moment when Karen was about to get on, she was stopped by the Valkyrie. Wait, who are you? She asked to know who the purple-haired girl was and why her lover was paying attention to her, without saying anything. I don't have to answer, Karen replied as she got on the back of the motorcycle and hugged her fiancé. The Valkyrie just remained silent and watched as they both left without saying anything, while tears ran down her face. The next day at the Faculty of Architecture. It was already the next day after meeting the Valkyrie, it was the end of the second period and he was immersed in his thoughts, but what he hadn't realized is that a trio of women who noticed his serious face, but more a brunette with glasses which he thought had to be about his old group, where his ex-friends were, that's how it is after the brunette left a year ago, the trio of the church stopped talking to her. without knowing the reason and began to have a friendship with Murayama and Caddis. She was going to approach, but at that moment the door of the room opened and a woman with pink hair and eyes the same color as her long, loose hair and a fairly developed body which surpassed by far the Gremory on Asama's entered. She had wide hips, with a flat stomach, which stood out a lot with her pink dress. She was Shazitong. She started walking until she reached Issei, who hadn't even realized that the pink-haired girl was already next to him. Issei-kun, hearing the words the brown-haired man came out of his thoughts to turn to see who was calling him, but he was surprised to see a woman a little older than him, quite beautiful, only he was left stunned by her beauty. But the girl approached him and grabbed his hand, guiding him to her stomach. While everyone watched, she didn't last long after hearing a few words that left the brunette's body cold. Issei-kun, aye. Greg, do you know why she's embarrassed? Issei asked his friend mentally. Partner, I don't know, maybe he'll declare his love to you, the dragon responded, since it was the only reason that came to mind due to the great popularity his partner had. Issei, I'm carrying your baby, she said this as she placed the brunette's hand on her belly, while all her classmates remained silent. That can't be who she is, was what the boy had thought. Blah. Chapter 7. Guo College. There was a man with black hair and a blonde streak checking his cell phone because he had a new message, which when he opened it, he started to laugh. Ahahaha, without removing his typical cynical smile, he began to think about the message. He's already dead, I wonder how his girl is going to take it, hahaha, although, I would also like to know how the others will take it when they know who he is. He thought this after looking to the side of the teacher's room. There was an albino with dark circles under her eyes, which showed that she hadn't slept at all night. He had the idea that it was because of the brown-haired girl who missed him and wanted to fix things, but what he didn't know is that she had already seen him, and that reunion between them was not at all pleasant. All the Gremory girls, every time he had to be with them to inform them about some subject related to the factions, always end up asking about Issei and if he knew when he would arrive. For the Fallen it was something frustrating since it made him angry to know how they asked about him. He does not deny that there were times when he felt sorry for them, since at that time, he did not know the reason why Issei made the decision to leave. But after some time he spoke with Ajuka about matters of the sacred gears, and after passing the conversation, they came to the subject of the brown-haired boy and managed to understand the reasons that the boy took and more when he spoke with him again after his departure was months ago. Flashback. After the talk with the Mayu Ajuka Beelzebub, 2 months had already passed. The former governor of Gregory was in his apartment, thinking about the work he never does, but always takes credit for. My job is so hard, I wish I had a vacation. These tasks stress me out. He lay on the couch, staring at the ceiling of his apartment. When he was interrupted by the ringing of his apartment phone, he watched with doubt as it rang, since whenever supernatural beings looked for him, it was through a magic communication circle, and while the few humans he had a relationship with never called him at home, they usually called him on his cell phone or went to talk to him in person. As he approached and settled down to answer. Well. Hello, how are you, Azazel? Who is calling? I've only been gone for months and you don't remember me anymore. After hearing that, only one person could come to mind. Issei. How have you been? Haha, now you remember my unfortunate one, the brown-haired man mentioned him mockingly over the phone, but the fallen man found the way the boy expressed himself strange. Wow, boy, in just a few months your way of expressing yourself has changed, as I can hear. Yes, if you only knew everything that happened in such a short time, he said this with a tone of sadness in his words. I see, I think we need to start talking to catch up. The fallen one mentioned it so as not to delve further into the subject since the fallen one realized the tone of the boy's words. Yes, when we meet I would like to talk about a very important subject, but that will be when I return. Okay kid, but then what's the point of the call? I doubt it's to say hello. You are very perceptive, Azazel. The reason why I called you is for 2 things. He only paid attention while listening after what the brown-haired man wanted to know. I would like you to investigate something about humans, more specifically the antiquity of humanity, which of the gods created them, leaving in doubt after the fallen one's request. Okay, and what's the other thing you'd like to know? I would like to know, how are the members of the Citri clan? Do you want to know about all the members? No, I want to know mainly about Saji. Not to be honest, I don't know about the boy, I only know that he is in a relationship with 2 girls from the clan. I think it was the pawn and a rook, that's all I know. It's been a while since I last saw them. After that, a month and a half later, the former laborer and carrier of Vitra disappeared. End of flashback. I think there's no point in thinking about that anymore as he looked back at the Valkyrie. She only had in mind how to talk to the brunette and be able to fix things, telling him the truth and the lie they had tricked her into. I'm not going to allow them to get me involved in this, I won't allow it, the Valkyrie said with a few tears in her eyes and anger in her gaze, while she clenched her fists with anger while listening to a song from her beloved to calm down. All the few moments she had with the brunette, but the memory of a purple hair came to mind, she managed to calm her beloved brunette when he confronted her. I remember her now, she's the bassist of the group, I understand now, she's his fiancé, were the albino's thoughts, but everything changed when she remembered the word fiancé, which hurt her, but it hurt more when she saw a message that had arrived, when she saw it she began to cry, only contained by her hand that covered her mouth, so that her crying was not heard, but her sobs were heard by the fallen one, which she had, while he only saw that she was looking at her phone. I see, so you've already read the message, was the only thing he thought, without paying much attention to the Alvina. He only saw how she got up and left quickly, and he could see some tears coming out of her blue eyes. Faculty of Architecture. The brunette's classmates were still in shock since they couldn't believe that one of the university's idols, but it wasn't just anyone, since each of the idols was different from each other, but for everyone who knew Xia Zitong, they knew that she was very shy, and that just by looking at her, anyone would fall for her charms. But now, she was with an extremely shy and red look, she was embarrassed, but seeing the reason why she was in that state, all the barons were enraged by the news and only looked at Issei, while their eyes shone red. What? What the hell are you talking about? Issei asked, not believing what the girl was saying. Issei-ito, it's our baby, I'm already months old, can you feel it? The pink-haired girl spoke with embarrassment but still had a big smile when mentioning the pregnancy in front of everyone. What the hell, where did I get that from, were the thoughts that invaded the brown-haired boy's head until he began to speak, upset. Don't talk about this, as if it were nothing, besides, who are I or do I even know you? The moment he spoke everyone began to look at the brown-haired boy angrily. How dare you say you don't know her when she's carrying your son's student? Don't tell me you only played with one of our idols. Another student spoke angrily when he saw that the brunette was pretending not to understand, not knowing that he was telling the truth. I never. Issei couldn't say anything, so the brown-haired boy took the pink-haired girl's hand to be able to talk to her, but it seemed that several people were looking for them. While elsewhere, another person was reading the message, a girl in a gym was looking at her cell phone. Upon seeing the news message from the journalism club, she said, Issei-kun, you son of a bitch. Upon seeing it, she destroyed her cell phone with one hand. While with Issei I just sneeze. Damn, someone's talking about me, that was the chestnut's thought while he was still running. Who wouldn't be talking about you? After all, with what happened, everyone is already talking. He was talking to his partner mentally, since he didn't want the girl who was with him to get scared. It's not necessary for you to tell me, what I want to know is where she got the idea that she's carrying my child. The boy thought worriedly. Friend, I don't think she's carrying your child, the dragon said to his friend, to calm him down. Why do you say that? The boy asked his friend to give him hope and not worry. She doesn't carry your aura within her, but it still wouldn't hurt if you took a pregnancy test. That caused a little relief when she heard it, but when she stopped she looked at her cell phone and saw the same message as the journalism club. Oh no, Karen is going to kill me, that was the only thing the boy thought when he read it and what awaited him when he saw the purple-haired girl. Putting away his cell phone, he turned to look at the girl and they exchanged glances, causing the boy to blush. Issei, our baby, he told me while putting a hand on his cheek, and the girl blushed even more. That his father is very fast, it only made the boy get a drop on his neck. This must be a joke, thought the brown-haired boy. He only saw that several men were looking for the couple due to the way they disappeared, so he decided to change his mind since he wanted to talk to her, but under the circumstances there would be many problems. Let's meet somewhere else, I need to talk to you. He couldn't finish speaking because he didn't know the girl's name. Drake, do you know the girl's name? The boy spoke mentally again to his carrier. Partner, if you don't know, how would I know? What do you think I am? I'm a fortune teller, the dragon answered. I'll see you on the roof of building number to talk in a bit, he said as he turned around to start running. Faculty of International Relations. After reading the news message from the journalism club, you could see a purple-haired woman with a black aura, which gave off danger, since everyone who saw her was afraid to approach her, but the few who managed to get close heard murmurs from her, saying, I'm going to kill you, you bastard, let's see if you're still deceiving me when I tear it off. Damn bastard, you'll see when I have you in my hands. Walking, while he headed furiously to the Faculty of Architecture. What she didn't count on was that she would run into a woman she knew, and she was one of the people she wanted to talk to at that moment. All she could see was a woman with red eyes and dark circles under her eyes. It was obvious she hadn't slept, all she could see was a broken woman. What are you doing here? Asked the purple-haired girl angrily, since it was noticeable that anyone who stood in her way would destroy her, and even more so the woman in front of her, since it was Rossweisse, but all that changed from anger to astonishment. Please, let me speak with Issei-kun, he said as he knelt in front of her, and several university teachers looked at them in astonishment. What? Well, she couldn't believe what she saw. She didn't see before her eyes a strong woman, as Issei and Saji had told her, but a fragile woman who needed that affection. Please, I beg you sniff please I beg you, I want to talk to him, I want this pain I have to end. Karen still couldn't believe this, but she just changed her gaze to a serious one while looking at the Valkyrie. Why should I let you talk to him? The Valkyrie, still crying, told her something that left her in doubt. I just want him to know what really happened. She wondered what the woman in front of her was saying. Who city? In a city park, a group of women could be seen sitting on a bench, with sadness in their eyes, and others with lost looks. Girls, I never thought we would get together again, spoke a darker purple-haired woman with a great body, who was wearing tight pants that showed off her great body, which would be the envy of any woman who saw her. It was the cadre of Gregory, Penemu. The truth is, I'm even less so, and even less so that there were consecutive days in which we all fight, responded a blonde who showed her cleavage, who was wearing a yellow yukata, with white touches. She was the leader of the UK's, Yusaka. The truth is, I hadn't thought about this until now that they said it. This time a girl with black hair and pigtails spoke, who was wearing a long black skirt and a green jacket. It was the Mauseraphol Leviathan, who was looking at a photo where she was hugging a brown-haired man from behind, while her arms were around his neck, while they both smiled. I think everything will be fine. When Issei-kun returns, everything will be fine, and we will be able to be with him and be able to make clear our feelings towards Issei-kun. An innocent Gabriel mentioned it while looking at the other girls. They all stood looking at the innocent seraph to meditate on what Gabriel said, and only they began to have thoughts in their minds that, when Issei arrives, they would not leave him and that each one would carry one of Castano's children. Only if they knew that he already knows everything that happened during the year in which he was away and why he made the decision to rebuild his life with his beloved fiancée. Faculty of Architecture. An Issei was seen running in the corridors towards the roof, but now he just wanted to get rid of the people following him in order to reach his destination. But when he wanted to turn in one of the corridors, a hand pulled the young brown-haired boy, putting him in the bath. He was in one of the bathroom stalls, which was guarded by two women with muscular bodies, like a man's. Dude, these girls give off a murderous aura, Drake mentioned mentally, worried about his wearer. Drake, now I'm scared and the worst thing is that I don't know who the hell they are, the brown-haired boy answered the dragon, while he saw a black aura coming out of the girls, which was directed towards him. See ladies, why did you bring me here? What do you want from me? The brown-haired man asked while looking at both girls. Mate, I feel like you're going to get your mother kicked, mentioned Drake, while looking at the girls who didn't answer the question their carrier had asked them. At that moment a ball fired from behind both girls went straight to Issei's face. Behind the girls guarding the bathroom stall another woman appeared, with a great body, wide hips and breasts even bigger than a half-fallen angel he knew, with long dark blue hair and a ponytail, dressed in blue shorts. A blue sweater and white sneakers. She approached Issei slowly, placing herself on top of him in a provocative manner. Issei, can you explain to me what happened? The blue-haired girl showed her cell phone, where a message could be seen, which had been sent by the journalism club. What? Was the only thing he could say, since the blow he received prevented him from speaking properly. What are you saying? Do you know you're hurting me? The blue-haired girl said this while a few tears came out. Chask. The bathroom stall was invaded. A brown-haired girl could be seen who had a red cheek and had the shape of a hand. But who is she? Were the brown-haired boy's thoughts when he received the slap. Partner, this woman is crazy, get out of the bathroom, it doesn't matter how, even I find it annoying, the dragon mentioned to his bearer, seeing that the girl had attacked his partner and friend. How can you say that, when we lived together you always called me princess, and now you pretend you don't know me, Dragon Cedo. Were the shouts of both Issei and Drake, as well as the two girls who accompanied the blue-haired girl. After hearing the blue-haired woman's words, her companions began to develop murderous auras. So you wanted to play with our captain's feelings? While snapping their wrists. Partner, you're finished. In an instant, Drake changed the tone in which he expressed himself about the women in front of his partner, and even more so when he saw how both girls wanted to hit his carrier. Girls, don't get involved, this is between my Dragon Cedo and me, only the girls nodded. Brah. Dragon Cedo was what Issei said when he saw that she didn't understand what was happening. He only blushed at the way the girl expressed herself, but the blue-haired girl just approached the brown-haired boy in a sensual way, sitting on top of him. Well, Dragon Cedo, can you tell me what relationship do you have with that woman? Remembering the issue that led him to be in that situation, well, the blue-haired woman gave him a smile, which could show tranquility, but it was quite the opposite. Comrade, Kuroka, those were the mental words he gave to his bear, so that with a jump, he passed over the girls, leaving the bathroom. He didn't even pass a meter, until a girl wearing a green and yellow dress like that of a dress. She has short white hair, blue eyes, and wears glasses. Issei-kun, let's go home, your children miss you. Even the white-haired girl with teary eyes that fogged up her glasses didn't stop hugging Issei. Hi children, what the hell, I didn't know what to say, I could only repeat the word children, showing that Drake looked very surprised from the citation. But who are all these women, chasing my partner, thought Drake. Well, he watched the situation closely, but what the dragon didn't count on was that the white-haired woman would slap his partner. Issei-kun, you only spend your time outside with your music and your interviews, and you have already forgotten your children. You are a damn wretch. How can you do this to me and your children? The white-haired girl shouted this last thing to give him another slap that was stopped by the blue-haired girl. Hey, how dare you hit my little dragon? The blue-haired girl spoke angrily, seeing her beloved little dragon being attacked in front of her. What are you talking about? He is my husband long before you met him, replied the white-haired girl, while confronting the blue-haired girl, without realizing that Issei slipped away, so as not to continue seeing and much less suffer the punishment, a punishment that not even he himself knew. Guo City. You could smell freshly brewed coffee, accompanied by a calm and cheerful atmosphere that invaded the tables, but not in one, where you could see how an albino and a purple-haired woman, each person who approached stopped to watch the scene, if they didn't make noise, but they did attract people's attention, with the atmosphere they themselves created. Very well, what do you want to talk to Issei about? Karen asked when she saw the albino. I want to explain what happened a year ago. The albino with her red eyes, saw how the purple-haired girl changed her serious look to one of anger. Do you want to tell him straight out how all of you tricked him? Karen said angrily, forgetting the problem of the journalism club message. Do you know what happened? Of course. I also know about the other women who professed their love for him. The others? I just come to speak for myself, Karen frowned. Speak very well and I don't want lies, Karen said while looking into the albino's eyes while crossing her arms. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 The Fall of a Dragon. Faculty of Architecture Building. A young brunette was running, after fleeing from the women who wouldn't let him, he left the building without realizing that the whole place had changed to a copy of the blue school. What is this? Is it a pocket dimension? The brown-haired boy thought as he was able to see the bluish place. I don't think so, mate Drake replied, this seems like something else. What do you mean? Drake Issei asked, not being able to know what the place was where he was, knowing about magic, the young man thought it was a pocket dimension. Look around, buddy while the brown-haired boy listened to his friend and could notice what he was saying. I see there are people, but they are like frozen so that the mental conversation of both was interrupted by a female voice. Oh, so boy, I never thought he was guilty of this. A girl with pink hair spoke. The girl wore an outfit that consisted of a pink cheerful mini-dress with many austere golden heart emblems and a variety of long and short ribbons, with her hair tied in two ponytails, but what surprised them most was that she flew, without the need for wings. Who are you? And what did you do? The brown-haired boy asked seriously when he saw her and knew if she was in a dimension. Oh, it seems you're not afraid of me, but the important thing here is, the floating girl approached the brunette to grab him by the shirt and start shaking him. Did you eat the chocolate love cake? But what's that? The chestnut didn't finish speaking until I remember a few days ago. Flashback. Guo College of Architecture rooftop. There was a chestnut tree climbing the stairs to rest on the roof because several women were always looking for him to go out with, but he always rejected them. Ah, I'm fed up, how I wish they would just leave me alone for one day, the brown-haired man said as he opened the door to go out onto the roof. I think I'll stay here. At that moment he saw something that left him strange and confused. I can't believe it, why is there a small cake on the roof? As he looked at the cake, since he didn't understand the reason for this. I wonder if since she must be one of the girls who harasses me, the brown-haired boy thought, while raising an eyebrow. Hey buddy, don't you think that decimation is weird? Drake mentioned. What thing? Is it about the cake? I also have doubts about why they didn't give it to me personally, Issei said, while lifting the cake with his hands, while he reached a part of the roof to sit down. I don't think it's okay, eat it. The dragon mentioned it, since he felt something strange about the cake. Calm down, I don't think anything's wrong. At that moment the brown-haired boy began to eat the cake, with great joy, but what he didn't think was that this would cause more problems for him in the future. At that moment, relevant school news could be heard on the megaphones of all the faculties. End of flashback. Don't tell me that that's why they follow me. I tried to think about what I had remembered. You see, partner, I told you not to eat it, but you didn't listen to me. Drake spoke dejectedly to his bearer in trouble. Who said that? But there are only the two of us. The pink-haired girl began to look around, since she didn't know where the voice that scared her came from. Sorry miss, he continued searching until Issei raised his arm a little to materialize the gauntlet. Here, young lady. I turned to see the gauntlet, which opened its eyes when it saw that its arm had changed and that it was speaking. Your arm speaks, why? What are you? The girl asked, still not understanding how an arm could speak. My name is Drake and I am a celestial dragon. Could you tell us how this happened? Asked the dragon. The chocolate love cake makes whoever eats it produce a memory of love, said the pink-haired girl. Of love? Issei asked, still not believing it. Yes, the cake is made up of the love and longing of women, but when a man eats it, it becomes the love of his memories. The girl finished speaking, but Issei was in shock. No, Nuo. I don't even know who they are, I don't even know who you are, and now you tell me that a love cake is the cause of this. Issei is kneeling while the girl just smiled. Better tell us, what are you? Where are we? And how can we stop this? Drake mentioned when he saw his partner in denial. At that moment the pink-haired girl changed her attitude from one of disbelief to one of joy and pride. My name is Mei Tot Ah, and I am a cupid, and I just stopped time. The pink-haired girl spoke happily and turned around her and made a peace sign with her fingers next to her left eye, while Issei was still lost in his mind and Drake couldn't believe what she was saying. Well boy, I hope you're happy, now that you'll be in the arms of women. Issei came out of his thoughts upon hearing her, and with an astonished look, he couldn't believe what she was saying, and then put on an angry one. Happiness women, you know what you got me into. As he shook the girl. You know what's going to happen to me, my fiancée is going to kill me, she's going to castrate me. Oh, you have to change your point of view, besides, it's not like this problem has no solution, you just have to fulfill his most desired wish, the magic will be automatically eliminated, that easy. While putting on a smile, Issei still couldn't believe what was happening. But, how did it happen? Even without believing it, Issei continued in denial, but then the pink-haired girl began to walk away. Ah, sweets was what the girl mentioned as she walked away, and time returned to normal. Fate is punishing me for some reason I don't know, Issei thought. Calm down buddy, you just have to fulfill her wish, and that's it, Drake spoke. You mention it too easily, if you don't remember there is a girl who says she is pregnant with me, and the worst thing is that I don't know her name. Looking at the floor, the brown-haired man. Come on buddy, we'll find a way to fix this. Issei sighed and walked straight to the rooftop. Now I have to talk to her. Guo City cafeteria. Several minutes had passed since the conversation took place. The silver-haired girl was looking down while Karen digested everything she told her. How can I believe what you say? Karen asked, staring at the Valkyrie. What I told you is true, you have to believe me, I want to talk to Issei-kun. She mentioned it between tears, which increased more and more. You know that he was hurt and the worst he lived and saw during this time was not pleasant. I know very well that your mistress is a capricious girl in a woman's body, she has not lived in the real world, and the decisions she makes, she is very impulsive, she does not know how to analyze and think about the consequences, but the worst is that all the women who are with her way of being has stuck to them. But you sigh, give me your hand. The albino stretches out her hand, surprised until Karen, a little surprised, so that she would take it with both, releasing a little energy with her hands, she surrounds the albino's hand. What are you doing? In just a moment, the energy surrounding the albino's hand began to form the mark of an open padlock. What is that mark? Rossweisse asked, intrigued, waiting for an answer. This mark will let me see your memories. Rossweisse was surprised. So I'll know if what you're telling me is true, this mark will let me know, and you won't be able to hide anything, I'll be able to see everything. If it's the only way, I'm willing to do it, the Valkyrie said while putting on a determined look. Only Karen saw her, after a few seconds she picked up her backpack to leave. Wait, weren't you going to see my memories? Rossweisse asked while looking at Karen a little sadly. Yes, I'm going to do it, but I can't do it here, with the mark I put on you, it's not necessary for you to be with me for me to do it, when I see that everything you told me is true, I'll go look for you. He turned around and continued on his way to the exit, leaving the Valkyrie, but leaving her thinking. It's only a matter of time before we see each other again, Issei-kun, this time we can talk calmly. She took her bag and also left the cafeteria with a smile that expressed that she had taken a great weight off her shoulders. Faculty of Architecture. Partner, we're almost there, you better talk to her. Only Issei nodded to open a door that led him to the roof, where I found a pink-haired girl who was looking at the sky, who changed her gaze towards the door where our brown-haired girl came out. Issei-kun, you came. The pink-haired girl spoke while she had a slight blush when she saw him. Yes, Xia-chan, why don't you come with me? Only the girl nodded with a big smile to get closer, while she nodded with a smile and a blush, which made the brunette blush, so that later the pink-haired girl took the boy's right arm in a strong hug and they went straight to the stairs. Guo City Park. The purple-haired girl was lost in her thoughts as she headed to daycare to pick up her son early. But those thoughts that intrigued her were about an albino. Is what he says true? She thought as she became serious, but those thoughts were replaced by those of a black-haired woman. Mio, if you were here, what would you do? As she put on a sad face and continued on her way. After walking a few minutes, Karen arrived at a part of the park where there were some benches where you could see a group of women who were depressed and barely talking to each other. Only the purple-haired girl passed quickly to go pick up her son as quickly as possible, but when she passed by all the girls including Karen, felt something particular. With Karen she felt a powerful energy from the women, even though they were powerful, it didn't faze her, she was only surprised to recognize the women who were together, they were the most important women of the factions. While with the four women they felt a power equal to theirs that was there, and they could see who it belonged to, but there was a blonde woman with a yellow yukata, that they could see her large breasts. She felt not only a powerful aura, but she could also notice an aura combined with hers that surrounded her. She did not know who it was, but when she felt it, her chest began to hurt without knowing the reason. Europe. After a long trip, a brown-haired man was leaving the plane with several people. Upon arriving and having a sort of routine check-in, the older brown-haired man was greeted by a man in a black suit with a matching yellow shirt who had a scar on his face, accompanied by a well-proportioned beard. "How long, friend?" Dries said when he saw the man, who only raised an eyebrow. "You really haven't changed at all, you're still a damn joker," the man in a suit spoke seriously, while the brunette only took a pair of black glasses out of one of his jacket pockets and with a single downward movement, his glasses opened to put them on and give the man a cynical smile. "You know very well how I am," Hanzo to continue taking a taxi, and both men leave. "I can't believe you behave like this at your age," Hanzo said, annoyed. "Why don't you tell me what happened? Who are the ones who came to Earth?" Dries spoke seriously, which surprised the man. "Well. Guo City Hospital." After a long chase, the couple found themselves waiting in the waiting area for a result, but the young pink-haired girl just hugged the brown-haired man's arm, happily, while sleeping on his shoulder. "Wow, now that I see it, I understand why they say she's an idol," the brown-haired man spoke while he looked at her. A slight blush could be seen when he saw her. "Partner, are you already attracted to this female?" said Dreg. "What are you talking about, Dreg?" Issei spoke without understanding what his friend was saying. "Oh, you don't need to lie to me, even though you just met her, I can see that you are attracted to her, not as your beloved, but you do have a slight attraction." "It's not true, Xia Zitong spoke, asking the young couple to come closer and give them an envelope to read. "Negative. Thank you," were Issei's happy thoughts, but for the girl it was very sad. She grabbed the results sheet tightly, looked towards where the brown-haired boy was, and approached him saying a few words that everyone there could hear. "Issei, next time, I'm going to put in my best effort to get pregnant." The whole place fell silent, while Issei turned to stone upon hearing it. Within seconds people began to murmur about the girl's words, that they were very young to be doing that, although for a dragon it was very funny. "Haha, now that's determination," Drake laughed. "Shut up, idiot," Issei spoke angrily. "But it was the same thing your female once told you, remembering that time he and Karen decided to have a child." "But this is different," the brown-haired boy spoke with shame as he remembered that moment in his life. "Oh come on, but better take her home, then you'll know what her wish is, but the way we're going, I think it will be to have a child," said the dragon mockingly. "Faculty of International Trade. I can't believe what this says," Saji laughed as he reread the message from the journalism club. "You know how Karen will be," Miss Yuki said with concern, knowing what her Karen's character was like. "Don't worry, I already saw it," said the blonde, showing a slight smile. "What do you mean?" the black-haired girl asked. It's just that when I was coming to see you, I saw Karen heading towards the Faculty of Architecture, but I decided not to talk to her and continue on my way." Note. Saji didn't see what happened to Karen and Rossweisse. That happened later. "I can imagine how Karen was," Miss Yuki said, while putting on a small smile, which showed concern. "Don't worry, let's eat and go for a walk." Hearing those words, the black-haired girl just nods and hugs the blonde's arm, but the girl's blush could be seen, causing Saji to feel lucky. "Thank you, Miss Suski, I love you. Come on, we have to rehearse in the afternoon for the concert and the Phoenix song." Guorich residence. A motorcycle could be seen in the distance approaching the entrance of a mansion, then stopping at the entrance. "Damn, she is." The brown-haired boy looked at the mansion, but this made him look up. "Issei-kun, do you want to come in?" Zitong spoke with a blush that could be seen by Issei. Xia-san, hearing this, she puffed out her cheeks while being watched by the boy. "Issei-chan," he changed his expression from anger to happiness, causing Issei to have a drop of blood on his head. "Issei-chan, I can't, I have to go home. They won't kick you out of the house like last time." "Hey. What do you mean they kicked me out?" "Yes, my father won't kick you out of the house again." "Don't worry, I really have something to do," said Issei. "I can't say I'm leaving with my fiancé and son." "Okay, Issei-kun," said the pink-haired girl dejectedly, while looking at the brown-haired boy with eyes that expressed love. Little by little, she began to approach the boy's face, which was lost in her eyes. "I'll look for you tomorrow, Issei-kun," the pink-haired girl said as she watched Issei mount his motorcycle and leave. Guo Park. After a peaceful walk, a small, smiling baby could be seen in his mother's arms. "Hey son, you have all your father's face," while the little one just smiled at his mother. "I love you, son, I still remember the day you arrived, it was the best news that came into my life," she said, while giving her baby a smile and a kiss. Having to continue on her way, she met a couple walking arm in arm who stopped when they saw her. Aaron, Saji and Miss Yuki spoke. Hey guys, are you on one of your dates yet? That left Miss Yuki and Saji with a smile. Ah Karen my dear friend. Phew I can't believe that you've been together for several months, you've already had Hex, and you're still blushing. It's that interrupted by Saji. Leave her, I like Miss Yuki and I wouldn't change her. This made Miss Yuki blush more, but she felt happy. I'm glad, I'm going to the apartment, I have to go prepare something and wait for Issei to talk about certain issues that happened today. Well, a slight dark aura was seen accompanied by a smile. As they were about to leave, a group of girls could be seen walking, wearing the Kuo High School uniform, but one of the girls had her cell phone in her hand. Come on Mary, play the song. It's okay sorry. No, let it be my favorite song. Girls, calm down, I'll put both songs on right now. While Karen, Saji and Miss Yuki were watching, they saw how she walked to one of the benches near where they were to play the song. After the song ended, a group of women could be seen walking around with downcast eyes, but Karen was able to recognize two of that group of women, who upon seeing them, changed their expression, which was also seen by the couple, who also recognized the group. But they weren't the only ones, the group of girls also saw the boys, but when they saw Karen, the expressions of the girls changed. Wow, hello Iroh-san, a red-haired, disheveled girl spoke. Hello, Gremory-san, Himejima-san, what brings you here? While putting on a smile and holding her son in her arms. Nothing, just that it's on my way home with my friends Rias said, also putting on a smile. And you Iroh-san? The fallen half spoke while the rest of the girls only looked at the girls who could see their auras that gave off murder. He's coming to pick up my son, to get home and wait for my future husband. Those words caused a pain in each of the girls' chests. Oh, I understand, so this little one is your son, but when she saw him Rias felt bad, she didn't know the reason like the others. Of course interrupted by a woman's voice. Karen, it's getting late. Oh. San, I didn't expect to find her here, with Saji-san said a brunette with pigtails, in disbelief that she was with a blonde ex-pawn Citri. Yes, after all he is my boyfriend. Those words left the entire Gremory group in shock, since they did not expect Saji to have a relationship with a black-haired girl. That left the church trio static, but in their minds their friends Momo and Ruruku arrived. That must be a joke, Xenovia said, denying that she had already forgotten her friend Momo. Of course it's true, I have a relationship with Miss Yuki, Saji said, leaving the trio in disbelief for not believing it. But in the middle of the small discussion that was taking place, the group of three girls listening to music was heard again. It's my turn for us to listen to my favorite song. And? I would like to go to your concert. Me too, the bad thing is that it's in another country. Depressed. But don't forget that the group was at Kuo University. You're right, if they see that people like their songs, they could do a concert here. And? Well, all we can do is listen to their music through our cell phones, one of the girls spoke to play the song. After listening to the song, Rias and her entourage, along with Irina and Ravel, automatically remembered their brunette and they began to shed tears, as if the song described what happened to them and their beloved, forgetting that Karen, Saji and Miss Yuki were there, who saw this with mockery, since they knew that Issei compassed them for them. Gremory-san, we are leaving, showing a fake smile hiding his mocking laughter, but he decided to leave. But when saying goodbye, a little white-haired loli could feel an aura in the purple-haired girl and in the baby, which made her feel strange because it was combined with that of another person, causing the girl to feel sad, wondering the reason for this. Apartment. After a long day, with so many problems, a chestnut tree was seen arriving at his apartment, but upon entering he could see a woman waiting for him sitting on the couch. My love, you're late, don't forget about the rehearsal for the Canaveral concert. Karen spoke seriously. Karen, I know you want to talk about the message from a while ago. Issei, we have to talk about that, but it's not the only topic I want to discuss, leaving the brown-haired boy in doubt. What then? Issei asked. About Rossweisse. Chapter 9. A new problem and remembering the past. Europe. Now I see the situation, I never imagined that the of them would come to Earth, much less the little ex-queen. Dries spoke seriously. I didn't imagine she would come either, right now she's confined with her other two companions, Hanzo said. I see, do you already know? Dries asked. Yes, he's with them right now waiting for them to talk. Apparently, the way they left them was very bad, Hanzo answered while looking seriously at Dries. By the way, I found out that your name is Dries now. Why? Hanzo asked. Haha, I just did it to start over, Dries spoke, but then changed to a serious one. I am almost years old, I have the physiognomy of a year-old man. I just want before finishing, a voice flooded the place which was recognized by both people. You shouldn't blame yourself, Johnny KJ man said coming out of a corner of the room. Lord Reed and both men spoke. Underworld. In one of the territories of the underworld there was a green-haired man and another man with black hair and a blonde streak. Do you think the world will go crazy? The Mayu said while putting his feet up on his desk. You mean Issei, right? I still wonder how he found out about everything the Fallen One said while smoking and sitting in one of the office chairs. Although now that I think about it, why did he ask me for information about human history? Were the thoughts that reached the Fallen One. You know something, Azazel, said the Mao. What is it? Azazel asked. A couple of months ago Wukong asked about the evil pieces, the Mao said while looking at the ceiling. What did you want the information for? Azazel said, raising an eyebrow. Don't know. Two apartments. What then? Issei asked. From Rossweisse. Don't tell me I'm looking for you, Issei said seriously. I told him not to come near me. He sighed. Issei, tell me the truth. Right? What about? Did you see everything that happened to them? Referring to the Gremory group and the female leaders. Why? Issei asks. I'm going to tell you what the Valkyrie told me. Europe. Lord Rias, both men spoke. If you are here, that means the situation is serious, the man known as Johnny spoke now. Yes, Johnny Cage, the situation that now threatens us on Earth is serious, the God of Thunder spoke. But Lord Rias, is it necessary to get involved with those beings? Hanzo spoke angrily. Yes, at this moment the land needs to get warriors for protection, Rias spoke. But with beings that could barely defeat a simple black dragon, Hanzo said with annoyance, seeing that they had to ask for help from the supernatural. Master Hanzo, I understand your anger, they have used humanity in a very unpleasant way, interrupted. I think that word is an understatement, Rias. Another voice was heard coming from behind the God of Thunder. Fujin hablo Rias. Rias, I don't agree with asking those beings for help, Fujin spoke. Lord Fujin is right, we can stop the threat, as it always has been. While they argued, Johnny Cage just looked at the situation, wondering what Issei was doing. Underworld. Yes, even though I still don't know why I wanted to know about that, the Mao spoke. Flashback. Months before Issei's arrival. The Mao Ajuka was still deep in thought, working on improving the evil pieces. A small magic circle began to form in front of the Mao, a hologram of a hooded man. Ajuka. Who are you? The Mao spoke with annoyance upon hearing the way he referred to. The man took off his hood. You don't remember me anymore. Wukong, it's been a while since we talked, and the last time I heard from you was because he didn't want to continue when he remembered what had happened with his partner Mao Serafal. Not for Serafal, the Mao nodded. What do you need? Hio interrupted. Tell me, Issei, but the reason why I called is about the evil pieces. The green-haired man only raised his eyebrow a little in doubt. What do you want to know? Ajuka asked, happily, since he always gets excited talking about the evil pieces, making Issei feel a drop on his neck. How do you create them? Issei asked. Ah. Do you remember when I asked you to form an energy sphere? Issei just nodded. A ritual is performed where a small part of the energy of the person who is going to make the pieces is integrated in order to make the container, but you must combine it with a little bit of infernal energy. Hellish energy? Issei asked. Yes, just as heaven has a small system that makes it work and what the deck of cards in heaven is made of, we have an identical version in hell. Oh. I understand now. Afterwards, the energy is just integrated and now, the creation of the evil pieces is fascinating, said the Mao in wonder. Yes, it would be interesting if they were created for another type of species and that they were with another type of game, Issei said. You're right, Ajuka said. Yes, like dice, Issei mentioned it so that only he would hear it. Issei-kun, I have to tell you something. The brown-haired boy only raised an eyebrow slightly, showing doubt. About Serafal. It's not like that, Ajuka. The green-haired man was surprised, but nodded. Don't worry, I already know what happened during my absence. Wait, really? The Mao asked, but the brunette nodded. Are you going to do something? It's not worth it, I have someone who loves me and wouldn't do something stupid like she did along with the others. Issei, I'm sorry about what happened, I don't want you to think badly of demons because of them. If that were the case, I would have to resent the other factions. What? What do you mean? They weren't the only ones, Gabriel, Penemu, Yasaka and Kuroka also betrayed me. I can't believe it, Ajuka spoke in surprise. Issei, how do you feel? Interrupted. Don't worry about that. I know everything about it. Ajuka didn't mention anything else, though he was intrigued by what had happened and how she found out. Don't tell anyone about this. Alright. Ajuka, I'm already fired, I have to solve another matter. Goodbye, Issei. Goodbye. At that moment the circle that was on the desk disappeared. So they too, I wonder what will happen when he returns, but even the other leaders betrayed him, I still can't believe it, he said to himself while looking at the ceiling. End of the flashback. I'm waiting for how this situation will end, Ajuka thought. What are you thinking, Ajuka? At Issei's meeting, he said with a small smile. Ahaha, I hope so too. Both men continued their small talk about Issei, but you could see in their laughter how the girls were taking each other. Europe. After a discussion, the four people can be seen at the entrance that was deep in the mountain caves. Question. They turned to look at the older chestnut. Why did they leave you here? Also, I have the same doubt as Cage. Hanzo spoke. It's the only place we can leave them. Don't forget that Sonya Blade, not being in charge of the special forces, we couldn't request asylum for our guests. Fujin spoke. I hope you have the best treatment. Johnny speaking. Riiden approached a circular entrance with writing on it. After reciting a few words, the entrance opened. Upon entering, 3 bound figures could be seen. Guo Department Assemblies. He was still naked, while the place was invaded by the sound of water falling from the shower. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't realized this. These were Saji's thoughts. I will never forget that day. If it hadn't been for Issei, I wouldn't be here yet. She closed the tap while the whole place was flooded by hot steam to get to the mirror to remember that tragic day. Flashback. There was a blonde man walking through the school hallways as usual, and he started hearing voices coming from the computer club. Nomura-san, come on then, do you want to be my girlfriend? I still remember that kiss we gave each other yesterday. Saji only saw how the girl blushed and looked at the young boy who was the same age as the blonde. Yes, Mukyu-kun, I accept to be your girlfriend, said the girl with pigtails, to be greeted by a kiss from the boy. Well, the blonde watched this scene with tears while clenching his fists. I see, so all that love and the time I asked you to be my girlfriend was a lie. After seeing that scene, the boy decided to leave, letting a few tears fall from his eyes that were covered by his hair. So days passed, he saw how one of his partners was having a relationship behind Saji's back. In those days he began to get closer to his other beloved Momo Hanakai, but after only weeks, his beloved Momo began to distance herself from him. From the outings she had, now she made excuses for him, which at first did not affect him, since he thought that they would not always be together, but he still had the memory of the betrayal of one of his beloved. He thought that his beloved silver hair would not be the same. How wrong I was. I still remember seeing her leave. That day was the end of it for me. After leaving on an errand for his king and completing it since there was no one else who could do the job, the young blonde man walked towards the student council. But upon reaching the building and going up to the second level, he saw a light coming from one of the rooms that was halfway open. As he got closer, he saw a scene that completely shattered him. Why? He began to light up his chest. Boy, you must calm down, otherwise the Dragon King was interrupted. Calm down, the woman I love is just like the other one, both are one. A dark color began to illuminate the young blonde man's chest more. After unbuttoning his shirt, he saw how a tattoo in the shape of a root began to grow. What is this? The blonde asked. End of flashback. Boy. The black glove spoke. What's going on, Vitra? Asked the blonde. Stop remembering that, you have to forget them, the Dragon King spoke. Don't think badly, I just remembered that and I compare it to my present, the blonde answered, still looking at himself seriously in the mirror. What did you come to? Asked the Dragon King. That I'm happy now, and it was all thanks to Issei, while putting on a slight smile. You're right about that, the bearer of Drag is a great person, the Dragon King spoke. I know, I still can't believe everything that happened to him, for him to become human again in the end, said Saji. Guo University entrance. After a long night, a brunette could be seen holding hands with his beautiful fiancée while they were watched by all the students. Issei, take care of yourself and please try to solve the girl's problem. Despite how it happened, I'm still not calm, Karen said while putting on a slight smile and having a dark aura around her. Okay, although I don't agree with, interrupted. It's the best thing that could have happened, we'll be able to do what Dries asked for, even if you don't like it, I'll be with you, I told you I would help you choose the girls, this is an opportunity to do it, Karen spoke to calm Issei down. Okay, Issei spoke. Well, see you in the afternoon. He gave her a kiss and the purple-haired girl continued on her way to the faculty. Beside, I think she's right, he said as he watched Karen disappear into the crowd. While on the way to the faculty, the morning news could be heard throughout the place. It's in the morning, I hope you have a good day, we the journalism club will give the news that happened today. Nothing has been heard yet about the singer Cage and his relationship with one of the university idols, Xia Zitong. The only thing that could be investigated is that he not only had a relationship with her, but also with 2 other women who are also school idols. Tang Xuan, who is the president of the sports club, and Lin Yuan, who is in charge of the university library. What the hell is that news? Issei thought as he watched several of the students just look at him with anger, while the women cried because they knew they were idols and couldn't compete with them. We also don't know how his beloved fiancé has taken it, since they both have a son. Dude, you're screwed, Drake said in a mocking tone. Shut up, said Issei. And to say goodbye, a song from the group, which as soon as the lead singer of the King of the Music arrived, caused a stir. That song, while some tears came out of her eyes. Calm down, buddy, Drake spoke, but he didn't react, only the same phrase was heard. That song is the one I composed for Mio, as he fell to the ground. Chapter 10. The truth of the problem. And the memory of the past. Europe. Three figures could be seen tied up deep inside the place. Raiden, Fujin, Master Hanzo, Johnny Cage, a man of great weight but not too much, spoke, drinking from a canteen-shaped bottle. Master Bo Raicho Raiden spoke, shaking his hands, while everyone else nodded in greeting. Master Baracho, I'm sorry to be rude, but we need to talk to them, Fujin spoke. I understand. As they continued going deeper inside, they saw three people tied up while they exchanged glances on both sides. Wow, who would have thought, the former princess of Outworld, how has it gone for her? Johnny Cage spoke with his typical mocking smile. This is how they treat the people who are warning them about the situation, the former heiress of Outworld spoke. It would be very different if it were someone else, Hanzo said while looking indifferently at the princess and her companions. What hosts they are, said a man in a purple ninja suit. Don't complain, be grateful that we brought you to the most sacred place in Earthrealm, the Jinsei spoke, the wind god. As if I care, said the ninja. You dare to insult us, Rain, you are just a warrior without honor, Hanzo spoke. Let me go, and you'll see how a warrior without honor fights, said the demigod. Calm down everyone, this is not the time to argue, and better yet, Melina, tell us how the situation is, Johnny Cage spoke as he approached the former princess. It's Quan Kai, a woman's voice spoke, but it wasn't Melina. Faculty of Architecture. A chestnut tree could be seen on one of the beds in the place, while three women looked at him with concern. Issei's mind. The brown-haired boy could be seen walking in a completely dark place. Where am I? Drake, the brown-haired boy spoke while he waited for his partner's answer, but there was no result. There must be a way out of this place, I just hope I don't have any problems. As he started walking, a light coming from behind him began to catch his attention. As he turned around, the dark place where he was began to be surrounded by a flash of light that surrounded the entire place, causing the brown-haired boy to cover himself with his arm. As the light began to disperse, some people's laughter began to be heard. The brown-haired boy, as he began to open his eyes, remained motionless. He saw an old man surrounded by children who were sitting on the arid grass. Children, today I will tell you the story of the tit that overthrew the emperor. All the children became happy when they heard the title of the story, but the one who was most excited was a boy with brown hair who had eyes shaped like stars because of joy. Ahahaha. I think my perversion had no limit, said Issei while looking at his child's self. Looking around, everything had changed. Now it was a sunset where you could see a child Issei along with another child with lighter brown hair where they were talking. Issei, the brown-haired boy spoke. What's going on? Issei spoke. I wanted to ask you something. At that moment the brown-haired boy's eyes were covered by his bangs. Sure, what is it? Issei spoke happily, showing a smile. When we grow up, would you like to marry me? Those words caused little Issei to change his happy expression to one of surprise, but for the Issei who saw this, he smiled as he remembered that scene. Of course. When we grow up we will get married, Shidu-kun, Issei spoke, causing a smile on the brown-haired boy. It's true, it was the same day that Irina left with her family, said the brunette with a slight smile, seeing how the brunette did look like a man when she was younger. When he turned around again, the surroundings changed and he could see a memory that saddened him. He was in the garden of a huge mansion that would compete with the mansions of the Gremory and Phoenix's residences. The voices of two children running through the garden were heard in the distance. Issei-kun, wait for me, shouted a black-haired girl running behind the young Issei, who had a smile. Come on, you can't catch up, said the young Issei as he ran toward some women who were at a garden table, who were drinking a cup of tea. Mom, Aunt, shouted the young brunette as he ran towards both women, who looked at the children with a smile. But it's little Issei, I see that you've been having fun with my daughter. A woman with purple hair spoke, wearing a black jacket with a skirt that reached halfway down her legs, who showed a smile while closing her eyes. Yes, our children have a lot of fun playing together, a woman with brown hair spoke. It's true, in fact I would like to talk about a topic that has to do with our son, said the violet-haired girl while taking a sip from her cup of tea. What's it about? Asked the brunette. Aka-san. Issei arrived hugging his mother. Auntie, Issei-kun always leaves me behind, said the black-haired girl while looking at young Issei's mother while puffing out her cheeks. It's not true, Aka-san, Shulia, she's very slow, I speak, young Issei. The brunette felt quite sad when he saw a memory of his childhood, but even more so when he turned around, where he found another memory of his black-haired friend, crying surrounded by several students. How I regret not having been able to help you, Issei spoke while he watched his friend cry and saw the helplessness she had when seeing her other self, who was the same. When he opened and closed his eyes, the place changed. He could see his old residence before the remodeling that Ria's parents did. He was in his old room. He could see how his self was sleeping next to a naked Rias and Asia. He could see the memories lived when he belonged to the entourage of the Gremory heiress, the fight of Kakabiel, the meeting of the three factions, the kidnapping of Ravel. He even saw again the confrontation against the Trihexa. And he could see the betrayal of every woman who swore love to him. The young Issei had mixed feelings, sadness and nostalgia. I wish it hadn't ended this way, I would have interrupted. You would die for me, it was a woman's voice. With only words the brunette was disconcerted. Without moving his body, he felt his neck surrounded by thin arms, along with a recognizable sensation. That sensation that always enchanted him and was now on his back. They were breasts, that sensation that made him fantasize. But after a few seconds he came out of his trance, hearing the same voice that had haunted him and never let him go on. Issei, you would die for me was the voice of the same woman, who when turning slowly, to see her face to face and give her a smile, a girl with black hair, of a beautiful figure that would make any man possess her, found herself naked in front of him. Yes, you Marrainer, I would have died for you. The brown-haired man brought his hand to the cheek of the fallen one to get closer. I love you, you are and will be someone important to me. No matter how our story ended, that caused the fallen one to shed a few tears. She wanted to say she had the intention of speaking, but the brown-haired man put a finger on her lips. You know something, Rainer? The fallen one just looked at him with tears in her eyes while she paid attention. I forgive you, but I also apologize. She only just opened her eyes in shock at the boy's words. I know what happened and who caused it, and I'm sorry I found out too late about this, that's why I apologize. That caused the black-haired girl to start crying profusely into the boy's chest while he wrapped the fallen naked body around her in a tender hug. I see, I interrupted. Don't say anything anymore, I interrupted by a woman's voice that left him in shock. Issei, I love you too, I agree to be your girlfriend. That voice recognized him immediately, causing Issei to start to get upset and turn to look behind him, where he could see a girl with black hair, a thin waist, hips not so wide, but it did not take away from the fact that she was beautiful. Issei, I'll be with you. Issei, I love you, I want you to make love, a black-haired girl said with blush, but her gaze showed determination. Mio Rainer just hugs Issei tighter, as if she didn't want him to go away, especially when she saw the other black-haired girl, who with just a few words, left the brunette dejected. Out of Issei's mind. What happened to him that made you find him like that? Asked a girl with brown pigtails, who looked very worried. I don't know, I just saw how she fainted and asked for help, then I called you and Ika-chan, said the pink-haired girl with short hair. At that moment the brown-haired boy opens his eyes, where he had just begun to cry, seen by the trio of women, where they began to get distressed, but what a surprise, when they saw his eyes, they noticed that they were green, and the pupil was slanted. I didn't want this to happen, I didn't want this, no, those were the words Issei said and repeated over and over again. Murayama, Kadis and Kiryu tried to calm him down. Faculty of International Relations. In a room you could see the group where the heiresses Citri and Gremory were enjoying the song, but to everyone's surprise Karen, who was the singer's fiancée and future wife, was now with mixed feelings, but the most notable was concern. I never imagined that I would hear that song again, Karen thought, while looking out the window. On the other hand, the heiresses and their queens felt pain, not disgust and sadness as in the other songs. In this one it represented jealousy, pain but concern, something that they themselves did not know. Issei, I hope you are okay, the purple-haired girl thought. Europe. It's Quan Kai, a woman's voice spoke, but it wasn't Melina. What do you mean, chameleon? Asked Hanzo, angrily remembering the sorcerer who turned him into a scorpion. After the battle that threatened the kingdoms and Quan Kai helped resolve the conflict for the ancient gods, he returned to his old ways, the reptile woman spoke. Quan Kai wants to start a war against the ancient gods again, Riiden spoke angrily at this event. But for what purpose? Now no longer Shinnok, whom he served devotedly without forgetting that he is no longer the master of hell, Bo Raicho spoke while taking another sip from his bottle. It's simple, he has a new master, but his master is not alive, Melina said while staring at Riiden. For the gods, speak clearly, the wind god spoke as he looked at the tide people. His new master is the ancient dragon king Anaga, Melina said, while the two gods could not believe what they had heard. Riiden. Fujin. Johnny Cage spoke, worried about the god's reaction. How many more are left? Were the words that came out of a worried thunder god. Quan Kai possesses of Kamidogu and has Shinnok's medallion where he was once imprisoned, Rain spoke while Riiden processed everything. That means he's missing things for him to revive, Fujin spoke worriedly upon learning that he had the Kamidogu. Fujin. Hanzo spoke, worried about the state of both gods. What are Kamidogu? And what's the other thing missing? Johnny Cage asked, not knowing anything about the subject. The Kamidogu are mystical relics created by the old gods that are said to contain the essence of the realms. They have incredible power that can make and unmake all reality. Whoever handles the Kamidogu could endanger existence itself, causing concern in Hanzo and Johnny Cage. The Kamidogu embody the essence of each of their respective realms, and there is one that belongs to each realm. Earthrealm, Netherim, Cheosram, Outworld, or Daram and Edenia. Bo Raicho spoke while drinking from his bottle again. And what else do you need to revive Anaga? Johnny Cage asked. It's not something but someone, Melina said. He needs a vessel to revive the Dragon King, but he can't choose just anyone as a vessel, Melina said. What? Explain yourself, Melina. Hanzo spoke. You need a body that is dragon or half dragon, Melina said. Dragon? Said Johnny Cage, trying to assimilate what they were saying. I imagine that Goro is the only one with dragon offspring, Raiden spoke. I don't know, Chameleon said. So Hanzo said. Melina sighed. From what we were able to investigate, Goro wasn't the only option. One of my spies told me there was another one in Earthrealm, Melina spoke, while Rain nodded. Here, they all said. Faculty of Architecture. After Issei woke up and the scare the trio of girls got, Murayama hugged Issei, where his head was between her breasts. Ayajuo-kun, what happened to you? Cadis asked as she watched Issei calm down, but he didn't respond. Issei-kun, can you tell us what happened and why your eyes were green? Murayama asked while continuing to hug the brown-haired boy. Kiryu was the only one who didn't ask, since she knew about the boy's dragon part, so she preferred not to say anything. Only a few minutes passed when he started talking. He looked at the girls while formulating what he was going to say to avoid talking about the problem, but everything changed when he saw Kiryu. He could notice that he didn't want him to lie to them. After inhaling a little air, he sighed resignedly. You believe in the supernatural? Issei spoke while putting on a nervous smile, and Kiryu showed him a calm look while Murayama and Cadis frowned. The Revelation Saga. The most powerful human in the universe. He was in an apartment on the American continent, a chestnut tree, who was lying in his bed, staring at a baby, who was also looking at the chestnut tree and drinking milk from his bottle. But despite seeing the baby, he was lost in his thoughts, where a serious look could be seen, but he hid sadness in his eyes. It's been more than months since my first encounter with him, Issei thought. I wonder if he made the best decision. Months ago. In a dark place surrounded by white spheres, a brown-haired man was seen kneeling, shouting and cursing at one of the white spheres. Why? Why? He sheds tears while crying without realizing that there was a person walking towards the brown-haired boy with a look of disinterest while having his hands on his sweater. Wow, why are you complaining? The black-haired boy asked, while the brown-haired boy turned to look in the direction where the voice came from. The brown-haired boy looked at the black-haired boy while the latter put on a cynical smile. What are you doing here? Issei asked seriously while he still had tears in his eyes. Calm down, Issei, I only came for the same thing as you, to know more about my time. He closed his eyes and took out his hands while raising them in a sign of buffoonery. You're not supposed to owe them, interrupted. Of being here. Sue. You're right, but you already see me here, said the black-haired man mockingly. Explain the reason why you are here, Issei spoke, still on his knees. It's clear this is your first time entering this place, the black-haired man said while looking at the brown-haired man. You're supposed to be my past life. That's simple, Issei. I am your past life, from another dimension. I just left, Issei with a look of surprise and disbelief. You're making fun of me, the brown-haired boy said angrily, not believing what the black-haired boy said. Partner, you must be lying, I can't believe what you're saying. Hearing the voice, the black-haired man frowned to show annoyance that was seen by the brown-haired man, the look he put on causing concern, which was directed at the red gauntlet that had materialized. After seeing the chestnut tree and the way he looked at him, he thought about his words so as not to provoke a conflict. Look, Issei, like I told you when you came in here, I am your past, but from another alternate timeline. Your mind and soul leave your body to enter the earthly world. In this place you can not only see your current life, but also your past lives. You can see your alternate realities. That is the reason why I am here. Just like you, I am seeing my past. In this place anyone who accesses the tree of memories can arrive. The brown-haired man looked at the black-haired man and just tried to process what he said. He knew very well that he could see his past lives, but they had never told him that he could talk to another person on the alternate line. And what are you looking for? Issei asked more calmly while looking at the black-haired man, and he put on a smile. I see my past, my current life, just to see the mistakes I've made, the black-haired man spoke. Come with me, I'll show you what my world is like. The brown-haired man hesitated to accept, but something in him made him change his mind, so he nodded and walked beside the black-haired man. I'll ask you, why were you crying? She looked at the brunette but saw that she didn't get a response from him. Come on, I can help you. Maybe it was something I went through too, and I can help you fix it or get over it. The brown-haired man looked down and began to speak. I was betrayed by the women I protected and supported. Seeing them with other men hurt me and interrupted. So it was Rias and her entourage. The brown-haired boy was surprised to see that his other self had easily discovered him, but then he remembered what he had told him a moment ago. Did he do it to you in your world too? The brown-haired man spoke, who only saw a slight smile from his other self. Yes, we were affected by the Gremory paradox, the black-haired man spoke, letting the brown-haired man shed a drop on the back of his neck. Paradox Gremory. The brown-haired boy spoke at the name that he gave him since in his opinion, it was stupid. Yes, that's what I called it when I started seeing other lines alternate to mine. The black-haired man continued walking next to the brunette, but his expression changed to a melancholic one. Most of those versions get worse and worse, and they're very unpleasant in the way they betray us. The brown-haired boy had a lump in his throat. He never imagined that, much less knowing that there was more than one version of how his former harem betrayed him. To tell you about it would be from how I got my powers, and that would be telling you about my previous life, the black-haired man spoke as he reached another white sphere. But first I'll have to do something. As he passed his hand near where the gauntlet arm was, it vanished, returning his arm to normal. What did you do? The brown-haired boy looked upset. Betrayal. The brown-haired boy shouted, but he didn't get a response from his partner, and he looked angrily at the black-haired boy. Believe it or not, you'll thank me for it. Now come and watch. Staring at the sphere, not paying attention to the brown-haired boy's reaction. The city could be seen destroyed and blows could be heard in the sky, but each blow came with a storm, as if the beings of. I think I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Axel. I was a normal child, in a normal average family. I had brothers and my parents together. At the age of I saw a conflict up close. There were two beings fighting in the sky. We only saw the ravages of the conflict. At one point in the fight, one of the beings wearing a black mask hit him in the jaw, making his opponent fall. The masked being just laughed at his wounded opponent and started to walk away. I was the only person near the place, and I approached the being that had been knocked down. When I saw him up close I was surprised. I saw a year-old boy just like me. It was like seeing a teenager version of myself. He looked at me and just said, "Help me, and I can help you." I was afraid of him, but I just said, "How can I help you?" "Give me your hand. You and I will not join into a single individual." With fear I brought my hand closer and joined it with his. A light illuminated the place. When the light dissipated he had already disappeared. I was surprised and looked around, but I couldn't find him until I started to hear that voice in my mind which told me. "Calm down boy, I'm attached to your body." "What? Why?" "I'll explain later. Now we're going after that bastard." The being inside the black-haired man's mind spoke. After joining, we engaged in a battle with the masked man. Without realizing it I got into a battle that I sometimes regret today. We couldn't win. He escaped, and from that the being I joined showed up. His name was Rias. He came from an ancient, almost extinct race, known in the universe as the race of the gods. It was a race that had a particular ability. "What ability?" Issei asked, while seeing the memories of what he was telling. They had the ability to copy and add the abilities of any being, no matter who it was, and not only that, they did not have the weaknesses of the beings they copied. That surprised a brown-haired man with that ability. "But how?" asked the brown-haired boy. "It's simple, it's like a tracker. The range I have will depend on my power. The more power I have, the more ground we can cover," said the black-haired man, leaving the brown-haired man stunned. After a month of having joined by certain circumstances I went to the past. During my trip to the past I met beings that you cannot imagine, humans with abilities that would humiliate any family of the pillars of the underworld. Also during my trip I met humans who were my teachers. With them I learned the fighting styles and how I should perfect them and make them mine. Wait, are you serious? I can't believe there are humans with abilities that can surpass demons, angels and fallen ones. The brown-haired man spoke in surprise. Yes, just to give you an idea, there are humans who have much better regeneration than the Phoenix. After I returned from that trip to the past that lasted around years, in my last years before returning to my time, I began to be a hero. Why didn't you tell me what you did during the time you were there? Issei asked, a little surprised, seeing the black-haired man. I did a lot of bad things during that time, which I would like to change, but I can't. That's the reason I don't like to talk about it. I met a lot of allies, but I also made very strong enemies who at a certain point in my life were companions. Okay, she didn't want to talk about the subject anymore since she saw him with a serious expression, but she could feel that there was sadness inside him. After returning from that time travel I continued being a hero. I faced enemies that were capable of destroying and annihilating humanity. And there were times when I fought alongside other heroes or I fought alone, although that was the majority. There were enemies that were from other planets with whom I faced, so I continued until I was physical years old, when I met people with whom I formed a team, and even today we are still a team. They were Lau, Herns, No, Jocks, Dan and Gab. The first time we were head-on it was not a good thing. Why? Issei asked. Well, Axel had a twitch in his eyebrows while putting on a smile. The first time we got together and found out who was who we got into a battle, Issei only saw the conflict between the of us in the black-haired boy's memories. Our first mission was with the supernatural, and it was also the first time that both heroes and villains joined a cause. What caused the supernatural to unite with their enemies? Issei asked. Sai, do you remember the battle of the factions? In several, no. In most of all the versions that I have seen it was always a war between angels, fallen and demons. It was always them, but in my world there was a fourth faction that came in unexpectedly. It was known as the human faction. They carried out their war on Earth instead of their own territory. They carried it where innocent people who did not know about the matter suffered. We found out when we saw the bodies of several winged beings, two sorcerers called Destiny and Doctor Strange, who knew about the supernatural. They told us about the conflict. I never knew why the war was, and even though I knew about magic, I never inculcated myself on that type of topics. I always took it unimportant, but since their first appearance I trained more. That was the reason why we joined. Believe it or not, we faced several warriors from the three factions. I still remember the horsemen of the apocalypse, the sins. We also faced leaders of important houses of the underworld, but I will never forget the first confrontation I had. With him? Asked a brown-haired boy. Yes, the first time I faced God. Let me say he broke my mother. I couldn't do anything, much less with his seraphim, and just like the other factions we couldn't with his mass or the cadres. They made us. Should I remember that Steve Rogers and the green boy who transformed into animals saved me from dying, but before I completely fainted, I could see anger, frustration and no trace of remorse in God. I had mixed feelings, including sadness and disappointment. All those who taught a combat art spoke of God. Each one saw me and told me that I lacked faith, but after seeing this I had to change my thinking. I became cold with those beings. The war lasted more months, and let me tell you that in the last encounter the fallen retreated, and those of us who were in combat were the comrades who were moved at the beginning of the mass, among them Lucifer, God accompanied by seraphim. I only recognized one, who was Uriel. After a couple of hours of combat there were only representatives of the humans left, including me and Herns, of the demons Lucifer and God. I faced Lucifer while Herns faced God. The plan was simple. First defeat Lucifer and then between the of us face God. During the confrontation Lucifer broke my face. I could barely land a hit until. What happened? Issei asked. I had a relationship with a woman who was also a sorceress. Her name was Prati. She came to the conflict where the of us were. She changed to a sad expression. She wanted to help me and attacked Lucifer, but the attack did not affect him, and he attacked my wife. I felt anger at that, and my body began to release a very peculiar energy, but what was more surprising was that pairs of wings came out of my back. That was what was seen in the sphere, and Issei couldn't believe it. Those wings are interrupted. Metallic with my new power I faced Lucifer where I pierced his chest. After seeing his body fall I saw where Herns was fighting. I saw him on the ground unconscious, so I faced God, and that was the second time we faced each other, and the last. Let me tell you that he won at that moment. Despite having that new power, he won, but it was more my anger for wanting to end this war that I decided to continue until I died. So we were for several hours, but at one point in the fight I lost the new power, which only allowed me to endure the battle longer. Me on the ground, he told me that we never had to get involved in a war that was only theirs. I replied that it became our war after having attacked the humans. With anger I did not give up, I continued, I did not stop, and in a moment of impulse, Axel starts to laugh. I obtained a transformation that allowed me to defeat God. This transformation came from my anger. My body had slight changes, the increase in hair, such as the change to blood red. Red stripes began to appear from my body, as well as my eyes turned black. That's why I was able to continue in the fight and win. I still remember the last thing I said to him, you are supposed to protect us. You see us as your children. But now I am the one who is going to kill you. Issei couldn't believe what he was saying. In a dimension his past life killed God. He couldn't think straight. Yes, it is Issei. I killed God. After what happened we made humanity believe that we were invaded by human-like beings with wings that came from another planet. They didn't doubt. After all, there were heroes that humans knew weren't from Earth. That's why they believed us. That was the first time I learned about the supernatural. After years passed where I faced other gods. But they were no longer from Earth, they were from other planets, or they were gods who had the power to destroy a galaxy or several. The reasons for their attack was simple, knowing that a mortal defeated a god, no matter who he was, for them it was an insult. But thanks to that my power increased. I also met beings who were not gods, but were capable of defeating the gods. Really? Are there beings like them? The chestnut tree was terrified. He couldn't believe what they were telling him. That was something he didn't expect to find, beings that easily surpassed gods and beings of this planet. Yes, there are beings much more powerful and incredible than you think, replied the black-haired man. But the last one who faced me, before being reincarnated, could destroy universes with his maximum power. But continuing with the story, after everything we have experienced up to this point, he reappeared. The man in the mask returned, and let me tell you that he humiliated us. We didn't ask him to do anything. The only thing we got from that battle with him were two things. The first one, he broke our face and there were of us against him this time, and the second was that he told us about who he is or what he was. Era? He was a warrior who protected a superior god, but not just any god, he was the creator of the universes. He also told us that he only played with us that time. When Drew and I joined, he only told us that he saw us intervene to the extended race that they said had arrived to the gods. But he was more interested when he saw that I had joined with a human as he arrived. He left, he disappeared again, we got angry again. But before disappearing he told us that he hopes he still lives for what's coming, and maybe in a few years we'll see each other again like today. There I made the decision to make a spell that would allow me to be reincarnated. It was a countermeasure since the spell was so that the person who was reincarnated could recover their memories and powers, but they would only remember it when the world was in danger or they needed it. It was a spell from one of my wife's old books. So that's how I was reincarnated, and in the Issei of my world. I think it's not necessary to tell you this part, since I suppose you met Rainer, Kakabiel, Loki, even Trihexa himself. The brown-haired boy just nodded melancholy. Years after that the factions betrayed me, Rias, and the others were having affairs with other demons behind my back. The leaders saw me as dangerous, because in the fight against Trihexa, they saw me fighting him face to face. Drake betrayed me too, no faction supported me. They didn't care. When they took away the power of the Welsh dragon from me, they told me that Volley was going to become the new pinnacle of the factions, and that he will have the power of both celestial dragons. The girls who supposedly loved me left with him. It hurt me like never before, but the one that hurt me the most was interrupted. Irina, the brown-haired boy, spoke. Yes, she was supposed to be my childhood friend, and she betrayed me when they were going to kill me. I felt frustrated and helpless at that moment. I regained my memories and my powers. The bad thing is that my full strength and MK power would take a few hours to recover. I only remember that I shot Saoirse's Gremory in the eyes with my heat vision. I speak mockingly. She gave me the opportunity to escape running. After all, I could use several abilities of other heroes. I returned to the human world where I hid and had help from several heroes, one of whom I am grateful to was Tony. Days after what happened, I contacted my team and told them what happened. They told me that if I wanted, we could go destroy all the factions. After all, who would beat me out of all of them? The brown-haired boy didn't say anything because he saw the memories, and he knew that if he wanted to, he could easily destroy everything supernatural. But I didn't do it. I returned to my wife with whom I had a son. After a year of what happened, the earth was invaded. But not only the earth was invaded, but also the supernatural world. We did not intervene on any side at first. We saw how both sides acted. I expected the factions to win and help the humans, but changes his expression and tone to a mocking one. But no faction could handle the invasion, and to top it all off, no faction supported each other while the earth did succeed. It was more than obvious that each hero has had experience in invasions of beings from other planets. The only supernatural being who supported us and did not turn his back on us was Thor. Later I found out from him that he left Asgard because of the betrayal of the Sekiryuutei. Note: Thor didn't know Axel was Issei. The humans knew how to handle the crisis, but the good of humanity came to light, as well as the evil and greed of the supernatural. We helped the humans. After that the factions looked at each other with hatred, but the heroes caught their eye and wanted to make an alliance with us. I think it would be better to end all this here, Issei, the black-haired boy said, while looking at the brown-haired boy and putting on a smile. Know what happened at that meeting? Issei spoke. Okay, it was the beginning of the war, said the black-haired man, leaving the brown-haired man in shock. Chapter 11. The return of an old hero and the journey to truth. Only a few minutes passed when he started talking. He looked at the girls while formulating what he was going to say to avoid talking about the problem, but everything changed when he saw Kiryu. He could notice that he didn't want him to lie to them. After inhaling a little air, he sighed resignedly. Do you believe in the supernatural? Issei said, while putting on a nervous smile, and Kiryu showed him a calm look while Murayama and Katis frowned. Are you kidding us? Murayama said, thinking it was an excuse to avoid talking. Issei-kun is not joking. Both girls turned to look at their friend Kiryu. What do you mean? The pink-haired girl asked, while the young woman with pigtails waited for her friend's answer. Issei-kun, you should show them first before telling your story. The brown-haired boy just nodded as the red gauntlet came out of his left arm. Hello, young ladies, the gauntlet spoke, leaving the two young women surprised and making Kiryu hold back his laughter. Both surprised girls could not formulate any words. It seemed they did not know what to say. Just wait for Issei to tell his story. This was when we were in our second year at Kuo High School, one of the many in which I, Mitsuda and Motohama were spying on each other. At that moment, Issei saw how both girls gave off a purple aura as they remembered that time of the brown-haired boy. We saw them together. As always, I was beaten by you two. At the end of that day I was going back. I met a girl when crossing a bridge. She had long black hair. She had a beautiful smile. She introduced herself to me as Yuma. She asked me if I was dating someone. I was surprised. I answered no. She was happy. She told me if I wanted to go on a date with her. When I heard it I felt happy. It was the dream of every boy my age. A beautiful woman confesses to you and asks you out. I still remember I bought new clothes. I felt anxious. I practiced in the mirror so as not to make a mistake. When the day of our date came I tried hard to make it the best. I took her out to eat, to buy clothes, and when we finished as a novice in relationships. At the end of our date we arrived at the park near the academy. I thought she was going to kiss me, but she approached me and asked me if I would die for her. I thought it was a joke, so I asked her again. Before my eyes she changed from a cute and beautiful girl to a young woman with a revealing outfit and a pair of dark wings. She was a fallen angel. She told me her name was Rainer. She repeated the same thing to me again. Would you die for me? I was surprised. To my surprise she murderer, my first girlfriend, killed me. After that he was revived as a servant of a demon. Days later I faced a group of fallen angels. Among them was who was my girlfriend at that time. She went to save a former nun who was expelled from the church for having a sacred gear, the twilight healing, with which she could heal any being, and who they did not want to take it away from her. Among those angels was my first girlfriend. She snatched her secret gear. When extracting it the former nun died. I faced who was my girlfriend. My mistress in the end ended up killing my ex-girlfriend. Then we faced an heir of the demon houses with whom my mistress was engaged. In that confrontation we lost. I was the last to fall. I was unconscious. Then I faced him again, where I sacrificed my arm to gain more power. I won and managed to break my mistress's engagement. It took just a few weeks, and I ended up facing a cadre who only wanted to face angels and demons to start a war. Then I find out that I have an enemy with whom I have a rivalry to the death because of our loneliness. Then I faced a god that I felt unique and superior to anyone, Loki. Then I went on a trip to Tokyo, where I just wanted to relax because of everything I had experienced. But it was not like that. I faced humans who kidnapped a fox queen, who only because her daughter asked me to. Without knowing it I was afraid. Then I faced a relative of my mistress, who had a physical strength that would make a school tremble and destroy. And then I faced a damn evil dragon. And finally I faced the most fearsome being that ever existed. I faced the monster of the apocalypse. I did all of that for them. All the times I died and kept fighting was for them. When I saw my first girlfriend die, it left me with a trauma that not even my own mistress realized. I was able to deal with it thanks to other companions who also served the one who was my mistress. Issei-kun, what did they do to you? Murayama asked after the brown-haired boy's story. They betrayed me. They started having affairs with other men, as if the times I sacrificed myself for them had never happened, the brown-haired man said with a bit of sadness. Issei-kun, who were the girls? Kata spoke with doubt, since she couldn't believe that they would betray a person who sacrificed himself to protect them and pay him back in that way. I think it is not necessary to think about who they are, Kiryu said while closing his eyes and crossing his arms. At that moment they tried to remember something that would give them an idea of who the girls might be doing, but it only took a few seconds to realize who the girls were. Mini flashback. Issei-kun, President Rias, is waiting for him at the occult club. A blonde-haired man spoke. Issei-kun, we must practice before having our children. A blue-haired girl with a green lock spoke, who had some condoms in her hand. At that moment they remembered the chestnut-haired man surrounded by beautiful women. Issei-kun, you had a relationship with all the women in the occult club? Murayama asked, while her hair covered her eyes. Yes, I had a relationship with all of them, and with Professor Rossweisse. Issei spoke while looking at both girls, while Kiryu just watched. What did you do to get them to have a relationship with you? Kata spoke, since he couldn't believe he had a relationship with beautiful women in his perverted days. Rias Gremory was my master, and as I told you, I saved her from her engagement by sacrificing my arm. I became Asia Argento's friend when she arrived here, not forgetting that I revived her when she died at the hands of Rainer Himejima. I made her fallen angel side settle. And she was able to reconcile with her father with Kaneko Toho. It was also the same that Akeno Himejima did not settle her Nekomata side and was able to make peace with her sister with Xenovia Quarta. She wanted to have strong children. During the course of our missions and adventures, she began to notice me with Arina Shiudo. She already liked me since we were children with Rossweisse. Let's say that I pretended to be her boyfriend in front of her grandmother, and then I rescued her from a madman. The brown-haired man spoke, only for both girls to begin to process what the brown-haired man said. Did you love them? Murayama asked. If you think I was only with them just to be intimate with them, you are wrong. I loved them, and I proved it by dying a second time and losing part of my life, this remembering the death by Samuel's poison and the battle against the Triexa. But that doesn't tell us what happened with your fainting. Caddis asked, since despite what happened with her old relationships, for her to get like that. Issei-kun, you should tell them what happened after you found out about the girls. Kiryu spoke. Issei bowed his head. So that in a few seconds he would only sigh okay after finding out what happened with the girls and their betrayal. Europe. Temple of Reiden. At the entrance of the temple where the Jinsei was guarded, there was a group of people who were worried about the new threat. Johnny Cage, when will you see the boys again? Riordan asked. I'm going to Madrid today for the Canaveral concert. When I get there I'll see you in days. Johnny Cage speaking. We must act quickly if we want help, Boraicho said, taking a sip from his bottle of rice wine. I still can't believe we have to go ask for help from beings, Hanzo said. Master Hanzo, I know very well that you and Master Kuai Liang, who detest supernatural beings, Riordan spoke. Riordan, you can't blame them, even I hate them. They have only used humanity. If it weren't for humans, they would no longer exist, but because of what happened now we will have to unite with them, if only they don't. Johnny spoke, taking off his dark glasses, showing anger and sadness. Johnny Cage, I understand your pain. And Sonya Blades, you lost your daughter. I understand your pain too. I saw Liu Kang and Kung Lao as my sons. I still carry their deaths in my mind. Riordan spoke sadly. I'm going to kill Kano, Johnny said. Now you and Sonya Blade must focus, since you gave young Issei a new family, try to focus on that, since you both need each other, Boraichu spoke. Actually, he sent me a message. He wants to go back to the Tree of Memories. Johnny said. Apparently Issei Cage has managed to use the Tree of Memories in a way interrupted. At that moment, two beings well known to everyone began to materialize. Riordan. It wasn't enough for you to kill me, threaten my kingdom, now you kill my men, Liu Kang spoke angrily. You shouldn't be here, Hanzo said. Don't get involved, Scorpion, this is between Riordan and us, said Katana, who was preparing her blade fans. At that moment a sphere of flames impacted with the returned Empress Katana, which left her on the ground, so that everyone could observe the cause of the attack, who was none other than Hanzo. My name is Hanzo Hasashi, Hanzo shouted, while his hands were covered in flames. It was a bad decision, Scorpio said, the ruler of hell, Liu Kang, to proceed to put himself in a battle pose. Fight. Liu Kang began to throw reddish solar low, so that the leader of the Shirai Ryu could dodge them, and in a single instant teleport, leaving flames in the same place where he was, appearing on the left side of Liu Kang, who received a blow throwing the letter out of hell. Come on Liu Kang, you're just a fallen king, Hanzo spoke with superiority. Liu Kang quickly got up from the blow, only to approach Hanzo and begin to exchange punches and kicks, giving a bicycle kick as the last blow, which knocked down Master Hanzo. What's wrong, Scorpion? Raising his arms with superiority, you have lost your sting, Scorpion, you are no longer that warrior, the ruler of hell spoke, turning his back on a lying Hanzo. At that instant, in a single blink, the sound of a kunai was heard, which pierced part of Liu Kang's chest. Dead over here. The shout of a Hanzo while pulling his kunai. Which, when Liu Kang arrived by the force of Hanzo, which gave him a knee in the jaw of the ruler of hell, so that he flew, and threw both kunais, grabbing him in the air, pulling both chains, so that he fell to the ground. Better shut up, damn returnee, you're not even worthy of calling yourself ruler of hell, Hanzo spoke, approaching a dying Liu Kang, whom he was going to finish off. Don't continue, Hanzo, he turned to look at Liu Kang. Now Liu Kang, tell me, why are you here? You know very well that you cannot come near my temple. Riordan spoke with authority in his words. Don't come with nonsense, several beings from hell have been killed and Cable and Striker have disappeared, and the only ones who would do that would be you, Liu Kang spoke, which left the warriors of the earth surprised along with Riordan. I don't know why this has to do with Quan Kai, Johnny Cage said, entering the conversation. This left both rulers puzzled, as they themselves had banished Quan Kai after his resurrection by the ancient gods, as he aimed to stop Riordan when he was corrupted by absorbing the negative energy of the Jinsei when Shinnok attacked on Earth. Kuo University. On the way to the Faculty of International Relations, a chestnut tree was seen entering a building. Are you really going to come in? After telling me all that, I thought you still wouldn't show yourself with them, said a woman with flowing pink hair. I thought I wouldn't see you Mei Tata anymore, the brown-haired boy spoke, but it seems you heard everything. Yes, I never thought you would live through all that, and even more so because of the way those girls paid you back, Cupid spoke while she had her eyes closed and crossed her arms and floated. Forget it, said the brown-haired boy. Are you sure it wouldn't be nice if the busty Ritid saw you? Mei Tata spoke. No. How did you know she had big breasts and crimson hair? Issei asked curiously. You forget that I can use magic, how do you think I could stop time? Mei Tata spoke. I see, and as for Rias, I don't care, that song they played didn't just affect me, it also affected Karen. Issei spoke, while hiding his gaze. Wouldn't it be better? At that moment, footsteps were heard approaching where they both were. But as he looked, he saw a girl with a long blue ponytail, wearing blue shorts, a blue sweater, and white sneakers, who just approached the brown-haired boy with a little fear. Issei waited for the girl to speak to him, but before there were words, Chaz. The place was flooded with the sound of a slap. Issei, we cut. The blue dark-haired girl spoke. But what the buck? Is spoke angrily, while one of his hands caressed the cheek where he had received the slap, but Tang Xuan just passed by Issei's side. If you want to cut, let's cut, who cares, I'm telling you that with that damn arrogant character, there will never be someone who wants to be with you, Issei shouted angrily, but the blue dark-haired girl just hid her gaze and turned her back on the brown-haired boy, but a few seconds after the way the young man answered, the young blue-haired girl ran away. Damn, I'm going to go crazy if this continues like this, Issei said, watching the stairs where the blue dark skin passed, going down slowly, the young cupid appears again. What's wrong with you? I was only gone for a few moments, and you went crazy, Mei Tata said, without taking her eyes off the boy. How can you not understand, I received a blow, and in itself it forced me to cut, although her feeling is false, Issei spoke frustrated by the situation being observed by his partner Drag and the cupid. But a woman cutting you? Makes me feel upset. HHHH. The brown-haired boy opened his eyes, thinking about the situation again, to approach the girl. If I cut off all women, wouldn't that solve the problem? I ask, hoping for an answer, but the cupid only sighs at the question. I see you still don't understand women. When most women say they want to break up, it's a danger sign, the girl said, leaving Issei thoughtful. Danger sign, Issei thought. Calm down, buddy, I don't think I'm making the girl a fool. It would be better to retreat for the moment, you must think things through, besides we must do something with your female, Drake spoke, while his carrier fixed his gaze where the girl had gone. I think I'll fix it at home. I still have to get ready because tomorrow is the last day I'll be here before I go to Spain. He continued to leave and wait to talk to Karen. University in trance. You could see a large group of women who had everyone's attention, you could hear comments in the distance about how much they liked the girls, but there were others who spoke poorly directed at a certain red-haired girl and her friend, since they talked about how they were easy women, but mainly about Rias who made fun of her very often, but they didn't care, being supported by her friend and her entourage. Rias, we must go today, Surzich Sama located us at the club, the sadistic blue-haired girl spoke angrily upon hearing what the girls were saying about them. Rias, Akeno is right, and I would also like to know why she placed us there as well, the Citrieris mentioned, to reach her destination, since both groups of women listened to the comments and vulgarities that were said to all of them. On the way to the occult club, they were able to find a woman with silver hair and albino, who looked angrily at the Gremory group, who also looked at her threateningly, but for the decadent Lucifer she was not intimidated. Wow, but they are the Gremory bitches, the albino said while crossing her arms, highlighting her large bust that competed with those of Rias and her queen. What do you want, Valerie? Asked the heiress of the Gremory house, who stared at the albino being imitated by the other girls in the group. Just like you, I was asked to speak with the Mau, the girl spoke angrily. But at the moment in which they were in their little discussion, a couple of women passed by, who upon seeing them, the women felt anger, which was seen by most of both retinues, even Sona herself and her queen, being theirs less demonstrated compared to that of Rias. The albino upon seeing the women who were looking could feel anger, which they did not know the reason, upon seeing a purple-haired woman, who was walking next to a black-haired woman. She also reciprocated the look that they sent her. Partner, could you feel it? Albion asked. Yes, they have their auras combined with those of a dragon, the albino spoke. Each one has a dragon mark, but I can feel the mark of the stained glass bearer on the black-haired girl, but on the other girl I can feel another energy, which I can't tell whose it is, but I'm sure of one thing. It's draconic and human, but I can feel that both girls are pregnant. At that moment, its bearer could be seen increasing her aura, showing anger and jealousy, seen by the white dragon. Calm down, you don't even know her, and you're going to attack her, Albion spoke mentally. I don't know what happened to me, for some reason I felt angry when I saw the girl, Volley said, calming down but still looking at Karen, who also noticed the looks they were giving her. Greg, don't tell me she's your partner's female, the dragon thought to himself. The next day, PM. College buddies, have a great day. Today, exclusively, we have two guys in the booth who have been making waves since their arrival. I welcome Saji and Cage from the band The Kings of Music. How are you guys? The reporter spoke. Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here, Saji said. Well, guys, we wanted to do a little interview about your event in Madrid and your concerts in other countries, reporter. Sure, I'd be happy to answer your questions, Cage said. This was heard throughout the university. We understand that you're invited to be at the Canaveral concert that will be held in Spain. It's true, it's an opportunity that came to us as a surprise, we never thought we would have the honor of being invited, Saji said. Without forgetting that it's a great opportunity to make our music better known in other places, Issei said. Great news, but we understand that your music represents sadness, is it a way of expressing what you feel? The reporter spoke. The truth is that we only tell anecdotes of what once happened to us at some point in our lives, Issei said. Cage, you're the most talked about person in the entire college right now, simply because you're in a relationship with your classmate Karen. If she is my fiancé, and we have a son, whom we adore, Cage spoke. Oh. But they also say that you have a romance with out of the university idols, what could you tell us? The presenter spoke. Here everyone at the university was very attentive, especially a trio of women who were listening to the interview in their respective classrooms. It's just a problem of confusion that I'm solving, but to clarify, we are just friends, them, and I that caused the three mentioned to feel bad and some tears to come out of their eyes. Saji-chan, we also know that he has a relationship with the other female member of the group Misuki interviewer. Yes, she and I are in a relationship, in fact I'm expecting our first child. Everyone remained silent after what the blonde man had said, and a black-haired girl was turning red in her classroom, while all her classmates had a look above her. Saji, you'll see when we see each other in the afternoon, she said it to herself, blushing. Oh, as a last request of you, we would love for you to sing a song, although I don't know if you would mind. Of course not, they nodded. Saji took some guitars out of their respective cases to give one to Issei. This song is new, it's the first time I'm going to sing it for more people, I hope you like it. When Karen and Miss Yuki finished playing, they blushed. They had written a song for themselves, causing great joy, but in the case of the women who knew the blonde, it wasn't like that. The same happened to the Gremory group, who felt bad when they heard the song, causing sadness. This also happened to the Arisitri and her queen, and a woman with blue hair, who felt the same. The next day, Kuo City Airport. Hurry up or we'll lose our scent, a woman with purple hair spoke. It's your fault, you didn't let me sleep because you wanted more or you forgot. Those words made Karen blush, who just looked away so as not to look at him. Shut up. Don't talk about those topics here. Karen shouted, causing everyone to turn to look at her. Okay, well we're here, Issei said, while handing some plane tickets to the flight attendant who was at the entrance. Issei. What's going on, Karen? I love you. He approached her little by little to deepen it with a tender kiss, which when they separated they left a light thread of saliva to look at each other and get lost in her gaze, hold hands and get on the plane. Chapter 12. Annabelle concert and the unexpected meeting. Underworld. It had been days since Issei's group left for Madrid. Everything was normal, but not for a large group of people who were gathered in the underworld. Well, has anyone heard anything from Issei-kun? Said the Mao Lucifer. I was going to ask the same thing too, the Yaokai leader spoke. No, the truth is we haven't heard anything since he left, and we know that thanks to Mayujuka, said Aden, father of all, who appeared calm about the situation and did not show signs of concern like most of the leaders. I'm also getting worried. We haven't heard from him for a year, Penemu said with concern. I miss Icon a lot, I hope he's okay, Sirafal said, her head down as she thought about the brown-haired boy. I also want him back, so we can talk about what we had, said the Seraph Gabriel, while she was observed by all the women who felt love for the brunette. No, he's my Issei, Rias spoke, causing the leaders and those from Vali's group, Sona, Kuroka, Lefei, Tsubaki, Rossweisse and Office, to look at them and a dark aura to come out. What are you saying, Issei? Not Rias. Akeno spoke, while they began to argue among the Gremory group. How can you argue about that when you were the ones to blame for him leaving? Yusaka spoke with anger in her words. That's true, you shouldn't be talking here, Penemu said angrily at the young women's attitude. It's true, if it weren't for her stupidity, Icon wouldn't have left. Serafal spoke in the same way as the previous female leaders, who supported her. Girls, please calm down, said the most powerful queen and wife of the Mao Lucifer, who demonstrated her authority, since she was seeing the increase in the leaders' auras, and the last thing she wanted was for them to attack each other. We will get it back. Rias shouted, tears in her eyes. Yes. Shouted all the girls from the Gremory group. He would never hate us. Akeno spoke seriously, but tears were welling up in her eyes. Issei-senpai, he will be with us for all eternity, Kaneko spoke, supported by the other girls in arena. But at the meeting a certain group of men were serious, including Ajuka, Azazel, Aten and Razor, who were very upset by this, until one could not stand the way the women were acting, and also their voices. How can you be so shameless? I spoke of the father of all seriousness and looked at all the women who were interested in the brunette. That boy did everything for you, referring to the Gremory group. He also accepted others for who they are and not as a vile trophy. This was given to the faction leaders. He helped several, and this is how they repaid him. How can you be so cynical? Aden spoke, leaving all the women who had feelings for Issei with their eyes on the ground. But go talk, Penemu. You know that I'm leaving, I have a commitment and I would like to speak with Azazel Dono and Ajuka Dono, which nodded to get up and leave following Aden, leaving all the sad women, while Michael looked sad and worried at just like the Mao Lucifer with Rias, but they had a better question. Issei would forgive them all. Every time they asked themselves that question they came to the conclusion of, well, I'm leaving. My flight to Madrid leaves today and I'm going with my fiancé, Razor said as he got up from his seat and gave a small bow. Madrid. Serafal spoke, trying to change the atmosphere that had taken place in the place. Yes, Ubeluna and I will go spend a few days. Razor spoke, but he said it while bowing and leaving, but before leaving. We'll also go to the Canaveral concert to see the band The King of the Music. He left the place with a smile, while the women made faces of disgust when they heard the band, and some men who were still there felt afraid. Office of Ajuka. I didn't expect you to react that way, Adendono Azazel said as he took a box of cigars out of his jacket and lit it to smoke. Hey Brett, give me one. Aden spoke so that Azazel would give him a cigarette, which he took, lit and little by little began to taste. What I hope is for Issei-kun to return, Ajuka said as he sat down to look at the papers on his desk. And when he returned, the only thing I knew about you were the calls my partner in perversion made to you, the father of all said while smoking his cigarette. To the confusion of the present, they looked at each other and spoke, telling him that he had already returned and that he should show up at the party of the factions, giving a small smile thinking about the situation that would arise shortly. This will be interesting, Aden said as he finished his cigar. Gremory clan castle. Milikas, don't run, a young woman with brown hair spoke, who had a slight smile when she saw the child running. But he didn't pay attention. He arrived at the entrance of the castle being received by all the maids of the place, but he didn't take it seriously and continued on his way until he reached his room, where upon entering he saw a huge room that had posters and figures of the op-eye dragon. When he closed his door, he arrived at a table which in front of it was a PC. It's already the day they've been mentioning it for several weeks, and today it comes out in his excitement of seeing something on his PC. Double-clicking it took him to a new window, where you could see a black box with a countdown in the center, which went backwards until it reached 0. Madrid, Spain. He could still see a brown-haired boy sleeping in a room. To his left was a baby, who was happily playing with his rattle. Issei's dream. Issei, a voice that he recognized spoke, and when he looked at it, he gave him a smile. Miku, I thought we would see each other in class. Karen. Where is she? Issei spoke while the black-haired girl put on a small smile. Oh, it seems my pervert misses his other female, but you should understand that we are yours, while caressing his hand where the Sekiryuutei mark was located. Also, Karen is still happy since that night. Now I wonder when will you make us yours at the same time? Since when we were with you we fainted from so much pleasure, said the brunette who was licking her fingers on her left hand, where the mark was, and her other hand was caressing the brunette's member, which she only enjoyed despite having his pants on. You know something? He leaned close to the girl's ear, and she blushed at the words the brunette said with a smile. End of dream. Issei. Issei. A woman spoke while she moved the brown-haired boy who half opened his eyes. Issei, wake up, it's about time our new song comes out. Hey. Now it's okay, Issei spoke as he compassed himself to sit on the edge of the bed, while Karen carried the little baby who smiled at Karen when he saw her. How is little Logan? Issei spoke, approaching Karen and kissing her on the lips, deepening a kiss full of love, which lasted a few minutes. When they separated, they looked at each other with much love, and a small blush took over Karen, which Issei always liked when she was blushing. I still can't believe our son has such a strange name, Karen said, while her forehead was pressed against her beloved brown-haired boy's, with her slight blush. What's wrong with his name being Logan XKJIORI? That caused the girl to start laughing at the name since in her mind, she remembered how they killed each other to give him a name. Nothing like that, it's just that she looked at the brown-haired boy's eyes, but those honey-colored eyes, that drove her crazy and she couldn't stop looking at them, those eyes that always gave her protection. I better turn on the TV. The new song is premiering today, while he continued to stare into his beloved's hypnotic eyes. Yes. Underworld Castle of the Mao Lucifer. Ah, it's a great song by Issei Nasama, said a red-haired boy who was happy to hear the song. 2 days later. Madrid, Spain, Canaveral concert. In the concert's dressing rooms, there was a quartet that was a little nervous. This is the second time we've been in front of so many people, Saji said, nodding for both girls. Don't worry, this is a step to reach the top, Issei said, while putting on a leather vest to continue walking to the door. You're very calm, Issei, Karen said, grabbing the base to follow her male, being followed by the other couple. As they left and walked towards the platform, they met a man in a black suit and sunglasses. They are ready, said the older chestnut while looking at the young people. How can you be so shameless, Johnny? It was the voice of a woman that came from behind the older brunette. She was a woman with blonde hair, and she was wearing a suit that, despite being a bit masculine, you could see her figure that was really beautiful. No matter that she was almost years old, she appeared to be years old, a MILF that any young man would like to have. Hi mom, said the young brunette, approaching the woman and giving her a hug. I'm glad, I hope you're ready for your moment. Here we'll know if you can handle the pressure of being on stage. When you're in front of it, the blonde spoke seriously, while she separated from the boy's hug and looked at the others. Sonia, don't make them any more nervous than they already are. The woman hugged the young brunette again. This scene caused Johnny to shed a tear, and he just smiled and looked back at the boys. Eyes, have fun and don't forget that we support you. To Issei, there's something I need to talk to you about. The brown-haired boy just nodded to go up the stairs that went up to the level where the concert stage was located. One by one they went up, Karen being the last to go up. Karen, don't worry, you have my grandson and I don't want anything to happen to him. The young woman with purple hair smiled at the blonde who also smiled so the young girl could get on. Madrid, Spain. Outside the concert. He was in a cafe near the auditorium, a couple of kids were having coffee. Diba-senpai, do you think the girls will be able to find Issei-senpai? We have already looked for him, and there is still nothing of him, said a small young man looking down. Asper-kun, you shouldn't act like that. But you and the others were the ones to blame for Issei-kun deciding to leave, said the Gremory knight who only looked at the little vampire. But at that moment inside the cafeteria, on a plasma screen there was a presenter speaking which caught the young gentleman's attention. Now the next group is a newbie, not long old, just starting out in music, but in its short time, it has managed to position itself in several tops of world music. It's the king of the music, the audience goes crazy. Hello everyone, I hope you are enjoying this great night, and to increase that excitement, we will play a song that is one of the sad ones, which can be when we no longer have that loved one. Issei-kun senpai, both boys spoke when they saw it on the plasma screen of the cafeteria in Madrid. So Issei-kun will start singing that song, said a girl with pigtails who was in an apartment along with women, a pink-haired woman with short hair and a brunette with braids, who were watching the concert through a laptop that was connected to a projector and speaker. Let's go Issei and Isama, said a red-haired man who was in his room watching it on his PC. Wow, who would have thought the boy has come far, said a black-haired man with a blonde streak who was smoking and watching a hologram of the concert. Issei-kun, said a silver-haired girl who was lying in her room watching the concert and hugging a stuffed animal that was Issei himself, with his armor. Hamananada, Issei-kun and his group finally entered, said a purple-haired girl with darker hair, who was hugging a blonde. It's true, it was already late, the blonde said while looking towards the stage. I hope you like it. During the song Issei remembered everything he experienced with Mio, how he met her, the first time they kissed, the night they gave themselves together, and the regret of not having given her more love until the last day he saw her. This song is for the woman who was with me. She's the reason why she's my light, and like her, there will never be one. That caused Karen to shed a few tears of joy as she set up her guitar. This song speaks for itself. The next song is about the story of when a loved one leaves you for something so material, regardless of your feelings. This song will be sung with my friend Saji. The blonde man approached. Issei is the singer of Enanitos Verdes, and Saji is the singer of Hombres G. In this song, Saji remembered the betrayal of his former partners, how they changed him for other boys who only had money. And that they abandoned him on the edge of death. This song will be the first where we demonstrate the barriers that can be overcome. Karen starts approaching Issei's side. This song was the strength of love that a person has that can reflect it as a couple. This song is the saddest way to see the woman you love, how she betrays you, gives you wings when she's just playing with you. Issei remembered how his former loved ones swore their love to him when they only played with him, those lies he once kept silent were now just bad memories. Once we were told that our songs were only about heartbreak and betrayal, but the truth is that for us, after bad things, there is always hope. This is to see that everything bad there is something good, you will always find the good things about the place, with the people who love you. Thank you, they spoke in unison, while they applauded them and asked for another one. This was a great concert, said the host. I can't believe it was Issei-kun, said the Gremory knight. It was always right under our noses, said the little vampire. It was a great concert, Issei-kun thought the people who knew the group in person. Days later, Europe. The brunette and the purple-haired girl were seen walking towards a cave where, upon reaching the bottom, there was a tree that was shining. Issei, I will be with you, so let's see if she told the truth. Karen spoke to kiss her beloved. Thank you, I love you, Karen, Issei said. Days after days before the party. Kuo. The quartet is seen arriving at a luxury apartment complex. Karen, we have to finish everything about your wedding, there is only a month and a half left, the black-haired woman spoke, while there were stars in her eyes. Of course, I'm excited and a little scared, Karen spoke, while Issei gulped as he remembered the seal that he would remove when he got married. Partner, just don't kill her with pleasure, Drake spoke mockingly, to the anger of the brown-haired boy. Chapter 13. Europe. Inside the temple of the god of thunder, there was a man with grey hair tied in a long tail, wearing a hat that had a very sharp circular blade built into its brim. He was the former member of the White Lotus Society, he is the last descendant of the great Kung Lao, he was the last Kung Lao, who was known to have been able to escape the spell that Quan Kai had imposed on him, to make him one of his servants as a returnee. Now he was meditating at the entrance of the temple that had once been like a father to him. The sky changed from a sunny day to a cloudy grey one, which cast rays around the clouds until one struck in front of the ancient warrior of the earth. Kung Lao, what do you want in my temple? Riiden spoke, who only watched as Kung Lao's descendant meditated. I think you already know why I came, Riiden. After all, I have also been traveling to several worlds, and I was able to see the worlds, as well as the threat that is about to reach the kingdoms and mainly the earth. Kung Lao spoke still in his meditation position, without opening his eyes, while Riiden just watched him. So you already know about Quan Kai's plans? Said the god of thunder, who only turned around to continue his way, to enter his temple, leaving an annoyed Kung Lao, remembering the sorcerer who converted him and used him to attack the beings of the earth. But that thought changed when he remembered the reason why he went to the temple of the god of thunder. He got up and walked towards the direction in which Riiden went. Riiden, is it true that you will ask those beings for help? Kung Lao asked, and only Riiden stopped to think and answer. What beings are you referring to, Kung Lao? Riiden asked, but he knew very well who they were referring to. After all, he knew very well the anger he would have upon knowing the truth. Don't try to lie to me, Riiden. I know very well that you plan to ask for help from the beings known as the supernatural. He waited for an answer from his former mentor, who just looked at him before responding. If you are right, Kung Lao, we will ask for help. I understand the reasons why you do not want to help the conflict, Master Hanzhou and Master Kuai Liang, but he was interrupted by Kung Lao. So why with them? Waiting for a response from Riiden. I know how they used humans, and that their power isn't that high. Interrupted for the second time. Their power, they are very weak for the threat that is coming. In my travels to various kingdoms, I could see their power, and let me tell you that those who are considered strong would barely defeat the low warriors of the Tarkatans, and the fight they had with a dragon that was supposed to be the most powerful being, and that dragon is slightly stronger than Shao Kahn. If only of our warriors could win. Kung Lao spoke annoyed, since he was right. They did not help during the years that the conflict with Shao Kahn lasted, or worse, when Shinnok invaded, and how can we forget what happened years ago? Kronika, if she had not been stopped, she could have caused Armageddon. She could have returned to that timeline. Kung Lao spoke with a little annoyance, mainly remembering what happened with Shinnok. Note. For those who played Mortal Kombat, Armageddon ended that timeline badly, where in Mortal Kombat it started where Riiden sends images to his past self to avoid it and put the events in Mortal Kombat. And you're right, but when we're in front of them we'll set some terms. They won't like it if their kingdoms are destroyed, Riiden spoke as he approached his former student. They just looked at each other until Kung Lao spoke. I also know that Quan Kai is looking for him, and I also know about the son of Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade. That surprised Riiden. Huo College of Architecture. It was already the second period, and the graphic expression teacher had not yet arrived. The students were chatting in their social groups, but one of those groups had 4 people who were chatting. Issei-kun, you surprised me at your concert. It was impressive. Murayama spoke while looking at the brown-haired boy, who upon seeing her in the eyes, looked away, causing a blush in the young brown-haired girl with pigtails, which was noticed by the dragon of the gauntlet and the perverted brown-haired girl, who put on a mischievous smile. Thank you, Murayama. Although we shared that concert with several singers from around the world, in months it will be our concert, said the brown-haired man, who only closed his eyes, where the tranquility of the young brown-haired man, without caring that he will be in front of stupid people again. Hey, Issei-kun, getting Issei's attention, but for the other girls they already knew what topic it was about. After all, they also wanted to talk. What's wrong, Aika? Asked a brown-haired boy while staring at the girl, but Issei had other things in his mind. Issei's mind. But why do I feel like this? The seal was supposed to be broken on my wedding night with Karen, the brown-haired boy thought as he continued looking at Aika, calmly, but in his body, he wanted to make her his no matter if his companions were there, and he was no different from his other 2 friends Murayama and Caddis, but he tried to control it. Buddy, you need to calm down, I speak mentally to the boy. Greg, do you know why I'm like this? I was supposed to not get into this state yet, the brown-haired boy spoke with a little difficulty. Yes, my friend, this happened because the seal is about to break and the effects are already starting to come out, the dragon spoke, causing a little concern. Okay, but now you could help me. Well, I'm with women, the boy told her while he continued looking at the brunette. Yes, don't worry, Drake answered. Outside Issei's mind. Issei-kun, we wanted to tell you the answer to the proposal you mentioned to us, Aika spoke, while now looking at the girls, who also nodded. Now Caddis took the floor. I thought about it, and we also discussed it during the time you were out, and we agreed to be part of your entourage, Caddis spoke, looking seriously at the boy, who just smiled and then started to laugh, causing a little annoyance in the trio of women. What are you laughing at, Issei? Don't tell me you lied to us, Murayama said as she took out her wooden katana, being watched by all her companions who were about to leave because she hadn't arrived. That caused a brunette with pigtails to turn red in embarrassment as she tried not to look at her classmates who kept staring at her. Girls, don't get me wrong, the thing is that mine isn't an entourage, it's a group team, the boy spoke, which caught Aika's attention. But if that's the case, which chess piece will we get to be reincarnated? The brunette said, waiting for his answer. None spoke, leaving the girl surprised but Ika even more so since she already knew more about the subject of demonic pieces. So? Ika spoke. It's that I haven't used my evil pieces yet, and for the moment I don't think I'll use them, but I have something better, said the brown-haired man, while he unsheathed his finger, and from a small flame of dark green fire a black wooden jar, with a symbol of two trees, one inverted. Opening the wooden jar with a little energy, the green interior was visible. Faculty of International Trade. Inside the class, there was a light-haired girl who was having a free hour with her friend and devotee of God, the ex-nun. She looked like she was immersed in her thoughts when a boy with brown hair but darker began to approach them both. "Wow, my dear angel, how have you been? It's been a while since we last saw each other," said the boy who, upon seeing the reincarnated angel, changed his gaze, his eyes sharpened, trying to calm down. The blonde who accompanied her only watched her friend's reaction when she just grabbed her backpack, got up from her seat and said to leave. Asia was going to do the same when the boy spoke. "Where do you think you're going? You can't just leave me with the greeting. It hurt you so much that that perverted childhood friend of yours left. Please get over it." That caused the brunette to get furious, only to stop without looking at the boy, just turning her back on him. "You know something, Yasaku, don't come near me again, I curse myself," Irina said. While being watched by her friend Asia. "You curse yourself? Why? Because of a useless person who couldn't even keep his girlfriend by his side, or because his girlfriend pushed him aside?" Amidst the silence of a response, the brunette's eyes only shed tears. "I think you don't understand, Yasaku, you were just someone to experiment since I didn't feel anything when I was with you. You can say all you want, but the truth is that because of my stupidity and my lack of experience, I only hurt my friend, and who was my fiancé." The reincarnated angel spoke to continue walking. "Haha, really, if that were the case you wouldn't have been with me from the beginning. Why not experience all those dates you were with me on? You're just lying to yourself." "I'm not lying to myself, but when he comes back I'll do anything to make him forgive me and come back to me, and I won't care what I have to do, and you'll just be a stain that will be erased over time. I hope all goes well for you, and don't come near me, or I'll have to do it again like the last time we saw each other." Irina speaking. Entranced to the Faculty of Architecture. The boy could be seen walking towards his motorcycle, who along the way had a mental conversation with the celestial dragon. "Comrade, so you're going out with her?" The dragon spoke while waiting for the chestnut's response. "Yes, now all that remains is to solve this, although I'm not very sure after all because of the seals that are breaking," Is spoke. "I'll tell you something, try not to be so close to her or else you'll scratch her, and I don't think that's a good way to mark the girl," the dragon spoke. "I know, I just have to fix it soon," as he continued on his way. A few minutes passed in which Is rode his motorcycle and arrived at the entrance of the Faculty of International Trade, where he saw several students leaving, but he was surprised to see a brunette and a blonde leaving. He could see the sadness of both, but he did not take it important since he only came for one thing, and that is because he was waiting for someone else. Which he could notice when he saw a slightly older girl with pink hair which several boys looked at since her beauty and her slender body that could compete with that of the Valkyrie stole the glances of all men and the envy of women. She arrived and greeted the young brunette, but seeing that several men devoured her with their gaze, the brunette's instincts came to the surface when he wanted to hit the men who were staring at the pink hair. When she arrived she hugged the brown-haired boy who did not object to the girl's action, who upon seeing the situation, blushed and put on a smile, showing how pleasant it was to be with Issei. "Issei-kun, let's go home, I want us to be there for a while," I spoke timidly, continuing with what the girl had mentioned. The brown-haired boy gave her a black helmet in the meantime, so she could get on the motorcycle. The brunette just got on the motorcycle, while the pink-haired girl clung to his back to continue on her way, which was seen by all her classmates at the faculty, who saw the scene up to the point where Issei put on some dark glasses, without sending a death glare to the males of the faculty. Minutes later. A few minutes had passed since the incident. The couple had arrived at the most expensive and luxurious area of the city of Kuo, but they were in front of the largest house where they were received by several butlers and maids, which in their reverence, the young brown-haired man was not surprised, having experienced what he had experienced with his former ex-fiancée. He already saw this way of behaving of the servants as natural, arriving from the hall to the room of the enormous mansion. The young brown-haired man sat down. "Issei, wait for me, I'll go change to be more comfortable." After those words, the young girl went up some U-shaped stairs to disappear. A few seconds later, a woman dressed as a majordomo with blue hair arrived. She was the main housekeeper of the Zitong family, arriving with a small cart on which was a white teapot with gold-colored ornaments. "Are you young Xia's friend?" The young girl who was looking after the brown-haired boy spoke. "Yes, I am a friend of Xia-san," answered the brown-haired boy. He didn't want them to know about the situation he created at the university, otherwise it was more likely that they would kill him. "I'm happy for young Xia, she almost lives alone in this huge mansion." That surprised the boy to know that fact. "Why?" asked a brown-haired boy. Yes, since Mr. Zitong's business started, it is bigger and takes up more of his time, and that prevents him from spending time with his daughter, said the woman, while putting on a sad face, remembering how the girl was always alone in the house. So that's what it was, now the pregnancy thing makes sense, the brunette thought while the young woman poured him some more tea. The moment a man in a black suit arrived, he fell down the stairs, he seemed excited, arriving with a woman. They called from young Xia's school, saying that she was with a man named Issei. The man finished speaking. Issei? Where did I hear that name? The woman tried to think of who he could be until she saw the brunette again. In just the blink of an eye, the brunette was surrounded by all the security men of the mansion, pouncing on the brunette. The young man dodged the blows of the security men until a voice sounded throughout the place. Everyone stop. The pink-haired girl shouted from the stairs, drawing the guards' attention. Issei-kun and I love each other. This caused the man who had stopped at one point to continue hitting the girl. Issei-kun, although I can't get pregnant, in the next one I'm going to do my best so that we can have our child, said the young Xia, leaving everyone shocked. The men's gaze sharpened and their aura increased in order to kill the boy who only continued to dodge the blows. Buddy, finish this, I'm getting bored, the dragon spoke. The brown-haired man listened to what his partner said and continued to hit each guard, leaving them knocked out. I want to talk to Mr. Zitong right now, raising his aura a little. He intimidated all the workers. As the people dispersed in fear, he sat on the sofa, staring at the girl who had served him tea at one point. Seeing her caused him to blush slightly, but at the same time one of danger, knowing that in front of her was a man who made him put her in that mood. He looked seriously at the girl waiting for action, while releasing a little of his aura, but what he hadn't realized was that he was releasing pheromones to attract females, causing the girl to get excited, in the tone in which the boy spoke, showing that he is a man who must be obeyed. As an order from the boy, the young girl quickly retreated to call Lord Zitong, while Issei took the opportunity to take Xia's hand and take her with him to the sofa to wait for the aforementioned Faculty of Architecture. The black-haired woman could be seen looking at a wall where there were lists of students and groups, with her finger looking at each name. She stopped and smiled. I found you, Issei-kun, the girl said. Zitong family residence. About an hour passed and all the security personnel saw how, from the entrance of the mansion, some armored trucks, which were driven by local military personnel, arrived and formed two lines, giving space to a limousine that arrived directly at the entrance. Where a man came out who, if they said he was years old, I wouldn't believe them, since this guy represented a man in his 30s. He was wearing a black trench coat and pants that, just by looking at them, you would say they were extremely expensive. You could tell with just his presence, his status was noticeable. All the security guards in the mansion welcomed the man, accompanied by a little wind moving my hair. I didn't hesitate. I've already been with several people who have the same bearing as Mr. Zitong. So you're the brat, good boy. He turned around and looked at the soldiers who accompanied him. Put away your weapons. The men immediately nodded without objection. Was that all? He thought, puzzled, without stopping looking at Mr. Zitong. Hit him directly, said Mr. Zitong. Issei opened his eyes in surprise and the men pounced on him. Issei, was the cry of the young heiress of the Zitong family, being grabbed by the men by the same woman who had served Issei. Father, Issei-kun is innocent. Look, this is the lab result, showing a folded document, which was already more than days old from that exam. The man looked at the document, raised his hand and gave the order to stop. Hey kid, why are you acting up? The man looked at the young brown-haired boy, but was surprised to see his guards beaten up and lying on the ground, while young Issei shook the dust off his clothes. It's simple, Mr. Zitong, but I think it would be better to introduce myself. My name is Issei. I am a university classmate of Xia-san, and the reason why I am here is so that you can see your daughter again. Oya has forgotten, he said calmly to finish the last part in a serious and cold way that the man himself felt it, leaving him surprised, already a Xia, with tears in his eyes, upon hearing the words of his beloved. What your daughter needed, something so simple that you apparently forgot, thinking that with luxuries she would be better off, when all she wanted was to have a family. Issei approached Xia's father and faced him, leaving everyone present stunned and Xia in tears, knowing that the brown-haired man knew what she longed for. The man changed his expression from one of astonishment to one of anger, grabbing Issei by the collar of his shirt. The man looked him in the eyes. Damn brat, do you understand what love is? Do you think all this falls from the sky? In a fit of anger, Issei released a bit of his draconic power. He grabbed the man's shirt collar and lifted him up as if nothing. Several security guards were going to interfere until Issei spoke with a voice that would scare anyone. Stop with the nonsense that you don't even believe yourself. Do you think I don't know what love is? Do you think that with just your maturity and your life experience, you're going to question me with stupid questions? He brought him closer to his face. The brown-haired boy's gaze, you could see anger and rage, but frustration. You don't know me. Do you think I know nothing about family love? Let me tell you something, I know what it feels like to have all that love in a family, and I also know what it feels like to lose it. Don't come to me with cheap stories at that moment, Issei threw Lord's Ayatong, falling to the ground with a look of surprise, but Issei had a look of anger, and it couldn't be worse. Issei's eyes were torn like a dragon's. All of this was seen by Drake, who agreed with what his partner had done. He himself saw everything the brown-haired boy suffered for his loss. Issei looked at the man who was still on the ground, who also looked at him. Asia walked to the entrance of the mansion to stop, she just turned her head a little. I know he lost his wife, I also know what it feels like to lose a family member, and even more so when it's two at the same time. That surprised everyone present. He knew the story of the Zitong family. But if you're not going to do anything for Xia-san, I'm going to come here to claim your daughter as mine, and I'm not going to allow you to see her again, so you can continue hurting her. Think about my words, Mr. Zitong. On the way out, have a good afternoon. Everyone was silent, no one uttered a word at the scene that had formed a moment ago. Mr. Zitong looked where the brunette had gone, then looked at his daughter with a look of regret, where the pink-haired girl also had a tearful look. Another side of Kuo. Greg, what happened to me? Why? Issei spoke, leaning against the wall on the street. Companion on the horned one you are on, you already marked the Xia girl with a little of your essence, that's why you claimed her as yours. That surprised Issei to know that. But when did I do that? When you were riding the motorcycle, I could feel you transferring a little of your power into it, Drake spoke. I can't believe it. At that moment he felt someone had called him. He turned around and saw a blushing Xia. Thank you, Issei. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes to approach Issei, to give him a kiss on the lips, which when doing so the young Xia transformed into cherry petals and disappeared. What was that? He was surprised by what he saw until he heard a voice behind him. The magic disappeared. Congratulations on fulfilling your wish. When he turned around he saw Mei Tot. That surprised the brown-haired boy, but then he put on a calm look, knowing that everything was over. Oh, I see, well that's one less problem. He turned around and walked away. Buddy, I don't think this will end like this, the dragon spoke mentally. He really is a responsible young man, the young Cupid spoke in a whisper. Tokyo. The leader, Yusaka, was seen on a terrace of the Yaokai domain, who was in her office where she was reviewing some documents. She was stressed, since like every female leader or important person in the factions, she was cursed by the paperwork. Oh, I wonder where you will be, Issei-kun. When you return, I will not let you rest until you get me pregnant, the leader spoke to herself, who got up from her seat, walked towards the terrace, but before arriving, she could see small framed photos. In the first one you could see the slightly younger Yusaka leader, along with a man with white skin and a slightly muscular build. In the second one you could still see the same leader with a small baby in her arms, which was little Kunu, but now you could only see the two of them, and in the third one you could see her daughter and Issei himself. It was taken after the events when she was kidnapped. I have made many mistakes, but now no more, it will no longer be like that. One day before the faction festival. Guo Faculty of Architecture. It had been days since what happened with Xia Zitong, now he thought it was finally over as he arrived at the 2N building of the faculty very calmly. The group of 3 women were seen in a faculty classroom watching a brunette sitting in front of them, who greeted the girls, who smiled at him. Okay girls, today we're going shopping for the meeting that's coming up tomorrow afternoon. Okay Issei, but I'm still a little nervous, Kata said. Calm down Yui, now we must follow Issei-sama's orders, said a brunette with glasses and horse soles. But no, we weren't supposed to be a group, Murayama said with a twitch in his eyebrow. Or come on Irie, now we are Issei-sama's companions, that means that we must obey his orders no matter what they may be, whether it be a mission order or to satisfy him in bed, since being part of his team, we are his body and soul. Those words left both girls blushing, and a brown-haired boy who couldn't believe what they were talking about in front of him. Issei sat down and leaned back on the table, while he waited for the teacher to arrive and start the class. At that moment, the door to the classroom opened and a pink-haired sheik was seen approaching. Everyone saw this and couldn't say anything because of the shock that one of the university's idols had arrived again. While the brown-haired boy just stayed in his thoughts, he didn't even notice the girl's presence until he smelled the familiar smell that made him react to see Xia Zitong's face blush again. Issei-kun, do you want to go out with me this weekend? What? Do you still remember me? Issei said, pointing at himself with his finger. With a small gentle movement, the woman caused several people in the room to blush because of the gentle way she did with her hands. Why would I forget? Thank you for everything you've done for me. That silenced the entire room present. Ito, Mei Tot. At that moment a light flooded the place and everyone present stopped as if the guy had stopped. Were you looking for me? The Cupid said while tasting a small Hennis. Hey. Didn't you tell me the magic failed? The girl just calmly bit her bun. That day you left without letting me finish speaking. I forgot to tell you that after finishing Cupid's contract all memory returns to normal, but the girl blushed and sent him a mischievous look. But. But all the memories lived with her in the days you were with her will not be forgotten, while Issei upon hearing that just turned to look at the girl who was not moving. That means the feelings she feels for you now come from her true heart. Partner. But Issei didn't respond. At that moment the brown-haired man came out of his shock, but the Cupid returned time to normal so that everyone could move. Issei-kun, why did you just call me? The pink-haired girl spoke while Issei looked away. It was nothing, I was just saying that there is no problem, the brown-haired man spoke, being heard by everyone who listened, and dark auras directed at the brown-haired man came out, but those of a trio of women who were behind Issei stood out more. So you accept? The girl said happily. But with the sound of a knock from the entrance of the living room, you could hear the grinding of blows from someone on the other side of the door. Only one last knock was heard, and the door flew open, and some shadows came out heading towards our chestnut tree. Arriving almost near Issei, he only moved to one side where some knives collided on the brown-haired boy's seat, seeing the last weapon to fall, a katana with a yellow handle. A chilling smile could be seen, and a girl with long black hair wearing a short black dress with red ribbons took the katana. Dear, eyes covered, are you going on a date and you didn't call me? She approached the brown-haired boy, putting herself in a provocative pose, but Issei's eyes were surprised to see her. Tell me, how far did they go? Giving the pink-haired girl a look. It's a misunderstanding, Shu-chan, you misunderstood, the brown-haired boy answered nervously, but in his starry eyes, which turned in all directions. A misunderstanding, then let me cut the misunderstanding. The black-haired girl approached Issei, being watched by the pink-haired girl, and the trio of women who were in the back watching everything from the front row, to open their eyes in shock and see how she kissed Issei in front of everyone in the room. But it wasn't just any kiss, it was one that represented dominance, a dominance of the girl towards Issei. The kiss lasted for a few seconds, the girl stood up and looked at Xia. Now do you understand? Issei-kun, his mind that left the pink-haired girl with Jake. While in Issei's mind a dragon spoke to him. I can't believe it, I thought we wouldn't see her again, said Drake, while. I thought she was in America because of her mother. Drake said. At that moment a brown bag arrived and hit the black-haired girl in the face. Stop, I'm talking about a woman with purple hair who was looking seriously at the girl in question. Mother, where did you come from? The black-haired woman spoke, surprised to see the woman. You're going back to the United States and you won't see this boy again, the woman said. Hello Tia, it's good that you came, I haven't seen you in a long time, you've become more beautiful, Issei spoke, still in the same position he was in since the black-haired girl kissed him. Shut up. Both women spoke. You'll come back to me right now, the woman said. I won't, no one will stop me from being with Issei-kun, the black-haired girl spoke seriously to her mother. In just a moment the aura of the place changed to a murderous one between both women. I won't accept that you continue dating, the woman said, approaching her daughter and hitting her in the face, knocking her unconscious. The snap of the woman's fingers, some guards appeared and took the girl away. Minutes later, at the entrance of the university, the same woman was talking to Issei. Auntie, will I take Shuli back to the United States? Issei spoke. Asking for a favor is easier than doing it, Issei, you've grown in these months, since I've seen you, was the only thing he said to the woman before leaving. Who would have thought I would see Shuli again? The brunette thought. He grabbed his cheeks, took out his cell phone, searched through his contacts, and started sending messages to several people. I think it's time to go shopping or not, Issei spoke as he walked towards his class building. Right mate, we have to look presentable at the party. Chapter 14. Who would have thought I would see Shuli again? The brunette thought. He grabbed his cheeks, took out his cell phone, searched through his contacts, and started sending messages to several people. I think it's time to go shopping or not, Issei spoke as he walked towards his class building. Right mate, we have to look presentable at the party, the dragon spoke while Issei walked. Sports building. A dark blue-haired girl could be seen throwing all the sports equipment, being watched by two muscular women through the half-open door. They looked at her worriedly, but they didn't say anything, they just listened to the screams of their friend Captain. Why? Why did I have to fall in love with Issei? Why? Only the girl's sobs could be heard before proceeding to take a picture of the brunette, only mentioning a word in a whisper, little dragon, so that the girls would close the door where she was. The couple could be seen arriving at the entrance of apartment A99 with a smile on their faces, taking out a key to proceed to enter, while the companion suffered while climbing the stairs, since on both sides he carried a thick suitcase, and not to forget that on his back he had more. Come on Johnny, we have to wait for our son, said a woman with blonde hair and a ponytail, who was putting a serious look on Kitano, identified as Johnny. Shit, that's not how they treated me in Hollywood when I was an actor, the brunette spoke to himself, trying not to fall over because of the weight of the suitcases. You mentioned something, Johnny, the blonde spoke, causing fear in the man, who shook his head to get to the entrance. Reaching the living room, he continued to leave the suitcases. Sony enslaves me, Johnny thought. Now I'm going to prepare something to eat with the boys. At that Johnny tried to leave since he knew that they were going to send him to bring the food. Ku University. Issei was still seen leaning on a Koenigsegg CCX. While he had all his attention on his phone, you could see that he was waiting for someone, so that in a couple of minutes a young woman with purple hair arrived and saw her beloved with sunglasses. Issei grido la pili marata. Karen I hugged the girl tenderly. When the hug ended, the guy put his hands on her belly, causing the girl to blush, who had in her mind the image of her with her fiancé and her children, in a park, taking a walk. Issei, why did you call me urgently? The purple-haired girl said, taking off her backpack and turning to the brown-haired boy. It's easy, we have important visitors today, Issei said, opening the car door so that the girl could get in. Visits? Don't tell me that. He was interrupted by the brown-haired man. Yes, they are in the city, that's why we're going there, he responded to the girl's doubt, who was surprised. Well, let's go to Logan's daycare to pick him up, said the purple-haired girl, to which only the brown-haired girl nodded, started the car and drove off. Dimensional gap. A huge red dragon could be seen, which was watching a small loli with purple hair. I'm sorry, I'm still sorry if you don't, he was interrupted by the little loli, who didn't turn to look at him. Shut up, you knew very well that you shouldn't come near me, said the little loli, who could see tears coming out, unseen by the dragon. It won't be long before my aura disappears, and it won't go any further than that, otherwise. I told you to shut up. It's your fault you almost marked me. Or did you forget? Because of your damn mating season, I almost got marked by you, little office shouted. Office yo. I'm leaving. Guo apartment complex. Opening the door, a young couple with a baby in their arms could be seen entering their apartment, but in a matter of moments they were pounced on by a blonde woman with a ponytail, who was hugging the young couple. Guys, you're here, said the blonde woman, who was hugging the young couple. A few seconds later, the older brunette arrived, leaning against a wall while observing the scene. Hi mom, Issei said, reciprocating the hug, causing the woman to smile. Hello Mrs. Cage. Hearing those words, Sonia gave her an annoyed look, causing a shiver to run through the purple-haired girl. Oh hola mama. Well kids, how have you been since the concert? I haven't seen you. Johnny asked, approaching the young couple to hug them, while the blonde carried the baby. Issei, you already got new members to your team. Those words left the older couple surprised, but they smiled, but for Issei it was not the same, which was seen by both adults. Sonia looked at Johnny and with one look, the brunette understood what he had to do. Issei, come with me, Johnny spoke, to which the boy nodded and they went to another room to talk. What's wrong, Issei? You should be happy to have new members on your team, Johnny said seriously, hoping to find out what was happening to his son. The people I recruited are women. At that moment Johnny understood what she meant. Don't tell me they also. He was interrupted by Issei, and only a serious and angry look was seen, but you could see how he was deep in his mind. Yes, since I knew everything, I am grateful to Axel, but now after I saw the other realities. Issei stopped speaking, since he could not finish the sentence, as if there was something on his lips that did not allow him to finish. The three of them did the same thing, to which Issei only nodded. Johnny just hugged Issei, so that the young brown-haired man would do the same, so the day passed where Issei and Karen ate, and in the afternoon Issei met with a trio of women who were now part of his team family, to buy some dresses for the big party that would take place the next day. Note. I cut Johnny's part, as I want that to be a topic for another memento for another chapter. Many people were seen from the leaders of each faction, Odin of Asgard, Michael of the Angels, Shiva of the Hindus, Yasaka of the Yokoi, Searches of the Demons, Zeus of the Olympians, Quetzalcoatl of the Mayans, Elmenhold of the Vampires, Shemashai of the Fallen, Tannen and Office. Of course accompanied by Gabriel, Penemu, the Moes, Thor, the Citri, Gremory, Baal, Phoenix and Valerie, Entourage and Vali and his team, Ravel, Kuroka and Kunu, the matriarchs of the Baal, Gremory, Citri, Phoenix and Ager's families, who looked at the Gremory entourage with anger, except for Sona and her entourage and the matriarchs of the clans, although there was a bit of resentment. But for people who had a smile, since they knew very well what was going to happen at any moment when the doors opened. The day will be a great day, thought a blonde, drinking a glass of wine, and with his right hand he hugged his fiancée, who when she saw him with a smile, knew very well what was causing that smile on her beloved. Friday, PM Faction Festival Day, Kuo apartment complex. Issei was seen along with his beloved fiancée Karen, wearing a dark violet dress, with an empire cut, which made her look beautiful in Issei's eyes, who when he saw it and realized how he looked at her kissed him. At that moment Saji and his girlfriend Misuki arrived, who had a long black dress and white coat, and in a matter of minutes the trio of women arrived. Murayama wore a white dress that revealed her bare shoulders. Addis had a dress that was white and the same as Murayama's, but unlike that it was long on one side leaving her left leg exposed, and Aika wore a more provocative dress, leaving her back exposed. Okay guys, it's time to go, Is said, while the others put on a smile. Issei took out the invitation that Rias had given him since he arrived to proceed to open the portal that was inside the invitation. When the magic circle that was at the feet of the young people appeared, a voice was heard. "Guys, have fun," Johnny spoke, hugging Sonia who was carrying a baby. Issei, seeing them, takes some sunglasses out of his jacket to look at them and put them on, give them a smile and disappear. "It's just like you, Johnny," Sonia said. Friday, PM day of the Feast of Factions Underworld. At the party there were several groups of people, some talking, some couples dancing and others like the leaders were talking about everything that had happened, and for the women who loved Issei, they were quiet and only talked to each other. As the leaders between them and the Gremory group talked with the Citri entourage. At that moment, the large doors of the party hall were seen opening, drawing people's attention, since they didn't know who it could be, since everyone who had been invited was there, except for Azazel. Auden, Ajuka, and Razor smiled since they knew who it was. Upon seeing the door, there were young men who were recognized by everyone, mainly a blonde man who was previously Sona Citri's pawn, but for the women who went to the university, they were surprised to see the women who were there. Rias, Akeno, Sona and Tsubaki saw Karen. They could not believe that she was a guest, and mainly they did not know that she belonged to the supernatural world, but on her left shoulder, a tattoo in the form of curved lines was seen. For the other women, they saw Miss Yuki with anger since he was holding Saji's arm, as were Momo and Haruko. But for Xenovia, Irina and Asia were surprised by the trio of women they met since they were their friends, whom they had not seen for a long time. But everyone looked at the young brown-haired boy since his energy could be felt and it could be felt that he was a human, which they saw with doubt. But why was that? The brown-haired boy wore a black suit with a green shirt and sunglasses and had short hair that made him look attractive, without forgetting that he had a body that, since it could not be seen through the suit, it could be noticed that he had muscle mass. The entire group that arrived followed Kitano's partner and the purple-haired woman who was heading towards the leaders who didn't know who she was until the brunette arrived and bowed. "Hello, how have you been?" The brown-haired man spoke, and everyone else with him bowed as well. The leaders, who didn't know who he was, were unsure how a human could recognize them. "Excuse me, who are you?" said the Mao Lucifer, who was serious like the others except for people. "I thought you all would know who I was," the brown-haired man spoke, leaving the leaders with even more doubts. Everyone stopped talking and dancing and paid attention to the group that had arrived and was talking to the leaders, but they paid more attention to certain women, as if what they were going to say was good, but at the same time, it was bad. "Explain yourself, young man, we don't know who you are," said the leader of heaven. "Oh. Okay, I think you have no idea who I am. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Issei Cage, and I'm the current Sekiryuutei." That left everyone in the room speechless, while others were trying not to laugh out loud. They looked at everyone with their eyes wide open. At that moment the red gauntlet appeared on the brown-haired boy's left arm. "Hello leaders, it's been a while since we last saw each other," Drake spoke. "Issei, is that you?" Searches spoke, trying to get over his astonishment. He was surprised, just like his wife Grefia and everyone else present, who were trying to assimilate what was happening. "Yes, I hope you found yourselves well." At that moment he took Karen's hand and put it aside. "I present to you my fiancée Karen Iori and part of my family." "Hello, I'm Genshiro Saji and I'm part of the Cage family," the blonde said, bowing. "Good evening, my name is Shaoli Miss Yuki, and I am also part of the Cage family, and I am Saji's girlfriend and fiancé." Those words left some surprised, and two women's hearts broken as tears flowed from their eyes. She hugged the blonde who reciprocated. "Hello, my name is Aika Kiryu, and I am part of the Cage family," said a brunette with long hair that made her look beautiful. "Good evening, my name is Murayama Kaori, and I am part of the Cage family," said a brunette who put on a smile and stood behind Issei. "Good evening leaders, my name is Katis Yui, and so is I, part of the Cage family," spoke the pink-haired girl who, like the brunettes, stood behind Issei. "Good evening leaders, my name is Iori Karen, and I am part of the Cage family," and Issei Cage's fiancé. At that moment, all the women who were in love with Issei burst into tears, but for a black-haired woman and a red-haired woman, it was much worse since they remembered everything about Karen. Flashbacks. "I have a fiancé and a son, and I don't plan on losing him over something stupid," Karen said, while looking at a boy who had made a face of annoyance. They knew that Karen is the fiancé of Cage, the singer of the band The King of the Music. A girl spoke, being heard by Rias and Akeno, who didn't know why, but they were bothered by the purple hair. "I don't like that foreign group, I don't know how they can be successful, I don't like their songs, and even less that damn song," a blue-haired girl spoke. Chapter 15. A meeting and a small concert. The entire hall of the great room was silent. All those present looked with wide eyes at the hero of the factions. He put on a mocking smile, seeing the reaction of those present, which Karen shared with her fiancé, but her smile increased when she saw the ex-lovers of her Issei, trying not to laugh out loud. "What's going on? Why did you stay silent?" The brunette spoke, rolling his eyes, and I could see the astonishment, except for a certain number of people. Azazel, seeing that they weren't saying anything, came closer to break the silence. "How are you, kid? It's been a while since we last saw each other," the former leader of Gregory spoke. "Hello Azazel, it's been a while since we last saw each other, but I don't think that's important," Issei said, raising his hand so that a waiter could bring him something to drink. "Issei, when did you come back?" asked Amau Surziker's Lucifer, unable to believe that the boy who was once promised to his sister was in front of him. Issei raised his hand, a waiter approached with a tray of glasses, the brunette took the glass of white wine and took a sip, he looked at the Mau and gave a typical cage-style smile, causing a twitch in the Mau. "I've been waiting for it to arrive for about 2.5 months," I spoke without any importance in response to the answer he gave. "Why didn't you come with us to inform us?" The Overlord of Heaven spoke. "It's simple," he took another sip from his glass. "I didn't want to introduce myself to you yet." Those words surprised everyone present. "But anyway, I already said hello, I'm going to enjoy the party, that's the reason why we're here." The brown-haired man made the peace sign with his fingers and they stopped at the leaders, leaving them surprised, annoyed and others laughing, as in the case of Azazel and Aden. Seeing the brown-haired boy, the entire supernatural world who saw this had a question in Meaton: why is his energy that of a human? No matter how the brown-haired boy was, he separated from the group where the leaders were to go where the fiend's heir was heading, where the blonde could be seen with the purple dark hair, along with her entourage. "Hello Razor, it's been a while since we last saw each other," the brunette spoke to shake the blonde's hand. "Yes, I hope that this time, you talk to me more often, so that you don't forget that in a week is my wedding, and you are important in it," said the blonde, taking a sip from his glass, while both women who accompanied their fiancés greeted each other, as if they were old friends, and began to chat. Shortly after, Saji and his girlfriend joined the conversation of each group. They did not believe all this. In less than minutes the hero of the Op-Eye Dragon factions, the Sekiryuutei, left the guests in shock by the way he expressed himself of having a fiancé, and now he is a very close friend of the Phoenix heir, who was known to have a bit of conflict before disappearing. A woman with brown hair approached the group of men who were having a conversation, followed by another woman with long, blonde, drill-shaped hair. "Hello Issei-kun, I'm speaking Chestnut." "Hello Issei-kun," the blonde spoke. "Hello, Venelana, Dana, how have you been?" Another surprise, the place was taken away. The brown-haired man had called both matriarchs very familiarly, they couldn't believe it, but decided not to say anything and continue with the conversation. "I'm glad you're back, we've been eagerly awaiting you," said Lady Gremory, who had a smile, which only showed elegance, but had no meaning. "Well," he crossed his arms and put on his smile, "here I am, how can I help you?" The brown-haired man spoke. "Hey. We would like to talk about our matriarch." Phoenix was interrupted. "If it's about that topic, you're wasting your time. I came to enjoy the party, not to talk about it. I'll meet with you later, not right now. I'm speaking seriously, something I didn't show a moment ago." That surprised both women, they couldn't believe how it was possible. Where was that kind and shy young brunette with women? Now they saw a conceited brunette, nothing like the one who was now in front of him. "Okay Issei-kun," both women said at the same time as they retreated to where Issei was to return to their husbands, but on the way a thought came to them. Rias already saw its consequences. "HPM, Axel was right," thought the brown-haired man looking at the women walking away. Flashback. "After you introduce yourself to the leaders, they'll try to find out what happened this year that you've been away from them." That's what the brunette thought, making a face of disgust. "They want to control everything about me." Those words caused Axel to look at him. "That's the reason why when you get out of here you have to do everything I told you, even though I already talked to Johnny and Sonia." The brown-haired boy just nodded, having a serious look. "What's going to happen after this?" Issei asked. "Their parents or one of their relatives will try to talk to you," Axel said, leaving Issei thinking. "Do I decline the conversation?" the brunette asked. "No, unless you don't want to talk to them about it." At that moment the black-haired man spoke. "Who's going to be the first to talk to me about this?" Issei said, causing the black-haired boy to laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, that simple." Issei raised an eyebrow. "It will be one of Ria's parents, that's for sure." Ha 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 ha, Axel spoke. End of flashback. Issei drank the last of his wine from his glass. A waiter noticed this and with a tray in his hand offered him another glass. Another waiter came to his side, offering him a snack, which he gladly accepted. "Wow Issei Hyajuo, every time you arrive you do something new to impress me." The heir of the Bale clan, Sarair, had arrived. "If you think that surprises you, imagine what I have in store for you," Issei spoke, causing a grimace of disgust from the Bale heir. "Wow Issei-kun, you've changed," Sarair said seriously. "Do you believe it?" "I don't believe it," Issei spoke with a smile. What he didn't realize was that certain women, who we say are all of them, were heading in his direction. Why say that voice angered the brown-haired boy upon hearing it and also the group of women who were with him. Karen, upon hearing who it was, separated from the group of women to go with her fiancé, followed by Misuki, Yubella, Aika, Yui and Kaori, who were upset to see that several women were going. Issei turned around to look back, changing his seriousness to a smile, accompanied by his sunglasses. Issei-kun Samanaya Dono-san. Many women spoke as they approached the red-haired girl. Hey girls, how long has it been since we last saw each other? At that moment the girls arrived. Yubella went with Razor, Miss Yuki with Saji, and Karen hugged Issei's arm while the rest of the girls stayed behind the couple. All this was seen by the guests and leaders, causing concern among them, especially the Siscones. Issei Rias started to approach him to hug him but was stopped by a hand, which took hers. What do you want with my dear Issei? He spoke in a gentle manner, but Karen's dark horror could be seen. Your dear Issei? He is my. She was interrupted. Dear Issei, please, a year ago he stopped being one, and you know very well why that surprised Rias, and she wasn't the only one, the entire Gremory entourage was the same, except for Rossweisse. Do you know? Rias asked. Of course, right. My love. Karen clung tightly to Issei. Yes, but what do the heiress of the Gremory clan, as well as the leaders of the alliance and other girls, want from me? Issei asked, putting his arm around Karen's waist, taking his cup with the other, which he took another sip. Issei, we want to talk about. Interrupted. If it's because of that, I don't want to. Issei spoke. But she was interrupted again. But nothing, I want to enjoy the party, I'm not going to argue about that. Issei spoke coldly, causing sadness in the Gremory entourage. The girls had their heads down and a lost look, the parents like Rias, Ravel and Barakiel and Irina's father, causing anger in them. Issei-kun, I'm glad you're okay, I hope we can talk after. The leader of the Yakeis was speaking. Isaka, I also have to talk to you. I spoke sharply, causing concern in the kitsune. Well, I will continue enjoying the party with your permission. Gabriel, Penemu. Yusaka, Menhold. At that he looked at women with whom he wanted to slap, but because of his principles he would not do it. With your permission, Seraful Kuroka. He began to leave, until a voice stopped him. Ai-chan, we haven't seen each other for a year, let's talk, we still have a conversation pending from that day, said the Mau Seraful with a smile. It's true Issei Naya, we haven't finished what happened that day, yet he said it in a seductive way. I thought the same thing too, but it seems you have nothing to talk to me about that day anymore, Issei spoke seriously. But Ai-chan, why do you say that? Both girls were worried about the cold way their beloved spoke to them. I think you should talk better about what was clown called. That name left the Mau in a state of shock, without saying anything, but for a green-haired Mau, upon hearing that, he put on a smile. You see, now they have their consequences, and I told you he took a drink that was a whiskey, I told you. Every action is paid for and more if it is shared with several. I only saw the scene that all the girls made and how they were rejected when talking to him. Everything was silent, the Gremory group crying, the leaders did not speak, only tears fell on them, and they pronounced Issei's name, but for the few who knew the whole situation, they knew that this was the least they deserved. For a Valkyrie, magician, dragon, heir, dragon goddess, Citri and Rian could not believe what they saw, that kind boy had disappeared, and they did not know whether to approach him because of his new attitude. I think you already know why it's called the Shattered Sekiryuutei. During the course of the night, the brunette asked his fiancé to dance, and of course he also asked a trio of women who accompanied her, causing envy among the women who loved the brunette, just as Saji asked his fiancé to dance, causing jealousy among two women in Citri's entourage. It was already p.m. At the party. Issei was seen dancing with his fiancée Karen, who enjoyed the dance accompanied by the orchestral music that was playing. Everything was wonderful, a calm and happy aura surrounded him. Karen, said the young chestnut. What's wrong, Issei? Said the purple-haired girl, who had a smile while dancing with Issei. Why did you put the spell on yourself? The brunette asked, and with his arm, he made the purple-haired girl turn around, taking her by the waist again. Do you want them to find out so quickly what I expect? I wouldn't mind. But the brown-haired man put two fingers on his lips so he wouldn't continue talking, putting on a smile. Issei took off his sunglasses, showing his black eyes, causing the girl to blush, showing a very rare shy side of her personality. All this was seen by all the women who sobbed in the place where they saw the scene. The leaders showed annoyance mockery at what was happening, but for Issei, he didn't care, he just wanted to be with her. Back with Karen and Issei. I don't care, besides I want to go now, don't you think? What would be a good goodbye? Issei leaned closer to his fiancé's ear. Besides, I still have something pending with you. Hearing him, Karen opened her eyes and a blush appeared on her face. Issei, you know very well that I am. The brown-haired man spoke again in her ear, causing her to arch a little, feeling Issei's breathing. For that reason, we have to be sure that you are pregnant and there is no better way than this, just wait until we get there, this time I won't stop. Karen, upon hearing him, her intimate part began to get wet, she could notice the essence that the brown-haired man gave off, she knew very well what awaited her when she got home, one thing was certain, even if she lost consciousness from the pleasure, Issei would not stop until he satisfied his sexual appetite, which would take hours. Causing her a little fear, but she knew that she would love it. The essence that Issei gave off was seen by women who, upon noticing it, realized that he was in a state of enormous excitement that, for their race, could make them submissive to him, but in their hearts, they were saddened to feel that it was all directed at the damned woman who was with their Issei. At that, the faction leaders took to the stage in the hall, with Azazel taking the floor. Good evening to all those present who are with us tonight, I hope you are enjoying this party for the union of the factions, which as time went by the Nordic faction joined Odin, stroked his beard and put on a smile, the Yokai faction Yasaka put on a forced smile, but inside she was crying blood, the Olympic faction Zos and his brothers were smiling, the Egyptian faction, etc. This would not have happened without the help of the new generation that currently represents the supernatural, but mainly the Sekiryuutei, the young man who helped unite the factions. The guests started to applaud, everyone was happy, but for a certain brunette, it was a little annoying, everyone cheered his name up. Dragon. From Urayama and Cadis, when they heard the name with which Issei was mentioned, a drop came out on the back of their necks, while for Ika the scene was funny. Issei with a smile, approached the stage. Thank you for everything, but I think that they cheered me so much, I was not the only one who helped to bring about this tranquility that we are enjoying, this is also thanks to the leaders themselves in making their decisions, I just hope that they never change it, for someone who only has power and betrays that or someone. The entire audience was surprised by the chestnut's words, they did not understand what he meant. Azazel, noticing the atmosphere, spoke. But why don't young Issei-kun sing us something for this great celebration? Azazel spoke, causing Issei to turn to look at him. And they weren't the only ones. The other members of the group were the same, not to mention the people and certain women who knew Chestnut sang. But for the Gremory group, things were wrong. Now they would listen to the group that caused them pain by listening to their songs. As for the other women, they would listen to their beloved without knowing that it would hurt them. Note. The other women did not know that the songs they did not like were sung by Issei, except for the Gremorys, who found out when Issei arrived. Okay, but there are songs that we need more in, Issei spoke. Don't worry, with this magic circle you can give the orchestra the musical notes you want it to play and accompany your song. Issei was a little surprised, but he didn't give it much importance. Saji, Miss Yuki and Karen began to bathe in flames, causing surprise, and Issei was not the only one, he was the same, that, when dissipated, his clothes had changed to a more suitable one. On the stage, several instruments began to materialize, Miss Yuki took a seat on the bench near the drums, Saji took the guitar, Karen took the bass, and Issei sat on the seat in front of the piano. This song is the representation of a man's feelings, which are the purest towards a woman. Now the entire supernatural world was jaw-dropped, having never believed that Issei, the man obsessed with breasts, could sing well in another language. But what they didn't know was that this song was dedicated to Mio, someone from the brunette's past. Well, the next song is about the woman you love leaving your side and never coming back. Issei took a guitar to approach the microphone that was in the middle. Now the girls who had cheated on the brunette had hit them where it hurt the most, the song emphasized what they would never find in another man like him. The entire audience began to applaud the group. The next song is about the lies a man can fall for. Issei put down his guitar and just took the microphone. Now yes, this had gotten bad, the girls were now sobbing, while some were being hugged as in the case of Rias by her parents, Akeno by her father Baraquiel, Irina by her father, Gabriel by Griselda, the leaders like Cerzes were angry, for a certain quartet of men, Razor was there, were holding back their laughter. Issei left the microphone, Karen approached Issei and handed him the bass to take the microphone. This song is new, it represents the feelings I feel and it will never change. Everyone exploded, they loved it, everyone had understood that it was for the chestnut. Issei looked at Saji and made a sign, at that Issei took the guitar to approach the microphone, but Karen approached him and kissed him in front of everyone, causing more pain to the women. Issei reciprocated the kiss. The last song is about an anecdote that happened to us a long time ago. I hope you like it as much as we do. Saji approached another microphone with a guitar in hand, everyone had the idea that Saji would sing, and some women thought that they would sing a song just like the first songs that had been sung at the beginning. The whole group stood up and bowed, the spectators applauded, now they knew that with this they would be known in the supernatural, but for others it was a dagger to the heart because of the previous songs. Azazel and the other barons laughed at the situation, they saw how the leaders had tears in their eyes, and they didn't know what to say. Seraful-san, I told you that sooner or later fate would charge you for your decisions, although you were not the only one, Ajuka thought. Issei approached the leaders, but among them there were looks of astonishment and anger. Well, I hope you like the songs, we have to leave, Issei said, with disinterest. Wait, Issei-kun, we want to meet so we can talk about your trip, said the Mao Lucifer. Okay, but it won't be this week, Issei answered simply. Why? Michael asked doubtfully. I have some matters to resolve, and it will take all my attention at that moment. Several women came to mind, with whom he still needs to resolve certain matters. Okay, boy, it will be another time. The good thing is that we already know about your rival. The father of everything spoke, to avoid further insistence, since he saw the red-haired man's intentions. Well, I'm leaving, with your permission. All the companions bowed and left. Guo apartment complex. You could see the main door opening, so that a couple could enter and look around. Issei, your parents aren't here, I think it would be better to go to sleep, Karen said, but the brown-haired boy hugged her. I told you I'm still hungry, he bit her ear, causing her a slight excitement to carry her to the living room of the apartment. Issei, are you going to keep me here? What? What if your parents are here? Karen asked nervously. Forget about that, they are in another department of the building and take care of Logan, while you and I talk. At that, Issei's eyes turned green and the pupil slanted to approach Karen, who began to get excited. Issei, just wait. Issei kissed her, ending up on the couch. Please. But I didn't do it, I returned to my wife with whom I had a son after a year of what happened. The earth was invaded, but not only was the earth invaded, but also the supernatural world. We did not intervene on any side at first. We saw how both sides acted. I expected the factions to win and help the humans, but changes his expression and tone to a mocking one. But no faction could with the invasion, and to top it off, no faction supported each other while the earth did succeed. It was more than obvious. Each hero has had experience in invasions of beings from other planets. The only supernatural being who supported us and did not turn his back on us was Thor. Later I found out from him that he left Asgard because of the betrayal they did to the Sekiryuutei. Note. Thor didn't know Axel was Issei. The humans knew how to handle the crisis, but the good of humanity came to light, as well as the evil and greed of the supernatural. We helped the humans. After that, the factions looked at each other with hatred, but the heroes caught their eye and wanted to make an alliance with us. I think it would be better to end all this here, Issei, the black-haired boy said, while looking at the brown-haired boy and putting on a smile. Know what happened at that meeting? Issei spoke. Okay, it was the start of the battle. The black-haired man spoke, leaving the brown-haired man in shock. The chapter begins. Battle. The chestnut said, somewhat intrigued. Yes, I still remember that day. It was a Thursday. Axel approached one of the white spheres. At that, in the sphere, a building that was very familiar to Issei began to be seen. Guo Academy? He said, surprised, but for Axel it was a funny memory. Yes, there was the faction of the demons, angels, the fallen, Nordics, the Olympians, etc. Pure garbage in my opinion. How did that battle happen? Issei asked, still staring at the sphere. Well, as I told you, it all started when they asked for a meeting with the heroes. They wanted us to form an alliance, which we accepted the invitation to, but by then, I had already told the heroes what had happened to me and what the alliance was, Axel said, while Issei looked seriously at the black-haired man. At that moment, Axel expands the white sphere, illuminating the place. As the light dissipated, a room familiar to Issei could be seen around him, and even more so when he turned around to see the representatives of the factions. The demons. Ajuka, Cerzes, Seraphol, Beelzebub, accompanied by the heiresses of the Citrus and Gremory clans. Of the angels. Michael, Gabriel, Isaac and his escort Tudulio and Griselda. Of the fallen. Azazel, Baraquiel, Shemazai, Penemu and Vali's team. The Olympians. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades and several daughters like Artemis and Athena. The Asgardians. Odin and his wife with several warriors. The Achaes. Yusaka and her daughter Kunu and several bodyguards. There were also Shiva and Ran, gods of Hinduism and Egypt. So they're here. Who became of you? At that, the black-haired man moved the tips of his hand as if it were a clock, causing everything to move. Crack. It was the sound of the door opening. You could see several people entering the room where the meeting was taking place. Good evening, let me introduce myself. I am Captain America, and I am a representative of the Avengers. A man in military uniform spoke, with a round shield, with the symbol of a star. Hello, I'm Tony Starr, I'm the owner of Starr Industries and I'm also Iron Man, and just like Cap, I'm a representative of the Avengers. A handsome man in a black suit spoke, who had an illuminated triangle on his chest. Note. I'll include the Avenger. Infinite War's armor. I am Bruno Diaz, also known as Batman, and I come as a representative of the Justice League. A serious, handsome man spoke, who was wearing his bat suit without any mask covering it. Well, I'm Superman and I also come as a representative of the Justice League. The man in the red cape spoke calmly. I am Lao, I am the leader of the legendary warriors. He was a young man, dressed in black jeans and a black beach shirt. They were escorted by several heroes such as Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Thor, Spider-Man, Ant-Man, who were accompanying Lao, were the other members of the legendary warriors, being accompanied by black-haired beings, they had a tail like a monkey's on the back. They all looked at the leaders seriously, being a little tense, mainly for Odin, since his son had abandoned Argard after learning of the betrayal towards the Sekiryuutei. "Well, I think it would be convenient to start," Lao said. "Yes, you're right," Lao Dono said, a blonde wearing a yellow yukata, accompanied by red ornaments. "Well, I think we should start with the terms of the alliance," said the former leader of Gregory Azazel. "We believe that we can give them knowledge of magic, as well as phoenix tears," said the Mao Lucifer, leaving the human faction with doubts. "And what do you want in return?" Batman spoke, his tone cold, leaving the supernatural leaders a little uneasy. "It's simple, you improve the healing of your heroes, and in the process you gain knowledge of magic. Well, we could recruit some heroes to join us," Michael spoke with a smile, as all the other leaders had the same smile. "No," Lao denied, surprising the supernaturals. The representatives of the heroes looked seriously at the leaders, even the heroes themselves who were watching, but for the Axel of memory he looked at them calmly. Those memories were seen by Issei and Axel, who looked on, one remembering the past, while the other just looked on in an angry manner. Issei couldn't believe that the leaders of that timeline were such miserable bastards. Without realizing it, something inside Issei changed when he saw them that way. In memory. "Why not Lao Dono?" asked the leader of Olympus, in a serious and hostile manner. "It's simple, we don't command the heroes, it's true that we represent them, but the vast majority of heroes work alone, we don't force them, and much less are we someone to force them to join." That left the supernaturals silent, who felt small, because of the tone in which the leader of the GL spoke. "If you think that's the only way you're going to start recruiting heroes, you're wasting your time," Captain America spoke, and the other representatives of the heroes agreed with what he had said. "So you're not going to join the alliance? It's unheard of. What will they do if they attack again like they did during the invasion?" The words spoken by the god Shiva caused the heroes to stifle a laugh, but the supernatural was noticed by everyone. "I also heard that you almost didn't win when you were invaded by the lords." This caused the leaders to get angry, hearing the mocking words of Tony Starr, who didn't hide his cynical smile. "How dare you? You should be grateful that we're making an alliance with you." Ajuka shouted, seeing how the heroes mocked them, knowing it was true. "Let's see, calm down first," Lao spoke seriously, releasing a little of his power, but despite being minimal, it frightened the Mao. "Second, it's more than obvious, we know that you barely managed to repel the invasion, we did it faster, because it's not the first time we've faced something like this. Better tell the truth what you want with us, because if you think you'll achieve it that way you're wasting your time." Lao spoke, leaving the leaders angry, even Shiva and Ra wanted to attack them, they thought what he had said was an insult to them. "Also, we don't need those phoenix tears, we have several healing methods, such as capsules, hermit seeds, there are even beings that can heal, without needing to be near the injured." Lao spoke, but none of the leaders spoke, they just remained silent. "I think there's nothing more to talk about, we're leaving, thank you for the invitation, have a great day." All the representatives stood up, bowed and headed towards the exit, until they were stopped by a red sphere of power, the whole place was flooded with smoke. "You can't leave, we demand that you unite, and that your heroes unite the faction," shouted a white-haired man, who had a red gauntlet on his left arm. As the smoke cleared, they could see Axel standing in front of them, looking seriously at the leaders through his sunglasses. "They are idiots," Axel said, provoking the fury of the supernatural. Everyone present from the factions was surprised. The black-haired man who had received the impact from the Alvine had not had a single scratch. "If I'm not mistaken, you're a descendant of Lucifer." Hearn spoke, as he began to approach Lao and Axel, standing in front of the albino. "Yes, I am a descendant of the original Lucifer. Have respect to who you are talking to." Filthy human Volley spoke, thinking that the heroes would do nothing, but for those who had been in the war of the factions, they knew the power of the heroes. "How weak you are, I never thought the descendants of one of the demons, and not just any demon, but the great Lucifer, would have such a mediocre inheritance." That caused a low blow to the albino, who began to release his power. Several who were watching noticed the enormous power he had, but even so the heroes were not fazed, unless the GL, who saw that with boredom. "You're an idiot for provoking me," human Volley spoke, lighting up the place, two voices shouted in unison. "Armor of the Celestial Dragon. Balance Breaker. Armor of the Celestial Dragon. Balance Breaker." The light that had filled the place disappeared, revealing a white and blue armor, which radiated an enormous energy, which surpassed any of the faction leaders, except for the dragon gods. None of the heroes showed fear, on the contrary, they showed amazement. "Now I order your heroes to render accounts to the faction," said the Alvine. "That armor was," the brown-haired man was interrupted. "Powerful, of course, but it still wasn't that much." Axel spoke, showing a smile that wanted to turn into laughter, leaving the brunette in doubt due to the way the black-haired man behaved. In Axel's memoirs. "Really? Do you think you'll beat us with that?" Lao spoke, who just looked without interest at the albino, who was annoyed by his comment, but for the leaders of the biblical faction showed a little fear. They themselves knew what the heroes were capable of, and even more so when they saw them fight against them, and even more so when they saw Axel, who didn't move. On the contrary, he ignored Volley, fixing his gaze on the biblical leaders. Volley, upon hearing the comment, went straight to Lao, who didn't move from his place, just crossed his arms, waiting for the arrival of the blow from Lucifer's descendant. When the blow was about to arrive, he never touched it. The blow was stopped by Axel, who stopped it with a finger seen by everyone, but for his teammates, he had stopped it with his nail. What? But how? Volley spoke, not believing it was a blow that came with all its power. It was stopped as if nothing had happened. Do you think you're going to be able to win? You're just an idiot with borrowed and stolen power. Axel spoke coldly, causing fear in the albino. Axel grabbed Volley's wrist, throwing him where the features were, which were surprised by the simple way of stopping and sending Volley flying. I'm going to tell you something worth it. You're nothing. You're just a poor idiot traumatized by his past, whose only way to move forward is to get involved in battle. It only shows weakness. Alex spoke mockingly, provoking the albino's anger. At that moment, all the gods went straight to attack Alex, except for Michael, Azazel, and Mau Lucifer. They sensed something bad when they saw Axel, even the Sekiryuutei, Gremory, Phoenix, and Baal. But the heroes who were there began the battle. There were some confrontations that they never thought they would see. Captain America vs. Biku. Iron Man vs. Sarah. Superman vs. Zeus. Wolverine vs. Razor. And so heroes versus the supernatural, but a battle that surprised was Thor vs. Odin, which they never thought would happen, but they knew that the GL Thor's reasons for attacking his father, but his look of the god of thunder, showed anger, disappointment and rage. Axel continued to face Volley, who very easily stopped the attacks of the descendant of Lucifer. Stop evading the attacks, Volley spoke agitatedly. Why should I? It would just be a waste of time. Axel spoke, who, with a slip of his hand, where a fan began to form, which began to smoke, with his index finger, took out a little fire to light it, showing a vague interest. Stop smoking, we're fighting. Volley shouted. At that, Axel disappeared from the albino's sight. Volley searched for him until he appeared in front of him, elbowing him in the stomach, causing the armor to disappear. The leaders of the biblical factions, seeing how Volley was, went to his aid, even though they had a bad feeling, but when they saw Axel, it reminded them of the war of the factions. They knew that they were in front of the human who killed God and Lucifer. In Michael's body, a golden armor with a lightsaber began to materialize. Azazel activated a copy of Fafnir's secret gear, while the Mao began to transform into a horned being, with eyes as black as night, covered in the energy of destruction. They attacked with sword, spear and blow covered in energy, which hit the black-haired man, but to their surprise and fear, is that he had no blow. Miguel's sword did not pierce his chest, it had only touched it. It was the same for Azazel, that his attack did not pierce Axel's stomach with his spear, and Serzikra, which did not cause anything, the blow that had given him in the face. Axel sighed. Really? They thought they were going to be able to attack me with such mediocre power. That caused fear in the three of them. As for the others, they all stopped in shock at seeing that no attack had harmed the black-haired man. I thought they weren't going to interfere, but it doesn't surprise me anymore. They always attack from behind, but this time it won't be the same as that time. Axel spoke, causing fear in the leaders. Axel released energy, causing a gust of wind, sending the leaders back, unable to withstand the force of the wind. I'm going to kill them, but I'll take care of you first. He looked at a wounded Volley, who could barely stand. I want to know your opinion. I can kill you in my base state, but do you want to die with the transformation with which I killed the original Lucifer? Those words surprised the youngest, who did not know what he meant. What the hell are you talking about? Volley shouted, putting his hand on his abdomen, while the leaders began to sweat profusely. It's simple. Do you know how Lucifer died? Axel asked, still smoking his cigar. He died in the War of the Factions, where our Lord God also died. Axel smiled, listening to as de Gabriel, who looked at him seriously. And if I told you that there was another faction in that war? Lao spoke, drawing everyone's attention except the heroes. Another faction? Speak clearly, Rias shouted, not understanding, as did the others present who didn't know about the subject. It's simple. In that war, the human faction also entered the war, which was made up of heroes and villains, who joined together with the objective of confronting the biblical factions. Hearn spoke, leaving those present surprised, but the seraphim, demons and angels who survived the war, began to get more nervous. That's stupid. I don't think humans would enter a war where they could die, Akeno said. Yes, we were all in that war, by the way. Brad Hearns looked at Volley mockingly. What? Volley asked, looking at Hearns, who sensed this wasn't going to be anything good. The guy who was playing with you all this time was the leader of the human faction. Hearns spoke, so that everyone looked at Axel, who was busy smoking. And what do I care? The albino responded seriously. Haha, really? Hahaha, well, let me tell you that he fought against Lucifer and God. That surprised the young people, and he is the one who killed Lucifer. Those words left them in shock. Everyone's thoughts were the same. A human killed Lucifer. And he was also the one who killed God. You're before the strongest human. Hearn spoke, leaving everyone who knew that in a bad way, mainly Irina, Griselda, Asia, Xenovia, who did not expect to find the murderer of their god. That's him. Xenovia was interrupted. Of course, if it's true, why don't you ask the biblical leaders? They can't lie anymore. Axel spoke, who continued smoking his cigar, but they didn't say anything. I'll just say that God wasn't the pious being they said he was cursed. Axel spoke coldly as he remembered the war. No. That's a lie. Shouted the ex-nun, who only Axel, seeing her, put on a mocking smile. Asia is right, it is impossible for God to die for someone like you. Xenovia, furious, was preparing to attack with Durandal, but she was not the only one. Volley put on his new armor again, but he could notice how the blade of a sword came out of the red gauntlet, which emitted a dragon-killing energy. Shooting towards Axel, Xenovia and Volley attacked with both swords. Crhack. For the side of all the supernatural spectators, they saw both swords destroyed. When looking at Axel, they could notice how metallic claws came out of his left fist and from his right hand a kind of green light sword. Note: the sword of light is like Goku Black's. Wow, Axel sighs, I didn't expect the great Durandal to be destroyed with my own Kai sword when I collided with it, and now I'm perplexed. Ascalon is very weak, with my adamantium claws. Wow, ha. Everyone was now terrified. They didn't expect the black-haired man to be capable of destroying very powerful swords so easily. Xenovia and Volley did not move from their place due to the impression of seeing their swords destroyed. Axel just walked towards the leaders, who had gathered, with a sleight of his right hand, where his fan was not, a large jar of beer materialized. He arrived in front of them. They felt that the look the young man had was very penetrating despite his sunglasses. He brought the beer can closer to drink 3/4 of it, then smoked a little more from his fan, spitting the smoke at the leaders. I think you'll only do this. You are forbidden to be on Earth. You are not necessary in the lives of humans. If you don't do it, I will eradicate all of your kind. Those words left everyone cold, but there was an Indian god who did not agree with what was said. The boy turned around to get to the hero's side, but when he was about to arrive, a violet-colored ball of power hit the young man. The heroes, upon seeing it, noticed that it belonged to a dark-skinned man who had his arm raised. You are not going to order me around, damn human, I am a god, shouted Shiva, who was furious, but when he closed and opened his eyes, Axel found himself in front of him, surprising Shiva by not seeing the moment he had moved. Axel put his hand on his chest, which in just a second began to turn into dust, leaving those present terrified. You know something? Everyone was sweating cold. I'm going to kill you. All the supernaturals were sweating, and several women began to shed tears of fear when they felt the end, but there was someone who took courage to speak. It was the seraph Gabriel who had tears. You're supposed to be a hero and you killed. Gabriel was interrupted. Shut up. I turned to look at the seraph, who tensed up. You can't criticize me for killing an insignificant being who attacked my wife. I look at all the beings who betrayed them. You know something? I killed humans for pleasure, before being a hero. When I was a hero, I only stopped people without the need to kill. But since what happened in the war with the other factions, I kill when someone attacks humans, and more if it is my family. I do not hesitate to kill. Why? We didn't do anything to you. Penemu shouted, looking at him angrily. I am the one who should ask, my dear Penemu. Axel spoke. What do you mean? Asked Seraphol, who was afraid of the boy's actions. I can't believe that my half has helped unimportant beings. Axel spoke, who began to emanate his energy. What are you talking about? Rias asked, not understanding what was being said, just like all the factions. As always, Rias, you never understand the situation. He put his right hand on his face, showing frustration. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Axel, the hero, the man of 1,000 powers, also known as the strongest human in the universes. I have also been named by the pseudonym the God Killer. But Axel and Issei. God Slayer? Issei was surprised to hear the dark-haired man's name. If I won it by killing the god of eternal darkness, I spoke simply, causing Issei a little fear. Returning to Axel's memoirs. What? A god killer was the thought of all the faction leaders and companions. But you know me by another name. After all, we lived together. They began to tense up. If they had already seen the enormous power of Axel or God Killer, now that they told him that they knew him and he had lived with them, that surprised them. You knew me as Hyajuo Issei, the former Sekiryuutei. Axel put his hands on his face. When he separated them, you could see the faces that you thought you would never see again. Since a year ago, the former hero of the factions, the boy who saved them without hesitation, he was the hero of the humans, who had killed Lucifer and God in the war. But how? Irina asked when she saw her old childhood friend and love whom she betrayed. The girls and leaders were also there when they saw him. Why am I going to kill them? Axel unleashed his power, causing a huge blizzard. He raised his hand, closing his fist except for his index finger, which began to form a small sphere of Kai, which was pointing at the bearer of the two celestial dragons. "Drake, rot along with your shit carrier." "Wait, Issei volley Albion," Drake shouted, scared when he saw the power that was heading in his direction, which hit him hard. Everyone was surprised, the being that had the power of both celestial dragons and having the power of Lucifer, they annihilated him quite easily. At that moment a gigantic portal caught the attention of everyone present, from it came out a huge red dragon, on its back was a black-haired, large-bodied woman, whom Axel recognized. "On office, the last time I saw you in that form was when I had marked you when I was Issei that bothered his wife," but the next words her husband mentioned surprised her. "I see that you no longer have my mark, when I was the Sekiryuutei, and now you have the mark of betrayal." The goddess of infinity looked away, but they began to say what mark the goddess of infinity had. "That's why I'm here." Great Red spoke angrily. "When she kills you, she'll be able to erase the mark. Ooh, that's one way to get rid of it when you betray your partner." He put his hand on his chin, making a thinking gesture. "But what if I kill you instead?" With a snap, orange circles that were on the ground began to come out, a kind of orange and red metallic bands, which grabbed the god of dreams. With the hand with which he killed the albino, he formed a sphere of energy that covered the palm of his hand, and then threw it. All those present from the supernatural did not believe that with that amount of power he could kill Great Red, but when the Kai ball hit, it caused an explosion which created an airwave, sending everyone flying. "Well, one down," who's next? Axel spoke, leaving her with fear of the supernatural, but a red-haired woman took the courage to speak. "Issei, please forgive us, I love you, I just." Rias was interrupted. "Rias, I'm going to be honest with you, my other half who was Issei, I love you. But they killed him when they betrayed him. If I had been there, let me tell you, I would never have fallen in love with you. At least I would sleep with you, but nothing more. That goes for everyone else. How is it possible that one half of me fell in love with women like you? I don't understand." Those words caused pain in all the women who betrayed their Issei or their Axel. "No, Issei, how can you say that? I love you," Rias shouted, causing Prati to get angry, who was going to attack the brat, but was stopped by her husband Axel. "Well, Rias, if you say you love her so much," he raised his hand pointing at Rias, "would you die for me?" The red-haired Asia launched a little power, but before it could hit she was thrown by her brother, residing fully in the attack, disappearing. "This is annoying." The action caused by the Mao Lucifer enraged Axel, creating a sphere of power with of his fingers to launch them, but he was stopped by his Prati. "Axel, it's not worth it anymore, just leave them, they can't do anything anymore." Prati hugged her husband. The sphere of power began to reduce in size. The supernaturals only saw the woman's action, causing jealousy among the supernatural females, but what they had not realized is that her two fingers were still giving off energy. Two rays of energy came out of his fingers, passing through several beings of the factions, until they impacted with an angel and a fallen one, who, upon seeing them well, were Azazel and Michael. They had destroyed their heads. Seraph Gabriel began to cry after the loss of her brother Michael, just like Dulio and Griselda. "They should have died," Axel said as he hugged his wife and walked to where his companions and heroes were. The beings of the factions took the bodies of the fallen and the angel to go to the underworld. "Out of memory." "That's what happened," Axel spoke, who looked at Issei. He showed a look of impression when he saw how cynical the versions of the leaders in his world were. "Was that all? Why didn't you kill them?" Issei asked, who didn't look the black-haired man in the eyes. When they retired, they had gone straight to the underworld, more specifically to the Gremory territory, so I went to catch up with them, to better talk to them as friends. Issei was not surprised by what Axel said, after all he was a being who could surprise anyone. Axel made another slide of his fingers on the sphere and it flooded the entire place again. "Memories." Gremory mentioned. Everyone could be seen hurting and crying after the loss of the people who had initiated the peace between the factions, but who also initiated their deaths. "I can't believe this happened." Ajuka spoke angrily. "How is it possible that that bastard was alive, and worse, he was the human who killed God and Lucifer?" Asmadia spoke. "We must go kill the humans," shouted the descendant of Son Goku. "They're crazy, they have that monster." Arturo spoke, who hugged Lefei when he saw Issei again. "It was your fault." Venelana shouted. "We never agreed to betray Issei." Dana, Lady Phoenix, shouted. "And now that they know he was the hero who killed God and can kill him, he regrets it." Blair, Leify Citri, shouted. "You guys shut up, you have no voice here." Their husbands shouted in unison, with the intention of hitting them. But applause filled the place. Everyone was looking for the cause of that applause when they saw Axel sitting in a chair. "Wow, I came to talk and I found out about what they want to attack humanity." Axel shook his head. He stood up and stood in the middle of the room while everyone looked at the black-haired man in fear. "I have allowed humans to suffer the horrors of the factions for a long time and time again they caused harm, the Excalibur swords, the attack by the secret Jaras or the obligation to reincarnate them, but those lost lives were never claimed." After that Issei looked angrily at those present. But humanity has won, more intrigue, more useless aggression. Future faction leaders, listen to me. I will no longer limit myself to defending the earth. I will pursue and destroy any threat, I will show no mercy or quarter. Axel snapped his fingers, and from a portal came the head of a snake-shaped being, leaving everyone present who could not believe it was the head of Samuel. Samuel was an angel who was cursed by the wrath of God, impossible to kill for any human or supernatural being. I will show you that there are worse fates than death. Axel raised his hand, and a white ray with black edges fell on the black-haired man, disappearing, leaving those present speechless. End of memory with Axel and Issei. After that I freed the Trihexa, I went to heaven, destroyed the god system, and then I split up and each clone went to each faction. I locked them up, they couldn't go anywhere in the human world or another universe, not even with a dimensional gap, they could only go to the factions, but to top it off they depended on the world. Venelana, Dana and Blair were the only ones who had left before I locked them up. I met them after a few weeks, and they explained everything about the betrayal towards me. A year later they became my partners. Currently I have children with each one, Prati, Venelana, Dana and Blair. Well, and with others. Issei only became thoughtful at what he saw and told the black-haired man. Well, you mentioned to me that they had the power to copy people's abilities as long as they weren't a technique. Issei asked. Yes, as for the techniques, I can only learn them a little easier, Axel said. How did you survive Samuel's poison? No one could, especially when you had the body of a dragon, Issei asked, interested. It's simple, when I used the reincarnation technique, my body at that time was cryogenized. When I returned after what happened of the betrayal, I returned to my previous body with a spell. I destroyed the dragon body, and the reason why I did not die by Samuel is because my original body had already evolved long before reincarnating with the spell. Because of my power, my body had to strengthen and evolve to resist. Axel spoke. Let me tell you that I have seen worse versions where the Issei of that earth suffered a lot. I speak Axel. I can imagine that Issei lost everything, but how bad could he be? Is spoke ironically, causing Axel to get upset. Better not talk, boy, you haven't seen what those versions have suffered, but I'll give you an invitation. Issei looked at him. Let's see alternate earths of. I've seen, and of all of them more than % of those versions Issei is betrayed. % are the versions where they didn't betray you, and the other % are versions where they didn't meet for certain reasons. Axel spoke. Issei was only intrigued by the alternate versions of himself, but became excited when he heard that those versions were worse. Come on, let's go. Axel walked towards another sphere, but now instead of white it was grey. I'll show you what the Issei from the alternate versions or earths are like. Why do you call them lands? Issei asked as he walked towards the black-haired man. Before there was thought, there was an earth with a single history. With the arrival of living beings came the illusion of free will, and with that illusion came reality. With each choice we make, we literally create a world. History is modified. We create an earth where we choose one choice, and we create another where we choose another. That is the secret of life. Millions of people choosing millions of choices, creating infinite lands. Some so similar that there is little difference and others so different that they defy understanding. That left Issei stunned, while Axel caressed the grey sphere with the tips of his fingers. That's crazy, Issei said. Let me tell you, there are versions of me that are more charming. Issei couldn't imagine a version of the black-haired man where he wasn't the hero he saw in his memories and was a maniac who killed every living being. Flooded in his thoughts, he was noticed by Axel, who knew it was normal, but he also thought about not showing the lands when he saw it in more detail. The black-haired man sighed, and the grey sphere illuminated the place, drawing the attention of the brunette. He approached hesitantly, not knowing if he wanted to know what those worlds were like, as had happened with Axel's memories. The sphere expanded and illuminated the place. When the light dissipated, looking around he could recognize the place where he was. This place is. Issei tried to formulate the word. This is the Haidu residence. I speak simply Axel. This is Earth, also known as Earth. Compupus looked around in search of someone, until he asked. What happened on this Earth? Issei asked. In this version of Issei, everything was happiness for the Issei of this Tierra, dreams come true, each time rising in class in the demonic world. He told his parents the whole truth, although they didn't believe him at first, and with the help of his Axel moved 2 fingers on each hand, girls who showed their wings, they believed him. They congratulated him since a pervert like him not only had a girlfriend, but had many girlfriends. They demanded grandchildren. Issei smiled upon hearing the last thing, remembering his former harem. Everything was normal. Time passed, and the girls weren't with him, to the point that only Asia and Ravel slept with me. But that was it, since they didn't spend time with me. Weeks passed. I thought they needed time to think, but it was too much time. Drake of this world encouraged them. During the time I was alone, I read several books on magic, I think, weapons and techniques. I managed to develop a new transformation that matched Trihexa, but it was useless after what happened. One afternoon, he went to a jewelry store to pick up an order he made to surprise his girls. He looked for the girls around the city since they weren't home. He wanted to take them to a restaurant in Paris. He was very nervous and he kept reading what he was going to tell them, but after searching so hard, he finally found them and got a nasty surprise. Axel clicked and the place that was the Hyajuo residence where he saw everything that happened there as a cinematic, appearing in a place he never thought he would see now, the park where it all began. Look at this I call the chestnut tree. Issei walked over and looked at something he didn't expect to see again. I really like you, Rias, said the boy who seemed to be a high-class devil. I really like you too, Louis. Ever since we were childhood friends I've always been attracted to you until you disappeared, Rias replied to the boy named Louis. And that they kiss, being seen by the brown-haired man he could only cry, also being seen by Axel and Issei, who watched every situation of the Issei of this world. Wow, Rias, always going ahead, I won't be left behind, here we go, Zafquil Akeno says to Rias, and then kisses the boy named Zafquil. Irina was kissing another boy. Anselmo, you kiss very well, Irina said with a blush. Xenovia was also kissing a boy. I love you, Kenzo, Xenovia said to the boy. Partner, I'm so sorry, I didn't think they were going to fool you, Drake said sadly to the Issei of that world who was still crying. Rossweisse, Kaneko, Asia and Ravel were with some guys, but they only kissed the boy's cheeks. But they were told they needed to get to know each other better before taking the next step, so our brunette couldn't hold it in any longer and came out of the bushes to face the girls. Surprising Issei, who did not expect that action from that Issei. Girls, what does this mean? Roared the brunette to the boys present. We're spending time with our girlfriends, Louis replied with a cocky smile. The girls were stunned to see Issei. Issei, we can explain, Rias begged, seeing Issei who was about to explode. Enough, this was the oath of eternal love that you made to me, you know something better, let's end this, the courtship and engagement are over, live your lives happily, since in my case, you ruined my life, and be happy. Issei shouted before running away aimlessly. Issei, wait, Rias said to be held by her boyfriend, who shook his head. I'm sorry, the girl said as they ran after the brown-haired boy. The boys gathered around and started smiling, saying, Phase 1 is completed, we must begin with Phase 2. And then left in a magic circle. All of this was seen by Issei and Axel. For the black-haired man it didn't matter, but for the brown-haired man he was thinking about the situation. After that you left the residence, he looked at the brown-haired boy again, exchanging glances. Due to fate he was blamed, tried and sentenced to take Drag away from him. The brown-haired boy's eyes widened upon hearing Axel's words. Why? Issei asked excitedly. Each faction was attacked by a being in red armor like the Sekiryuutei. He managed to escape, then he created a human body, where you transferred your soul and your dragon body you left it to Drag. He has been fleeing like a fugitive. The last time I saw the Issei of that earth, he arrived in Mexico. Click again, and the place that was the park where everything happened, disappeared and the place turned white. Fucking hell, Issei said dejectedly. Now I'm going to show you another one. Issei observed everything, the place changed, now he was in another place known to him. La Academia Kuo Hablo Issei. Yes, this is Earth, also known as Earth Adapi. In this Earth you and Saji were betrayed by all the leaders and their girls, for whom you fought, even by your dragons, who believed you were partners. Axel spoke, surprising Issei, turning to look at his arm. A brunette and a blonde were seen next to each other. They were Saji and Issei. They were talking about their lives. The afternoon passed and they went their separate ways. Issei is walking, but for some reason he had a bad feeling, being noticed by both boys who saw the memories, who despite the fact that the black-haired boy knew what would happen, did not take his eyes off the brown-haired boy who saw everything. The girls have been distancing themselves from me, why do you think I'm Drag? Issei asked. Well, I don't know, Drag spoke sharply. Oh sorry, the brown-haired man spoke sadly. Issei continued walking in the park. Issei and Axel followed Issei from that land until they reached a part of the park. Issei came across the scene that would change his world. There were all the girls with a black-haired boy with a ponytail kissing him, but what he heard is what broke his heart and surprised Issei, who was next to the Issei of that world. Hey girls, when are you going to change that pervert? The black-haired man with a ponytail spoke. Soon dear, and you will be all ours, Rias replied. Yes my dear, you are the best. Fufufu Akeno spoke with her typical smile. Yes dear, we will be a happy family with our children, Irina spoke. Yes, senpai, I love him, Naya said the little loli. We will have strong children, Xenovia spoke. That's right Ranma-san, I love you very much, the ex-nun spoke. You are very cute and we will soon be married, said the Valkyrie. Both Issei were surprised, but for the Issei who was watching them he was surprised to hear the following girls. That's right Naya, we'll have lots of kittens, Naya Kuroka spoke. I'll introduce you to my brother, I love you, said the little magician. I am just beginning to understand feelings, and I will reciprocate them, the dragon goddess of infinity spoke without emotions. We love you Ranma-san, they all spoke in unison. Issei felt very bad, he never thought that the of them would betray the Issei of that land for another man and kiss him. Issei was more anxious and upset about the situation, running his hand down his neck as if he felt heat in that place. Then what happened? Issei spoke, Axel snapped his fingers. Issei was watching as the Issei of that world along with Saji arrived at the forest that was on the outskirts of Kuo. He could see how from the hands of both boys, where the dragons were, they shone in a moment, being ignored by both boys, except for Issei and Axel. Issei saw how both boys spit blood, that image reminded him of the day that started it all. The fall of the dragon. Issei spoke in a whisper, being confirmed by Axel. The four saw how several magic circles suddenly appeared, which were from heaven, the underworld, and the fallen angels. Rias and Sona also appeared with their entourage, each one an Odin, along with Yusaka. "Oh, here you are, Issei, do you know why we are here?" I speak. "No, I don't know, please help me," spitting blood like Saji. "No brat, we will take the boaster gear from you and give it to them." Azazel spoke, pointing at the boys who had seen the girls they loved with arrogant smiles. "Why?" Saji cried and spoke. "Why are you doing this to us?" "Easy, you two are no longer useful." Michael spoke. "That's right, Issei, I only used you, besides Ranma-kun is better than you, he's not perverted," Rias said mockingly. "You respect us and you already marked us, look at each one, right girls?" Rias spoke. "That's Bucho." Rias showing all the brands. "The same goes for you, Saji, we will take Vitra away from you." Sona spoke. "It's not like that, Vitra, Drake. Besides, Ona, we no longer want to be with these ones and we." I speak. "Drake, Vitra. Why? Seriously, why?" Issei Sagi. "I'll Issei, don't take it the wrong way, but you're a stupid pervert who hid my name and I never showed you my true form." Drake spoke, changing form in the brown-haired boy's mind. "You see, I am a female that belongs to Ranma-sama, if he is a male he will respect me and love me, isn't that right, Ranma-kun?" The dragon spoke. "That's right, my dear dragon, if that's all we can take them away and kill them." Ranma spoke. All this enraged Issei when he saw the situation of both boys. He knew firsthand what the fall of dragon was, but now seeing how the leaders he had helped and how they changed him, that caused anger. He lunged at him, but each blow just pierced through. "They are memories, you can't hurt them." Issei continued hitting, not caring. "And it is not the only Ryoga truth." Vitra spoke. "It's true, my beautiful dragon." Ryoga spoke. "Let's begin." This is Michael speaking. So Issei and Axel saw how their secret gears were taken away. It was a painful process when they took out the dragons, they all hit them, leaving them both almost dead. "Let's go, those little houses are no longer useful to us, let them die alone," Rias said. "Yes, let's go." So each one left in a magic circle, seen by both boys. Issei shed a few tears when he saw the boys lying down, and even more when he saw himself from that world. But when both were dying, a magic circle would open and they disappeared from there. "Nuo?" Issei shouted and threw himself where both boys were a moment ago. "What the buck? Where did they go?" Issei shouted excitedly. "The Trihexa saved them," Axel said calmly. "What?" The brown-haired boy was surprised by what the black-haired man had said. "Yes, after this Trihexa saved them, trained them and gave them his power surpassing him." Then Issei and Saji formed a music duet called Apocalypse. Axel snapped his fingers and saw how both boys sang. Issei smiled lightly as Issei and Saji were able to continue their lives. Axel snapped again, and the place changed again. In that place all the factions were in the meeting room. "Tell us, Ryoga and Ranma, when you will marry all the girls," said Surziches. "Yes, my Ranma, when will we have our wedding?" Rias spoke with a smile. "Ryoga, I want to get married on the same day as the others." Sona speaks the same as Rias. "Remember that we are already marked by you because you are dragons." All the girls spoke. Ryoga Ranma. "Well, that won't be possible." "I think it's time, isn't it?" Ryoga Ranma spoke. "I think you're right, Ranma." Ryoga speaking. "What are you two talking about?" Azazel spoke. "Remember, Ranma, that Kunu is waiting for you as a father." Yusaka spoke. "I'm also waiting for you and our offspring will be strong as you promised me." Alpha spoke. "Well, factions taking advantage of the fact that they are all here. The Monic faction, Angel, Fallen Angel, Asgardian, Yakai and all the others, listen to me, everything we are with you was a complete lie." "Why, you will ask?" Ranma spoke. "Well, because we are from the new Chaos Brigade." Ranma Ryoga spoke. "And our mission was to get rid of Issei and Saji, and everything was a success." Everyone was in shock. Odin was the first to come out of shock. "Brats, that's a lie, right?" Odin spoke. "Ranma, you're lying, right? Tell me what I haven't seen and that you're lying to us," Rias said, wanting to cry. "There are you as silly and spoiled as ever, listen that I will not tell you again." Ranma spoke. Issei started to laugh when he saw the situation, he couldn't believe it, this was something he didn't expect. Axel put on a small smile, he knew very well what it felt like to see the people who hurt you suffer. We had to deceive them, and the truth was very easy just with nice words, and they were all worth my interest. Even the boy's parents left him for me, who would want a spoiled capricious girl. They will only love you for your body ha. Except that boy, he did love each and every one of you, but they left him haha. You are stupid fools. We have a scared nun, a stupid girl with her dream of strong babies, haha how stupid, a nun who prays to something that does not exist, a dragon without feelings all empty inside, two nekomatas with dreams of kittens, what a ridiculous dream, a busty yokai who hopes to be loved haha that will never happen, an angel sister of Michael, hoping that her love is real and pure, but it never happened that she even kept quiet because of that, or am I wrong Gabriel? Everyone turned to look at her, but she didn't say anything and was crying with her head down, even Issei with a smile. And Penem you too, that's not all, to drag the celestial dragon she was just a toy, to play with her, laugh here, I'll give her back to you, she's no use to me anymore said Ranma. And to finish, the only one I would give for yourselves was killed, haha Ryoga said. But idiots, if they thought we were going to fall in love, it was just a simple game Ranma spoke. Ranma handed it to Drake who took away all his power and put it on Ria's right arm. And finally the marks that we were with each one of you will never disappear, and it will be your sin and mistake for the rest of your life Ranma spoke. As my friend Ranma said, Sona, you were just a simple toy for me, a fun diversion with those in your entourage, you also killed the only man who loved you, haha, I hope you live with that, and I'll return you to Vitra, you're no longer of use to us, Ryoga spoke and as Ranma said, your marks will never disappear unless someone truly loves you, but who is going to fall in love with you who are already marked, haha. Well we're leaving Ranma said. But before they retreat both Ranma and Ryoga were frozen by Serafal who is also marked. What did you stupid people do to us? Ranma shouted. I damn said Aden. Then Searchits, Azazel, Aden, Yusaka, Rias, Sona and Michael with all the others and Vali, through their power combining their power, giving an end to Ranma and Ryoga. What have we done? Michael spoke. No Milo I don't think so, Azazel said. This is bad, the Chaos Brigade, but the good thing is that we eliminated those bastards the Mau spoke. Better worry about your sister and the others Auden spoke. Everyone looked at all the girls, who were crying a lot, and some fainted. No, what did I do, the only man who loved me, why I am and not for my body. Why say my dear Issei is crying her eyes out. I have a solution if the boys really died we can search for their souls and make a new body Auden spoke. If so, I will make your bodies, I owe it to you to forgive me, Afa spoke, crying. I will seek their souls in hell Auden spoke. I'll look for her in heaven and paradise, Michael said. I'll see you in 2 hours. Issei laughed at the situation. Note. Issei is the one who meets Axel watching the alternate Earths. What happened next? Issei asked when he saw everything that had happened and how they had regretted it. After that, they searched for them and found them thanks to Milikas, they challenged them both to a challenge game, that was the last I heard of them. Ahahaha what else can I find? Issei spoke. This as in the previous situations the same thing happened, with a snap the place changed. Earth also known as Earth at Crowned I speak Axel. In this land, starting after the trip to Kyoto, Rias and Akeno entered the university Kaneko went to second year along with Ravel, and also became manager of Op-I Dragon Asia, Irina and Xenovia also entered with Issei from that land to third year. But the bad thing is that they were in separate classrooms, each girl was separated by the time he realized they no longer slept next to him after a while. Rumors began to be heard that Rias and Akeno had a relationship with a teacher, that caught Issei's attention when he remembered that both girls from his world also had a relationship with a teacher. He spoke with them about the subject, he read their hearts, but in their thoughts I was no longer there, he saw their memories, they did have a relationship with their teacher, I saw so many of their memories that bothered Issei when he saw how the Issei of that world was changed so easily. Time passed I left my perverted side in Asia, Irina and Xenovia went on a trip where they would talk about God Issei remembered the oath of love he wanted to make amends with the others, if he no longer had Rias and Akeno, why not continue moving forward, hoping that Issei wouldn't have a bad experience, but everything went to hell when he heard the following. He went to the place where Asia, Irina and Xenovia where he had gone to buy some presents for them when he arrived he stopped by a cafe and saw the three of them he saw those smiles that filled his soul, when he was about to approach he saw how boys started to arrive to greet them and each one sat next to each one of them, Issei saw the Issei of that world as he looked at the scene. I couldn't believe it, these were Issei's words, being heard by the other, they only saw how Issei ran out of the place. As for Kaneko and Ravel, he saw them eating ice cream I was going to approach them and just wanted to vent by talking to them, but the same thing happened again, Issei saw how that Issei saw the same scene as the trio from the church, where boys arrived and greeted them with a kiss. And Rossweisse had gone to Asgard. When he returned from Asgard he tried to help him. The Issei of this world confessed to her. When she heard the confession, she ran away. By the time Issei returned home, she was no longer there. She left him a letter saying not to look for her. Issei saw everything Axel had narrated. He never thought he would find another Issei who suffered almost the same similar situation and wanted to go and meet him. And what happened next? Issei asked without looking at Axel. There was a party, the entire supernatural world went. There he discovered that the leaders knew the girl's relationship and how they cheated on him with other men. With another snap of his fingers the place changed. Now it was a huge room, and not just any room, it was the room he had shared with Rias, and it was Issei. The light was seen emanating from the glove. Seeing something familiar in the brown-haired boy's action. They are doing the ritual. Issei spoke. He saw several images come out of his body. It was every memory that he had with all the girls. There was Rias, Asia, Keno, Kaneko, Irina, Xenovia, Ravel, and finally Rossweisse's pawn pieces also came out. What? How is it possible? I remember that I investigated everything about this, and from what I knew it is impossible to remove the evil pieces from my body unless the king banished me from his clan. Issei spoke of that land. Well, partner, when we take out each feeling linked to you, these pieces are a feeling from the Gremory, so your body automatically took them out of you, since it doesn't want to be involved with each one of them anymore. Drake spoke. Every image of all the girls began to disappear. The place was flooded with a lot of blood on the ground. You could see how Issei's body lit up, his hair changed, his eyes and height increased. He saw how Issei approached the mirror and saw that it was no longer brown. Now my hair was yellow. You could see how that Issei had liked the color. Why is your ritual different from the one I performed? Issei thought. Each earth has its version of the ritual, and also each dragonfall is different, as it also has its secondary reactions. Then Issei from that earth destroyed the place so that they would think that he had attacked and killed him. He was gone for a long time during that trip. You met the dragon god Aknologia. He trained you, gave you his power, but mainly gave you his ideals. After that he died. After some time he met Tiamat. Axel spoke. The dragon queen. Issei spoke. Yes, he formed a relationship with her and had a daughter with her. Then Rizabin attacked the factions in a ceremony. He went to fight, and in the battle he met them again, but he no longer felt hatred or anything. The last thing I knew about that Issei was that when he self-destructed, he arrived at another alternate earth. Issei just looked at the memories of the battle with some sadness, seeing how that Issei ended. Do you want to continue? Axel asked. Yes, I doubt I'll find anything worse than this. Axel didn't answer. He knew that what was coming was going to touch sensitive parts of the brown-haired man's emotions. Axel snapped and the place changed again. The Issei of that world was about to marry the girls he loved, but he discovered that they were cheating on him with other boys, and the worst thing is that the faction leaders knew about this, but they didn't want to say it, because if Issei found out he could leave the factions. That made Issei very angry, leaving the leaders of his world in doubt if they would do the same or worse. They knew what had happened. Some of their friends supported them like Sona, also Vali's team and other factions, like the Olympus, Yaokai the Vampire, the Nordic, Mesopotamian, Aztec and Mayan, Egyptian, and also of the mass. That caused a smile in Issei when he heard how. In a few days there was going to be a free competition between everyone who wants to participate. The winner will be granted whatever he wants. It was done to celebrate the victory against Trihexa. Axel said, while the environment changed. The wish you were going to make happen was to free me from those women who deceived him. The foolish ones believed that he wouldn't notice. Issei watched as Issei from that earth faced off against Vali. If they had known that dragons could smell them and feel their auras, and that those auras were combined with those of their lovers, then he would warn his allies about what had happened. Both saw how Issei stood in the forum where the leaders were Mas Azazel, Odin, Zeus of the Moes. Odin, Zeus knew what would happen. This day will be remembered as the liberation of humanity. Tell me, Issei-kun, what is your wish? Serziches spoke. I wish Issei looks in the same direction as Issei, which was the place where the Gremory group was. I wish to no longer be Rias Gremory's pawn. My wish is to free all of you. What I wish is to retire and have nothing to do with you or the supernatural world. Everyone was shocked and astonished by that event. It turns out that the Sekiryuutei wants nothing to do with the leaders. This pleased Issei when he saw the expression of the biblical leaders, but his smile was even greater when he heard the following words. They want to free me, but this tournament was to fulfill any wish. Also Serzich, Miguel and Azazel, I know what your sister and her entourage did to me, without forgetting your angel Miguel. I have proof, videos that if they don't free me and don't comply, I will show a video of your little sister having relations with other boys and of you finding out and not wanting to tell me anything, so comply or I will be forced to screw you like you tried to screw me. That caused satisfaction to Issei to see and hear how that Issei would not let himself be humiliated. But only Axel could notice the change. Issei no longer looked favorably on any faction leader, even though there were leaders who supported Issei in those alternate earths. What happened next? Issei spoke, turning his back on Axel. After that you left, you disappeared for years, but in reality it was years, you wandered in different lands thanks to Great Red, where you formed your entourage during that period of absence. The former harem of that Issei were punished, Rias stopped being the heir of the clan, and they put Milika's, and she was banished from hell for years. The leaders who were on Issei's side decided to withdraw from the alliance. They thought that if that is what they had done to him when they caught what they would do to an ally, after a while they joined together and formed another alliance leaving out the biblical factions. Axel spoke, Issei said nothing. And then was the only thing the brown-haired man mentioned. Issei returned from his trip to other lands, where he saw and met extraordinary people. He arrived a few months before a tournament, where he was the only one who allowed the biblical factions to unite. After all they occupied the demon system. The black-haired man was interrupted. A creating game? Issei said. Yes, in the Issei he participated, reaching the final against Volley's team, where he won and was named by Great Red in office as the fourth dragon god. But why don't you watch it better? He snapped his fingers. The tournament stadium could be seen, and in it there were two-dimensional gaps in which office, the Dragon of Infinity and the Great Red Dragon of Dreams appeared, arriving in front of Issei of that world, bowing only out of respect for the fourth dragon god. At that point the two dragons start talking in a synchronized manner. David here, the dragon that surpassed the celestial, the dragon that surpassed dreams and infinity, and that is more of the apocalypse and despises control. See the fourth god dragon age king of domination Hyodo Issei. Office and Great Red. Everyone remained silent at such a revelation. Issei, in addition to being the Red Emperor Dragon, is the new fourth dragon god of domination. Issei could not believe what he heard was true, that Issei was a dragon god, but more so when he heard the following words, he was surprised and strange. That's my partner, now it's my turn to have you, the goddess of infinity said excitedly. Damn, Miss Axel Issei. The last thing I heard about that earth was that Issei confronted the Gremory entourage. Axel spoke, snapping his fingers again. Well, what could be worse? Issei spoke, who only. In fact, there are lands that make what happened worse. That caught Issei's attention. How bad can it be? Issei asked. I'll show you the stupidity of leaders, how easy it is to manipulate and change the person who sacrificed so much. Axel snapped again. Earth, also known as Earth at Barbados. Axel spoke. On this Earth all the events are after defeating the Trihexa, in which you locked yourself together with it. The time was short, everything happened after a week of what happened. When they were on their way to the Kuo Academy, together with Rias they met a young man. He introduced himself to you as Zest. He was a dragon, cadre, angel, demon, and he didn't burn. Issei turned to look at Axel, incredulous at what was mentioned. That has to be a joke, how can someone like that exist? Issei said without changing his expression. Boy, I exist, it's the greatest proof that in the world you can see extremely strange beings, Axel spoke simply. He introduced himself to you in a very friendly way. He won the confession of the leaders, then he began to win the love of his girls. There were times when they went out and the Issei of that earth was left aside. The only ones who remained by your side were Kuroka, Rossweisse, Lefei and Arena. The leaders preferred more and more this as time passed, and the girls and even Valia made fun of him for being weak. When he was the one who fought against the Triexa and they laughed at you. Axel spoke, changing places. The training room. Issei spoke. The white-haired man is seen standing in front of an albino who was on his knees. Zest offers him her hand, he gladly accepts and says. Wow, you defeated me again, you would be a great rival, said Volley with a slight smile. Thanks, but isn't your rival, Issei-kun? Zest asked curiously. He is not as strong as you. If you knew him better it would be a real disgrace, you would be a better Sekiryuutei than him, said the albino confidently. I feel flattered, said Zest, somewhat blushing. All the girls nodded what was said and Aridid says. Yes, Volley is right, Zest would be much better than Issei said seriously. Those words angered Issei, who looked at the memory and clenched his fists. Afterwards he looked even more depressed since he heard everything that the demon said and about 3 girls were upset. Hey Volley. Kuroka called seriously. What do you want? Volley replied. The Nekomata was about to answer but was interrupted. Kuroka, please don't do it, Issei called seriously. Ice, the Nekomata said depressedly. What's going on here, Kuroka-chan, why are you so serious? Zest asked with concern. Aniko looks at Zest seriously and turns around and says. It's nothing, Kuroka said. Aniko sits next to the chestnut tree and grabs his hand. A few days passed, Ross and Arena had gone on a mission on behalf of the leaders. In those days that they weren't there, it was the beginning of their tragedy. He snapped his fingers again. We see the brown-haired man walking with total freedom until he enters the club. I'm here, the brown-haired man reported coldly. Aridid, who was looking at a board, seriously looks at the brown-haired boy and says. Issei, I want to talk to you. Rias spoke. The brown-haired man approaches the desk and asks. What's wrong? Issei asked curiously. The brunette is hit from behind and falls to his knees, then two swords are placed under his chin. A brunette releases a lightning bolt at the brunette's body. Issei was surprised to see this, he never imagined who would attack Issei. Ah! The brown-haired boy exclaimed in pain. He looks back and looks at his companions. What are you doing? Issei asked angrily. Issei, you were a pain in the ass since you joined my clan, I can't believe someone as useless as you, Rias said with disgust. The brown-haired boy is surprised when he hears that and tears form in his eyes. Issei wanted to hit them, but he knew the same thing was going to happen when he tried to save Issei and Saji from one of the lands. Could you guys leave me alone for a moment? Rias said with a smile. The boys walk away and Kaneko hits the brunette hard in the ribs, leaving him immobile, then a white-haired boy comes in with a smile. Wow, I see you started without me, said Zest with a smile. The brunette looks angrily at the white-haired man until he sees a Redeed running to hug Zest. Darling, said the red-haired girl happily. The Redeed kisses him passionately on the lips, leaving the brunette frozen and remembering some words from the Redeed. Issei. All this time I've been living a lie, I'm just a simple tool. He thought surprised. Until he saw the white-haired man take off his shirt, exposing the Redeed's breasts, that surprised Issei. Don't tell me he was interrupted. Yes, knowing what he was going to say. You'll see what you've never been able to do, I said with a slight smile. Both brunettes are surprised to hear that, and I look with the white-haired one as I penetrate the Redeed. Stop, stop, stop. Issei exclaimed angrily. The brunette gets up and tries to score a shot on the white-haired boy, but he smiles and releases a small electric shock and sends the brunette flying, who crashes into a wall. Dreg. Help me, said the brown-haired boy angrily. I don't want to, I'm sleepy. Dreg said lazily. Please, the brown-haired man begged. Stop bothering me, brat, you're the most pathetic carrier I've ever had. I exclaimed angrily. Issei freezes upon hearing that until black chains take him prisoner and a white-haired man approaches the brown-haired man and whispers to him. You'll see what you weren't able to do with Rias, take her virgin bodies, said mockingly. We see a chestnut with a blank stare, he still had the chains, then the faction leaders appear next to the Gremory clan. Yes, it's pathetic he hasn't even been released yet, said the Mau seriously. The brown-haired boy looks up and looks at the Mau Lucifer along with his sister and entourage. All this time I was a tool for you, said Issei coldly. You weren't even useful as a tool, you're just useless, said the Mau with a tender smile. The brown-haired boy gets even more upset and is lifted up by a silver-haired boy. I will have a worthy rival for the strongest hacker Yuku, said the albino arrogantly. Let me go, Volley, said the brown-haired boy angrily. The demon grabs the semi-demon by the face and punches him in the stomach to shut him up, then gets up again. Let's go. Volley said angrily. After that, the gauntlet was removed, he left the city. During the time he was gone, Zest showed his true face, he began to attack, killing both humans and supernatural beings. As for Issei, he is part of the mafia, his grandfather was the 10th Fongola boss, that Issei being the 11th Fongola boss, being trained by the same master who premiered his grandfather, he has a lot of future, Axel spoke. After finishing his training, he went in search of his family, as he calls his companions. During his journey he found an ally who later became friends or brothers. While the leaders are suffering their mistake, Zest wanted control of the factions, and when he was denied, he kidnapped Benelana and Sona so that things would not stop him. So I'm threatening you with that? Axel nodded. Then they were looking for Issei, wanting the hero who saved them to help them once again. The last thing you know is that Kuroka, Lefei, Ross and Arena are waiting for Issei to return, being the only ones who did not betray him. He snapped his fingers and the spot turned white again. I don't know what to think about that anymore. Axel, upon hearing those words, snapped his fingers once more, getting the brown-haired boy's attention. This will be the last and the crudest one you'll ever see. Issei, those words made the brown-haired boy tense. Earth, also known as Earth at Vega. Axel spoke. In this Earth all the events are after defeating the Trihexa. Issei was in a coma for a time. This Earth, Issei has a twin brother named Yamato who hates him. Axel put his hand on his chin, putting himself in a thinking pose, which left the brunette in doubt. What happened on this Earth? Issei asked, but Axel didn't answer. Tell me, damn it. In this land, he was blamed for something he didn't do, he was locked up in Tartarus. That day hell began for Issei. He was locked up in the Tartaros prison, where day after day he was tortured, at the hands of his own brother whom he loved very much since they were children, his own brother who betrayed him and now tortured him in a savage way, and even once he and the Gremory and Citri girls had Hex in front of him. Seeing how the women he loved were doing such an act with his brother in front of his nose, Issei froze upon hearing all that. What did they accuse him of? Even if it means sacrificing yours. Yamato blamed him for a crime he didn't commit, being accused of being a traitor for being allied with Rizavin and wanting to rule the factions and the human world, something to which he said he was innocent, but they didn't believe him. The hero was locked up by the people he saved. Axel spoke angrily, showing frustration. What happened next? Issei asked. The years that Issei was in prison broke him, his mind broke, he was no longer the same. During this time he was not only tortured, but he was also raped by Yamato and his father day after day, finishing breaking poor Issei's mind. Issei, upon hearing those words, began to tremble, his body being seen by the black-haired man. But not only his brother and his father, also his own mother, who after he was tortured and raped, would go to his cell, forced him to have sex with her, having lost chastity with his own mother during that time, and without anyone noticing, Hizumi Haidu, Issei's mother, had become pregnant with her own child, who was unaware of this fact. Just like the others who betrayed him, Issei couldn't process what she was saying. He understood about supernatural beings from everything he had seen, but now seeing this, he refused to believe it. No, Nuo. It's a lie, damn it. Issei shouted at him to be like that, but Axel shook his head and snapped his fingers to show a horrible scene. The place changed drastically. Now where the two were was a cell stained with dried blood up to the ceiling, only lit by 3 torches on each wall. Look there, Axel pointed. Issei turned his gaze and was surprised. His father and a boy similar to him were raping a brown-haired woman with large breasts, and you could hear her screams of pleasure. That girl they are raping is the Issei of that earth. They transformed her, and they grape her. Axel spoke, who was also angry. Issei didn't react, he just looked at the scene terrified, his mind was denying everything. I want to go to that land. Issei shouted, his eyes turned green and slanted. I can't, I'm forbidden to, Axel said. How is it possible? Issei asked angrily. There are laws that I cannot break, and that law does not let me, if not I would have also gone to help him. Do you think that I love seeing that scene? I can't do anything. Look at Issei, both showed anger and helplessness for not being able to help the Issei. Axel snapped his fingers and a light flooded the place, and the sphere had returned to normal, having several spheres in view in the place. Several minutes passed and no one spoke, until Axel spoke. Why don't you tell me your story? Axel asked, Issei sitting, not responding. A deep inhalation was heard, and Issei began to tell his story. After the defeat of Trihexa, some time had passed, the girls began to move away from me. I thought they were busy since we were going to enter our last year, and Rias and Akeno were preparing to enter college, and he was interrupted. Don't tell me you found all of them on dates. Axel asked. If each of you saw her with a boy, I must admit that she is better than me. Issei spoke dejectedly. Don't look down on yourself, they always do something stupid, it's all the Gremory family's fault, the way they pampered Rias made her like this, a girl in a woman's body. Axel spoke, Issei escaped a smile being noticed. But well, it could have been worse, Axel said. Worse, I lost everything in a single day. Issei spoke normally, but showed resentment in his words. I have my evil pieces, and I still don't know if I should use them, from what I've seen so far. I'm going to give you some advice, Issei. Be greedy, think about yourself, do it for yourself, and not for anyone else unless you know that if it's going to happen to you, you'll be able to find the person when you need something, Axel said, leaving Issei thoughtful. I imagine, but there must still be more women who love you, said the black-haired man, to encourage the brunette. Yes, there's Kuroka and Seraphil. I'd like to see what they've done during this time. Also Gabriel, Penemu, Yusaka, Office and Elemental. They told me. Do they want to be with you? Axel spoke, making Issei a little nervous, although not like before. Yes, you want to know what they've done, we can see them from here, after all you have a connection with her. Without hesitation, Issei accepts, not knowing that what was coming was something that would hurt and kill him. Issei and Axel approached a sphere. Just think about the person and you'll see. Issei put on a slight smile. I concentrated my thoughts and was thinking about a certain cadre. The sphere put Penemu, who was at her desk, saw her stressed and cursing Azazel's mother because he didn't do anything, making both young people laugh, but all that changed when they saw a man with black hair, tall and with a burly body. Penemu, upon seeing him, kissed him passionately, leaving both men in shock, but for Issei it killed him. It would be better not to see each other anymore. We have to say goodbye. Issei didn't answer, he put his hand, and the sphere shone again, now showing the leader of the vampires Elmenhold, who was at her engagement ceremony. She looked happy, he could hear how the vampire said I love you to her fiancé, who kissed her with extreme lust. Axel touched Issei's hand again, waking up Drake again, who felt confused since a moment ago his partner was talking to him and he just vanished, but when he returns now, he sees his partner shedding tears. Issei, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Asked Drake excitedly, but he had no answer. Seeing how his partner put his hand on a sphere and it shone, he saw how the leader of the Yakase was seen, who was walking in the park with her daughter and a man of about years old who were kissing, and Kunu called him dad. Now I understand who he is, I had seen him once in a painting in the castle, he is Kunu's biological father. Issei spoke to himself, whose eyes stopped shining. He touched the sphere again, which showed Office, who was in the dimensional gap with a man with disheveled red hair, with whom he groped her black-haired body, and she accepted it with pleasure. So that's the great red. He put on a smile and his eyes were no longer lifeless. This worried Drake, he couldn't believe what he saw, of his women were betraying him, until he heard Axel's voice. It's already out of, Axel said worriedly, and worried the dragon even more. Now the sphere showed the Mauseraffel, who was in her office, kissing a well-built man with glasses. If she had to guess, he was a high-class devil. He was a little taller than Issei, but she could hear a few words. Cloud, I love you, I want to always be with you, never leave me. When I was going to see Kuroka's, Axel took her hand. Don't do it anymore, Axel said in a sad and worried way. Let me finish watching the lie I was living, please. Issei looked at the ground now. If there was no turning back. The sphere showed Kuroka passionately kissing a man who had monkey tails. The young man groped the Nekomata's entire body until he stripped her of her clothes. Seeing her in her black panties, Axel removed his hand and the image disappeared. Do I want to leave here? Those were Issei's words. Drag. What's wrong, buddy? The gauntlet dragon replied. I can get the dragon's fall again, Issei said. Yes, Axel heard this and became worried. I'm going to have to do the ritual again, Issei spoke, emotionless. Wait. If you do the ritual again you'll die. There hasn't been anyone who withstand the ritual twice. Axel shouted worriedly. I don't care anymore. Axel stood in front of him. Let me help you and I'll give you gifts, Axel spoke. What good will your gifts do me? Issei said without interest. The first is to save you. End of memory. Issei was seen in his bed, next to him was his baby, who was sleeping peacefully after finishing his nursery. Issei looked at him and put on a smile. From. It was the sound of the cell phone, which I answered quickly so the baby wouldn't wake up. Well, Issei spoke. Son, I already have the tickets for your return to Japan, Johnny spoke. Thanks Dad, thanks for helping me, Issei answered in a cheerful tone. Issei hung up the call and looked out the window, overlooking a garden where Karen was reading in a chair. Thanks Axel. Chapter 16. Mio, please don't go, I beg you, Issei asked, who was crying, holding the hand of a black-haired girl, who gave him a tender smile. Issei, you can't do anything, this is something natural in human life. I look at the brown-haired boy's eyes, who was crying. Let me reincarnate you, tears, let me turn you into a dragon, let me help you please, the brown-haired boy begged. Issei, I would settle, but I don't want to become a dragon or another race. If there was a way to extend my human life I would do it, the black-haired girl spoke with difficulty. After just a few seconds, Mio's eyes closed and waves of sounds flooded the place showing her death. The Sekiryuutei mark that was on her shoulder disappeared. Issei, upon seeing her, was lost. He only gently took Mills back and head to bring her closer to his chest. No. Because. I. The chestnut tree's lament was heard throughout the place. Present. It was already daylight in the apartment of a certain couple who were asleep naked in the bathtub. After a few seconds, the man who was sleeping began to wake up. Looking around, he noticed that the bathroom was in disarray. He was surprised to see the place, putting on a sad look, but then it changed to a slight smile, and more when he saw his companion. He looked and couldn't put on a slight smile, which was remembering his improper acts of the early morning, which he shared with his beloved fiancée. These were interrupted by the gauntlet dragon. Partner, are you okay? Drake spoke, which caused a bit of doubt in the brown-haired boy, this being perceived by the dragon himself. Why do you say that? Issei answered, while looking at the ceiling. Better forget my question. In fact, I was surprised by the way you behaved last night, sending the Gremory and Ponix matriarchs far away, and then sending all the women who wanted to talk to you to hell. Issei did not take much importance, without wanting to wake up his girl. Issei takes his cell phone, sending a message. This was seen by a certain purple-haired girl, who looked at the brown-haired boy with a smile. Issei, you're going to get up now, the voice of a woman known to the brown-haired boy spoke. Seeing who it was, he gave her a smile. Seeing that happy look, she approached the brunette, kissing him in a deep and loving kiss. What are you going to do today? Karen said while pressing her head to her beloved's chest, while listening to his heartbeat. This sound always left her calm. I'm going to call Xia Zitong. When the purple-haired girl heard her lover's plan, she just looked at her. Is she a candidate for a partner, Issei? Those words annoyed the brown-haired boy, being noticed by Karen. No, but I think it's time you knew something about the girls who harassed me since that day, and how I got into that situation. Karen saw the seriousness of his words, so she became serious too. Karen was excited by Issei's shout, but changed when she saw how the entire room changed to a blue color. You called me, the pink-haired girl said, while enjoying a sweet. Karen watched. Grigori. It was already a man in the faction of the fallen a group who could be seen depressed, reason everything was since the meeting with her beloved Issei, as she calls him. I have to think about how I can approach him, he can't possibly know that, or can he? The cadre paced back and forth, looking stressed about the issue. She threw things off her desk in frustration, she knew the stupidity she had done, she knew there was a chance Issei knew, she had to fix that. Issei suffocating his body, he sat on the floor in a fetal position, and after a few seconds he began to cry. Human world. Its Haidu residence. At the door of the mansion was a black-haired woman with red eyes, wearing a black dress with red decorations and ribbons. With sadistic eyes, the black-haired woman knocked on the door. After a few seconds the door was opened and was received by a blonde, who upon seeing the black-haired girl put on an annoyed look, being noticed by the blonde, who looked a little scared. Is this the Haidu residence? The girl spoke, calling the blonde's attention. At that moment, the voices of other people were heard approaching the entrance, the rest being girls, except for a brunette with pigtails. Being a retard, who looked a little disheveled since the meeting and found out that Issei was back, she is trying to fix herself up like before, so that her beloved Issei would not see her disheveled. What do you want? The red-haired girl asked with authority, causing the black-haired girl to become upset. Is this the Haidu residence? The black-haired woman spoke with authority, but her words were laced with anger due to the red-haired woman's harsh manner of speaking, which was noticed by the other women. Yes, this Haidu residence, what do you want? Rias spoke with a cold smile, but anger was evident. I came to see Issei. Hearing the words, the girls opened their eyes, but they changed to one of annoyance. Who are you to look for my Issei? The red-haired woman asked angrily, hearing how she so confidently called her Issei. I am Yangshueli, and I am Issei's girlfriend. All the girls opened their eyes again, one like a Keno kept her composure, but an aura surrounded the fallen half. Xenovia and Kaneko had an angry look, and Asia was in shock, the red-haired girl being the one who spoke again. You being my Issei's girlfriend, we are Issei's girlfriends. Those words caused a black-haired girl who was smiling to begin to give off a black aura. Who are you who call yourselves my Issei's girlfriends? Shueli asked, still maintaining her smile. I am Rias Gremory, and I am Issei's fiancé. The black-haired girl only saw how the red-haired girl crossed her arms highlighting her breasts, who was noticed and at some point felt inferior, but she was still not going to flinch until she saw the fallen girl who maintained a smile like her. Damn big breasts, with what do you want to seduce my dear with your protuberances? The black-haired girl thought. I don't believe it, Gremory-san. I doubt that my Issei has such a vulgar fiancé, and that she doesn't dress up. That caused anger in the red-haired girl, who saw how the girl looked at her analytically. For the others it was the same, feeling uncomfortable at her gaze. The only discomfort was at the entrance to the house, but it changed until a certain chestnut arrived with some grocery bags. Girls, what's going on? Why are you out here? As Irina approached the girls, she saw the unknown girl, who in a moment looked at her head-on. Zushuili-san, the reincarnated angel, spoke fearfully, being noticed by her friends that they were surprised by the tone in which she spoke, surprising that she knew her. Irina Shiudo, I see you don't dress like a boy like you used to, said the black-haired girl, staring fixedly, but for the angel it was a dangerous look. Town Square. It was already p.m. On the clock face was a pink-haired man who was nervously waiting. Every few seconds the pink-haired man looked at his phone. His nervousness was changed when he remembered the kissing scene. Issei, today's date, take it as if we're done, were the thoughts, seeing that the brown-haired boy was taking a long time to arrive. Sorry, I kept you waiting. They were taken out of their thoughts to see a certain brunette agitated. Something happened at home. Nothing happened, the girl said timidly, blushing at not being able to speak. Actually, it wasn't that long either. She agitatedly moved her hands, causing the brunette to blush. She looked away, so as not to meet the boy's gaze, since it was her first date, and even more so her first date with a boy. Let's get something to drink first, Zia said, blushing, pointing at a coffee shop. So they entered a cafe, where they spent a few minutes. The brunette was stirring his iced tea with his straw, while leaning on it with his left arm. He asked me out. I don't think it's just for tea. I take a sip of his drink. Should I say something? But what can I say? She grabbed her dress tightly, in a sign of frustration at her inexperience. It's the first time I've gone out with a man on a date. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. She put her hand on her chest, closing her eyes. If I continue like this. The hand in front of him caused him to come out of his thoughts. Why is your face red? Are you feeling sick? The pink-haired girl looked straight ahead and saw the brown-haired boy's deep black eyes getting lost in them. No matter where he was or what horrible situation he was in, just by looking at them he felt good. Both of them, realizing the situation, separated, but for Zia it was something unique and magical. They both looked away. Issei scratched his head, while Zia blushed more. This is getting very uncomfortable, Is thought as he looked around. I see it now, mate, he only brings up simple topics, and it's only the third time they've spoken. Drake spoke mentally to Issei. At that moment, the screens, which had just shown sales promotions for the shopping center, broadcast a program hosted by a very cheerful woman with green hair and a very fluent way of speaking. Hey guys, I hope you're ready, take from another angle, it's time to listen to the best music of the moment, another angle, and why not start with a song that broke a record on YouTube. This song came from the current singer of the group The Kings of the Music, Cage, who at that time was in the group Monia, How to Forget Hits. At what moment? Neither you nor anyone else, but now the song that still hasn't stopped playing when nobody sees me, enjoy it. All of this was being seen by Lucifer and his wife and son Milikas, who were with the Gremory leaders, who were spending a moment with their son and grandson. At the former Hyajuo residence, the girls had already finished their discussion with their guest. They were in the living room, where they were watching the huge screen, on which they were watching the same program. I hope you get great memories. At the end of the song, everyone, Elmao Lucifer, his wife and his parents came to the same conclusion. Issei, that's how you felt with them, they thought. As for the girls, they did get the hint, they felt bad, they didn't expect him to feel that way. Guo Park. The brunette and a pink-haired girl were seen sitting on a bench near a fountain, the same place where the brunette was once murdered by his girlfriend. Iskun, I would like to know more about you and your fiancé, Zia spoke, who when saying the word fiancé was filled with sadness, being noticed by the Canadian. Well, what happens, interrupted. Issei, it was the voice of a woman calling the couple's attention. Issei recognized that voice that he didn't want to hear. Without turning around, Issei sighed, closed his eyes and looked back. Hello Volley, what does the descendant of Lucifer want from me? This surprised a girl upon hearing that, feeling a little fear at Issei's words. Can't I see my rival and future partner? Issei, half closing his eyes, took a pair of black sunglasses out of his jacket and put them on. Couple? Since when I'm your partner, Issei spoke calmly, but he was getting angry. You know very well that dragons look for strong partners, so it was more than obvious that you were my partner and father of my offspring. Zia didn't understand, dragons. Offspring? She couldn't understand the albino. While Issei had a furious look, but his glasses hid his angry look, Albion being the only one who felt anger. Are you telling me that if I didn't have the buster gear I wouldn't be serious about being your partner? The Alvina who a moment ago had her typical calm look changed to one of surprise at her dragon's words. What? Issei took Zia's hand and turned around. I don't want you to come near me again, Issei said. He walked and continued on his way. Wait, why are you saying that? Volley spoke, walking quickly to catch up with the brunette. The couple stopped. Zia looked at the albino, who showed surprise. I realize you're deaf, I'll tell you again, don't come near me. Volley didn't say anything, he just remained in shock without saying anything. But why are you telling me that? The girl asked, surprised. What? Don't you see? I'm on a date, Issei continued walking with Zia. Volley looked at the girl and began to feel angry. She didn't believe that her dragon wanted a human, even though the pink-haired girl was pretty, she believed that she was better and much more of a woman than that girl. Do you prefer a girl like her? Than me? I don't accept it, Volley said, while his eyes were covered by his hair. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. The white armor was seen, which surprised Zia, but she was scared when they saw the armor heading towards the pink-haired girl. In just a matter of seconds he appeared in front of her. Zia only saw a metallic arm in front of her. When she closed her eyes, she felt some arms surrounding her. When she began to open her eyes, she saw how she was hugged by Issei. Wanting to see where the girl in white armor was, he only found her on the ground. Issei, why? I love you, Volley said as he slowly sat up, being seen by the couple, which made Zia feel fearful. Issei walked firmly towards the albino until he was enveloped by green flames. His clothes were changed for another, some flat shoes, blue bodices, and his arms had white bandages, leaving his chest bare, where there was a tattoo with the name Issei, and his sunglasses. Very well, Volley, if you want to fight you will have it, a green halo, surprising Volley and Albion who saw everything. What is that? The albino said, surprised. The power to kill a god. Issei raises his right leg, executing a translation, leaving a trail of green shadows, kicking the albino's torso, sending her backwards. What's wrong? Didn't you want to fight? Issei walked over and from a magic circle, appeared two purple and gold knuckle dusters, along with a silver knife. When Volley saw those knuckle dusters' knives, his body felt fearful, he didn't understand why, but Albion understood what it was. They have the essence, like dragon slaying swords. The white dragon spoke surprised, where did you get them? Use logic. Issei gets into a fighting stance and his fists began to turn green, throwing spheres towards the Albion carrier, all of them hitting her squarely. Volley was still standing, but he didn't move. Issei with great speed began to pass his knuckles knives on the girl's brittle armor. Zia just saw this, surprised and fearful, she didn't understand what was happening. The girl being a descendant of Lucifer, dragon having offspring, and then like Issei, he starts hitting the girl without stopping. "What's wrong, Valerie? I thought you were going to subdue me." The brown-haired man just looked at an albino with silver hair. Several wounds were visible on her body, accompanied by a white armor completely destroyed, with only her wings being the only thing not destroyed. The brown-haired man was wearing his battle clothes without a scratch, and in his hands he had his knuckle dusters. "I'm not surprised that you're the same as the others. Just because I had the Welsh dragon, I was worthy of having women, but if I don't have it, I'm not worthy of any of them. I'm fed up. You think I can be discarded? They have me fed up." Issei closed his fist, and again a green light surrounded him, but now it was red, descending his hand down. "I'm not surprised that you change me for someone else, just because I see your face." As I saw several times almost touching the girl, he felt something that surrounded him. "Issei. Please don't continue anymore. I beg you." A girl with light red hair, who had a bruise on her face, hugged the brown-haired boy. Chapter 17. The Oracle. "I think this is the end of this," said a blonde man with glasses, who was sitting on the floor with others. "Yes, despite not being able to do a concert, we managed to make our songs a success," said a black-haired boy, who spoke in a very animated manner. "Oh. Come on, we only played a few songs." Manuel, another black-haired boy, spoke, who had a smile, but he seemed a little sad, which was shared among the other boys. "Shut up, Ale. I wanted it to be an emotional moment." Grabbed the black-haired man by the neck, who only. "I never thought we would make our music successful," said a dark-haired man who looked at his friends with a slight smile, showing peace. "But now it's goodbye," said a brown-haired man who, when saying those words, everyone lowered their heads with sadness while putting on a fake smile. "You're right, Issei." Present. The confrontation had already ended. The grape of the strongest Hakuryuuku had happened. Issei and Zia were walking, the young couple, but the young Zia was lost in her thoughts. The brown-haired man just remained silent. He knew he had shown something he shouldn't have. Issei just stared at the ground. He had no words to say, but he knew he had to explain the situation. "Zia-san, what happened a moment ago?" The brown-haired boy was interrupted by a hug from the same girl. Issei opened his eyes in surprise at the girl's attitude. "Let's continue with our date, Issei-kun," said the pink-haired girl, who had her head on the brown-haired boy's chest. Issei smiled. He thought Zia would fear him, but no, he could feel doubts in her mind, but not fear. The brown-haired boy, as long as the girl enjoyed the moment, continued with the date, who saw a building where an anime and manga convention was taking place. Issei put on a smile, as if the ancient gods were helping him. He put on a smile and looked at his companion. "Today, there's an anime and manga convention, let's go for a walk," said the brown-haired boy. For Zia, she didn't expect a proposal of that kind, but for a girl who never went out very often, she put on a smile and nodded. To a luxury apartment complex. It was already the afternoon of the day, and in the apartment there was a couple with a baby, who was in his walker, happy to try to walk. The blonde who was walking all over the house was followed by the baby, while laughing happily. For the woman, it was very nice to see the baby happy, especially if it was her grandson, being engraved by the chestnut tree, to remember it and show it to her grandson when he grows up. "Johnny, where did Karen go?" asked the blonde, who was still walking, being chased by the infant. "I went to buy more diapers for Logan, and I had to go and sort some things out with Miss Yuki. It seems they are happy about both of their pregnancies," spoke the brown-haired boy, who was still recording. "Talk talk." It was the sound of the front door that caught the couple's attention. Johnny stopped recording, walked to the entrance, put his hand on the knob and opened it, taking the brunette by surprise. "I thought he would arrive in weeks, not before," the brown-haired boy said, stepping aside to let him pass. At that moment Sanyu arrived, still being chased by a happy Logan. "Guai Liang. Why did you come so early?" asked Sanyu Blade, who took the child in her arms. "Raiden called us to talk about the factions," the couple nodded. "Okay," the couple spoke at the same time. "Guo and I'm and manga convention." The sound of the flash and the dazzling cameras flooded the place with a crowd driven crazy by the cosplay of girls, but there was a trio of women being surrounded to take some photos, posing while talking to each other. "There are pure beauties here," said one of the girls wearing a blue maid dress, with white, black hair, and being the shortest of the three girls. "Today's competition, who can beat us?" A dark-haired woman spoke, wearing a black maid dress with white trim, exposing her shoulders. She had a superior smile on her face, while the black-haired woman put her finger to her lips. "I see that numbers and are pretty good," said the black-haired girl, being interrupted by the third girl in the group. "Number, there's no need to worry," said a woman with dark blue hair wearing an orange maid outfit with white touches leaving her shoulders bare, drawing the attention of her companions. "Number, Tang Xuan is coming alone this year, she doesn't even have a group, even if she dresses very well, what's the point, right?" The trio of women started to laugh after listening to their partner. Near the trio among the crowd were Issei and Zia, walking. Zia was blushing looking down, while Issei watched the crowd. "The beauty," was heard in the crowd. Zia blushed and looked at the brunette's right hand, wanting to take it, but her shyness prevented her from doing so. I can't, thought young Xia, who was hesitant to take the brown-haired boy's hand. If you want to take it, do it. Does he want me to take the initiative? Sigh, this atmosphere is too uncomfortable, thought the brown-haired boy who was looking at the young girl. Shuan, Shuan. It was the cry of the people, who rushed to reach a point where the crowd was already. The young Xia had been pushed by the same people, but the young brunette managed to hold her before falling. Looking at the crowd, they could see a young woman, combed by a darkish shawl-tone ponytail and dressed in a red-made dress. Issei just looked at the girl until he recognized her. Opening his eyes, he feared for the person when he saw her. "I can't be," said the young Issei, who turned blue when he saw the girl he recognized. The girl, turning around, noticed that in her right hand she had a cat glove and gray ears, putting on a kitten pose, somewhat reminiscent of Kuroka's mischievous manner. "What are they saying?" "I'm not as pretty as they say," said the girl who, upon seeing the crowd of people, recognized the young couple, who, like the brunette, turned blue. "It's you. Olympus." The supreme god of Olympus, Zeus, was worried, very strange coming from him, being noticed by the other gods. "Father, are you okay?" asked the god of war, worried about his father. "Son, I had a premonition, and the only place where I can find the answer is in the oracle." Ares was worried. He knew beforehand that if his father was going to see the trio of old women, it was something extremely serious. "Father, I don't understand your concern, but let me accompany you. I want to understand the situation." Zeus looked at his son and nodded. "I hope my premonition is just a mistake." At the moment they were ready to go, a black and cadaverous-looking being was at the entrance to Olympus, intercepting both gods. "You are the messenger of the oracle," Ares spoke, looking at the dark being. "Yes, my lord Delpher needs the presence of the great Zeus." Zeus is surprised and became more worried when he saw that he was called by the oracle himself, something very rare for them. Guo and Im and manga convention. Amidst the noise and shouts of people, two people were watching. "It's you," the brown-haired boy and the blue dark-haired girl spoke at the same time. Shuili, wanting to get closer to the couple with the brown-haired boy and the pink-haired girl, stumbles and is caught by the cameras of the fans until she finally reaches their world. "What are you doing here? Did you come here to laugh at me?" The blue-haired girl spoke, intimidating the brunette with a grimace of disgust. Issei Kunzia spoke fearfully, seeing the attitude of the people. "These people are scary," taking the attention of Issei and Shuan. The young Shuan looked to one side where the crowd was, where she could notice two people she recognized, being her two companions who idolize her for defending women from men. "What are they doing here?" Seeing them, Shuan takes Issei and Xia by the hands and leads them away from the place. Shuan, don't go," was the cry of the photographers at the scene. Outside the Kuo and Im and manga convention. The girl in black heels walked along a firm path, dragging a sharp sword, seen by everyone present. "Wow, what are you cosplaying as?" were the murmurs of the people. "Issei-kun, I already found you, you won't be able to escape from me," said the girl. Gregory. In a place in the offices of the fallen, a grey magic circle would have been seen by the strongest cadre, seeing how a seriously wounded woman came out while she sobbed and repeated a name, that name of the person she loves the most according to her. Issei fainting. "Stop. Outer world. Now only the one from Earth is missing." A white-skinned being with red symbols spoke. "Huankai, when will we take the last Kamidogu?" It was the voice of a man coming out of the shadows, resembling a mummy. The being gave off a green aura, his body was covered by black bandages, leaving only his eyes, nose and mouth exposed. "Calm down, Ermac, don't forget that my last experiment helped us find the right candidate for the experiment." The place was filled with the sound of footsteps, to see a woman with black hair and a pair of wings that reminded one of the demons of the factions. "Don't worry, Natara, don't forget that my last experiment. Your last experiment only lasted a couple of months, and don't forget that he died." The vampire girl spoke with clear disgust. "It was a new spell I had to test, and its operation led us to what we needed. Now is the time for us to begin our movement," the sorcerer said with a smile. "And the old gods?" Ermac asked. "They are not a problem. By the time they want to intervene it will be too late. The pieces will already be in the right place or not." Shang Tsung. From a dark corridor came out a man of about years old who put on an arrogant smile while nodding to what Quan Kai said. Temple of Delphi. The Greek gods had arrived, and to the surprise of both gods, the representatives of the factions were present. "Hello, leader," Zeus spoke, who was seen by everyone. "Hello, Zeus Dono, this is the leader of the Yake speaking. Do you know why they summoned us?" asked the father of all, while placing a hand on his long beard. "I don't know, I just hope it's not something serious," said the Mauseraphel, who, in everyone's eyes, did not act in a childish manner. "I doubt it," a woman with glasses spoke, who despite being beautiful, had a serious expression hiding her sadness. "What do you mean?" asked the leader of the angels, Michael. "Think about it, Ani-sama, why did they call all the alliance leaders?" Everyone was arguing except for the former leader of the fallen angels, who was looking at the place. "So everyone is here," it was a woman's voice. It's true, they want to know the reason it was another woman. Seeing who the voices belonged to, everyone was surprised it was the famous Gree who was seen by everyone. "The rotten little leaders are afraid," said one of them. "Of course, sister, it was another woman's voice." Walking past the leaders, they followed them as if they could discover what was going on until they reached an empty room where a skeletal being could still be seen sitting on a chair in the middle of the room. It took the form of a young woman. "Delphi, why did you summon us?" asked the leader of the Olympic faction. "You were still going to come today, Zeus, about your vision that surprised Zeus, who stared at the oracle. What I'm going to mention is something that will affect the features." At that point one of the Gree, whom everyone was now watching, spoke up. "It's true, that's the reason why we are here in front of you, but I'm going to introduce myself to you, since you don't know me apart from the god Zeus. My name is Sedino." She had an eye on her right hand that pointed at the leaders and then passed it to her next sister. "My name is Ahino, as happened with the previous one." The eye moved to the third sister. "My name is Prinfido, it's a pleasure to meet you leaders." The last woman spoke, who looked with her eye at the leaders, who were looking seriously at the trio of sisters. "Well, what is the premonition?" Azazel spoke, who wanted to stop seeing the horrendous scene of them, of how they passed their eyes, and a chill ran down his back. "If you want to know so much, we will tell you. The threat will reach all factions and all kingdoms." "What are you talking about?" asked young Gabriel. "The Dragon King will return and take his place as Lord and Master. The factions will fall and no one will be able to. The ancient hero of the factions is the key." The three repeated at the same time. "The Sekiryuutei?" Zeus spoke in surprise. "He is the key to defeat and at the same time to victory. If Issei-kun is the key, we can ask for his help," said the Mao Lucifer. "No." The Gree spoke. "He doesn't want to know anything about the factions, much less about you, Lucifer," the trio pointed out. "He knows everything, you won't fool him. Seductions no longer work on him, he knows everything." "I don't understand anything," Zeus said, but some already imagined what the Gree were referring to. "Delphi, I want an explanation." Now everyone looked at the skull-like being who, in a blink, his eyes lit up blue, seen by everyone who froze. He knows everything. He will help, but not for them. He will do it for them. They will be the help he needed." Delphi spoke in a trance. But the leaders already understood who she was referring to, and a group of women knew what the four diviners were referring to, until one of them asked. "How did he find out?" Ajuka had asked, who was seen by everyone, and the women wanted to know even more. Lucifer's wife and queen also had the same doubt. She knew everything, but she had discovered it after the boy had gone on a trip. "The hero of 1,000 tricks, I speak seriously," Delphi. He showed him the whole truth. "He knows everything, he knows them." Choking. "He will come here, the hero from another world will come here." That surprised all the leaders, having in their minds the hero from another world repeating in their heads. "When will he come?" Auden asked. "He will appear before the people, he will be cheered by everyone, there they will meet, and both heroes will shake hands in front of everyone. He will present himself before you as a god, who will help the ancient gods." Introducing himself, the electric god, the God Slayer. Chapter 18. The end of premonition and the satisfactory encounter. Both heroes. A being from another world. "I wonder what to do next," said Mayuajuka to himself, who was flooded with all the thoughts that could come to mind after hearing what the trio of women said. The question, it was the voice of the father of all Auden. Everyone present could have expected it. What was the question I was going to ask the father of all? The sisters were also interested, and they turned to the old man while laughing, showing their only tooth. "That hero they mention is from another world, how strong is he? And how does the boy who carries the Welsh dragon know that being?" spoke the father of all Mendes. Everyone was waiting for the response from the trio of women, which surprised them because of the action they took, because they began to laugh loudly, as if it were a laugh, very, very exaggerated. "We don't know how strong it is. We will act like we met. The only thing we know about their strength and their friendship is the hero of the world is very strong, but too strong for him to face the three dragon gods alone. The dragon of the apocalypse, the dragon of dreams, and the dragon of infinity. Who could fight them all at the same time and without a scratch?" Alternating Earth. Seeing a landscape with a dark background illuminated by small stars in the distance, accompanied by the planets that were found around, planets of different colors and their orange stars, you could see what was a layer of stardust with large comets, from the size of a planet Earth or that of the sun itself. In one of them you could see people, 7 of them were surrounding one who was very peculiar, dressed in grey pants, accompanied by a black jacket with a navy blue trench coat. She had a staff in her hands, at the end of it, she had what was in her glass, long grey hair tied in a ponytail. On her torso, she had a rectangular hole almost reaching her chest. Inside of it, you could see what was a golden pendulum. This man was surrounded by people of different sizes and heights, but he fixed his gaze on a young man of around years old, with short messy black hair and wearing black jeans. He was wearing a vest of the same color with gray tones on the back. He had a circular symbol, a cross with 3 lines on each side that joined in the center, leaving only his arms or half of them exposed, since both arms were covered with 2 veins, leaving the fingers exposed. His right arm was covered by a white bandage. His left arm was bandaged with a white candle with gray, brown and black spots. On his face, he wore black sunglasses. Axel's appearance. I know I've only shown it in the butterfly effect story, but it's already made its big debut. He was sitting without any concern looking at the same person he had on his chest, the pendulum of the clock. He was looking at each other seriously both, even though the black-haired man didn't show it because of his sunglasses, you could feel the atmosphere that was happening in the place. All the other 6 who also surrounded the man with the pendulum only had their arms crossed and, like both of them, looked at how the scene was going to unfold. Wow, Axel, how long has it been since we last saw each other? Asked a man with gray hair and a pendulum-like chest. I don't know, more or less about a years since we last saw each other. Clock. There was a boy who was now known as Axel, who with his left hand began to form what was a kind of bottle from which he began to drink. You haven't changed your style, but why don't you tell me what are you doing here? Yes, that's what I believe. Let me tell you, you're wasting your time. I'm not going to remove the curse from you, the man now known as Clock spoke. You know something, I didn't come for that. Well, actually I've tried for many years to find a way to break the curse, a curse that you yourself put on me, said the black-haired man who drank more from his bottle. You forced me yourself, they already put the curse on you, how could you have created a monster? Said the Clock, who closed his eyes as if he was wandering in his mind. I never wanted that to happen. I just helped the boy. Axel spoke in a melancholic way, all seen by the most people who were there. You gave a person of your blood, you forget how strong your blood is, Lilliston, a weapon to be able to attack his dimension, said the Clock. You know very well that in his dimension the factions betrayed him. Axel was interrupted. I know very well what happened to him, don't forget that it's me, I control the inventions, lines, everything, I control time at my whim, there's no need for you to tell me what that boy went through, I want to know, is it because you gave him your blood? Don't tell me it was because of here. The Clock spoke, looking disappointed. The human who became a hero and the hero who became a god, when you hear it sounds too epic, grandiose, but if people knew the stupidity you did, it would change everyone's opinion of you. I don't care about that, I've saved reality many times, I've faced impressive enemies, don't forget it. He got up from the place where Axel was. That I'm not a god, I make mistakes like any hand, like any being in the universes, I'm going to continue learning from my mistakes. I learned that when I'm emotionally vulnerable, I do a lot of stupid things, but I'm back. Axel the god killer is back. The boy's body began to glow black. Only a few seconds passed before the light shot out, showing a very monstrous being, a beast with a very long head, very long arms and feet as if it were a lion's. Events were common in a human, but its long nails. It didn't last long and young Axel's skin, which was that of a monster, began to crumble. Changing his appearance, the hair of the being that is now in front of him had grown until reaching the middle of his back. His skin looks very dark, almost reaching a gray tone. He had marks in white tones, his tattoo that he had on his left arm, but showed with opaque gray tones with black and white. His hands and feet returned to being normal with those of a human, but his dreams had turned black long. His face also had white marks. His things have like a kind of bones and eyes sticking out in the back to the pants area. There was a long black tail at the tip of my salon that seemed as if it were a needle. The one who opened his eyes looked back at the clock and smiled at it. It's time. Temple of Delphi. Now if the people who were there were terrified of a being that could defeat the 3 dragon gods by itself and without a scratch, was something that made them begin to fear how powerful was this being that not even the dragon gods themselves could do anything against it. And about his friendship with the young Sekiryuutei we don't know, we only know that they have spoken on occasions. The last occasion was about a week and a half ago they two spoke, and we only know that one of the topics they talked about was the supernatural world, very important. The group, if already terrified, grew wetter. Apparently, the small conversation that the brown-haired man with the toiletry bag had was very, very important, or at least they believed it, since they were the topic of conversation. Gigi, I think that's all, my sisters and I didn't leave. Gigi, one of the sisters, finished speaking. I turned around with her other 2 sisters and walked to the deepest part of the cave. Wait. Xerxes shouted. I have one last question, calling everyone's attention, including the Grellas and the Oracle. Go City. The convention had already ended, where many things happened. I met Shua, who hid us in the dressing rooms. Apparently she had seen 2 of her sports teammates in the distance. We also found out that Shuan was in a contest where I have to make a team. We meet people, something that I had not achieved, asking Xia for help, but there was still one more member missing, and this time it was me, forcing me to dress as a woman. Present. Right now we are walking towards the train station. The group that was walking was silent because of everything that had happened in such a short time, one out of jealousy and a redeed, and another with nervousness, doubt and intrigue being a blue dark hair. Issei-kun, there's no need for you to take us here, said Sha, who met his gaze and, a little sad, wanted to hide it with a slight smile, but not everyone for the brown-haired boy. He didn't know very well what he had studied for when he helped the contest with Shuin. Don't worry about me, there's no problem with me leaving them, Issei spoke, who caressed the pink-haired girl's cheek, causing her to blush, but which was noticed by the blue dark-haired girl, causing a pain in her chest. How about before leaving them upset we go for a walk in the park, eat something, then I myself will take them home. Both girls thought about it for a moment and then nodded, giving the boy a slight smile. Everything was calm, there were no problems, we were sitting at a table, near an ice cream stand. We talked about trivial things, Shuin told us how she defended women who were mocked by men, she protected them, she has never liked men who overstepped their boundaries or who went after women. I could see the change in her mood, it was clear that it was a very serious subject, and even more so when she told us about her companions, how she met them, and how they were humiliated by a group of men. I think now I'm going to understand a little better. I think that this facade of a tough woman with men is only so she won't be hurt by one. I think now I understand Shuin's attitude a little better. Xia was generally thinking during the time we were talking and already only listening to the story and the interactions that Shuin and I had. I tried to integrate that of our talk, but you have always spoken very little sense to us, and that they are already emerged in the thoughts. I do not know why. I think it was because of what happened with my confrontation with Valeria and Lucifer. Thinking about it, why hasn't she told me anything? Will she be formulating what she wants to ask me after we meet alone? Or is she afraid of me? I didn't know how to control myself when I saw her. When our conversation ended, Shuin, Xia and Issei went back into the park to get to the train stations. But what the trio did not count on is that they would find an unpleasant surprise, especially for the brown-haired man, since about from where they were, a man with an appearance of almost years old was seen. He looked quite young, he was wearing pants, a tight shirt, a tie, accompanied by a small black vest. When Issei saw him, he made a face of disgust. He knew very well who he was, even the girls who were next to him recognized him. After all, he had a very unpleasant reputation at the university, and more when they saw who he was accompanied by. It was a woman of around her years old. You are beautiful. I will not deny it. This caused the trio to see the teacher as a displeasure, mainly Shuin, being seen by the brown-haired man. After a short time, the couple separated, each going their own way. The teacher always walks towards you, heading in the direction where the trio were, but he was able to recognize one of the three, this being Shuin, who looked at me with a little annoyance, remembering the events of the last time. He stopped in front of her and looked at the girl, giving her a look from right away, before saying the following words. Who would have thought I'd find you here? The man said, in a serious tone. I say myself, Professor, it seems that you are still involved with the university students. Shuin responded in the same tone. I didn't force them, they look for me, you could be one of them if you want. He spoke with an arrogant tone, causing displeasure in the girl, nervousness in the pink-haired girl, and the brown-haired boy just looked at the scene, but didn't want to break her mother inside. You think I'm going to return to have a relationship with you? You're wrong, Professor, I'm not like the other students who fall for your games, Shuin responded, who only crossed his arms. The teacher didn't take the woman's words very well, so he approached her with his left arm around her waist and hit her harder with his right hand. He lifted the girl's chin to look into her eyes. Instead of the girl had blushed for some reason. He was upset by the action, and the teacher had taken him by surprise. When the teacher was about to kiss the girl who opened her eyes because of the man's action, the teacher could feel how his head was hit with enough force only to release it on the concrete floor. The man just got up and began to stroke his head because of the pain they had caused him. He looked at the spot and could see how in front of him was now the brown-haired man who looked at him emotionlessly. How dare you? Don't you know who I am? Hunger shouted angrily. Of course I know who you are. Shio-ken, professor at the Faculty of International Relations. Divorced, you are dedicated to stealing students' girlfriends if I'm not mistaken, that's you, isn't it? Manuel Castanos emotionlessly staring at the professor who was getting up. Now I had a question for you. Do you know who I am? I asked a brown-haired man, who only looked at the man who had my life confused by the question I had asked him. And nobody can replied with a smile, annoying the girls with the way he made fun of the boy. The teacher smiled and began to laugh lightly, but when he was about to turn that laughter into laughter, he felt a blow to the face sending him to the ground. When the teacher looked back at his attacker, he could see the brunette with his left fist raised at the same height where the teacher's face had been. The boy lowered his arm, his gaze that was directed forward, he sent it downwards. He became short to exchange glances, a mocking look from the boy, with the angry look from the teacher. Well, I'll tell you who I am. I'm Issei. I was born, lived and studied in Kuo a year or so ago. I had a relationship with two girls, you should even remember their names, Rias Gremory and Akeno Himejima. The teacher was surprised to hear the names of two of his ex-lovers. I am a singer, composer of the group The King of Music. I got together with an incredible woman. I have a son whom I adore. That's me, said the brown-haired man who looked fixedly at the teacher. So you are thus so-called Issei that those stupid people, mainly Rias, talk about how pathetic hahaha. Ken spoke with arrogance. The crowd began to form around the place. Several people watched the scene of both, being able to recognize the singer Cage and the university professor. I honestly don't know what it was that both girls saw in you. You're just a poor idiot. What luck could you have to conquer a woman? But don't worry, it seems that she's in my faculty. It will be fun. He licked his lips to seduce her and make her say my name, Ken said. Sincerely, go nonsense, but the only thing I heard is your fragile heart saying that you do not satisfy me. I found a man who does, if I'm not mistaken. Those were the words of your ex-wife, right? I think now I can understand a little more about you because you went with women with students, but mainly with students who have partners only to seduce them, use them as your way of getting revenge on her. It only shows weakness to develop a relationship that could be your future girls. I only feel sorry for the women who fell with you, because now they had a relationship that could have been stable with a man who I can see taking care of. Give them stability now, they for a simple adventure are not going to get it back, well, having to live with that for the rest of their lives with that mistake and their sin. But yours, can you imagine what your parents give you when they find out that they had something to do with you and everything stops? He shook his head. They are going to kill you. All who were surrounding both were surprised because among them there were students from the same faculty where the professor came from. I knew a little about his life, also knowing the large number of students who had fallen into his hands. A student from outside the same faculty was putting him in his place, showing him that he is insignificant in his eyes. After all the students had in his life, the professor was a nobody to men. He was a poor fool who had been deceived, and he wasn't even saying it in front of everyone. Several students began to record what had happened with their phones. At what the brown-haired boy heard, he stood up, raised his arm, closed his hand in the form of a fist directed at the boy's face, who did not look at the movement they were making due to his great combat skills, slowly disappearing in front of the teacher, leaving him surprised, but he felt a pain in his crotch to look at the brown-haired boy, with his legs separated and with a fist that was where his male part was. The professor just squatted down, placed his hands where his male part was, and just looked at the brunette who looked at him mockingly. I warned you, the brown whispers only for the man with the spoons to separate and go from there to where the two girls were. I'm sorry for the delay, let's go so I can accompany you, Issei said. The boys just stared at her in amazement. Shuen's mind had changed the perspective that the boy had. From seeing him as a womanizer, she saw him as a protector of women, something that she did. She'll look at something else. Apparently I'm going to remind her of the scene where the brown-haired boy confronted the descendant of Lucifer, causing her a little worry, but she also had a feeling of joy when she heard how he had defended the blue-haired girl. Issei-kun, you must explain many things. Both women spoke, leaving the brown-haired man disturbed for some reason. Kuo Forest. Deep inside the forest, a group of people were gathered, talking amongst themselves. So what's next? Raiden, a man in a yellow ninja suit, spoke. I had an audience with the ancient gods. They advised me that we should present ourselves before the supernatural beings. Raiden spoke, who was seen by everyone. If that's the case, then we have to warn the boy, but I don't think he'll take it well, the yellow ninja spoke. Come on Hanzo, my son will do it after all. He still has some pending things to resolve with them, Johnny spoke, showing mockery at his words. But my son will do it, so they will have a meeting a few days after a wedding, so there is no problem, you just have to let him know. Sonia spoke, hugging Johnny from behind. Note. I know you'll say how is it possible for her to do that, but that will be explained later in the story. Meanwhile, I spoke with Master Sub-Zero to inform him about the situation. Hanzo spoke. Fuji and I will go with the Matoka resident said. Matoka? Who is that? Johnny asked. It's Nightwolf's village. We discovered that the spiritual energies have been disappearing, said resident. Spirit, I don't know why I think it's Shang Tsung, he's the only one who can manipulate the soul, Johnny mentioned. That's what he writes. And that will have a lot to do with the resurrection of Anaga. They want to revive their immortal army with the spirits of the Matoka. Sonia spoke, trying to give a small hypothesis of the situation that awaits them. Everyone was left thinking about what the general had said, but mainly she had to find out more about the situation before she went to the meeting with the supernaturals. Then we have to separate. We will inform Issei about the situation. Meanwhile, you investigate, Sonia said. Raiden raised his hand, and a blue lightning bolt made him disappear. Hanzo disappeared in a whirlwind of fire, and Johnny and Sonia headed home to talk to the brown-haired boy. Alternating Earth. I told you he wasn't the same anymore, said Axel, who still saw the dying clock. Now what are you going to do with my cane? Clock spoke, who saw his enemy with wounds on his body, his torso uncovered and with his cane in his hand, but mainly in his base state. Nothing, I just wanted to test my time powers, now mine are superior. Who would say that I finally managed to defeat one of the unique gods, one of the few beings that do not have alternative versions, mentioned the black-haired man who was leaving the place along with the others. You know very well what you are doing. You will cause a collapse in the ranks of the gods, mentioned Clock, who with effort tried to get up. I don't care, after all, sooner or later I will face him, and it doesn't hurt to defeat his subordinates. They had left, leaving a faint light that disappeared in the dark space. In Axel's mind. I think it's time I solved that problem before facing him, was Axel's thought. Chapter 19. A mutual feeling like the soul. Hell Lilith City, Phoenix Castle. In the territories of one of the most important demonic houses, it was very lively from very early on. The servants of the family ran from one side to another for the reason of the celebration of the wedding of the third son of the family, Razor Phoenix, with his queen Ubeluna, with whom he would bring nuptials that afternoon. The young heir of the Phoenix family was in his room with several maids from the castle who were fixing the master's suit so that it would be perfect for his wedding. Razor, who looked at the maids, had a magic circle on his ear where he was in a conversation. Of course they can come. I think it's the best opportunity to introduce them to the leaders. But are you sure that will happen? I don't think so. Well, you're right about that, he is a Siskin, but okay. Then see you in a bit, bye. The young Razor had made the communication circle disappear, where only a few seconds passed for his mother to enter, who looked at him with a smile when she saw him. Are you ready, son, asked Lydia Phoenix, who began to approach her son. Yes, mother, I'm about to change. I just had to make a little call. I just finished talking, Razor replied, giving her a smile, but it wasn't just any smile, it was a sincere smile, and not the arrogant one he always showed in public. The call? Don't tell me he's the best man at the wedding? Asked Razor's mother, who had tilted her head in doubt about the call. The young Razor began to laugh at his mother's curiosity, who half closed her eyes. She knew that even though her son had matured, he was still childish at times. Calm down, mother, but he is the best man, he just asked me to bring some people to the wedding, Razor spoke, hugging his mother. And may I ask what you answered? Lady Phoenix asked. Mother, today you are very curious, more than usual. The mother just smiled with a poker smile, but which gave off a bit of dark energy, scaring the maids who were in the room. The young Razor sighed and looked at his mother. I told him it was no problem, Razor replied. Lady Phoenix eyes and just walks towards the door of the room. The woman only stops before opening the door and leaving. I'll tell the maids to add one more table to the hall. The good thing is that I can finally meet the best man, Lady Phoenix said. You're going to get a big surprise, Razor said before his mother closed the door. Buo City apartment complex. In one of the apartments, Issei was looking at himself in a mirror. The reason? He was getting ready for the wedding that was going to be celebrated at that moment by Razor, but the young brown-haired man was surprised by a hug from his fiancée Karen, who was wearing a purple dress, which reached a little below the knee, leaving her shoulders exposed, with a fluffy fur sweater, giving a facet of a demure woman. Are you ready, Ice? Karen asked, who wouldn't let go of the brunette. Almost there, I just need to put on my jacket, replied Issei, who took Karen's arms that were hugging him, to look into her eyes. The young couple looked at each other, and after a few seconds they began to kiss, where a great affection was felt between both, which lasted for a minute. Issei, they are ready, he has already arrived, said Karen, who was leaning on the boy's chest. I see, and what did he come dressed like? The brunette asked, his tone of voice confusing. Believe it or not, he came in a suit. It's a bit strange to see him like that. I think I prefer his clothes, Karen spoke, giving a small laugh, causing her fiancé to do the same. Ahaha, we have to hurry, I want to see him, Issei laughed, so that he separated from Karen and continued changing. Hell Lilith City, Gremory Castle. In one of the castle's rooms, there were certain women who were preparing for the Phoenix family's wedding. It was the young Rias Gremory and her female vassals, along with Irina. They were all finishing getting ready, they were with a somewhat happy expression. Reason? Simple, they knew that Issei would show up today at Razor's wedding, which gave them the opportunity to talk to him. They knew it wasn't going to be easy. After what they did, they weren't going to achieve it so easily, but they didn't lose hope of being with him. But there was something that worried them, something that prevented them from continuing with their preparations. Girls? Asked the Gremory heiress. Yes, Butchao, the girl spoke. I've been thinking about Issei, Rias said as she sat on the edge of the bed. The other girls, upon hearing the name of their beloved, copied the action of their friend and queen. What's happening with Issei-kun? Rias asked Queen Gremory. The other women only paid attention to the conversation that was about to begin, which intrigued them. I've been thinking about the change that Issei has had since he arrived. He has no longer shown that tender side that he always let out. Rias began to lower her gaze. Rias, he said in a half-fallen whisper, being seen by all the other girls who were worried about their friend's condition. I don't know what will happen if I don't have Issei-kun by my side. I want him to be with me, but not only that, now he comes with a damn bitch who claims to be Issei's fiancé, said Rias, who began to cry being hugged by her friend Akeno. Rias, let's fix it, we'll return to Issei-kun, we won't do this stupid thing again, and we can be together to form a family, he tried to comfort his mistress. But how? He has a son, and from what Kaneko told us, that damn woman is expecting another, and it's Issei. She has what I've always longed for, to have in my womb the son of the one I love, Issei's son Lakanada, and the others just hugged Rias to comfort her, but it felt like they also wanted comfort for what was said. But for a certain Kanemata, she always had a question about Issei's son. When was he born? Considering the baby's development, he's quite developed. But they did agree on one thing, they wouldn't let their Issei leave their side. Hell Phoenix territory. At the venue where the wedding ceremony would begin, guests began to file in. With the music blaring, young Razor waited patiently at the altar. Patriarch Phoenix, accompanied by his youngest daughter Ravel Phoenix and her brother Rubel Phoenix, were in the back, accompanied by guests such as Patriarchs Gremory, Citri, and Bale, along with their respective entourages. Out of solidarity with the factions, the leaders of each faction that was united were invited to the wedding of the third son of the Phoenix, being angels, fallen, Asgardians, Olympians, Yakes, etc. The little lowly, Office the Dragon of Infinity, watched from the top of a window what would happen in the place, but more than anything she hoped to see her beloved, who would try that day. The entire ceremony proceeded peacefully, as everyone awaited the big moment of the vows. Good, now the ceremonial vows, the ring, said the demonic being. Raze looked to his right side, where he saw a brown-haired man who approached with a small pillow in his hands, where there were a pair of rings. Everyone looking at him was surprised to see who Razor's godfather was. Issei, said everyone present, who looked at the brown-haired boy as he handed over the rings. Razor took the ring and held it towards young Ubeluna, who looked at it with shining eyes. Razor Phoenix, would you take Ubeluna as your wife and promise to protect her in joy and sorrow, in health and in sickness, and thus, to love and respect her all the days of your life? The demonic being spoke. Yes, I accept, said Razor, who had delicately taken the purple-haired girl's hand and put the ring on it. Young Ubeluna smiled when she saw the ring on her finger, which caused sighs among several women who saw the tender reaction. The young bride took the second ring to take the hand of her king and future husband. Ubeluna, do you want to receive Razor Phoenix as your husband, and do you promise to be faithful to her in joy and sorrow, in health and in sickness, and thus, to love and respect her all the days of your life? The demonic being spoke. Yes, I accept, said the young Ubeluna, who put the ring on Razor. So by the power of the demons that was granted to me, I pronounce you husband and wife, you may kiss the bride. The place was flooded with applause, seeing the couple kiss, which showed their love, cheering the scene, but for those present who did not know, the situation of Issei and Razor, seeing the brown-haired man as godfather, was something that left them in shock, mainly that of the Phoenix family, who looked at the brown-haired man, who was with his fiancée Karen, the former pawn of the Arasitri Saji, along with his girlfriend Miss Yuki, with the three girls from the party, Murayama, Addis and Aika, but what they were seeing was a trio of people who were also with the Sekiryuutei, a very attractive man, who like Issei, wore sunglasses, a very beautiful woman, but had a serious face, but that did not take away how beautiful she is, surpassing the seriousness of the matriarchs Agares and Citrus, but the one who got a lot of attention was a man with white hair. He was wearing a suit of the same color with black buttons, but his eyes, those eyes that were what drew attention, were completely white. The young and new couple left the venue where the ceremony had taken place a few moments earlier. As if they were a simple human couple, they took photos with all their friends and family. Phoenix wedding party. All the guests danced, talked, and enjoyed the most glorious moment for the Phoenix family. Seeing him happy with his wife filled the family with joy. The young Razor danced with his wife, his mother and some of his entourage. He even danced a piece with Karen, who reluctantly accepted. Everything was perfect. But for certain women who were at the dance, they were not having a very good time. The Gremory entourage tried to go with Issei to try to dance, but he was always dancing with his fiancée Karen, which made them jealous, or he was dancing with the three former classmates of the academy, Murayama, Caddis and Aika, the female leaders of the factions. They also looked with suspicion, the attention he gave to Karen. Everything went smoothly, which surprised the brown-haired boy a little, as he didn't feel the insistence of his ex-harem, but he didn't care, he only saw Karen, he only saw her, not even Office's presence disturbed him at any time. But the last piece ending, it was barely p.m. Issei began to approach the stage, to talk to the musicians. Only a few paid attention to the brown-haired man's actions, they just watched as he spoke to a man who had given him an affirmation and a smile. At the end of the song and in front of everyone's eyes, Issei took the microphone. All the guests looked at him out of curiosity at what he would do at that moment. Good evening, I think everyone already knows who I am, but in case you don't let me introduce myself, I'm Issei Cage, formerly known as Issei Haidu. Today I'm here to congratulate the new couple on their day. I didn't get along with Razor before because of what happened with his previous arranged engagement, but who would say that after a while, I would get along quite well, and since today is his day along with his beautiful wifey Baluna, I'll give them a little concert. The guests, upon hearing that, gave the brown-haired man a standing ovation. But for certain people, more precisely Rias and her entourage, the female leaders and little office who watched from above, along with the leader of heaven and the Mao Lucifer, they felt something bad. Issei waited for his companions and partner to change their clothes with a magic circle. When they changed into more comfortable clothes, the brunette only made a signal to start the concert. Listen from, onwards. Issei singing. Choir singing. Issei in chorus. How we began, I don't know. A story that has no end. And how you became the woman that I asked for all my life. With you, passion is needed. And a touch of poetry. And wisdom because I work with fantasies. Do you remember the day I sang to you? It was a sudden chill. In case you don't know, I'll tell you. I never stopped feeling it. With you passion is needed. It must never fail. Also mastery. Because I work with the heart. Singing about love will no longer be enough. It is not enough for me. If I want to tell you that there will never be anything more beautiful than you. Something more beautiful than you. Unique as you are. Ah. Immense when you want. Thank you for existing. How we began, I don't know. A story that's coming to an end. What is that mystery that didn't go away? I carry it here inside me. They will be the memories that do not let age pass. They will be the words because you will know my work is the voice. Singing with love will no longer be enough. It is not enough for me. If I want to tell you that there will never be anything more beautiful than you. Something more beautiful than you. Unique as you are. Ah. Immense when you want. Thank you for existing. Something more beautiful than you. Something more beautiful than you. Unique as you are. Ah. Immense when you want. Thank you for existing. Thank you for existing. Thing more beautiful than you. Thank you for existing. The audience applauded and several women found themselves in a fantasy world. Upon hearing the young brunette, they looked at the audience, breathed, and the place was once again filled with music. Issei singing. Parents singing. Issei and Karen. With the peace of the mountains, I will love you. With madness and balance, I will love you. With the rage of my years. As you taught me to be. With a raw scream, I will love you. In silence and in secret, I will love you. Risking the forbidden, I will love you. In the false and in the true. With an open heart. For being something not perfect, I will love you. I will love you, I will love you. As it is not allowed. I will love you, I will love you. As it has never been known. Because I have decided so. I will love you. To give you an example, I will tell you. That even if you have cold hands, I will love you. With your bad spelling. And your not knowing how to lose. With defects and manias, I will love you. I will love you, I will love you. Because you were something important. I will love you, I will love you. When you are no longer present. Despite everything. I will always love you. You will continue to be a habit. And I will love you. When each night falls, I will wait. For you to be a full moon, and I will love you. And even if there are few remains. As a sign of what was you. Will still be close and deep inside, I will love you. I will love you, I will love you. At the stroke of a memory. I will love you, I will love you. Until the last moment. You will remain close and deep inside. I will love you, I will love you. I will love you, I will love you. Despite everything. Always. Despite everything I will always love you. The girls of the chestnut-haired girl's former harem looked grumpy, wanting to go and kill the purple-haired girl, who was singing with her beloved, being stopped by the leaders of the factions and the demonic houses, except for Ross. If yesterday was a great day. Don't worry, I'll make songs to see. If that way I can make you smile. If what you want is to escape. Walk, I will make songs to see. If that way I get the strength to live. I have no more reasons to give you. And this fear that gives me. Of never seeing you again. I think I see the rain falling, I see you in my window. But it's not raining. It's just a reflection of my thoughts. Today I miss you. I just want to let you know. Friend, wherever you are. That if you're short of breath, I'll give it to you. And if you feel alone, talk to me. I'll be listening, even if I can't see you. Even if I can't see you. Of so many things that I lost, I would say. That I only keep what was. The magical time that was born in April. Sad glances upon me, they nestle. And become part of my skin. Now it always rains, because I am without you. I have no more reasons to give you. And this cold loneliness. I need to give you so many more things. I think I see the rain falling, I see you in my window. But it's not raining. It's just a reflection of my thoughts. Today I miss you. I just want to let you know. Friend, wherever you are. That if you're short of breath, I'll give it to you. And if you feel alone, talk to me. I'll be listening, even if I can't see you. Even if I can't see you. All the guests applauded for the great song that the youth musical group had performed for those present, but for certain groups of women, since they had had various types of reactions, one of them was the amazement of seeing Issei sing, which led them to a reaction of longing for them to be the source of inspiration, without knowing that in a certain point it was true, but not in the way they would like to be. The brunette stood in the middle of the stage, where he looked at the groom, who smiled, telling him to leave his wife aside, to take steps towards the stage. Today, we gave a small concert for you, for the wedding of the new leaders of the Phoenix clan, but for this song, Issei looked at his group mates and girlfriend, who didn't know except for Saji, who smiled. The boyfriend and leader of the clan will help me sing this song. Razor Phoenix the blonde went up to the stage, where he greeted the brunette, being seen by the guests, who gave faces of surprise. I hope you like it. Issei singing. Razor singing. Issei and Razor. A ring on the finger, she's my woman. A star in the hair, she's my woman. A secret in the ear, a known taste, a familiar color, a lifetime. A hidden voice, she is my wife. Sleeping little beast, she is my wife. A soft mane, a love without poison, a way of loving unknown. And that's how I love her like that. Full body love. I love her. Woman. And that's how I love her like that. Woman, every moment, I want to have her. The hot afternoon, she's my wife. The windy night, she's my wife. The constant rain, a different I love you, a total charm and love. And like this. I love her like this. Full body love, I love her. Woman. And like this. I love her. Like this. A woman, every moment I want to have her. And like this. I love her like this. Full body love, I love her. Woman. And like this. I love her. Like this. A woman, every moment I want to have her. And like this. I love her like this. Full body love, I love her. Woman. And like this. I love her. Like this. A woman, every moment I want to have her. And so. They invited them and applauded. No one believed it. Issei, who in his beginnings in the supernatural world, was an enemy of the heir of the Phoenix clan, Razor Phoenix, who had faced each other for the release of the engagement of the heiress of the Gremory house, now they had shared the stage. The audience couldn't believe it, but they had liked the great song that had been sung in front of them. Karen, who had not played with Mitsuki, was in the same mood. They had not been told that they would do such a thing. She was a little upset, but that all changed to a blush when she heard the song. She knew it, she understood it very well, she knew that the song was not only for Yubaluna, she knew that the song was also for her, as well as for her partner Misuki, who although Saji had not sung, knew what both men would do. "Oh, I hope you heard it," smiled the young Karen who was looking at Issei. But for certain supernatural women, it never crossed their minds that that song was for other women, but in their fantasies they had that they were the woman who was mentioned, the only one being the Valkyrie Rossweisse. She had the feeling that it was for Yubaluna, and a slight suspicion for Issei and Saji's girlfriends, causing the silver-haired girl to become sad. The other companions of Issei looked happy. From the new companions Murayama, Caddis and Aika, they had smiles, having in their minds the idea of getting the brunette to play a song for them. As for the adults who were at the same table, being Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade, the latter had in her arms a small brown-haired boy, who was seen several times by the leader of Kyoto and her daughter, causing pain in both. The couple were proud of how he had taken the ovation. As for the other man with white hair and white eyes, he was calm, just enjoying the boy's action, without needing to do anything. Time passed, the concert ended, the party continued, and as usual the bride threw the bouquet into the air, being caught by a brunette in a blue dress, her new combat partner being Murayama, who looked at the bouquet and then looked at the young Issei, with whom she exchanged glances causing her to blush. The new couple retired to their honeymoon. The guests slowly left, except for a group made up of the leaders, the strongest women, Volley's group, the Gremory and Citri entourages, the girl's parents, even Office who had not been seen at the wedding, appreciated, implying that she was watching, who looked at the group where the young brown-haired man was, who was in a pleasant conversation with a brown-haired man who, like Issei, had sunglasses and a white-haired man. They were the ones who were at a table, apart from the woman who had little Logan, and the couple Saji and Mitsuki, who had not seen each other for a while. The group's conversation was interrupted by a voice that caught the attention of those present, causing a slight displeasure in the brown-haired boy. Issei-kun, I turned to look at the direction of the voice I had recognized. Searchers? These. The newlywed couple had left, the guests were still dancing, others were chatting, and some had left, but a certain brunette with his fiancée and family were still having a pleasant conversation. But for some reason he had stopped listening to the conversation and began to remember his life, that life that had changed overnight like a game of chance. Issei's mind. I still remember everything, how my new life began. It was a week after Rias and the girls from the occult club betrayed me. I had arrived in Mexico. With the help of Mitsuda's father, I was able to enter one of the high schools to finish my senior year. I still remember that Mitsuda's father asked me why I made such a decision to go abroad, knowing that we only have one more year left to enter university, and I wasn't the only one. Motohama was also surprised to know that I was going to leave. I couldn't leave without telling my friends, my brothers of perversion. That's why I told them that I wanted to leave myself and that in the future we would see each other again, As time went by, that's when I met Karen, with whom I became friends. She was a great friend, a great companion, and in the future one of my partners. I can still remember despite the passage of time, how it started. We got along badly at first due to a simple confusion, but in the first few weeks she became one of my best friends. I also met a girl named Mio. Mio was a kind, down-to-earth person, she never looked for trouble. I still remember when I met her. She was the quietest in the class. If we hadn't been put together in history class, I would never have met her. Hi, the teacher told me that you are my teammate, a black-haired girl spoke, who was a little nervous when talking to the brunette. You're Mio, so how about we get together at the end of this class? The brunette replied, standing next to Karen, with whom he had been chatting a moment ago. The young girl just left the place, for some reason she was a little sad about the brown-haired boy's response. Issei noticed that, but thought it was something else, something his partner had. That was the first time she and I saw each other. Those are the memories you long to return to, but as they say, you can't hold on to them, you can only remember with a big smile. From that day on, Mio and I grew closer. I discovered that she had a great talent in science, something not very common in young people my age, but she was truly a prodigy. I also discovered that she had a talent for music. She played the guitar. I always asked him where both tastes came from, but I regretted asking. Apparently, Mio lost his parents in a car accident half a year ago. They were traveling to Cuernavaca where they collided with a trailer, or rather, the trailer driver was half asleep and tired from the trip and at one point collided with the car Mio's parents were in. That made me a little sad. I have my parents, but even though I have them, ever since what happened with Rias and the other girls, I started to realize that they preferred her, and that was months ago, long before they were kidnapped. Now I don't know what to think of them in this regard. Also during the time I was barely in school, which was months, I started having a sexual relationship with a school nurse and my history teacher. A little over a month into my school year, I started feeling sick that day. When I went to the infirmary, I discovered the nurse, a woman with short white hair. She usually wore a short skirt and black tights, which made her look sensual, a halter top and her white coat. She never showed any emotion, but that day I had found her changing clothes. I noticed that her figure was really sensual. She had swollen hips, slender legs, a thin build, but with a little muscle. She exercised and had quite large breasts. I could say that she was in the league of Ria's mother. I apologized to the doctor. It was like going back to my time at Koch High School, something I want to forget. But something happened to me at that moment. I was losing my mind. The last thing I remember from that moment in the infirmary was the doctor telling me to get lost. When I regained consciousness, the doctor was naked, wearing only her black stockings, and she was hugging my body. My head was on her enormous mounds of flesh. I tried to separate myself, but when I did, I began to feel something strange in my crotch, more specifically my penis. When I saw where it was, I opened my eyes to see that my penis was joined with the vagina of Dr. Alexia, who began to give slight moans, half asleep, when I tried to remove my member from her vagina, but when I was about to remove it, it reinserted itself, the cause the doctor had pulled me with her leg, which was semi-wrapped around my torso. When I saw Dr. Alexia's face, I could see that she was looking serious, but there was a slight red tint to her cheeks, her breathing was labored, I could feel her intimate grip on my penis. Since that day my sexual relationship with the school doctor began. My time already had to be distributed in several tasks, one at school and friends, training with Johnny and Riiden, and now with Alexia, with whom I had very good times, but my wise self that was wrong. I still remember Gabriel, Yusaka, Penemu, Elmenhold, Lefei, also Serafol and Kuroka. I always wondered during that time, how were they? I was also filled with remorse for what had happened with the doctor. I knew very well that what I had done was wrong. During that time, Drake didn't question me, on the contrary, he encouraged me to look for more women. At first, I could tell he was worried, but he supported me. I never understood why. I didn't even understand how I ended up being intimate with her. If only I had known, I would have avoided several problems. I was there for almost months, where I continued training. During that time, Johnny finally told me why he was training me. Apparently I had a strange power. He told me that I was descended from an ancient Mediterranean cult, to which Johnny also belonged. I hadn't understood that until Lord Riordan himself explained to me that those who were descendants of the lineage could use a power that was represented in the form of a halo, and that Johnny Cage was the only one who managed to awaken it. He also mentioned a boy named Cassie, but he only mentioned it to himself. He also told me that apparently one of my parents was a descendant of the lineage. But I had some questions. Why couldn't I activate it? I was pleasantly surprised to discover that I couldn't because of my dragon body. The essence of my power as a landowner could only be activated with a human body, something I couldn't. I felt a little bad for not being able to activate my power, but I couldn't change the body that was made from the flesh and power of the two dragon gods. Now that I look back, those words are stupid. Also at the same time I discovered my lineage, I began to befriend a classmate, Manuel, with whom I formed a musical group. At first, it was just for fun, but after meeting him, I ended up joining and becoming the second vocalist. The group was called Elefante. Sorry, I'm bad with names, so I chose to use the name of an existing group. So began my 4th month, where now was to be with my lover, Dr. Alexia, train with Johnny which I always failed, kisses. I thought about stopping training after all Lord Riordan mentioned to me that it was impossible for me to activate my power. The music group with Manuel improved. In the middle of that month, Alex, a friend member, told us that we had been invited to a party for the celebration of the day of their independence from the country. I was really excited. As for Karen and Mio, they became distant with me. They spoke to me last month, but little was lost, and more when they found out about my adventure with the doctor. I could notice annoyance on Karen's part and sadness for Mio, as he was an idiot at that time. If only I had realized why his attitude. Karen was the only one who half knew who he was. She only knew that he was a dragon. After all, she told me that she knew about the supernatural. I didn't want to inquire into her life. Like me, I didn't want her to know about mine. Mio was the only one who didn't know that. I thought at that time that it was the right thing to do. Again, I made a mistake by thinking that. Now that I think about it, I've made mistake after mistake, and I realize I'm an idiot. 3 days before the party, I was at one of my meetings with the school doctor. We were having hex for hours, wherein an accident we didn't think would happen. The teacher who taught calculus caught us. I thought for a moment that she would report us, but I don't know how we ended up in the situation we were in. In the end, the same teacher was riding my hennis, and the doctor was kissing her. I won't deny that it was exciting. I never understood that situation. A few days later, Drake told me that the reason why the teacher ended up having hex with us both was simply the pheromones that were in the same place that I had unleashed for the same situation, and the same pleasure I was having hex with Dr. Alexia ended up deep inside the teacher, resulting in a threesome. But now the teacher, who had a very tough character, had become very docile with me, which I liked. After all, I had at my feet the most bucking desired teacher by students and teachers. She was masturbating me while giving me a smile. I didn't want him that I loved during those 3 days after until we got to the party. It was normal having relations, practicing with a group, training at that time uselessly with Johnny. Riordan told me that he wanted to send me to a part of Europe where there was a certain tree known as the Tree of Memories. He told me that in a month and we were going to go. I was going or anything. Why no longer? I did not see the case until I remembered my other so-called partners. I saw it silly to once I doubted because I think that way, but I had no answer, and when I asked my partner, he ended up evading the answer, trying to change the subject. Something to tell me left me a little intrigued, but I did not put much tension on it. The same day of the party we got settled in. We knew that at least hours after the party started around at night and we were going to start a small concert. People started talking about that there was going to be another group that we were going to play with. That wasn't surprising, but we put it aside. There was no point in thinking about it. During the whole party we were talking, having fun. You've been dancing with several of your school friends, and Karen and I were there too. I only saw them at the beginning of the party, and then they disappeared. Something strange, to be honest. I thought about talking to them, talking like we did before, but I think they have their reasons, and I can't demand anything. After all, I myself have stayed away from them for quite some time. Everything happened normally. We gave a concert in which the new Manuel said that we were going to share the stage with a group that followed that was going to play after us. I was a little doubtful. We did not know that we were going to sing, but I had accepted. I thought that I was not going to sing until he told me that he was going to sing the song with the vocalist. When the next group came on stage, I was surprised to see the members of the group. It was Mio on bass, Karen on lead guitar, and as drummer was the girl from the class next to me, with whom I had been seeing Karen and Mio very often. If I'm not mistaken, her name was Mitsuki. It was something sudden. Mio had taken the microphone with some fear, had approached the front and said, "This song is from the group Elefante, with whom we will share the stage," Mio said shyly. "Is Fran Peria and Morpheus's dream. Issei singing. By singing. Mio and Issei singing. On a station platform. Under the scorching sun. We were talking about a skyscraper. Of the New York sky. Come soon to see the sea. And you send a postcard. I already knew that day was the end. And now I have much more. Red, black, even or odd. Finally luck brings an ace. And a glass to look at. And a wall to hang. 7 smiling faces. And a passport photo. My stories were not about stories. Made by chance. Nobody told me that destiny. Gave this opportunity. Plus is. Who would have told me. That it was so easy. To be happy. How many years have I been here? How many more do I have left? What is the exact price of happiness? Who will remember me? Who will look at you again? Who pulls the handles of chance a caress from yesterday, some unsigned postcards and that burning album. They are not things to keep today. I smile when I remember that. You will dream of flying from the benches of Madrid. You can't see the sea. My stories were not about stories. Made by chance. Nobody told me that destiny. Gave this opportunity. Plus is. Who would have told me. That it was so easy to be happy. Music. If there was a time for me. Now it's for 6. He's leaving the cafe, the mess starts. Again like. Every dawn there's. Toast for 3. Tidy up the room, this family picture. Deserves a song. My stories were not about stories. Made by chance. Nobody told me that destiny. Gave this opportunity. Plus is. Who would have told me. That it was so easy to be happy. Applause. That very moment we finished singing, I realized what a jerk I'd been all this time. I almost pushed aside the people who were next to me. I'm making more and more mistakes. I approached Mio and Karen, greeted them, and tried to talk to them, but before that. Mio had slapped me, something that surprised me. Afterward she clung to me, hugged me and said only one simple word. Idiot. Karen just kept her distance. I don't think she'll forgive me so easily. After all, they knew about my involvement with the doctor. Now I understand things more and more. A few days later I spoke with Lord Riaden. I told him about my situation and asked him to help me with the drastic change in attitude I've had for months. Lord Riaden just looked at me and said he was going to send me to Europe tomorrow morning, that Mr. Cage was already at the place where he would take me in a month. I think the advance, the place for what LeConte said, that was one of the few right decisions I've made. I never thought that decision would lead me to the truth of everything. I remember coming to a tree with golden leaves like gold. Lord Riaden just told me to meditate on one side of the tree. I didn't object, I sat down, and he put me in the lotus position. I spent several minutes where nothing happened until I leaned my back on the tree of memories, where I felt my mind cloud over, and like the blink of an eye I found myself in a dark space being surrounded by white spheres. There I discovered the truth behind my partners. The ones I thought wouldn't betray me had already betrayed me. I thought I couldn't complain myself. After all, I slept with the doctor and the teacher. That's what I thought until I found out they had cheated on me long before I had relations with the doctor. What pissed me off the most was that Drake knew it. Now I understood why he supported me in my relationships with both women I still remember. Amadddraig. I realized that all they see is my stupid face, Issei shouted euphorically, who was observed by Axel, who was looking at the brown-haired boy. Comrade, I can explain it. The Red Emperor could not speak when interrupted by the chestnut tree. Explain what the book, Issei shouted. Issei, let him explain, said Axel. Issei just stared at his arm waiting for the Welsh dragon's explanation. This better be a good explanation, the chestnut said dryly. When a dragon has a partner, the partner acquires the dragon's essence, regardless of whether they have been intimate, since after a long time they acquire it. But when that dragon's partner cheats on him, the first thing that happens is the dragon's essence returns, no matter where he is, and it can harm him and start the dragon's fall, said Drag. Why didn't he give up months ago then? Issei asked excitedly, but it didn't take away his anger towards the dragon. Because there are only 2 options. Fall or get it out another way. What? Explain yourself, damn it. It's like they're giving you energy back. When you have a lot of it, you have to get rid of it. It depends a lot on the dragon's character. There are dragons that get involved in battle, others in acquiring knowledge, but in your case, your lust always predominated. That's why you attack the doctor and succumb to your whims, just like the teacher. Issei didn't say anything. Now he understood why he behaved like that. He wanted to kill Drake for what he had done. Now what's the point? When I leave this mental space, dragon will fall again. Upon learning of the situation, I'm in such bad luck, Issei cursed. I'll have to do the ritual again. It won't be possible, said Drag. Why? Issei asks. Because if you do the ritual again you will die. Your body can only do the ritual once, Drag said to Issei, with Axel seeing everything. It was the worst news I'd ever received. I was going to die in such a shitty way. Those bitches didn't deserve the pleasure of me dying. I never thought Axel would help me. He became my savior. He has all my respect. He gave me gifts. The first was to make me a new body, where Johnny and Sonia, who was his partner, to create a new one, told me that they used the same ritual that a sorcerer called Quan Kai used, with which he was able to make his returned warriors, of course, with the help of Lord Riordan. Mrs. Sonia wasn't very nice to me, I understand. Later I found out that her daughter Cassie Cage had died at the hands of a man named Kano. That devastated her. The second wish was to grant me his blessings. This meant that I wasn't affected by transformation, absorption, and other techniques. After seeing my alternate realities, I had to be careful when I saw the factions again. Before Axel and I said goodbye, he told me that in most of the alternate timelines, Rizavum always survives the battle, and that there was a chance that he could still be alive. I won't deny that I get angry. In all of them, that bastard is the one who caused them to betray. There was even one where he raped me, even though I was a man. That disgusted me and my anger increased. I wish that son of a bitch was alive. He would get me everything. But apparently a being superior to the gods was on my side. With Axel's help, I discovered that the son of a bitch was still alive in my world. I was thrilled to learn it. The third wish was to train in the same place. After all, it would take a few hours for my body to be created outside, but in that mental space, hundreds of years would pass. This would help me when I returned, especially when I beat the shit out of that bastard. In training, I discovered I'm terrible with a sword, but I was good with knives, which I liked. It helped me activate my Mediterranean powers, and I didn't want to talk to Drake while we were training there. I said goodbye to him, and we promised to get back in touch. I just remember that when I came out of the mental space, I saw Lord Riordan, Sonia, and Mr. Johnny, before I passed out. When I woke up I found myself in a very strange place. It was like a cave, where a pure energy emanated. I noticed that Lord Riordan and Mr. Johnny were there. They approached me and told me that I had fainted, and they had brought me to a sacred place known as Issei, where I could recover. They mentioned to me that they were able to transfer my soul to my new body. Riordan had a crimson sphere in his hands. I realized it was Drake, and seeing him made my anger return. Thinking that several hundred years had passed couldn't change my attitude towards him. Both of them had taken Drake. I didn't know if I should let him come back with me, but right now I was more into the idea of going to visit that bastard Rizavum. He and I still have something pending. Out of Issei's mind. Issei was back in his conversation with Riordan and Johnny Cage, where a moment ago his friend Razor's party had been held. The group's conversation was interrupted by a voice that caught the attention of those present, causing a slight annoyance in the chestnut. Issei-kun, I turned to look at the direction of the voice I had recognized. It's obvious they can't wait, thought the chestnut tree who was drinking a glass of wine. Leaders, hello, I see you can't wait. Chapter 20. Leaders, hello, I see you couldn't wait, said Issei, who turned to see those present. Riordan and Johnny Cage, who were looking at the audience, just stood up and stood behind Issei. Hello Issei-kun, we haven't been able to talk to each other during the entire wedding, that's why I'm taking the liberty of coming, Searcher said with a smile, which annoyed Issei, who looked angrily at the Mao, but it was hidden by his sunglasses, but only a certain dragon in Yakase could feel the atmosphere in Issei. Well hello, you can continue with the party, said Issei, who turned around to sit in the chair where he was a moment ago. Wait, why are you behaving like that, I-chan? Serafal spoke, who got a little excited. Issei just stopped. He was angry and furious. He knew that if he continued talking to them, it would end badly. Serafal, I will ask you not to speak to me in such a confident manner. We are not meant to be spoken to like that, Issei said, which caused the magical girl to become sad. Why do you treat her like that, Issei-kun? Searcher spoke seriously as he looked at the brown-haired boy, who turned to look at him. I'm going to ask you, just like the Mao Leviathan, not to speak to me so confidently, understood, Issei said. This caused the leaders to be surprised by the attitude Issei was taking, who did not take their reactions into account. You're going too far, Issei-kun, Searcher spoke angrily, raising his power of destruction. Wow, you're not just deaf, you're stupid, said Issei mockingly, which annoyed Searchers and his parents, who didn't hide their annoyance. Issei-kun, don't you dare talk to my son like that, have respect, Venelana spoke, who looked at Issei annoyed. Shut up, don't butt into conversations where you're not called, said Issei, who after finishing speaking flew out of the place a few meters away. Everyone turned to see the culprit, Searchers, who had his hand covered in the power of destruction. Don't you dare answer my mother like that, said the Mao. Issei was helped by Karen, who went with him as quickly as possible, being accompanied by the other girls, except for Mitsuki, who was with Saji. Issei got up as if a blow from the red-haired man, who looked at him coldly, was no big deal. The brown-haired man only approached until he was again in front of the Mao. Issei's suit was destroyed in certain parts. You better lower it, Searchers that caused the Mao to become serious, surrounding his body with energy of destruction. Calm down Issei-kun, you are still part of the alliance, and you don't want that interrupted. If you think about threatening me, you're wasting your time. I'm not afraid of you, much less with that energy of destruction that surrounds your body, said the brown-haired man, who knows how to do it little by little without fear of the Mao being seen by the leaders, Issei's ex-lovers. They only worried, well, the girls who were with Karen only watched the situation, but that did not take away their concern. But for Karen it was something else. For her this was going to end well, but for the factions. Come on love, hit that idiot where it hurts the most, thought Karen, who changed her serious expression to a mocking one. I don't know how my sister could have helped you. You're just someone to be discarded. The brunette frowned, though he hid it with his glasses. You should only serve the leaders. At that moment several of the leaders nodded. The Mao surrounded his fist with the power of destruction. In a quick movement the fist headed towards Issei, who was only looking through his sunglasses, the words barely a whisper. They are the same as the other lands, whispered the brown-haired man, who only saw how he was a few centimeters away, his fist surrounded by the energy of destruction. You know I'm tired of your shitty authority. I challenge you to a mortal combat, Issei said, but Johnny and Raiden were surprised, but the leaders were only surprised by the boy's challenge. Okay Issei-kun, I'll just tell you that when I beat you you'll have to stay away from those girls and go back to your fiancés who are waiting for you. Just tell me when and where, said the Mao confidently, because of the smile he had on his face. It's right here, but if we go with that, I'll also order something, but it will be at the end of the fight, said Issei mockingly. Annoying searchers, Lord Raiden, please. The man in the white suit approached. A lightning bolt fell from the sky, hitting him, changing his clothes back to the traditional ones he always wore along with his bamboo hat. Hello leaders, I am Raiden, god of thunder. I will be the one to accept this challenge, Raiden said, but for certain gods of thunder, they were surprised by the title with which he had presented himself. The leaders were a little surprised, but the Mao didn't take it seriously. We will begin the mortal combat at that. An orange light coming from the sky illuminated the spectators. Issei, with green flames, changed his clothes to combat, leaving his chest tattoo in sight, having his bandages on his hand and his knuckle dusters, which this time did not have the knife included, as was the case when he faced Valerie. It's true searcher, said the one who, with a sleight of his hand, opened his glasses. What? He replied, taking off his cloak. You have sensitive balls, Issei said mockingly, causing an angry look from the retreat, while the brunette put on his glasses. Fight. Searchers disappeared from where he was to appear in front of Issei, giving him a strong blow to the face, which only made the brown-haired boy retreat a few centimeters. When he was going to give the second blow to Issei's face, the brown-haired boy stopped him with his forearm. The Mao continued trying to give blows, but Issei only deflected them. Everyone was slightly surprised. The battle experts realized that the brown-haired man defended himself like a martial arts combat expert, something that they realized had changed before he left a year ago. The ex-wives were worried about Issei, although they realized the great skill the boy demonstrated in how to deflect the Mao's blows, but that did not mean that the Mao did not hurt. After all, he was a super demon. In the battle, the Mao Lucifer continued attacking, but now he combined his kicks with his blows, but the brown-haired man continued to deflect the Mao's fists with his forearms, and with his knees, he stopped the Mao's kicks, or jumping to stop him. That's all searchers, I expected something more from a Mao, said Issei. It's clear that being a Siskin makes you devil. The Mao, following the chestnut's words, expelled his power of destruction, leaving those present shocked, but for those who were on Issei's side, they did not worry, they just watched the battle calmly. Searchers stopped throwing punches, let out his pairs of wings, accompanied by his power of destruction. Those present were worried about the boy being a Juka, as is a Lanaden, who were going to intervene, but they noticed the tranquility. Well, with the others, there were some who agreed that they should teach the Mao a lesson, but there were others who did not. They wanted to know a little about Issei's attitude. On the other hand, the women were about to enter the fight, but they couldn't because of the matriarchs of the Gremory house, Phoenix and Citri, who prevented them. For the leaders, they just looked worriedly at the boy. In the battle. I was hoping you would use that power transformation, but I realize it's not possible. I think he still underestimates me. I'm going to teach him that I'm not something to play with, the boy said to himself, only changing his fighting stance. Everyone watched attentively as the brown-haired man changed his fighting stance. Searchers appeared in front again to deliver a series of blows, but now accompanied by his power of destruction. Issei continued to deflect each blow, but this time he noticed that they were faster and stronger than the previous ones. So much so that due to carelessness, he received 2 blows to the face and a kick to the stomach. Issei! Shouted all the girls from the ex-harem, but the others who were next to Sonia did not change their unconcerned look. The men thought that what the Mao had done was to go too far with the boy. He didn't even have time to use his secretor, but for the most experienced in battle they had a doubt because he didn't activate it from the beginning. That was strange to them. Raiden and Johnny Cage just watched the situation. Issei stood up from the ground, lying beside him were his destroyed sunglasses. You know something, Shurchers, these glasses cost dollars and you destroy them. I think it's my turn, Issei said, and then turned to look at the Mao. In the blink of an eye, Issei disappeared to appear in front of Shurchers, where he received him with a punch to the face, combining it with an infinite combo of fists and kicks, leaving the Mao suspended, each blow, each leg, ending with a mocking pose from Issei. Everyone remained silent. Issei had given a beating to the Mao, a being that is considered a super demon by his own species, a being that is among the supernatural beings. Then Alana and Zudicus were incredulous by the way the boy responded. They did not believe they could do something like that. The women who loved him were happy with the way he fought. As for his ex-harem, they were just surprised. Others had a look of excitement for the fight, as was Kuroka and Yusaka, while Vali was a little worried. She still remembered what happened with Issei a few days ago. Partner, I don't think the Mao is a threat to Drake's partner. You can see that he held back with us, but right now he showed that with just pure physical strength, he can fight the Mao, Albion said in Valerie's mind. I know, I wonder how strong it is, Valerie said. We must not forget that Issei has not shown his green halo, Albion said. In the battle. Come on, a second round, Shurchers. Issei shouted excitedly, but he saw how Shurchers got up with great difficulty. How weak, you're the same, Rias. Shurchers got up with great difficulty. He felt his body ache, but his anger only encouraged him more. You're a bastard, my sister helped you, she gave you a second chance to live, and you pay for it like that. You're just the Mao who couldn't continue after being sent away by Issei and his shadow kick. How can you have the nerve to say it? I think the question here is, why did you do it, Shurchers? Issei said calmly and not mockingly as he did a moment ago. Everyone was surprised, the atmosphere changed, but they wanted to know why it was happening. What do you mean? Shurchers asked, puzzled. Really? I realize that a hypocrite, but I'll remind you easily, why did you tell Rias to betray me? And don't deny it, I know very well that you told them, and not only that, I know very well that your parents knew and did nothing. It was just worth it to them, after all. Did they think that because their daughter saw you a buckable body she was going to forgive that? I also know that Michael allowed what happened to Gabriel. The other leaders were only surprised by the situation of what happened. They knew about the betrayal, but not that Shurchers was the culprit, but she also said what happened to Michael. Both of them just tensed up, but the girls started to cry and lament, but others like Penemu, Yusaka and Serafal lamented what happened. The leaders took credit for my achievements in war, and I didn't say anything. I didn't mean to be greedy, but I realized that it was a serious mistake on my part not to demand them. That's why I'm going to take care of this matter, Issei said. Issei began to release a green halo as he approached Shurchers. As he approached, still barely standing, Shurchers Issei hit him several times in the groin before jumping and hitting the Mao in the spine with an elbow. The leaders didn't believe what they were seeing, and the entourages weren't the only ones either, the only ones being the people accompanying Issei who weren't surprised, but there was one leader who was able to recognize the power that Issei emanated, that being Zeus. The chestnut tree just came closer. How is it? The Mao tried to speak, but the pain wouldn't let him. You know something, Searchers, in 1 year I lost more than you think. Issei put his hand on the red-haired boy's head, caressing him, but this is not the time for regrets. Taking a few steps, the chestnut tree stood in front of the leaders. Who are you? Asked a shocked Michael, who caught everyone's attention. I am Issei Cage, and I am the champion of the ancient gods. Everyone was surprised by what was said, and I left them in doubt. Ancient gods, but then everyone remembered when they remembered the oracle and Greas. There they understood that what they had said was beginning to come true. As for the others, they just looked at the boy with fear. I'm tired, I was always kind despite my perversion, but what do I receive? Humiliation, no rebirth of my achievements, the women I loved betray me, those who I thought were my second family, I let it go, and who could reward me or worse ignore and force me, that has me up to my mother. Now I demand my achievements and my rewards. I hope they give me what corresponds to me, or if not, I will take care of it, said Issei. I also demand a meeting within days for a problem that is coming. Ajuka Issei appeared with his magic, a box that had the signature of the aforementioned here. I throw the box at him and he catches it. I didn't need them, I'll return them to you. Ajuka opened the box and saw his evil peace games destroyed. Ajuka only destroyed the box, where Xenovia, Ravel and Asia looked at what that box was, something that surprised them, but they denied with their eyes how Ajuka had destroyed the box. Ajuka and Issei just nodded to themselves to approach their companions for him to disappear, but he stopped. Grafia, you're coming with me, said Issei, but everyone was surprised. But why? But a chain came out of the ground where it took Grafia's neck, being dragged by it until it reached Issei. Grafia, you also knew and you didn't do anything. Besides, your husband, no, your ex-husband, we had a bet. If I lost he would force me to come back. You are a bunch of stupid people. But I didn't say that at the end of the fight. I would ask for my reward. So it was you. You're going to become my new servant. After what was said, they disappeared with a ray from Riiden. Grafia Schurcher screamed, wounded on the ground. Chapter 21. Human World Kuo Department set. The lightning bolt had struck the roof of the building, where it was filled with smoke, which when dissipated, showed a group of people who only looked at each other, but they all ended up looking at the brown-haired man, who less than a few minutes ago had given the beating of his life to the Mao Lucifer. Issei, was what you did really okay? It was the voice of a blonde, who looked at him seriously. Yes, mother, if I hadn't done it I would only remain the same. I've seen thousands of lines, I know that if I hadn't done it, Rias would have challenged me to a Riiten game, answered a brown-haired man, who had on his left shoulder the body of a silver-haired woman, who was unconscious. But what was wrong with me challenging you? Johnny Cage asked. Simple, in all the versions I've seen, Rias always ends up challenging me, as a result they end up humiliated by me. Now I want the ones who humiliate themselves to be the bastards, said Issei, who was surrounded by green flames all over his body, to change his combat clothes to a more comfortable one. And now what's next, Issei-kun? Murayama asked, looking at him seriously. Simple, tomorrow I'll go to Tannen's territory, said Issei, who threw Grafia's unconscious body to Johnny. Can you take her please, Dad? Johnny caught the ex-wife of the Mao Lucifer to look at his son and just smile. He and Sonia retired to go down the stairs. Lord Riiden, in days the problem that is threatening the world will be discussed. That is why I do what I do. They act out of fear. When they find out what I will do tomorrow they will obey. So I can warn Master Sub-Zero and Master Hasashi, said Issei, who bowed to the god of thunder. Okay, Issei Cage, I'll tell Master Sub-Zero and Master Hasashi. Riiden raised his arm and a thunderclap fell in the sky, making the god disappear. Perrin, I ask you to tell the maid her new duties. I don't want to arrive, and she hasn't done anything during the day. By the way, she is forbidden to use magic. Karen just sighed and smiled. She hugged the brown-haired boy by the neck and gave him a kiss, being seen by Murayama, Caddis who blushed and Kiryu who put on his perverted look, who was holding little Logan who was sleeping in his arms. Sure, I'll take care of her. Who are you going to see now? Karen asked. To a damn evil shitty dragon, said Issei seriously. Underworld Gremory territory. A large number of beings were in the castle hall, where they were currently talking. I can't believe that bastard did that to the searchers, Zudikas shouted angrily. But if what he said about Emenu is true I can't go against him. On the contrary, he had every right to do so, said Ajuka, who looked at the leader of the Gremory house. We also have to give the boy what he deserves. He is right when he says that we did not give him recognition in the war, said Auden, who was massaging his beard. How can they say that? He attacked a leader and should be sought and prosecuted, said the leader of the Gremory house. Then he should also imprison searchers for attacking the former pillar of the factions, and when all the demons find out why he resigned, they will want to talk to his children, Ajuka said. Zudikas just remained silent when footsteps were heard coming down the stairs of the mansion, being the leader of the Gremory house, Benelana. Dear, they are right, we allowed that. If we hadn't remained silent, Issei-kun wouldn't have left like that. Benelana spoke, who put on a sad look when she remembered the beating her son received. How are Searchers and Rias doing? Zudikas asked. Searchers is in her room recovering from the fight, and Rias is in her room with her entourage, and Michael Sama's ace, replied the brunette who looked sad. Dear, what are we going to do now? Issei-kun will not return, and he took Grafia-san, said Benelana, who approached her husband to hug him, who did not know how to answer. The next day Human World Kuo Department said. Issei, take care, I don't want anything bad to happen to you. It was the voice of his mother who looked at him seriously. Yes, I'll just go finish something and I'll be back. I'll ask you to start her new duties, Issei said. Perrin approached her fiancé to give him a kiss, which lasted a long time, making Issei's parents smile. I hope to have more grandchildren, Johnny said, causing the couple to blush. Human World Hyajuo residence. From the hall of the residence, a magic circle appeared, where all the members of the occult club came out showing a sad face, heading to the living room, where they all sat with extreme sadness, swollen and lifeless eyes. Silence filled the place where they were now, but the sound of the entrance door of the residence opening, the voices of the intruders, caught the attention of the girls, who were surprised when they saw the new people. Odo-san, Oka-san, they said in unison. Dragon territory. Walking through the entire territory, the dragons that were there saw a person walking as if nothing had happened. They all looked at him in surprise. They all knew him, but that wasn't what surprised them. Reason. They simply felt his aura. They felt it was that of a human. Walking without caring about the stares of the other dragons, the brown-haired boy arrived at a large cave, where he stopped, exhaled, and inhaled. Prom Cruach, get out you damn shitty dragon. Issei shouted, which caught the attention of everyone nearby. It was only a few moments, the place began to warm, and footsteps were heard from the cave. The shadow of a dragon came out of the same place. The closer it got, the more fearful those present were. "Who dared to call him a damn shitty dragon?" said the black dragon, who was searching for his target, finding him in front of him. "I do say. I hope you have a good reason for your insult," said the evil dragon. But what the evil dragon didn't know was the smile that the chestnut tree was hiding. Human world Hyajuo residence. "How did Issei leave?" said the brunette, surprised, who was looking at the girls. "It's true, Oka-san. Issei-kun left a year ago and just returned a few months ago." Rias spoke with her gaze downcast. They both learned about Issei's situation, his breaking up with his fiancées whom he called daughters, the beating Schurchers received at the hands of the brown-haired man, the taking of Grafia, and the meeting that would take place in days. "This can't be what Issei is thinking, it's obvious he's still a child," said the man who was serious. "I'm going to scold that idiot when I see him," said the angry woman. Not knowing that when he saw them, the way their meeting would turn out wouldn't be good at all. Underworld Lilith. "Lucifer-sama. Lucifer-sama," shouted a subordinate who entered the wounded Mao's office. "What's going on?" the redite asked indifferently. "It's Tannen-sama," shouted the subordinate who looked at a slightly surprised Mao. "Let it go," Searchers said. "Riiden Temple. So Riiden. In days the meeting with the supernatural beings will take place." Issei Cage was the one who made the meeting possible. Everyone present just looked serious until the master and leader of the Shirai Ryu. Then the boy challenged Lucifer to a Mortal Kombat. Master Hanzo spoke mockingly. "Yes, young Issei Cage challenged him and defeated him," replied the God of Thunder. "But for the others present it was like great news." "I imagine he's going to go for the others now," said the Lin Kuei master. "And of course, after they told us what he suffered, it wouldn't seem strange to me if some of them killed him." Master Bo Raicho spoke, who began to drink from his canteen-shaped bottle. "The good thing about all this is that we will put a stop to those damn beings," Hanzo said with a serious tone where the others nodded except for Riiden. "Just thinking about that makes me angry, but I'll go find Kun Lao to let him know about the meeting." Master Bo Raicho spoke. He stood up to leave the place followed by the two Shirai Ryu masters and Lin Kuei. Leaving the God of Thunder alone, where he stood looking at the road where the combat masters had been a moment ago. "I hope it doesn't get any worse," Riiden said to himself as he went deeper into his enclosure. Underworld Lilith. "That. As you hear, the killer boy." In the rubble surrounding the cave was the head of a blond man on a stake, next to the rest of his bloody body, seen by his executioner. "The Krom Kruich," said Tannen, who was looking at the wounded Mao. "It can't be him." The executioner just walked to one side of the corpse to enter the cave, where he could see a great amount of riches, where in the center was a black throne with golden touches. He just smiled and infused a little of his human power to claim his new treasures. "Hyajuo Issei killed Krom Kruich," said Tannen, who showed the image of the stake with the head of the aforementioned. The boy sat on the throne which was being surrounded by the riches obtained by murdering his victim. "I knew you would get it, love, you can only get what you want." It was the voice of a woman who looked at the boy sitting on the throne who just smiled while putting on his sunglasses. "Alexia's right, the idiot thought he could beat Taigo." It was the voice of another woman who, along with the first one, was walking towards the boy who only gave them a knowing smile. "He wasn't a threat to me, Carla." Master Carla said Issei, who was waiting for the two women to approach. They both hugged him and gave him a very passionate kiss, to the point that both women caressed the brunette's crotch, but the brunette refused to do the action. "Why? We haven't seen each other for a long time. I need your member in me," said the silver-haired woman who looked at him pleadingly, as did the other woman who accompanied her. "We won't do it here, for reasons. You have to talk to Karen who is waiting for you, and I'm not going to have Hex in a place that disgusts me like this," Issei replied, who separated both women. Both women looked at each other with disappointment and then just sat on the armrests of the throne of the new master of the territory, where the lord and master was now. "Imagine that you are the girls. And what will you do now?" Alexia asked. "I'm going to finish off the traitors," Issei said. At that moment her cell phone began to ring, and upon seeing it, she noticed that it was a message from her father. Upon reading it, she simply smiled calmly, leaving both women in doubt. "What happened? Are you happy, dear?" Carla asked. "My father sent me a message. He invited me and the others to a contest where we will be the guest judges. Human World, Mexico. Popocatépetl volcano." From one of the most important volcanoes in the world, a greenish portal had appeared out of nowhere, where it had the shape of a clock, where several people came out. "So this is another world," said a woman who was attached to a man who was next to her. "Yes, it's time we went to Kuo to see it," the man replied. "I want to see what the supernatural has done to this world," was the voice of another woman who leaned close to the man. "They won't like it, I'll just say that," replied the man, who took a fan out of his clothes. "They betrayed the Issei of this world." Only the man nodded and began to smoke. The women just denied. That means we have to talk to certain people about such stupid things, said another woman who was looking at the man with the fan. Who just smiled. So what are we waiting for, Axel? Chapter 22. Underworld. It had been a few hours since the revelation of the death of the strongest evil dragon Kuroka at the hands of the former pawn of the Gremory heiress. Such revelation was summoned to the other leaders to a meeting to give such information for the recent action, being accompanied by several extra guests, such as the Gremory entourage, Citri the Hayadu family who was surprised by what his son had said, who were upset to learn of his son's new parents as the father of the Mao. Ollie's team was also present. Well, that's a surprise, said Odin, who was accompanied by his son Thor. Most of the leaders were equally surprised to learn of the death of the evil dragon. And what do you want us to do? Asked Zeus, who was looking at the Mao Lucifer, causing him to look at him as well as the dais. It's obvious, Zeus-sama, we must control the boy, he has become a… Sorry, but if you're going to say that it became a threat or a problem, I must remind you that it was your fault. How is it possible that you supported your sister in something really stupid, and the worst thing is that your parents knew about it and remained silent? Ajuka spoke, challenging his friend, being seen by the girls. And not only that, he implied that Michael also did the same, said Azazel, who was looking at the aforementioned and the strongest seraph in heaven. The question here is, what did he do? Said Azazel, who looked at those present but more at the girls. Why do you see them? Sudeikis asked seriously because of the way he blamed the girls. It's not a bad plan, but the boy has only attacked those who have betrayed him, Azazel spoke, who had closed his eyes and crossed his arms. What are you going to say that with? Asked Odin, who was looking at the fallen man. This will interest you, Zeechers, Gremory family, Azazel said as he took a large file out of a magic circle. Last week, days before Razor Phoenix's wedding, he had a small confrontation with a human, said Azazel, who looked at the main ones being the girls of the Gremory group. What does this have to do with a fight? Surzer spoke seriously as he looked at Azazel. Simple, from the file he takes out newspapers which are thrown, one to the leaders and another where all the women they loved according to Issei were. He was Rias and Akeno's lover, he was the university professor with whom they slept, Azazel said seriously as he looked at the two mentioned. When the fallen man spoke, everyone was surprised, but the women were even more so, especially the two mentioned above, who now had angry expressions on their faces as they remembered the professor. So Issei Dono hit him? Yusaka asked. I think hitting is not enough, the brat destroyed him in front of everyone, surprising those present, not because he was strong, but because he had no mercy against the teacher. For the moment the boy is proclaimed as a hero by all the students of the faculty, without forgetting the rumors that speak of him. The last words of the former governor of Gregory left those present in doubt, but for certain girls, several rumors were reaching them, mainly that of a boy who had a girlfriend and who was courting the idols of the university. It's not a lie. Shouted euphoric Rias, who was looking at the former governor of Gregory. Everyone who was at the meeting didn't understand what was happening, but they weren't the only ones who felt the same as the Gremory heiress. The other girls in the entourage like Irina refused to accept. The leaders, Ria's parents and Issei's ex-parents, were sure of something. They had understood Azazel's message, who only watched a women's tantrum scene without interest, but for the rest of the women who were the same as the leaders, they did not understand. Rias, tell me, what are you talking about, Naya? Demanded Kuroka, who took the red-haired girl by the shoulders, who continued to deny. Until the same Penemu cadre slapped Rias, who looked like a crazy person because of how she denied what had happened. I think it would be better if I explained it, Azazel spoke, who once again had everyone's eyes on him. I was hoping you would do it, boy, this got out of hand and we don't know what's happening, Odin spoke with his eyes closed. Since the semester started at the university almost weeks later, throughout the Kuo Academy messages began to arrive to all teachers, both from the university and the academy itself. What was the rumor about? Schurcher spoke seriously, waiting for an answer. The new student, singer of the group The King of the Music, courts the university idols, that was the headline. In that article, they explain how the boy got one of them pregnant. They also mention that he has children with one, and that he had gone to live together with another. Hahaha, Azazel started to laugh. This is not funny. Penemu shouted as she looked at her former leader. I didn't force you, you did your stupidity yourselves. If the boy did it, it was your problem. You have nothing to do with it anymore, since in his life you are nothing anymore, said the former governor of Gregory seriously. Issei would never do that, he is my dear and cute pawn, he would never do such a thing to hurt us, said Rias, who looked at the fallen man with glassy eyes, being seen by everyone, being comforted by her entourage. Girls, you should already understand that he doesn't want anything to do with you. You failed them, but I know how you can say and demand something that you have no right to. You are nothing to him anymore, and I think it was very clear when he fought against Schurcher, said Azazel, who looked at the Gremory entourage. But I see that you don't understand. I'll just tell you something and I hope that you tell Ravel, you are no longer in her life, said Azazel. The girls just started to cry, the leaders started to shed tears being covered by a bit of hair, not letting them see their eyes, but that didn't stop them from seeing the tears running down their cheeks. I also have more information, I think you girls will like this part, wouldn't you like to know what the boy's beginnings were as a singer, said the fallen one who looked at Ajuka who didn't expect that. What do you mean? Asked Zeus. What good does that do us? Issei said, waiting for some response from his companion. Simple, the boy was in Mexico all this time, but I think what I'm going to tell you will leave us surprised. Azazel spoke. So you're talking, boy? We don't have all the time. Auden spoke. During the time he was in Mexico, which we were able to investigate in a high school in the state of Mexico where he met what's her name, Karen Iero, or as she was known as Issei's girlfriend and fiancé. Girlfriend, we did not give our consent for Issei to have a new girlfriend, and how is that Cage? Miku, Issei's ex-mother, spoke. We don't know, we only know that he changed his last name to Cage. If you want answers, you'll have to wait until the meeting with him. Auden spoke. Well, I continue. After his arrival he settled where he met 4 other boys, with whom he formed a musical group called Elephant. They have an album which contains a total of songs. In fact, Girl, their first song with which they started and became known, is the song Issei Kun. What are we going to do? If life is like this. I bet everything on your kisses. And so I lost everything. Don't ask me for forgiveness. Because you don't even believe it. Those tears are false. As false as your love was. But don't tell me anything. That I was the fool. If the moon is not made of cheese. Nor the clouds of cotton. Why continue with stories? But fictional loves. If your mouth is not made of strawberry. Nor does the sun rise in your eyes. Liar, traitor. And I who would give my whole life for you. Liar, deceiver. And I who would give my whole life for you. Liar, liar. I will not return to you even if I die, no no. Liar, traitor. And I who would give my whole life for you. Liar, liar. Enough of so much noise. But what was happening made sense. The song was about what had happened to the girls, whether they were from the Gremory group, the faction leader, or Volley's team. One thing they were sure of was that the song was for them, whatever the situation that led the boy to write the song was for them. Everyone present tried to understand the situation a little more, but they were always left with certain questions, certain doubts that had no answers, and those answers could only be found with the boy, and for that they would have to wait for the meeting I will have shortly. Azazel just looked at those present, sighed, and continued with the information he obtained. In fact, the group didn't last long, the group broke up after months, almost, the reasons were unknown, we only know that they themselves decided to break up. They had a rival group, in fact it was made up of women, one of them was called Karen, like a second in Vo being the main one, a girl called Mio. They didn't have much success, the reason is simple, their group broke up after 2 months of forming, and they had good songs. In fact there is a video on the internet where both groups play a song. Written by Issei's group, in fact here it is. Taking out a colored stone where a video was being projected as if it were a hologram. Everyone after finishing listening to the song could notice something that only the girls by their own instinct could notice, both singers, one being her beloved and the other, if not the girl, of the same complexion as Asia, only with brown hair and black eyes, a fine face, as if it were that of a small porcelain doll. They exchanged glances between both of them. You can notice at first glance that both were attracted to each other. The place was filled with silence, a silence so profound that just by speaking they thought they would be punished, and in this case, it was the men who thought that. After that Issei joined and 2 women from the other group. I think it is not necessary to say how they were also joined the group. Saji, the pawn of the Arasitri. Some time later it seems they had a child whom I cannot understand. From what I investigated, he is the son of Issei and Karen, named Logan X Cage Iero. Boys apparently change their last name when they sleep, the dreams are colored, and that would be all I could achieve. Investigate if there are still doubts, such as why he changed his last name and others, things that we have to wait until we meet with him again, said Azazel, who took a seat. But that doesn't solve anything. Why did he become human again? Why does he have that strange power? Why is he behaving this way toward us? Spoke the Mao Lucifer, who could barely move. Look, you have to understand this because a human being returns, we don't know, it's something we have to ask him as well as about his new power, and with your third question, I think it's not necessary to ask him, or you forget that for that reason you are in that state, Auden spoke, who with his only eye looked at the Mao. Even so, we do not accept that our Issei has a fiancé, we are his fiancés, we are only going to give him children, we are not going to allow a damn bitch to take away what is ours, said Rias, who just fell to her knees, seen by those present. X was the name we would give our son when he was born. I don't want to believe that he took me from his heart, shouted Rias, who was hugged by her companions in her entourage and arena. None of them wanted to talk, the other women like the leaders, Kuroka, Sona, Tsubaki, Lefei and Valeri, were in a sea of thoughts that had no salvation. As for the male leaders they only saw with sadness, the parents of Rias and Sona offered to find a way to use the girls plus Rias' parents. Guo City apartment complex. In one of the apartments on the premises, there was a group of women talking next to a chestnut tree. "Everything is almost ready, it's just a matter of waiting a few more days," said a brunette who was sitting in an armchair. "What's the idea now?" It was the voice of a woman with purple hair who sat on the boy's legs. "Calm down my dear Karen, this won't last, you know very well more than anyone that coming here is for Lord Riiden and to close my past with them," said the one who took the hand of his young fiancé who leaned on the shoulder of her beloved. "What a nice couple, but don't push us aside my dear Issei," but the voice of a brown-haired woman who looked at the boy with a look of lust and love could tell from her gaze the desire she had for him. Something that was noted down by the couple who were on the couch. "Teacher Alexia, you have to control yourself. You've only been in Japan for a few hours and you already want to fornicate like an animal," Karen said in an annoyed tone. "Oh come on Karen, you can't keep it to yourself, even in the state you are in, the more time passes, your pregnancy won't let you satisfy Issei." It was the voice of a second woman, this one with silver hair, who seemed to show no emotions, remembering a certain Nekomata. "Dr. Carla, I already had that in mind, and I already found the girls who will help me satisfy Issei," Karen said with a sharp look. "And what about us? We were the ones who were here before you," Alexia said in an angry tone. "I don't care about that, you're the only one she vented to, so be careful what you say," said the harem leader, who couldn't stand the way both women were. The two women only resigned themselves to then leave the room. "Weren't you too harsh on them?" asked Issei, who hugged Karen by the waist. "No, they only see you as someone to vent their sexual desire on, they don't have feelings for you as a partner, I can't allow them to be by your side, but they've seen this far, so I'll give them a chance to make me change my mind," replied Karen, who was snuggled up to the brown-haired boy. Outworld or the outside world. At the edge of the outer world, a group of beings of great power lay gathered in the place. Now all that's missing is a Kamidogu and a container to be able to obtain the power of a Naga. It was the voice of a strange-looking being, with tattoos in the form of black lines that were on his arms, back and reaching his shaved head, having a white skin color. "Huan Kai, where will we get the container? Goro is missing, and we haven't found Reptable after Melina's failure to recover Shao Kang's throne from Mosda Devora," a woman with bat wings spoke. "It's true, after the death of Shao Kang's daughter, we haven't heard anything." It was the voice of a second man who was approaching. "Shang Tsung, I thought you would be in your experiments." The woman leaves the place, leaving both men talking. "Don't get upset Kun Kai, after all this is a mortal alliance." Chapter 23. It was time, and of course, it was what everyone was waiting for. Today was the meeting where he would meet someone who was a son, a relative, a friend, an ally, a love. Everything was silent, the only sound that could be heard was that of footsteps slowly approaching the entrance where the meeting would be held. The people the group approached on their way to the meeting room would bow, being servants, not because they owned the place or were leaders of some faction. If not because among the group, the one leading the march was none other than the pillar of the factions. Something that they still do not know is that he had already abandoned that position. Issei-sama, every servant they met told us. Until we reached the entrance, an angel awaited the arrival of the guests. This angel was none other than Griselda Corda, Gabriel's right-hand woman. "Hello Issei-kun, how long? The god owes him the most." "Griselda, yes, it's been a while, I hope you're okay," said the brown-haired boy who only received a settlement from the reincarnated woman. Issei stepped past her to grab the doorknob but was stopped by the same voice from a moment ago. "Issei-kun, lame. I'm going to ask you to avoid saying any words about the subject. They must understand that their actions have consequences, where there will be occasions that will never be fixed," said Issei, who opened the door, entering, being followed by his companions. Leaving a melancholic Griselda. Moments before. Leaders' meeting room. And where at some point they would meet with the ancient pillar of the fractions was the leader of each of the pantheons, Odin, father of all and leader of Asgard, Zeus, god of lightning and leader of Olympus, Yasaka, representative of the Yokai and leader of Kyoto, Shiva, god of destruction and creation, leader of the Hindu faction, Michael, leader of the armies of God and new ruler of heaven, Shemashai, bed of Grigori, and ruler of the fallen angels, the Maze, Lucifer, Belzebub. Leviathan and Amadeus, the four rulers of the underworld, Issei's former parents, Gabriel, Penemu, Vali's team, the former harem, Hermenhold and Valeri, the new leader of the vampire faction, Office and Great Red, the Gremory group, along with Ravel and Irina. "So you know what we should do," said Searchers, who was already recovered from the godmother he had met at the wedding of the third son of the Phoenix family. "I don't think it will work, he's not going to fall for that, a game raiding, the neighborhood the floor with you, and he didn't even bring out all his power." Azazel spoke, who looked at the table without interest. "We have to get him back, he's an important piece for the factions," said Searchers seriously. Some of those present felt angry at the Mao Lucifer's comment, but for others, like all the women who wanted to get Issei back, they felt happy. "You're an idiot, aren't you, brat? He already made it clear that he doesn't want anything." Auden spoke, who was serious, without seeing the Mao. "Auden-sama, with all due respect, but I don't think my Issei is so. Gremory brat, understand that he is not the same, now I will ask you not to speak at the meeting." Auden spoke seriously. "How can I ask that of? Searchers understands, the boy is bothered by your presence, women, yours and your parents, you forget." Ajuka spoke seriously, who only looked at his partner. His fellow demon's comment had angered him, he was going to rebuke his comment, but he just remained silent. "Ajuka is right, if we want answers we must be calm and not harass the boy," were the words of Auden, who did not look at anyone. In that pile a magic circle appeared in Venelana's ear, who was seen by everyone present. "He's here. Okay, let him in," Venelana said before the circle disappeared. "It's here. Verselda-san, please accept it," said Michael, who looked at the aforementioned, who only nodded and disappeared. "Present." The chestnut-haired man passed by, followed by his companions, who looked at the leaders as they looked at the guests. Verselda closed the door to go to the side of the Seraphim Gabriel. "Hello, this is Issei. Issei Kunnaya-san sama dono-chan." Brat, the girls, leaders and parents present expressed themselves. Issei noticed the presence of his parents, who showed displeasure. "I really don't have a mother." Issei and his companions arrived at the front of the meeting table, where both groups exchanged glances. "Brat, how are you feeling?" said the father of all, Auden, who was stroking his beard. "Well, a little stressed, I've had to do several pending things," said Issei. "How about Kruch?" said Searchers, who looked at the boy angrily. "You know very well that he was an ally of the factions." Issei just looked at those present to see their reactions, then he looked at Searchers, who just shrugged and smiled. "Since" was the only thing the boy said. "How can you say that? We could have been at war with the dragon," said Michael, who looked at the boy. Issei just looked at him and in response, he shrugged and smiled cynically. "What's my problem?" "That's not my problem." Issei replied without any concern. Attention was again focused on the place, where everyone was looking at the chestnut tree. "Well, since no one is thinking of saying anything, I'm going to introduce the people who are accompanying me," said Issei. "I present to you Master Hanzo Hasashi, he is the leader of the Shirai Ryu clan," said Issei. "On my right side, I present to you Master Tundra, also known as Master Sub-Zero, he is the leader of the Lin Kuei clan." Master Sub-Zero only left a little steam that when felt by those present felt cold. "I also want to introduce you to Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade, they are my parents." That comment surprised the leaders, as for the Gremory girls they were upset by the comment, knowing that they appreciated the high Ajuos as their second parents. As for the couple, they felt like a pin pierced their hearts, being seen by Issei, who despite seeing them, was hidden by his black glasses. "How can you say that, Issei-kun, they are not your parents," said Akeno, who looked disapprovingly at the boy. "I'll resolve that matter later, so don't interfere, Akeno," said the brown-haired man dryly, leaving Akeno surprised. "How can you answer your fiancé like that?" said Issei's ex-mother. "Apologize to her," demanded the woman, who looked at her son with anger. "You really don't have a mother," said Issei, who annoyed the woman even more, who came face to face with her son and slapped him. Issei just looked at his ex-mother with the same mocking smile he has shown since he arrived. "I've only been here less than minutes, and the problems are already about to start. How fun," he said in a mocking tone that worried those present. Issei was about to raise his hand when he saw a punch hit the woman directly in the face, leaving everyone silent. "Wow, I look at the leaders with my mocking smile." When they saw the brunette smile, they turned their gaze to the person behind Issei. Being the blonde-haired woman, she was the woman Issei had introduced as his mother. Issei's former mother was now being helped by her husband and the Gremory girls, along with Irina and Ravel. Karen, who was next to Issei, only looked at the woman with disapproval for the way she acted. For the second time the place fell silent, and once again it was Issei who spoke again. "Well, I'll introduce you to Sonya Blade again, she along with Johnny Cage are my parents," Issei said. But the couple showed anger, being Sonya and Johnny just put on a mocking smile just like Issei. "And he is Lord Raiden, god of thunder and protector of the earth," Issei said. "Hello faction leaders, I am Raiden, god of thunder, protector of the land, and one of the chosen of the ancient gods." Those words of the god of thunder caught the attention of the leaders, but especially of both gods who had the same title as him. "Well, let's sit down." Issei took Karen by the hand to sit down, being helped by Sonya, whom she protected a lot. Something that caught the girls' attention, and the boys just took it as if the girl was feeling ill, and that's why they helped her. Without knowing that she was pregnant at that time. "Well leaders, you already have me here, what do you want from me?" said Issei. "We want you to be the pillar of the factions again," Michael said seriously. "Because I should, I'm not important," Issei replied calmly. You are the one who fought and actually defeated the Trihexa. Seraphil responded seriously, leaving her playful tone. No, 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 you defeated him, everyone knows it, you did it alone, without my help, I was just one of the bunch, said Issei, who looked at the leaders. They knew what the boy was referring to, the leaders had stolen Issei's credit in the battle against the Trihexa. I'm not necessary, besides I'm already a demon, and I don't want to be one again, said Issei. Look Issei, I know we shouldn't have taken all the glory, but we'll tell everything and you'll be received as a hero, Yasaka said, hoping he would return, like the other women. Issei took off his glasses, touched his eyes with his hands and looked at the leaders. What you are offering me is a curse. Those words devastated those present, but even more so the women who loved him. How can you say that, The Mayu Lucifer could not finish his words because he was stopped by the boy. No, what you are offering me is, as I said, it is a curse, you are giving me glory, but that glory is already used, you are going to have a party, a really crappy reunion, of something that already happened, and you enjoyed, the only thing I am going to receive is the consolation prize, it is the worst thing you can offer someone. Issei spoke angrily. The only thing I ask, no, what I demand is what you accused me of giving money to for my sake, keep the glory, I don't need it, like you do, Issei said. And so you can see that I'm not an asshole, I'm going to give you the solution for the new pillar of the factions. You have the descendants of Lucifer and the great Sekiryuutei. She just needs to find a partner. After all, her previous partner died 2 days ago. Those last words left the leaders with a sense of humor as they looked at the Albion bear. I just need to get a partner and they can make it happen like they did with me and Rias, said Issei. Everyone was silent, the leaders assimilated what the boy had said, the people who managed to find an answer, being in this case the men, understood something. Kruich was Valerie Lucifer's partner. Issei, yo. Valerie, save your words, I don't care about you anymore, it's your life, Issei said. Well, I hope you already have what I have to do ready, said Issei, which caused the albino to lose the shine in her eyes. Why Issei, please, I know we did wrong, please come back to our Rias begged. Leaders, I want us to talk about my situation for a moment, said Issei, one of the reasons I'm here is to make a temporary peace treaty. Are you planning to make war? Searchers said. No, I'd better give the floor to Lord Rias, Issei said. Difficult times are coming, as you know, but ignore, there are more kingdoms in this world, there is a threat that makes the land find itself in danger, said Rias. And what do we care about? Seraphil spoke. The ancient gods are divine existences that are found in a place called the Vault, which they have seen since the evolution of man, they guard several kingdoms, each of them has had problems, but many years ago before man began to settle, there was an enemy that disturbed the kingdoms, that enemy was called a Naga, the Dragon King Rias spoke, who left the dragon gods and Albion himself in doubt. We have never heard of a dragon called a Naga, Great Red spoke as he looked at the Rias. The old gods were here before their own pantheons existed, they existed long before Uranus and Gaia, they saw the conflict of your ancestor Zeus, they also saw how Office was born from infinity, they also saw how hatred and destruction were born to become the apocalypse, mentioned Rias, who left those present and those mentioned as Great Red and Office incredulous. It is impossible that beings like them existed long before us, said Great Red angrily. Your dragon, do you know how the Trihexa was born? Rias asked the god of dragons. No, I was born after him, I never knew where he came from, why is that so important? I'm going to tell you all some secrets, and they will make all the factions of any pantheon look bad, Rias spoke seriously. First, humanity is not a creation of the gods, it is an evolution. I say this because each of your religious stories mention that you created humanity. Humanity has been around long before its existence. The first civilizations of humanity was the time of Mesopotamia, being the Sumerians and Semites. They believed in divinity, being represented by mortals. Among them a woman with black hair and white skin like the moon was born. Her name was Nan. She lived like a normal girl of her time. But after the years passed, she showed love towards the smallest of the city, the children. The same people believed her a goddess not only for the protection of children, but for the uncommon physique she had. The leader of the town, being the wise man and priest of the place, changed her name Ninkura, minor mother goddess, for the protection she showed to her people. During the time that passed, the young woman saw the change of her people. That change was the development of the new emotions of humanity, hatred, silo, envy, gluttony. She sadly saw how her life changed. She wanted to help her people, asked for an answer to the heavens, but they did not answer her. She looked for by all means the way to solve the problem, which led her to a solution that would cost her very dearly. Ninkura, along with the healer of the town, performed a ritual, which consisted of a person having to absorb all the negative and had to absorb it to the good heart. She agreed to do it, she absorbed it, but did not count on something. Wait, if what you say is true, why is she half of all races? She should be just human, Michael spoke, who did not believe the story of the god of thunder. The better question would be, since when have you had contact with humanity? I know very well that you did not intervene at the same time, on the contrary, each one intervened at different stages of history. Raiden spoke. None of the leaders spoke, except for one who understood the situation. When the ritual, she absorbed all the negative of humanity, but what she didn't count on is that at that time there were more races, like the Yakase come from where China is currently. They were just beginning to invade the earth. That was the beginning of the apocalypse. She absorbed it for a while longer before her confinement by the biblical god, said Lord Raiden. Is there any way to get it back to normal? Auden asked. I don't know, the ancient gods helped her contain all the negative energy. It was through the beast that you know, as long as it took human form, it would not be affected by the negative energy that had been absorbed, answered the god of thunder. So those ancient gods were the ones responsible for the creation of Trihexa, searchers claimed angrily. No, they gave the girl the chance to live normally, even though she continued to absorb the negative energy, but it was more negative energy that the other part came to light, where the monster of the apocalypse, Trihexa, was born, said Lord Raiden. Now everyone had more questions, like, who are the ancient gods? Where do they come from? While Issei's other companions only looked at those present, Karen only faintly saw how her fiancé's ex-partners looked at her with hatred. Chapter 24. Human World, Star Hotel. In one of the rooms of the large building, there was a group of people who were just playing poker. So Axel, are you going to do it here? Of course, after all, this is where he will appear. I hope you catch it, after all you created it. I know, it was a mistake that I'm going to fix. How will you make the Issei of this world face him? Don't worry about that, I'll take care of it, I know what I have to do. Also, the threat that is coming to this world is something they will have to face first before. Underworld. Everyone fell silent, the warriors of the land were waiting for some comment or anything, but what they relived was the silence of the leaders as well as the girl's parents. On the other hand, Issei's exes just looked at him, being ignored by the couple. Now I'll tell you that there is a much bigger threat than Trihexa, Raiden said. Like who? There is no being more dangerous than the Trihexa, Michael claimed angrily. Why are you angry, leader of heaven? Said Hanzo, who looked at the overlow of the sky. Why? You mentioned that heaven was also responsible for the creation of Trihexa when we gave it peace, Michael said angrily. Look Michael, it's easy to think that God is pure, but don't forget that he was the creator of the angels who are now demons and fallen. If they remained silent, couldn't God have had evil before? Everyone has it, and as I've seen right now there are gods who have it, why shouldn't yours have experienced sins, said Issei, who looked at the leader of the angels, who looked at him angrily. How dare you? The leader of the angels shouted euphorically. So you explained the demons and fallen ones. Don't forget that God knew about sins. How did he know if it was something bad? As wise as he was, it wasn't because he already knew and that's it. No, he knew because he experienced them himself. That's why he knew it was bad. Or tell me it's a lie. I imagine not. After all, you were created after God already had maturity and experience. I don't criticize God. But you also have to know that nobody is born being perfect, said Issei, silencing Michael, who didn't know how to respond to what the brown-haired man mentioned. The factions were assimilating what Issei had said. He had only said something true. Zeus understood that very well, after all he was young once and knows all the gestures he had made. Lord Raiden, please continue, Issei asked, who was only the god of thunder to do. As I told the story of the Trihexa, the ancient gods decided it was not good to intervene. So you leave aside the human, Shurcher spoke, who was looking for a way to put the words of the god of thunder against him. No, the ancient gods gave him the wisdom, the power and the opportunity to defend himself. Of what? Of themselves, spoke mockingly the Mao Lucifer, who was seen by all causing disgust in his companions and in the representatives of the earth. Lucifer, for having lived such a long time beyond the human, you know nothing of the world, said the god of thunder in reproach, inciting the Mao. So what do? They didn't even have a hand in creating the monster of the apocalypse. The ancient gods did not intervene because it was a human situation. You had the duty and obligation to intervene for a simple reason. The energy also came from your own kind. Your species was so and was the cause of the creation of that monster, and besides, at that time humans were not so weak. Humans can barely fight, and that's because they come from families that faced the supernatural in previous generations, or because one of them has a secret gear. How did they defend themselves? Lucifer, calm down, you weren't around in those times, and if I can tell you something, there were heroes who could fight on par with the gods back then, and they weren't just demigods, there were one or two who were human, but also in all those years that I've lived, these millennia of something, yes, I'm sure there were human groups scattered around the world. Before I took the throne of Olympus, there were humans who could fight on par with a god ago. They can even fight with Cronus himself or with Uranus. I don't know if there were stronger ones, but I can inform you something like that those humans didn't have a secret, spoke the leader of Olympus. Zeus, don't know, why do you say that? Because you say that it's already words, as if humans were that strong, said the irritable Mao Lucifer. Something that was noticed by all the other leaders who instead of being irritated like the Redeed, were found with doubt before the one mentioned by the god of thunder Raiden. It's time for me to tell you a certain story, the true story of how we won the war of the Titanomichi. The leaders were surprised by what the god of lightning and leader of Olympus had said. It all started when I was born. My mother Ray saved me from being devoured by my father Cronus, out of fear of the prophecy since Uranus cursed him. In my story there are versions that speak of my upbringing. One of them is that I was breeched and cared for by the god Amalthea in a cave on Mount Ida. The second version is that I was raised by forest nymphs. None of them are true. The truth is that when I was born I was given to an ancient tribe. It was known as Terra, where I was raised by humans who had impressive abilities. They had a better combat ability than several of the religious pantheons that had. How can you say that, Zeus Dono? It's impossible for humans like them to be better warriors than the ones we have, Schurcher said in response to his refusal. It's no lie, I was raised by them. They were at war with another tribe called Teeth. That tribe was good in combat, as were the Terra, which only had one difference from each other. While the Terra could create yellow energy weapons, the Teeth could create blue plasma spheres. While I was growing up, I saw several times the conflicts between both tribes, until they reached a point of peace. The new leaders of both tribes managed to reach an agreement where they would marry the first male child of the Tentes with the third daughter of the Terra. That marriage helped peace in both tribes. The third daughter became pregnant. Both leaders were anxious. They would see the birth of a new being, which would bring peace. I was there when she was born, dark green eyes, a light complexion. When she was born that day for both tribes, it was a holiday, so between both tribes, marriages began to be formalized to bring more children. Until they began to have certain problems that led them to discover something. What is it? Asked Auden. When the children began to grow and they wanted to train them, teach them their techniques from both tribes, they realized that they could not perform the same skills as they thought, that maybe it had been a mistake to have joined in marriage, since no child had the ability to make weapons with their energy or the creation of plastic spheres. So? What happened next? Asked Yusaka, who paid attention to Zeus but occasionally glanced at Issei, who ignored her. The first son, who had been born to the children of the leaders of both tribes, treated him as an outcast, since they thought it was a mistake being humiliated for so long. He publicly challenged the leaders who were his grandparents. His parents were worried. They never treated him badly, they always loved him, but it was more their anger. In the confrontation, despite never having shown to use the techniques of both tribes, we sell our mastery of hand-to-hand combat of the styles they occupied, impressing the warriors, since he had not only learned both styles, but was combining them, demonstrating that despite not having the ability to use the energies, he was very good in combat. All the leaders looked at Zeus, who was looking at the chestnut tree, and apparently he was not impressed by the story. On the contrary, he showed it as if he had already heard it. But it was not enough against both leaders. He began to receive damage from his grandparents' techniques in front of everyone. His parents were going to intervene, but they did not allow them. The grandparents had attacked the parents by surprise, so that he would not intervene. That provoked the boy's anger. He began to release a green halo, which surrounded his body. There the new power was born. The boy crushed both leaders, and as it was established, the boy, who was marginalized, became the new leader at his young age. He decreed the creation of the new tribe, made up of all the children who had been born between the couples that were made up of each of the other tribes. What was the name of the tribe? Asked Michael. They never gave them a name during the time I was with them. They were a Mediterranean war cult, trained for battle. They talked a lot about the ancient gods. I imagine they are the same ones Raiden refers to. Everyone looked at the god of thunder, who only nodded at Zeus's words. Okay, I understand there were humans who had special powers, but what does all this lead to, with what was said? Asked Azazel, since he didn't understand. They helped me rescue my brothers, they helped me enter and deceive Cronus, to start the war of the Titanomichi. Just to give you an idea, the young man who was marginalized by both tribes along with his father, faced the other titans, while my brothers and I went to Tartarus to free the Cyclops and the Hecatonchires. During the time that I went and faced Camp the Guardian of Tartarus, both humans kept the titans at bay. They did not kill them since they said that this was not their war, but they had helped me because of the friendship that had been forged during the time I was with them. Everyone was silent. Humans capable of facing the titans. They couldn't believe it. It was almost something they wouldn't believe if it weren't for the fact that the one telling it was Zeus. It's a joke, right? Zeus Dono Venelana asked, not caring that it was a meeting of leaders and she was just a spectator. The father of the gods shook his head. When Gaia resented our act towards her children, she freed Tiffin and Echidna. The outcast boy was the one who defeated Tiffin, very easily without anyone's help. I just trapped him by crushing him with a mountain. And before you ask me anything again, the reason for my story was not for you to know it, but because that power saw it again a few days ago. With who? At that moment Zeus looked at Issei, who was seen by everyone. You, Sekiryuutei, the supernatural beings look at him, you showed the same power when you faced the Mao Lucifer, when you gave him the combo of attacks one of them was the green sphere, the same one that only the boy and the other children born between the union between both tribes could use. You are a descendant of that Mediterranean war room, right? The boy didn't answer, he just smiled at the question, implying that what Zeus had said was true. I see boy, I understand why you made the Mao look ridiculous, Zeus said. Wait, you're saying that Issei is a descendant of that tribe, Shurchur said. But one more question, kid, where did you get the idea to use it as a punch enhancer? That kick that left a green shadow, not even the tribe had thought of it. Where did you get that idea? Zeus asked. It wasn't my day that taught me how to be that kick, to use that level of hand-to-hand combat, to learn to control it, it was my father, Johnny. At that moment of explanation, everyone looked at the brown-haired man, who had grey sideburns, wearing sunglasses, and looked at them with a typical smile. Note. In the tribe they only used it to create the green plasma sphere and be able to determine attacks with its aura, just as Johnny Cage demonstrated when he faced Shinnok and managed to resist the attack when it was directed at Sonya. That means you at that moment Johnny began to show the same green halo that Issei showed at Rias's wedding. But for a certain silver-haired girl she remembered the day she met Issei and unleashed the boy's anger by beating her up with what hard difficulty she could reach Grigor with a magic circle. She looked at him in surprise at the news that her beloved or ex-beloved was a descendant of that tribe. Johnny looked at those present and with his same charisma, he only said that they should start talking about working together only for a while because of the threat that is coming to change the subject of his power and his son. Not forgetting the Castanos couple who looked angrily at the aforementioned Johnny and his companion Sonia because their son called them parents. Something that sounded all because of the girls of the occult club. Therefore, they only approached the Hyodo gentlemen so that they would understand that they were with them. Johnny Cage is right, we should talk about working together for a while. As you saw, what I told you and what the leader of Olympus told you is true, the ancient gods do not intervene very often unless it is something very important at that moment. Raiden was interrupted by the Maul Leviathan. So that means they left the humans to their fate, she spoke with her magical girl priority, thinking that she had found a point to be able to control the words spoken by the god of thunder. It's not like that, the ancient gods only intervene when the natural balance is corrupted. Many years ago a being called Shao Kahn went from world to world conquering the other kingdoms, he had already had enough number of kingdoms, and the next one in his sights was Earthrealm, the Earth the leaders narrowing their eyes at what the god of thunder said. The ancient gods for the protection of the earth and had the opportunity to defend themselves created the Mortal Kombat tournament. I want a tournament where the outside world would have to win tournaments in a row to be able to unite the earth into a single kingdom. The first champion of the earth was the great Kung Lao, who won the tournament until he lost at the hands of Goro, a Shokin who is that defeated the great Kung Lao won tournaments in a row, he only needs one more. To get tournaments in a row, if Shao Kahn won he could unite the earth with the outside world, the outworld, by only needing one more tournament to get the tournaments in a row won. Until you came tournament I had a champion, a descendant of the great Kung Lao, it was Liu Kang, who won the tournament and preventing the earth from joining the outside world. More events happened, the invasion of the outside world to earth or the attack of hell, by the fallen god Shinnok said Raiden. Is the threat this Shao Kahn? Asked Ajuka, who like the others present had the same doubt. No, they have to say that Shao Kahn was the ruler of the outside world, he was an advisor to the previous ruler, his name was Anaga the Dragon King. Anaga? Valerie Lucifer whispered. The dragon who is excited about immortality despite having a long life always wanted to be immortal until his advisor Shao Kahn poisoned him to take his place. The Dragon King's army, as an act of loyalty to their king, took their own lives since they said they would come back to life when their king returned and he revived them, leaving those present surprised by the story of the Dragon King. Anaga is stronger than his Trihexa, Raiden said. It is. It is impossible that there is a being stronger than the Trihexa, Seraphol said worriedly. It's the truth. Even though they are dead, there is a way for them to come back to life, said Raiden. What is it? Odin asked seriously but calmly. They must unite the Kamidigas, daggers each with a symbol on the handle of the saga. Separately they are useless but united, they can enclose anything as well as revive any being. Until the moment of the daggers the enemy has the only one they are missing is the one of the earth. They obtain the last one, and they will be able to find an important piece to revive the Dragon King. The other leaders just listened to everything Raiden said, waiting for what they needed to revive the dragon. Shinnok's amulet, the Kamidigas united open a portal where the amulet is located. By obtaining the amulet together with the fairies they can revive the Dragon King, said Raiden seriously. So the only thing that separates him from reviving is a dagger, said Azazel frustrated by the news. If we are going to join forces, I think we deserve something too, Shurchur said with a smile, we want Issei Kun to join the DXD group. No, why is there so much obsession with a boy because of the situation they have with the girls or because of the situation you had at the wedding? Asked Johnny, who looked seriously at something strange in him. That doesn't matter to you, human, the Mao answered angrily. You better calm down, because if my son made you like that, imagine what I can do to you. To give you an idea, I can defeat my son. He hasn't mastered his power yet and it's very easy to break him. Even though he already bought it, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Johnny said mockingly, but he began to show his green halo. How dare you, Shurcher said angrily. You better calm down, demon. There is also a reason why we can't bring the boy in. We discovered that he needs a vessel to bring life back. The only candidates who can take that place are those who have half-dragon blood, explained Riordan. Half-dragon? Why not a dragon instead? Asked Great Red, who was very interested in Anaga's story. For something so simple, we know that the dragon species cannot become humans unless they have a high level of power. Or am I wrong? There are only a few dragons that can turn their body into humanoid form, and we put in specific what we know there are only around: the 2 dragon gods, the 2 carriers of the celestial dragons, the dragon queen Tiamat, the evil dragon Crom Crutch and Prince Goro and Reptile, said Riordan. Yes, you're right, not just any dragon can change its body into a humanoid state, replied Albion, who materialized on Valerie's back. I don't know where Prince Goro and Reptile are. As for the evil dragon, we heard about his death and we don't know where the dragon queen is, and the rest, well, there's no need to say, said Hanzo seriously, drawing the attention of those present by the serious way he spoke. The leaders just looked at each other and then nodded. We must meditate on the situation just a little and we will give you an answer in a few days, Auden replied. Riordan and his companions stood up and were about to leave until a voice stopped him. Issei Kunstei, said Shurchers. What do you need me for? He asked when the boy, who was taken by the arm by Karen, was seen by the women who were looking at him, but to see the dragon goddess wanted to attack the girl. We need to discuss the situation with you and the girls. There must be a way for you to get back with them. Michael replied. Let's see, I'm going to ask you not to interfere in this. Your sisters can be relatives, whatever you want, but you can't be in my stores in these problems, and also, since the solution is simple, don't come back and that's it, Issei responded angrily. We can't accept that answer, and you have to become the pillar again, Seraphil replied, trying to convince the boy. How the hell should they understand that I'm not coming back? I defended them, I saved them, I sacrificed my life on more than one occasion, and I received nothing. I already told them what they should give me and that's it. At the next meeting, when we're back together, I already want everything that belongs to me. I don't want them to throw me a party, keep the statues for me, but I demand what was due to me in money, nothing more. Said Issei as he left with his parents and teachers. Wait. It was the voice of an older man. The brown-haired boy turned to look to find the owner of the familiar voice, being the leader of the Gremory family. Zudicus? What's going on? Issei asked, even though he already knew what he would ask for. I want you to return with my daughter and the others, and return Grafia, demanded the leader of the Gremory house. I don't have to, Issei replied. Then I challenge you to a reek game, said Lord Gremory. It won't just be against me, but with me. Issei looked to see Michael. And with me, Issei saw Lord Phoenix. And with me this time it was Lord Citri. The 4 of them stood in front of Issei, who gently looked at his fiancée and gave her the signal to go with the others, who saw that a little surprised for challenging the boy. Okay, versus for me, no problem, said Issei, who due to the heat of the moment green flames surrounded the body of the boy, who was changing his clothes for white tennis shoes, tight blue sports pants, his bandages on each arm and his sunglasses, leaving his torso exposed, which showed his tattoo of his name across his chest and a blue jacket. Fight. Chapter 25. Longing, the longing of the op-eye dragon. Fight, Issei said happily. Issei walked until he was in front of the people who had challenged him, with a mocking smile provoking his opponents. I hope you remember that if I win I'm going to keep something from you, in this case it will be things, said Issei, who seemed calm about the situation he was in. That's not going to happen, you'll go back to where you never should have gone, Zudika spoke seriously as he looked at the brown-haired boy. Just because there are of them doesn't mean they can beat me, Issei responded in a mocking tone. You have a lot of confidence, even knowing that we have more experience in combat, said Lord Citri, who was adjusting his glasses. Please, it's serious, you have to be humble, my brothers, answered Issei, who caused a slight laugh to Karen and Johnny Cage by the reference. You will return with them, and with this it will never happen again, Michael spoke, looking at Issei with a very typical seraph smile. But taking out a drop on the back of Issei's neck. Let's get started. At that moment Ajuka teleported to a dimension, this time being a very familiar one for the leaders who saw that confrontation in that place. Human world. A group of young people who viewed the city of Kuo from the top of a mountain on the outskirts of the place. Well, is the boy in the city? No, I can feel her energy in hell, more specifically, the city of Lilith. Axel, I hope you fix the situation. I never thought we would have to see the supernatural beings once again, said a young man, being the tallest of the who were there. I hope the same, Lao, replied the young man with sunglasses, who was looking at the city of Cow. Hearns, do you know where it is? Asked Axel, who was still living in the city. Yes, it will arrive in about years, more or less, replied a young man who showed signs of sleepiness. Okay, so there's time for me to train him, Axel replied. Hey, by the way, are we going to help them with the Anaga situation? Asked a young man with light skin and a thin body. No, Ale, this will be an opportunity to measure your power, Axel spoke. I think it's time, let's go. At that moment Axel and the other men began to release a little of their energy, which caused the place to start shaking. It's time. Underworld Lilith. They were in what was the battle arena, a well-known one for Issei and for all those present who watched the fight. This place is the same one where Kaneko and Rossweisse faced Serair's entourage. A good place, a castle, this pleases me, Issei said to himself, who was looking at the place where he was, being the hall. Meanwhile, on the other side of the same castle, the other 4 participants in the confrontation were on a terrace. At that moment a voice began to be heard. It was Ajuka's, who on this occasion was the presenter and referee of the fight, since Ursher's wife was not there. Very well, the rules are simple. The opponent that I can't follow in the fight will be eliminated and removed from the arena. Start. At that moment the young chestnut-haired man clapped his hands. Hello, nothing, but they look like small transparent swirls which began to be used as if they were microphones. Okay, since I want this to be quick, we're not going to make a big deal out of it. Right now I'm in the lobby, I'm going to go to the living room. I'll wait for you there to fight directly. I'm too lazy to go look for you, and I'm also too lazy to hide. I'll wait for you sitting in one of the armchairs, the young man finished speaking as the swirling circles that were found around him disappeared. Off the battlefield. What the hell is the boy thinking? He just lost his element of surprise. Shiva said. He wasn't the only one, several of the gods who found you there, representatives of the factions, had the same thought as to why the boy fought the battle in that way, knowing that he had the disadvantage of against, knowing that with strategy he could lose. Wait for me, I have some idea of what the Czech is doing, said Odin, who was waiting for how the battle would unfold. But the MK. Apparently the boy wants to show him that he is not to be trifled with, said Hanzo. There is no doubt, the boy will show you skills apart from those he has just shown, said Sub-Zero, who only saw the place projected by the magic circle. The others had the same idea as both masters, but Raiden was the only one who saw the fight seriously, knowing that the result, no matter what, was going to lead to more problems, but he knew very well that the supernatural beings were not going to let him go so easily. He knew very well that if Issei won, they would continue to look for some other way for him to return to them. In the battle. In what was the living room of the castle, there was a chestnut tree on one of the sofas that were there waiting for the arrival of those guests who were in the upper levels of the same place. Little time passed when you began to hear certain footsteps coming from the stairs. His 4 opponents were walking, each one giving off energy, with magic circles, going straight to Issei. They couldn't live with their failure. Where did that lead you? Back to me, said Issei, who only took off his sunglasses and placed them on the small coffee table in front of him. I thought that by making the situation clear, I thought you would understand, but you have shown me that this is impossible. The leaders and Seraph began to surround the boy who had not gotten up from his place. As long as there is something that has in its memory what it was, there will always be something that is incapable of what it can be, it will follow their whims. Yes, they are our greatest treasures, Lord Sitri replied. I am so grateful, because now I know what I have to do. I am going to win this game until I get tired, and after the battle ends I will claim my prize. I think you already know what I will ask for. You should be grateful, said Issei, who with just a kick pushed the chair to one side so that it would not get in the way of the battle. Balda saw the boy with anger, he strengthened his attacks. They will become grateful, said Issei. You're a fucking lunatic, said Lord Phoenix angrily. You will never understand, they will only see their mistake, said Issei calmly, looking at his adversaries. At that moment the leaders of the Gremory house, Sitri and Phoenix, launched themselves against Issei. Lord Phoenix attacked with a fire sword, Lord Sitri with what appeared to be axes in each hand, and Lord Gremory launched magical attacks. The first to clash with Issei was Lord Phoenix who, sword in hand, with a downward slash, aimed at the arm. Issei who saw how the Phoenix's attack was going, but for about a second the sword's attack broke upon contact with him. Seeing what prevented the Phoenix's sword from preventing his work, it could be seen how from the wrist to the brown-haired man's shoulder, he was covered in armor known to all, but it had a difference that everyone remembered, leaving the rest of his hand free from the palm to the fingers. How? Thought Lord Phoenix surprised. Issei grabbed the foot of the leader of the Phoenix house with his other arm, which was not wearing armor, and threw him to the other end of the room. Zudicus, who was launching magical attacks towards Issei, quickly was received fully, but before they made contact with the brown-haired boy's body, his right arm that was already covered by the armor, used it as a shield against the attacks of the leader of the Gremory family, filling the area where the boy was with smoke. The smoke began to dissipate in a strange way, as it seemed as if it was being inhaled by the opponent who received the attack, but it was like that, the brown-haired man was inhaling the smoke with a smile on his face. As the smoke dissipated, the boy had in his left hand, which was not covered by the strange armor, a reddish-green sphere, which when he closed his hand and hit the sphere, it shot out towards Lord Gremory, who crossed his arms in the shape of an X to be able to receive it, since the speed at which it was coming would not give him time to dodge. The next to attack was Lord Sitri, who with axes in each hand, launched himself into the attack. The boy only dodged the slide of both axes. Issei looked like a man wanting to cut off the head of his prey, until Issei was careless, and both axes went straight to the boy's chest. Until something surprised the spectators, the boy had caught both axes with his hands, which did not have the armor, but were taken by the blade of the ice axe. At that moment Issei's right leg was covered by the strange armor. Issei looked seriously at Lord Sitri and shook his head. The opponent, who looked at the boy, only felt as in a second a strange pain began to flood his body, coming from his crotch. With pain and work, he looked down and saw how his right leg was in contact with him. Issei watched as Lord Sitri fell to his knees in front of him, leaving the axes in his hands. "And you are a damn," Lord Sitri said angrily, who was on the floor. "I don't care what you think, an acquaintance told me that respect should only be given to the dead. As long as you're alive, it doesn't matter how you win, winning is winning," said Issei, who was looking at the leader of the Sitri house. The parts of the armor that covered the arm and leg began to disappear. But the factions. "But how did the boy manage to do that?" said Shiva, who watched the fight in surprise. "The boy knocked out the demon leaders in a matter of minutes," said Odin, who was stroking his beard. "It's impossible, how did he manage to do that?" Schurchers cursed as he saw the battle and how he left his father and acquaintances. But the girls, it was a mental mess, hearing the words that the boy they were in love with had mentioned before starting the battle. But for a certain silver-haired Albion bear, she watched the battle intrigued by its development. "Comrade, the bearer of Drag, has managed to master his balance breaker," Albion said mentally to his companion. "Blues, what I don't understand is why his armor is dark green," mentioned the descendant of Lucifer. "No, I don't know, we'll have to wait for him to tell us, that's not what intrigues me," the dragon mentioned. "What is it?" asked Valeri. "His energy, he is a human," said the dragon. "I know, the bad thing is that we don't know what happened to him when he wasn't with us, how did he become human again?" said Valerie, the last thing she said to herself, hoping to find a way to get back with the boy. But the MK. "The boy has not used any of his abilities against them, other than that armor." Sub-Zero spoke as they watched the battle. The others had the same thoughts as the leader of the Lin Lin Kuei clan. A young Karen, who like her mother-in-law, watched the scene, saw the reactions of the women who rarely looked at her, but due to some strange sensation, she realized that she was being watched by the Yakai women, who were looking at her in detail. Karen, who realized that she was beginning to suspect her pregnancy, she began to smile as she caressed her belly, and as if it were something quick, a little energy began to flow from her, revealing to those present with a sharp sense being the Yakais, but also to the dragons like Office, Great Red and Albion, who were surprised to feel for just a moment how inside the purple-haired girl lay a new life within her. For both Nikos, they were surprised to feel the presence inside Issei's fiancé, someone that Yusaka and Office only saw as she had a mocking smile, that despite her pretending not to see them, she was mocking, that only caused anxiety in the girls, mainly in Kuroka, who denied what she had felt. Karen was hugged by her mother-in-law, Sonia, who led her to sit down so she wouldn't get exhausted. In the battle, Issei, who was watching Lord Sitri writhing on the ground, disappeared from the place and then saw how there was a spear of light on the ground where the brown-haired boy was a moment ago. "Wow, he's asking me when you were going to fight. To be honest, I thought that apparently you wouldn't get involved with those, but I realized that no, you are blinded by your love for them, for being daughters and sisters. I can understand it. I don't want to fight, Issei-kun, we can stop this, it's not necessary for it to come to this." Michael spoke, looking at the brown-haired boy who was still next to them. "I didn't start the conflict, I could have ignored them, but what happens? They see me and harass me, and then you and Schurchers and more with whom I still have accounts to collect. I understand, if you don't want to then give up," said Issei, who looked at the seraph. Michael looked at Issei, who was not going to change his way of thinking, he was meditating on the brown-haired boy's request. "I can't, I must watch over my sister's happiness, so I will continue fighting," said Michael, who had disappeared his spear. Michael began to emanate energy, the other leaders of the demonic houses stood up, and like the overlow of heaven, they began to raise their power. Issei just looked at his opponents, he didn't move from his place, instead he waited for the counterattack. The power of the began to take on a glow which blinded those present who watched the fight was of the dimension. When the glow faded, the young chestnut tree could admire his enemies, who had changed. It was only the release of power that caused his eyes, where the pupil and iris had disappeared, leaving only the sclerosis of the color of his magical power, red Zudicus, dark blue Lord Citri and orange Lord Phoenix, with Michael being the only one who wore armor. So this is her maximum power, huh, thought Issei, who looked at the opponents, but in his vision, he could see how in one of the corners, there was a woman with long pink hair and a dress with shades of pink, she was floating in a corner. Mate Tatiaa, what is she doing here, Issei thought, surprised. I don't know, mate, but since you were teleported, she was already here, answered Drake, who surprised the boy. I forgot you were here, since you didn't call me at any time, said Issei, who was still surprised by the girl's appearance. That doesn't matter anymore, but she is with us in the lobby and followed us to the room where the fight started, said Drake, who was also looking at the pink-haired girl. I imagine she followed me from home, I haven't finished with the girls who are in love with me because of their magic, Issei just remained immersed in his thoughts. Those present were surprised to see the boy's expressions, thinking that he had been surprised by the power that they were demonstrating, even his own companions thought the same. Without knowing that it had nothing to do with it. They saw the change in attitude and took that as an advantage, because they shot off towards the brown-haired boy who didn't notice. Lord Gremory launched a reddish ray which hit the brown-haired boy who was not paying attention to the battle, shooting out of the place, passing through a very thick wall. The boy came to a large table, which was destroyed upon contact with the boy. Issei started to get up and could see the place where he was lying right now. So I'm in the dining room, Issei said to himself. Whereupon, seeing the ground, water began to flow out, surrounding it on all sides, until it was enclosed in a kind of bubble, which began to fill with water, causing the chestnut to begin to drown. You could just see Issei struggling to breathe until the bubble-like thing filled up, and it only took a few seconds for it to burst. Cough, chest cough. Issei began to cough from lack of air when he received a reddish sphere, flooding the place with smoke. Now in the air was the leader of the sky who had a bow in his hands. If one saw it, it seemed like the finest and most complicated porcelain to make. Accumulating power appeared arrows which shot out at the opponent who was lying in the smoke. The young Cupid, who saw everything from the front row a few moments before, tried to stop time and take the boy so that he would not receive Zudicus's attack, but with a look from the brunette denying the action that the pink-haired girl was going to do. She only saw that after such a gesture the attack that the red-haired man launched hit Issei, and then the attacks of Lord Citri and the Seraph Michael also hit him. When the smoke began to dissipate, he managed to see the boy lying unconscious above, or so he thought when he saw the following scene when the men approached the boy's body. In the battle. Apparently he hasn't disappeared from the stage, how strange is he supposed to be here, said Zudicus, who was looking at the boy. That doesn't matter anymore, we have to finish him off so we can return and he can get back with the girls, stated Lord Citri, who began to form a magical attack. Yes, welcome Issei Kunise-kun, said Michael, along with the other patriarchs of the demonic houses. When they were about to launch their attacks, a green glow sent the four of them flying, embedding themselves in the massive brick wall. When the group of got out of the situation in which they were thrown, they fixed their gaze on the place where the unconscious body of the brown-haired man was. But upon observing, they managed to see how the boy who had scratches and a few bruises was standing in front of him. The boy's blue jacket began to tear, all due to the previous attacks, leaving Issei's torso completely naked, which left the tattoo with his name on his chest visible. Not bad, those blows did hurt, but don't get all braggy, said Issei, who started moving his neck from side to side, the sound of his neck cracking. Okay, I'm going to finish this, said Issei, who was looking at the opponents. I hope you don't mind what I'm going to do. At that moment green flames at Issei's feet began to surround him. When in just a second Issei had disappeared, it was as if the flames opened a portal at his feet and he fell inside. When they were trying to search for him, they heard how a wall had been destroyed. Seeing the direction of this, they found Issei holding Lord Phoenix, who, trying to get out of the boy's grip, used his flames on his fists which went in the boy's face, but he didn't care, on the contrary, he let him attack. When he finished his continuous blows, Issei still had the leader of the Phoenix house grabbed. You've stopped kicking, now it's my turn. With a blow to the face he ordered them to go through the wall, this time leaving the castle, where you could see that there was grass and some huge stones surrounding the castle. This is where Xenovia and Gasper fought, or so I think, said Issei as he saw the place out of the corner of his eye. Issei approached Lord Phoenix, who was trying to get up from the blow that caused his crossing from the castle to what would be a kind of garden. Standing at a distance of meters, the leader of the Phoenix house stood up. You play with fire, Issei, Lord Phoenix said. Don't you always do the same thing? Issei replied. I'm referring to the girl's feelings, Lord Phoenix claimed. Same thing again, you know I'm going to demonstrate how to use fire correctly, said Issei, who disappeared from Lord Phoenix's sight. At that moment the young brown-haired boy had disappeared to appear closer to the blonde, to give a circular kick converted with green fire to take him through the air and give him a continuous attack of hits in a row, repeating it again, but now behind Lord Phoenix, who before falling was brought by some spikes that were introduced into his shoulders. What the hell, he used fire on his feet, Lord Phoenix said to himself. You think that's all? No dear, there's still more. Issei was shot out in fire, burning Lord Phoenix, who took him by the shoulders and kneed him in the jaw, rising up to end up embedding both Kunes, one in the chest and the other in the head, and falling straight to the ground. Issei looked at the knocked out Phoenix. There goes, I'm missing. Issei watched as both Gremory and Citri patriarchs headed in his direction. Issei deflected Zudicus's blow with his foot to deliver a punch, which shot towards a large rock. Lord Citri began attacking with magical ice beams, while Issei masterfully dodged them. Suddenly, Lord Citri created his ice axes again. Issei, seeing what he saw, approached and formed a thread sword, leaving Lord Citri surprised. How can you use an ice sword? I thought it was only fire, I didn't know you could use thread magic. Lord Citri tried to find an answer until Issei started clashing the sword against the axes. This isn't magic, I can create it through my own body. Issei took advantage of the explanation he gave and headbutted Lord Citri. Here you end your Citri. Issei took one of the shoulders and gave him a consecutive number of blows to the stomach, then from his hands came out a kind of blue smoke that froze the Citri's body and then was thrown by the boy. Chapter 26. At that moment he felt like magical attacks started hitting the brown-haired man, who only received them, but they didn't cause him any damage. Zudicus, Issei looks at May tot. You know, I would have done anything for Rias, you know it very well, and you won't let me lie, said Issei, who continued looking at the red-haired man who was looking from the top of a rock. Then go back to her, she wants to fix the problem, spoke Zudicus in desperation. I don't know how to fix things, that's logical, Issei responded seriously. You get like a brat just for nonsense like that, said Zudicus, who launched an attack against a brown-haired boy. Issei just watched as Zudicus approached. When he was about to hit Issei, the young man disappeared in a trail of light and lightning and then appeared in the same way. He went behind Zudicus to hit the redeed in the face. After that blow, Issei teleported again to the other side of Zudicus, only to hit him with his heel in the jaw, causing him to turn around, leaving him unprotected to take him from behind, where the hive is, and give him a powerful ray that ran through all the bones, to finish with a last teleportation and give him a strong blow to the stomach. Zudicus just fell to the ground in pain, apparently the boy had injured an important organ. You should better educate your daughter well, said Issei, who looked at the large rock that was in the place where May tot was standing to one side. Michael, you haven't intervened at any time, what's going on? Are you hesitating? Issei asked the seraph, whose armor was cracked by the power he had thrown at him before leaving the castle. Issei-kun, why don't you want to go back with them? Michael asked. I've been hearing the same shitty question since they saw me again, but no one asked. Issei, are you feeling well? Or Issei, do you want us to keep you away from them so they don't bother you? Or the simplest one, Issei, what happened when you found out? Said Issei, who looked at the seraph in disgust. Everyone thinks about them, they are the victims, that I was the one behaving like a child, that my duty was to put up with their hypocrisy. No one came close to see how I was when I returned. It's all about them, they are the important thing, they, them and them. You guys have really pissed me off. Issei looked at me tot. It makes me angry that no one cared about me. The Haidu gentlemen are only interested in girls instead of the one who was their son, said Issei without hesitation. They are your pa. They are nothing anymore, Issei finished saying. I fought for the people I thought were friends, family. If you're going to blame me for Rias Gremory saving me, then I must say that I saved her from an eternal life of suffering for a marriage she didn't want, said Issei, who, to the surprise of those present except for a purple-haired woman who knew it was something her fiancé had to do, tears began to fall from her eyes, which were hidden by her glasses. Everyone sees what they appear to be, but few see who they really are, said Issei, who took off his dark glasses to wipe his tears. Why? Michael shouted. Why do you have to behave that way? You're acting like a child. Like a child? You don't know anything, Michael. You don't know what it feels like to have seen them parade in your face and boast about their relationships while I was dying. What? You don't know what I felt when I saw your sister sleeping with another man. You have no right to criticize me. I almost died a second time when I saw all of them doing the same thing, said angrily Issei, who began to emanate his green halo, which began to change to a red color. Note: don't forget that in MK2 and MK Johnny Cage could pull off the red halo. What are you talking about? Like you were going to die? Michael asked doubtfully at what Issei said. Issei looked at Michael and then looked at the sky from an angle in the projection where the rest of the supernatural were watching the fight along with Raiden and his fighters. Look, don't try to fool me, I know very well that only you and Churchers knew about the fall of the dragon, I also know that you didn't say anything when Gabriel tricked me, said Issei. But supernatural beings. The fall of the dragon. Shiva doubted his words. What is that? Asked Ajuka. Karen, who began to hear the murmurs of the men, was surprised. None of them knew what the curse was that Issei had suffered, for which they had criticized his behavior. This must be a damn joke, thought Karen who, seeing the doubt of the supernatural beings, wanted to hit them for their ignorance. It's obvious they didn't care about him, and yet they still complain about him. Karen denied the attitude of all the leaders and the other supernatural guests. What is Dragonfall? Seraphil asked, annoyed by Karen's comment. Why don't you investigate on your own? I'm not going to tell you anything. At least you should have the decency to investigate yourselves. Karen responded, provoking the anger of the other women, both from the Gremory entourage and the other women who were there. How dare you? Shut up, Rias Gremory, you are the least indicated to demand something, unless to me they should better ask the dragons for the information they ask for, said Karen in an annoyed tone by Rias' attitude. Don't you dare answer my daughter like that, said Venelana, who started to approach her to slap her. Sonia, seeing the action that Lady Gremory did, was going to finish with her gloves, but was stopped by Karen herself, who covered her face with what was her forelock. I looked Venelana in the eyes and moved closer, almost a few centimeters away. This is not going to stay like this, Venelana, I'm going to enjoy when my fiancé's battle is over, rubbing in her face that she is Issei. I'm going to have fun watching you clean the bathroom in my house, I'm going to take away how modest you are, said Karen, who showed arrogance in her words, something she had never done. Upon hearing and seeing what he said, Venelana remembered the bet for the confrontation that was being made, causing concern in the brunette. We better watch the confrontation, said Auden. But for everyone there was the situation of the investigation into the fall of the dragon. Then the battle. Issei Kunyo. Better shut up, save the explanations, I'm not interested, said Issei, who began to walk towards the seraph while continuing to activate the red halo. Please Issei-kun, come back with us, we can start over, you can try a relationship with the girls again, you shouldn't ignore their feelings, said Michael, who saw Issei's approach. Churchers told you all about the fall of the dragon, and you still ask me to come back, you don't have a mother, but what can I expect from a seraph, after all the fallen angels and demons were born from you? Issei arrived near the seraph who, seeing the threat, attacked with his spear of light which hit him in the chest, and when it touched the boy, the place was flooded with dust. When the dust cleared, the chestnut tree was no longer there. Looking around, Michael found it just inches away. Where Issei began to hit him with a punch in the face, combining it with an infinite combo of fists and kicks, leaving the Mau suspended, each blow, each leg, ending with a mocking pose from Issei. They were reminiscent of the same moves that he used to finish off Churchers at Razor Phoenix's wedding. You know, how bad that now you will have to face the mistakes, if only they hadn't done that stupid thing of staying quiet. One of the consequences that I suffered when I fell for the second time dragon was a physical change not very noticeable to the people, and it was obvious after all I'm just hiding, so they don't see it in that instant. The brown-haired boy brought his hands to his eyes, while everyone saw the boy's action to see how in both fingers, he had what were contact lenses. The boy looked down at the leader of the sky to show his gaze. Those dark brown eyes that had previously been honey-colored before his departure a year ago were now a pinkish-red color, as if it were a ruby. This was one of the least consequences I suffered. You don't want to know which was the most serious, because I assure you that you won't like it, said Issei, who began to shine, moving away to a distance where he could see the involved in the fight. So you can see, aye. At that moment, but now it started to shake. It was not possible to know what type of earthquake it was, but one thing was certain. How it could affect an artificial dimension. But the spectators. Both groups who were watching the conflict witnessed how the place where they were was shaking. Not only that, the leaders of the factions who were there at that moment received calls through a magic circle, mentioning that in each location where their faction was located, the same situation was found, and that the land was the same all over the planet. They knew beforehand that there was only one being capable of causing a tremor of such impressive magnitude to affect the other factions, but they knew that that being had been locked up for more than a year. It was when the leader Yakai Yasaka felt that what was causing this phenomenon was on Earth, but she was not the only one, little by little the others. There were people, all with great power capable of surpassing the Trihexa, but there was one who surpassed them all. He had a strange feeling that caused as if he were a certain chestnut when he showed his power. But everything changed focus when laughter began to be heard from the dimension of the confrontation. In the battle. Ha 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 ha, so it's here, Axel said Issei. The place where it was shaking a moment ago began to calm down, just like the faction territories. I must finish this quickly, since I need my maids to prepare my house, as I will soon have guests, said Issei, drawing everyone's attention. So you can see, I'm going to finish with a classic move that you know. From Issei's right hand, a green sphere appeared, very similar to the one he showed from the beginning, when the battle had barely begun. He closed his fist and hit her, shouting the attacker's name. Dragon shot. Disappearing into particles the opponents, so that only Issei remained looking at the sky with his ruby-colored eyes, with a smile, so that the place would be flooded with the voice of the Marujuka. The winner of the versus battle is Issei Cage. Issei began to disappear, but before doing so he looked to the side to say a few simple words. "Oh, I'll see you later." The pink-haired girl obeyed and disappeared in a single instant. The boy reappears in front of the leaders. The 4 Westerners he had fought were also there, each with his wife, wounded, except for Michael, who was being helped by his sister and his sister's companion, Griselda Quarta. "I think you should not doubt what I am going to ask. So I am going to ask you to come in a calm and peaceful manner. Unless you want it to happen like last time with Grefia," said Issei, who was hugged by Karen, who was trying to hide a red cheek from the slap by Venelana. Nobody moved, everyone remained silent and motionless. The boy had won, they knew very well what the terms and consequences of the battle were. The boy was just waiting for them to start moving towards where he was so he could leave the place. "Very well, they don't want to do it, I will do it, I wanted to avoid what happened, but it seems they don't want to understand." The brown-haired man snapped his fingers, so that human beings appeared again towards the necks of women with a chain. When the chains were about to be pulled, Karen took her husband's hand and didn't look him in the eye, causing the boy to discover the blow he had received a moment ago. Who was it? Was it Rias? The boy started to approach the red-haired girl, but was stopped by Karen herself. She didn't go. Who was it then? As a Russian. Hearing the name, I looked at the brunette who was trying to remove the chain from her neck, so I was unaware of what was happening. Issei was going to pull the chestnut's chain, but Karen interrupted him again. "Give me the chain please, I'll do it." Issei hesitated to give her the chain, but he did. Now the chains were connected to the purple-haired girl's hand. Everyone wanted to intervene, but they had already suffered many emotional blows from what happened with Issei, to the strange power that caused the tremor just now. "Very well, Griselda, I will give you the opportunity to come here on your own, but if you want we can do the same thing as when it was Razor's wedding," said Karen, who was looking at the aforementioned. The young woman approached slowly until she reached Karen, who hugged her, looked at her in a friendly way, and said a few words that everyone heard. "You will be a great servant and concubine to my fiancé." At that moment, as he finished saying those words, he snapped his fingers. And the other 3 chains began to pull the rest of the women. "Hello Lady Phoenix, Lady Citri and Lady Gremory," said Karen, who gave them a radiant smile. "We have to get along. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.